The lottery system of XCH has become remarkably impressive. Not only does it bestow upon her a fully equipped vacation on an island, but also sends her back in time during a plane crash, transforming her into the mother of a helpless infant whose father remains unknown. Situated in a quaint fishing village, she prepares to confront the ocean. The Interstellar Universal Fishing Rod can catch large lobsters without bait. The upgraded multi-functional protective suit allows her to dive for sunken ships. The system guides her on a path to wealth. It facilitates a rise in life. It assists her in nurturing her child. As for searching for the child's father, that can be set aside. The bond between mother and child is quite sufficient. Chapter 1. The system transports me through time and space. His father, Su has yet to awaken, and my heart is in turmoil. Had I known better, I should have insisted on taking her to the hospital. A natural birth costs little, and though I feared the stigma of being seen, it is surely better than this predicament. The child is already born. What use is regret now? Didn't Aunt say it was likely due to weakness from studying? Once she regains her strength, she will surely awaken. But what of that child? Are you truly considering sending him away? An unmarried girl with a child, how could that be appealing? How could she possibly care for the infant alone? Especially a premature one, that would be quite challenging to nurture. Through a thin wall, the chatter of the couple in the main room reached Suze's ears. Surviving a plane crash? Well, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, she understands. The age-old adage that calamity is born for blessings is something she need not question. Even if her father has forgotten her, having married a stepmother and produced a brother, surely he would shed a few tears upon receiving news of the crash. How did she end up in a fishing village? Was all this talk of natural and difficult births? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. With great effort, Suze opened her eyes to see a gray beam above her, with gusts of wind howling through the cracks in the roof. It sounded frightening, like a typhoon, shaking the entire house. She felt a sense of bewilderment. Who is she? Where is she? Suddenly, she found herself somewhat lost. Could it be a visit from Aunt Flo? Embarrassed, Suze attempted to sit up, only to find her body weak and uncooperative, causing her elbow to strike the bedside cabinet with a dull thud, eliciting a painful grimace. Su, you're awake? Thank the heavens. The couple in the main room heard the noise and lifted the curtain. Oh dear, you just gave birth. Why are you trying to sit up? Just tell your aunt what you need. What? Just given birth? Who are they referring to? Suze was utterly bewildered. Moreover, she did not recognize the woman before her. How could she suddenly be her aunt? Her aunt, like her negligent father, had never shown her any concern. When had she become so caring? Furthermore, the woman's appearance was entirely different. Her sharp-tongued aunt bore no resemblance to the kind and gentle face of the woman before her. My dear girl, are you regretting being born? You should have listened to your aunt. Why not just go to the clinic and terminate it? Why suffer this pain? The woman helped Suze lie back down, muttering, now that you've given birth, there's no use regretting it. As you said, we should find a family in need of a child and send him away secretly. It's a pity he's a boy. If not for your uncle needing to check the fish farm, we would have kept him ourselves, as your brother and sister-in-law already have 2 children. Ahem. The woman's husband, unable to enter the maternity room, interrupted her ramblings from the doorway. Su has just given birth and hasn't eaten, yet she must be hungry. Quickly, prepare her something to eat. The baby will wake soon and need to be fed. Right. How could I forget? The woman slapped her forehead. You haven't eaten all day. By the way, after you fainted, the baby managed to drink half a bowl of rice soup and is currently sleeping soundly. Once he wakes, you can feed him some milk. At this age, he cannot survive on rice soup alone. With that, she hurried off to the kitchen to fetch rice porridge, leaving Suze lying stiffly in bed, too afraid to move. It wasn't just the blood-soaked sheets beneath her. She had come to realize that this body was not her own. Could it be that after the plane crash, her soul had left her body and entered another? Before she could contemplate further, a rustling from within the bedding was followed by the sound of a baby's cries, startling her nearly out of bed. But she quickly realized it was the original owner's child. However, for a girl who had never even been in a relationship, the thought of lifting her shirt to nurse was quite shameful. Fortunately, the baby's cries were heard by her aunt, who rushed back in with 2 bowls of rice soup, 1 thicker for Suze and 1 thinner, prepared for the child. You haven't eaten since giving birth. You likely have little milk. First, drink this bowl of porridge to fill your stomach. I'm also making fermented rice with eggs. You'll have that shortly. You need to have milk to feed the poor little one. And I'm about my situation. Suze found herself in an awkward position, unable to sit or lie down comfortably, her face flushed with embarrassment. You're experiencing lochia, right? That's normal. Just lie back, it'll change the map for you shortly. But that's how it is after childbirth. The first few days, there's a lot of discharge. Using sanitary pads gets messy quickly. It's better not to use them at all. You'll wash the mat if it gets dirty. You'll need to go to town for more pads once you run out. Suze. Aunt knows you're particular about cleanliness. It's just a few days. Bear with it. With this typhoon, who knows if the cooperative in town is even open. Is it really typhoon? Suze was taken aback, thinking it was just a strong wind. Isn't it? The weather forecasts have become quite accurate in recent years. When they say a typhoon is coming, it truly does. If only your father had been as reliable. But let's not dwell on that this time. The typhoon's maximum wind speed is said to reach 7 levels. The fish farm dares not risk going out to sea otherwise. Your uncle would be restless. The plane crash occurred in the dead of winter. How could there possibly be a typhoon? Had she drifted to the southern hemisphere? In the next moment, the quartz clock on the bedside table provided her with an answer. August 9th, 1989, with the hands precisely pointing to 8:09. What a festive number, yet she couldn't muster a smile. Had she stumbled into the pocket of a time-traveling device, retreating 30 years from 2019? Chapter 2. The Remarkable Lottery System. After consuming a bowl of hot porridge, Suze broke into a sweat, and her mind began to clear. Moreover, what were the odds of surviving a plane crash? Anyone would understand. Her physical body had likely been reduced to ashes in the wreckage. Now, with her fortune shining, she has swapped timelines and remains alive. Truly, she is favored by fate. As for the bizarre occurrence of time travel, having encountered an extraterrestrial lottery system, such a fantastical event occurring within Earth no longer seemed the most outlandish to her. She had hitched a ride on the tail of the 1980s. What about the lottery system? With a thought, a semi-transparent control panel resembling a computer screen materialized before Suze. Indeed, it was the extraterrestrial civilization's lottery system she had fortuitously stumbled upon. According to the system's brief description, this was a leisure game designed for the interstellar elite to indulge in their lottery desires. Much like the smartphones ubiquitous in the 21st century, the entertainment devices of interstellar civilization operated on a high-cost model, yielding boundless resources. However, acquiring these resources required multiple rounds of lottery draws before they reached the consumer. In essence, it was a game of spinning to win. In Suze's view, this was quite a farce. With so much money, why not engage in something more worthwhile? Why resort to gambling? Surely the investor must be a hapless soul who never wins, who in a fit of anger invested heavily to create this lottery system. But I must admit, she was not entirely wrong in her assumptions. The inception of this system indeed stemmed from a misfortune of the most cherished little princess of the wealthiest family in Xingyu, who had never won a prize in her life. Her family, feeling sympathetic towards her, assembled a group of talented individuals and invested a fortune to develop this extravagant entertainment product. However, just as the mother machine was successfully created and before it could be mass-produced to enrich the increasingly barren entertainment lives of extraterrestrial aristocrats, the transport pod collided with a meteorite and tragically drifted aimlessly in the boundless cosmos for several years, only to be eventually sucked into a black hole and plummeted onto Earth. Despite its diminutive size, no larger than a ring and lacking any aesthetic charm, once bound to Suzeju, it even rendered its physical form invisible. Yet, it concealed boundless energy within, housing a plethora of interstellar resources. No sooner had the thought arisen than a somewhat gaudy translucent lottery platform materialized before her eyes, adorned with a sparkling round cake segmented into 6 parts, with a pointer quietly poised in the center, awaiting the host's selection. Each segment of the cake corresponded to a prize. Upon touching a virtual prize, an introduction would resonate in her mind. The randomly generated 6 prizes included Basic Nutritional Solution, Intermediate Nutritional Solution, Advanced Nutritional Agent Package, Mau Mau Beast Fur Blanket, Customizable PP Cotton Variant, and Xingyu Brand Nutrient Pod. If dissatisfied with the randomly assigned prizes, one could refresh them. Although this required a certain number of points, with the cost escalating for more luxurious items. Naturally, drawing prizes also necessitated points. How to acquire these points? Through daily check-ins and browsing the Interstellar Forum. Unfortunately, after traversing the black hole, the system could no longer detect the magnetic fields of extraterrestrial civilizations, rendering it unable to connect to the star network, and thus the Interstellar Forum was inaccessible. The check-in points, being provided by the system's internal energy, remained usable. For Su Suizhu, this was sufficient. Each check-in granted her 5 points, and accumulating 20 points allowed for one prize draw. Regardless of whether she won a grand prize or a minor one, she would not incur a loss. However, connecting to the star network and logging into the forum filled her with unease. What if aliens traced her ID back to Earth and invaded? Wouldn't she become a historical villain? She mused that it would be better if the star network were forever unreachable. Glancing at her points, she noted that ever since winning the island vacation gear, she had been preoccupied with booking flights and planning itineraries, having not drawn anything else, and had thus accumulated exactly 55 points. After claiming today's check-in points, she found herself with 3 chances to draw prizes. Su Suizhu rubbed her hands together, hoping to win the customizable PP cotton variant. According to the description, it was akin to Earth's sanitary napkin, which she urgently needed. Ding! Congratulations, you have won a family pack of basic nutritional solution. Package has been placed, please check. Her first attempt yielded nothing. Su Suizhu exhaled slowly, rubbed her hands, and tried again. The empty slot was randomly filled with a new prize, the Xingyu brand multifunctional goggles. The introduction claimed they were extraordinarily advanced, suitable for any environment, even amidst fierce flames, allowing one to see clearly. However, at this moment, this was not what she needed most. She longed for the PP cotton. She did not wish to lie on a mat bleeding without any protection. Ding! Congratulations, you have won a Mao Beast fur blanket. Package has been placed, please check. The second attempt yielded a rather useless prize during the typhoon season in August. No matter how soft and warm the blanket was, it would serve little purpose. Only one chance remained. After this opportunity, she would have to wait 4 days. Come on. Su Suizhu clenched her fists. However, just as her finger hovered over the green draw button, her aunt entered, holding her child who had just finished a hearty meal. Her hand trembled and alas, she had not won again. Although the introduction described it as impressive, it was not what she urgently required. She couldn't help but wonder if this so-called advanced civilization entertainment product was merely a promotional tool for Xingyu Company. Why were there so many Xingyu products? Your child has eaten well and is now asleep. They'll get you a bowl of sweet rice wine with egg. It helps with lactation. Drink a few bowls. Her aunt, mindful of the sweet rice wine on the stove, gently placed the sleeping child down and exited. Moments later, she returned with a large bowl. Quick, drink it while it's hot. I made you a double yolk egg and added half a bowl of sweet rice wine. It's delicious. Su Suizhu, unable to refuse, gulped down half the bowl under her aunt's watchful gaze. Having reached her limit, she looked at her aunt with pleading eyes. Aunt, if you really can't drink anymore, just set it aside for now. After a nap, you can have it again, and it will surely help with lactation. What could she say? That wasn't what she meant to express at all. Su Suizhu gazed innocently at her aunt. Aunt, I'm leaking too much. Could I please have a new mat? Chapter 3. Su Suizhu. The typhoon raged for 3 days, with strong winds and heavy rain, causing the fishing grounds to shut down, and the workers stayed home collectively. Aunt Su Shiyuan and Uncle Ling Guodong were both restless individuals. Even without work, they remained busy. Uncle busied himself in the storeroom, tinkering away at repairs. Aunt, aside from changing the baby's diapers when it woke up, spent most of her time in the kitchen preparing meals to help Su Suizhu with her lactation. Fortunately, before the typhoon struck, Su Shiyuan had made a trip to the town, not only delivering fresh fish and shrimp she had gathered from the beach to her son's house, but also purchasing a substantial amount of vegetables, meat, and daily necessities. Otherwise, Su Suizhu's postpartum confinement would not have been so smooth. On the day she crossed over, while changing the mat, Su Suizhu discovered a diary with a brown paper cover tucked under her pillow, chronicling the inner journey of the original owner since high school. Coupled with the information gleaned from her aunt and uncle over the past few days, she finally grasped the general family relationships and living background of this body. The original owner was named Su Suizhu, bearing only one surname difference from her, age 23 in this year. Before high school, her family was well off. Her father worked at the fishing grounds and occasionally earned extra money from seaside catches. Her mother was employed at a newly established township enterprise, providing a relatively stable family income. Moreover, as Su Suizhu was their only child, her parents did not force her to find work after middle school or even elementary school like other girls, but promised to support her through university as long as she could gain admission. The fishing grounds compensated her family a sum of money for this. Yet, her mother, being soft-hearted, had always let her father make the decisions at home. With her father gone, it was as if the family had lost its anchor. Without a pillar of support, and under the relentless persuasion and coaxing of her maternal relatives, she ended up, after her father's passing, tearfully entrusting her daughter to her aunt and uncle in the same town, taking the compensation money and following her remarried husband south to a big city. It could be said that Su Suizhu's ability to attend university relied entirely on her kind-hearted aunt and uncle. Otherwise, she might have had to drop out of high school to support herself. After all, she was still a minor child, rarely stepping outside, solely focused on her studies, and could hardly withstand the series of blows from her father's death and her mother's elopement with money. Once, having achieved the highest score in the town and gaining admission to the key high school in the county, while securing a special scholarship for her freshman year, Su Suizhu faced a dismal decline in her grades during her sophomore year. Fortunately, her aunt never gave up on her, constantly encouraging her. Her uncle reassured her that he had saved up funds meant for his son's wedding to cover her university tuition, urging her to focus solely on her studies without worrying about anything else. This encouragement helped her regain her spirit, and throughout her senior year, she worked hard enough to ensure her deceased father wouldn't rise from his grave in anger. Yet, despite her efforts, she had squandered a year of time and ultimately failed to gain admission to her dream universities. Jing University or Hua University, however, she still managed to secure a place at Haicheng Textile University, one of the most sought-after key universities in East China, which others could only dream of attending. Throughout her 4 years at university, Su Suizhu dedicated all her energy to her studies. While other girls saved money to make beautiful skirts and buy jeans, she split her scholarship in half, one portion saved for the next year's tuition and the other for living expenses. Her diligent efforts eventually bore fruit. Upon witnessing her brilliant achievements and exceptional presentation skills, despite her background in the sciences, her eloquence was equally impressive, compelling even the traditionally biased teacher to recommend her. As the first semester of her senior year approached its conclusion, she had already secured a position as the assistant to the director at the Haicheng Printing and Dyeing General Factory, eagerly awaiting her internship the following year. Her dormitory mate, Lu Haiyan, was consumed with jealousy upon hearing the news. It is well known that graduates from the printing and dyeing program, lacking connections, are typically assigned to workshops starting from the grassroots level. Individuals like Su Suizhu, who land an office job immediately after graduation, are exceedingly rare. Lu Haiyan had always regarded Su Suizhu as a thorn in her side, resenting her beauty and exemplary grades, as nearly every boy in class harbored a secret crush on her. Upon hearing the news of Su Suizhu's office position, her jealousy reached a boiling point, igniting a fervent hatred within her. Jealousy can drive one to madness. During a dance party organized by the student council to celebrate the new year, where Eastern and Western cultures intertwined, Lu Haiyan surreptitiously added a substance to Su Suizhu's cocktail. Afterward, she feigned concern, assisting the inebriated Su Suizhu to a nearby guest house under the pretense of needing to use the restroom after indulging in the novel pastries from the event, leaving Su Suizhu alone in a room reserved with hired assistants. Though half-dazed and weak, Su Suizhu retained a vague memory of who had helped her into the guest house. It was Lu Haiyan who guided her into the room, yet upon awakening, she found herself beside a sleeping man who exuded an unmistakable aura of danger, even with his eyes closed. Both were devoid of clothing beneath the sheets, and the white bed linens bore crimson stains reminiscent of poppies, while the room, shrouded in curtains, was permeated with the chaos of drunkenness. Su Suizhu was engulfed by fear and bewilderment, neglecting to seek accountability. Shivering, she hastily donned her clothes and, with her weakened body, stumbled out of that nightmarish place. Upon returning to her dormitory, she boiled water twice and mixed it with cold water, ignoring the goosebumps rising on her skin as she desperately poured it over herself, weeping uncontrollably. Unfortunately, matters would worsen. Lu Haiyan, having acquired a camera from an unknown source, captured images of Su Sueju's flirtatious demeanor after consuming the spiked cocktail at the dance, as well as her disheveled exit from the guest house the following morning. Without hesitation, she developed multiple copies and sent them to the dean's office, the school's graduate placement office, the director's office, and the supervisor's office. Accompanying the photographs was a handwritten letter of accusation, insinuating that a student like this does not deserve a position as an assistant to the factory director, lest the factory be brought to disgrace. In this era, personal conduct is a significant measure of character, particularly for women, and the dean, typically sympathetic to Su Sueju, was visibly dismayed upon seeing the photographs. The teacher, who had always favored male students, regretted recommending her, openly ridiculing her in front of other faculty members, remarking, "One cannot harbor too much hope for female students that I thought she was promising, but this is beyond outrageous. I was blind this time. I shall never recommend another female student again." Su Sueju's anticipated position was revoked, leaving her heartbroken and humiliated. Fortunately, the school, valuing its reputation, refrained from publicizing the photographs. Otherwise, she would have been unable to hold her head high on campus. Chapter 4. Expecting as the months drifted into March, the graduating students began to head to their respective workplaces for internships, looking forward to receiving their diplomas in June and transferring their household registrations from the school to their employers. Yet, Su Sueju found herself in a state of limbo. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she ventured to the graduation placement office for inquiries. However, upon hearing her name, the teacher's previously cheerful demeanor transformed into one of disdain, retreating to attend to other matters, as if Su were a source of contagion, to be avoided at all costs. A compassionate elder teacher, feeling pity, discreetly informed her that there were blemishes on her record, and it was likely her diploma would be withheld. As for job placement, she should first focus on securing her diploma, for that was of utmost importance. In the dormitory, only Lu Haiyan remained, as her peers had successfully secured their internships. Lu Haiyan had intentionally stayed behind to revel in Su Sueju's misfortune, gleefully brandishing her own internship notice. Leaning close to Su Sueju's ear, she chuckled softly. "Didn't he expect this, did you? The position you lost has fallen into my hands. Who has to blame for your blemishes?" Tsk, tsk, tsk. A female university student entering a guest house in such disarray. What a sensational topic. Perhaps one day, when my mood sours, I might just send it to the newspaper and see it headline the news. Su Sueju's eyes widened in disbelief as she confronted her longtime classmate. "It was you. You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? And what if I did? Do you have any evidence?" Lu Haiyan retorted, pushing Su Sueju away with a disdainful smirk. She was unaware of the events that had allowed Su Sueju to escape the clutches of the thugs, only knowing that the hired ruffians had mistakenly entered the wrong room, assaulting a stranger instead. When a situation turned sour, they fled without capturing any incriminating photographs. Fortunately, Lu Haiyan was shrewd, borrowing a camera from a classmate. She lay in wait at the guest house entrance all night, successfully capturing Su Sueju as she stumbled out the next morning. With those photographs in her possession, Lu Haiyan was confident that the school would not favor Su Sueju. "Listen well, Su Sueju," she boasted, "don't provoke me further. The negatives are still in my hands. You are destined to remain in this predicament, for I shall not allow otherwise. If you wish to keep your dignity and avoid having those photographs exposed, you better keep a low profile and refrain from being a nuisance in front of me." Overcome with rage, Su Sueju shoved past Lu Haiyan and rushed to the dean's office to file a formal complaint, but alas, she had no substantial evidence. Lu Haiyan, upon being jostled, winced in pain but quickly composed herself, presenting herself as the model student before the college leaders. With only Su Sueju's word against Lu Haiyan's, no one believed her. The administrators suspected Su Sueju was merely desperate for a job, urging her to reflect on her mistakes and recognize the opportunity for redemption. They assured her that her diploma would be issued, given her commendable academic record, but she would have to find employment on her own, as the school could not recommend a student with a tainted record. Without the school's endorsement, and with the personnel department unwilling to assign her a position, Su Sueju was left to her own devices. Even if an employer found merit in her prestige as a university graduate, they would inevitably question her background. In this day and age, university students hardly needed to seek employment independently, especially from a prestigious institution like Fongda, where companies clamored to recruit graduates before they even completed their studies. Any suspicion would lead to a review of her records, revealing unsavory conduct. Who would dare to hire her then? After a month of relentless searching, as the weather warmed, Su Suizhu found herself with dwindling resources. Despite her frugality, the living expenses accumulated from her scholarship were nearly exhausted. In a state of utter despair, she stood atop a high embankment in Haicheng, contemplating suicide by jumping into the river. Yet perhaps it was fate or luck, as each time she attempted, she was rescued by passers-by, including a kind-hearted elderly woman from a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The old woman, upon saving Su Suizhu, brought her home and offered comforting words, urging her not to act impulsively. What troubles could be greater than death? Remember, you have family who care for you. Don't leave them grieving. Su Suizhu was struck by the woman's wisdom. Indeed, while death seemed an easy escape, what the loved ones who cherished her. Thank you, Grandma. I will no longer dwell in despair. No matter how difficult the future may be, I shall persevere. The elderly woman had endured her own hardships during the decade of turmoil. Had she not held on, she would never have witnessed the dawn of a new era following the reforms. Seeing Su Suizhu's change in perspective, the old woman returned to the kitchen, preparing a bowl of seafood porridge. Here, try my cooking. Eat well and get some rest. All misfortunes shall pass. Gratefully, Su Suizhu accepted the steaming bowl. Yet before she could savor a bite, she was suddenly overwhelmed and vomited. After a brief examination, the elderly woman revealed that Su Suizhu was 4 months pregnant. Upon learning of her condition, Su Suizhu was thrown into a panic, fearing the judgment of her teachers and classmates should they detect her secret. Although her pregnancy was not yet obvious beneath her thick coat, as the weather continued to warm, it would soon become apparent. She felt utterly bewildered. How had she failed to notice for several months? By the time she realized, it was already too late for an abortion. Yet, to be honest, even had she been within the first trimester, Su Suizhu lacked the courage to visit a hospital alone. What if someone she knew recognized her? That would seal her fate as a woman of dubious character. Moreover, to undergo an abortion required not only a referral from her workplace, but also her husband's signature. As a student who had yet to receive her diploma, she was in no position to ask the school for such a referral, let alone find a man to impersonate her husband. Where could a university student, still without her degree, find a man to play that role? With her male classmates? That would only expose her weakness. Even with a few photographs that barely constituted proof, the potential for humiliation loomed large. She dared not risk seeking someone to impersonate her husband for an abortion. Chapter 5. Unexpected motherhood. Upon learning that their niece had yet to receive her diploma but was already expecting a child, Su Xiwen and Lin Guodong were taken aback, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. They incessantly pressed her for the identity of the father, insisting that if a child was on the way, they might as well arrange a marriage. In these times, marrying before starting a career was common, but becoming an unwed mother was a stigma that would be hard to bear. However, Su Suizhu had no clue as to the identity of the man, only vaguely recalling his appearance, which was infinitely more attractive than the campus heartthrob her roommate often spoke of. Beyond that, she had no further information. The incident had occurred in a guest house, and with the passage of months, even if she wished to confront him, she had no means to locate him. Each time her relatives inquired, she broke down in tears, leading Su Xiwen to eventually relent. Once she regained her composure, she considered taking her niece to the town's clinic for a termination. The county hospital required a referral, which Su Xiwen could not provide. The town clinic had less stringent regulations, and she was on familiar terms with the midwife, who was even a distant relative. Yet, Su Suizhu resolutely refused to go, fearing the embarrassment of encountering former classmates. Of those she had known in middle school, 3 had attended nursing school, and, after graduating, only 1 had secured a position at the county hospital. The others worked as nurses in the town clinic. Among them was her former deskmate, Yang Jianli, known for her loose tongue and penchant for gossip. If she spotted Su Suizhu, the news of her pregnancy would surely spread like wildfire, potentially reaching their entire middle school class by the afternoon following the procedure. Given that some of her middle school classmates had also enrolled in the same high school, Su Suizhu feared that, before long, all high school peers would be aware of her predicament. How could she ever face her classmates or teachers at future reunions? Thus, Su Suizhu preferred to remain hidden at her aunt's home until she could give birth and arrange for the child to be adopted, rather than risk going to the clinic for a termination. With the involved party refusing to cooperate, her aunt found herself at an impasse. Coincidentally, Su Shiyuan had a distant cousin, more than 20 years her senior, who had once assisted midwives in delivering babies for affluent families. Her experience in childbirth was extensive, and her discretion was as tight as a clam shell. In the old society, the conditions for hiring a midwife were generally favorable, often among the landlord class. With many women in a landlord's household and numerous intricate relationships, there were many unsavory secrets. A loose tongue could easily lead to one's demise. Since her niece insisted on not going to the hospital, Su Shiyuan had no choice but to take a trip to the neighboring town, where she informed her nearly 70-year-old cousin, still spry on her feet, of the situation. Typically, a child conceived in January would be expected to arrive by the bountiful harvest in September, but unexpectedly, the baby came early due to Su Suizhu's excessive sleep. Upon awakening, she experienced dizziness and fell, resulting in a premature birth. While the typhoon warning was in effect, Su Shiyuan and her husband found themselves in disarray with the early arrival of their niece's child. Fortunately, both mother and child were safe. The process, though perilous, concluded with a smooth delivery. The baby was a bit weak, but that is common for premature infants. Some unfortunate ones even arrive with incomplete limbs. Overall, the little one was quite fortunate, with all limbs intact and delicate features, appearing somewhat wrinkled like a thin red monkey at birth, but blessed with good genes. With proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. With work still unsettled, the responsibilities of caring for another had increased. Su Suizhu closed her diary, massaging her temples in frustration. How could one possibly tidy up such a mess? Changing her name was simple. She merely needed to alter Yan Wu Su to Shuangren Su. With her father's numerous children, stepchildren, and illegitimate offspring, her absence would hardly be noticed in the household registration. Henceforth, she would be known as Su Suizhu. Suddenly, the little monkey wrapped in blankets stirred awake. Su Suizhu hurriedly picked him up, checking if his diaper was soiled. Finding it clean, she retrieved the potty from under the bed, trembling as she held him while he relieved himself before unbuttoning her shirt to nurse him. Su Suizhu sighed deeply, looking down at the baby eagerly swallowing. Her feelings of helplessness were replaced with affection as she gently stroked his head, urging him to take his time and not choke. In her previous life, she had never even experienced a proper romance, yet here she was, in the 1980s, already a mother. While ordinary people progress from poverty to basic sustenance, and then to prosperity, she had leaped 2 tiers in one go. It was truly a bittersweet irony. Su Shiyuan entered, carrying a bowl of steaming soup. Hearing the baby cry briefly before settling down, she knew Su Suizhu was feeding him. "Finish this. I made it especially for you," she said. As Su Suizhu looked closer, she saw it was a bowl of milky, wild crucian carp soup. "Aunt, where did you get crucian carp at this hour? Did you send Uncle to the town to buy it? It's dangerous to go to town during a typhoon. I could just drink some brown sugar water. Family is family. There's no need for formality." The newborn required frequent feeding, and after a satisfying meal, he quickly fell asleep again. Su Suizhu adjusted her disheveled clothing, leaned against the headboard, and began sipping the fragrant crucian carp soup. The soup lacked salt and had a slightly fishy taste, though it was effective for promoting milk production. Moreover, it had taken her aunt 2 hours to simmer it, resulting in a nourishing milky broth. Su Suizhu wasted not a drop, consuming every bit and even picking the bones from the fish. Wild crucian carp had a flavor far superior to the farm varieties of her later life. However, the locals of Yupu County were not accustomed to eating freshwater fish, finding the bones bothersome, particularly in the fishing village of Xiaowan. Surrounded by sea on 3 sides and mountains on one, the inhabitants were most familiar with seafood. While it was possible to catch freshwater fish in the mountain streams, who would want to spend time doing that? It was far better to rest at home. Having finished the fish soup and with nothing pressing to do, Su Suizhu summoned the system interface to pass the time. She planned to sign in again tomorrow for another chance at the lottery, hoping to win cotton. After reading the description of cotton, she discovered it was not only a versatile feminine hygiene product that could transform into smaller pads or larger nighttime protection, but could even be fashioned into diapers for infants. "Oh heavens, if I am truly favored by you, please grant me this prize. Whatever you want me to do, I shall comply." The next day, Su Suizhu awoke at 4 to feed her baby, her sleepiness vanishing as she excitedly logged into the lottery system. After collecting her sign-in points, she enthusiastically clicked to draw. The pointer on the cake spun wildly, causing her heart to race. Ultimately, it landed next to the prize of a nutrition pod from Xinyu brand. It seemed she was not favored by the heavens after all. Perhaps this whole transmigration was a divine error, and the heavens might now be regretting it. What use was a nutrition pod? According to the description, it could expand and contract for use as a bed during deep sleep. It could also provide nutrients to the body. It seemed tailor-made for the little one. Although breastfeeding could compensate somewhat for his premature condition, it did not fully restore his strength. Now, with a nutrition pod, the little one could gain nourishment while sleeping with no side effects. It was incredibly convenient. During the day, it was impractical, but at night, as long as the baby did not fuss, his exhausted aunt and uncle would be sound asleep and would not notice. Thus, she cheerfully decided to try it out that night. As she examined the newly acquired nutrition pod in her package, Su Suizhu stroked her chin, contemplating. Just as she was about to exit the system, she suddenly noticed a new, sparkling feature on the lottery platform. What is this? She wondered. Was the system updated? Could it update without an internet connection? Truly impressive for a star product. Upon clicking, a dialog box appeared, indicating that it had detected an excess of hormones in the host and inquired whether she wished to activate a side quest. This quest was another lottery draw, but all the prizes were related to infant care, such as the Sinmu Planet Baby Growth Liquid and the Hylon Star Intelligence Enhancing Fish Oil. Activating the side quest would also reward her with 100 points, enabling her to draw immediately. Ah, now she understood. She was not the favored child of the heavens, but rather the little monkey sleeping beside her was the true favored one. After all, the system only issued side quests upon his birth. Once the side quest was activated, Su Suizhu used the reward points to draw 3 prizes: Hylon Star Intelligence Enhancing Fish Oil, Sinmu Planet Baby Nutrition Powder, and a protective set for infants. Each draw from the side quest required 30 points, meaning she could only draw 3 times with her 100 points. The remaining 10 points were intended for a draw for cotton, but she discovered that side quest points could only be used for side quest draws, while daily sign-in points could be used for both. How frustrating! Upon further reflection, it was clear that the little monkey was indeed the child of the heavens. The newly acquired prizes were stored neatly in a 9-grid package, reminiscent of high-tech spatial folding from interstellar civilization. It resembled a gaming inventory. Identical items could stack, while different items occupied separate slots. However, so far, Su Suizhu had only drawn different types of items, with 7 of the 9 slots already occupied. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the grid was full. Expanding the package required points and was not cheap, costing 20 points for each additional slot. Su Suizhu glanced at the 7 items in her package and pondered. Although she planned to use the nutrition pod for the little monkey at night, it still needed to be stored in the package during the day. Otherwise, her aunt and uncle might grow suspicious. The multifunctional protective clothing could be altered in style. She selected a design resembling a vintage floral shirt, which at first glance appeared similar to a cotton blend. The distinction lay in the fact that the interstellar protective clothing featured functions such as warmth in winter, coolness in summer, automatic temperature control, waterproofing, and radiation protection. Su Suizhu decided she would wear this from now on. Setting aside the high-tech features, the mere act of changing styles is sufficient to satisfy a woman's psyche. When she grows weary of shirts, she switches to a dress. As the weather turns cold, a down jacket makes its appearance. There, she has saved on clothing expenses. She neatly folded the somewhat outdated protective shirt into her wardrobe. Similarly, she retrieved the soft, fluffy fur blanket. Although it cannot be transformed in style, its creamy yellow hue, when neatly folded among the garments, would not attract her aunt's attention. She would merely assume it was a sweater purchased from school. Fish oil can be given to the little Bowsy. This particular fish oil is suitable for infants up to 12 years of age, with consistent use enhancing the cognitive development of infants. However, it is crucial to remember the dosage. For infants under 6 months, only 1 drop is needed. For those between 6 months and 3 years, 2 drops, and for older children, 3 drops. Thus, she has cleared out 3 compartments in the package. The other items are temporarily unnecessary and can only occupy space for now. For instance, the protective 3-piece set designed for toddlers who have just learned to walk is certainly not needed at present. As for the toddler's nutritional formula, her breast milk supply is still ample, sufficient for the little Bowsies several meals a day. It is not yet time to resort to formula. She will keep it for future use, as children require formula until they are 5 or 6 years old. There is no fear of spoilage or expiration. Time within the package is at a standstill. However, mentioning breastfeeding prompts Su Sueju to recall another matter. The original host had resolved to send the Baozi for adoption immediately after giving birth. Her aunt, however, could not bear the thought, setting aside the issue of whether anyone would be willing to adopt a frail, premature infant. Is it not cruel to have milk yet refuse to feed the child, allowing it to cry pitifully? Thus, she proposed nursing the child until the full moon, allowing it to gain some strength before adoption. In any case, after her confinement, her aunt would begin searching for someone to adopt the child. Nevertheless, Su Sueju is not one to cling to pride. After just 3 days with the Baozi, she found herself somewhat reluctant to part with it. Upon reflection, it seems that in this era, being an unwed mother is not a crime warranting severe punishment or public shaming. Why not keep the child and raise it herself? What is there to be embarrassed about? Is pride worth more than a few coins? Is a child not more valuable? To give away her own flesh and blood? Surely not. As for employment, with her previous professional expertise and work experience, she need not worry about finding a job to make ends meet. Moreover, there is still the lottery system. After all, that is the Baozi's biological father. Just after the 3rd day, he sent a nutritional pod, formula, fish oil, and a protective 3-piece set. Once her confinement ends, who knows, she might have everything ready for feeding and caring. There would be no need for her to exhaust herself searching for work to sustain them. Thus, it is settled. She will find a moment to discuss with her aunt the tidying up of the old house left by the original host's father, which is not far from her aunt's home. She will settle down with the little Baozi in this picturesque fishing village, living a peaceful and prosperous life. Chapter 7. I have cut my hair short. Su Sueju had previously heard her colleague's mother-in-law say that during the confinement period, one cannot wash their hair or bathe, which seemed utterly unbelievable at the time. An entire month. Perhaps it could be tolerated in winter, but when summer temperatures soared to 38 or 39 degrees. With a baby in tow, the air conditioning cannot be set too low, resulting in sweating. Furthermore, in the late 1980s, even the most rudimentary air conditioning was not widespread, and fans were forbidden under the belief that one should not be exposed to wind during confinement. Thus, she had to endure the heat and sweat. Who could bear such conditions? Stormy weather was somewhat better. Although the wind and rain outside were fierce, the indoor heat, while stifling, was manageable enough that she could nurse without breaking into a sweat. However, once the storm passed, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, baking the adobe house until it felt like a sauna. Yet she was still prohibited from bathing or washing her hair. Su Sueju was on the verge of madness. Aunt, this cannot continue. My hair has become foul-smelling. Just smell it. Even a baby finds it displeasing, she exclaimed, noticing the little one's wrinkled nose. What if he refuses to nurse? Her aunt, unable to resist her pleas, reluctantly boiled a pot of water, allowed it to cool, and instructed her to wipe herself down, cautioning her to only clean her lower body, particularly avoiding water on her upper body, especially her back. Su Sueju protested, "Do I have to differentiate between upper and lower? Enough already." The warm water on her back was hardly cold, and she was still sweating. Once the curtain was drawn, her aunt began her usual nagging, while Su Sueju took the opportunity to wash herself. At last, she rid herself of the odor, feeling refreshed after her bath, making the act of nursing much more pleasant. To facilitate washing her hair, Su Sueju, with a determined resolve, cut her long, black hair, which had reached her waist, to just above her ears. Now she truly resembled a young student with a chic bob. As she walked out holding the baby, others assumed she was merely the child's older sister. Su Sueju gazed at her stylish short hair in the mirror, marveling at the original host's beauty. Even with a somewhat ragged haircut, she did not appear unattractive. Rather, it added a touch of youthful charm. No wonder she had been the object of envy and suffered from the malice of others. After each bath and with each passing day, she eagerly counted down to the end of her confinement, with only 9 days remaining as August drew to a close. During this time, Su Sueju finally won the coveted cotton upgrade lifetime model, also known as Interstellar sanitary napkins. With this, she no longer had to worry about sudden warmth leading to unintended wetness on the mat beneath her. Each thin layer, as delicate as a cicada's wing and soft as cotton, could absorb 2 liquids at once while retaining a fresh surface. Moreover, It is not a disposable item. Paired with the complementary core box, it can last a lifetime. Once her lochia subsides, it can even be transformed into diapers for the little Bowsy. In short, this item was the most delightful prize among all she had won. With this desire fulfilled, Su Sueju used her subsequent lottery opportunities in the game interface. First, she won a packet of High Launching's intelligent fish floss, which regrettably was too advanced for the little Bowsy to consume, so she stored it in the system package. Next, she obtained a vial of Sinmuxing's infant growth liquid. As the name suggests, this growth liquid is intended to strengthen the physical constitution of infants. It is to be administered once every 3 months, ensuring that the child remains healthy until the age of 3. It is akin to an enhanced vaccine, more comprehensive, convenient, effective, and completely free of side effects. On the day she won it, Su Sueju administered it to the little Bowsy. Remarkably, after 20 nights in the nutritional pod and a daily drop of fish oil, the Bowsy had shed its wrinkled appearance from birth and no longer resembled a premature infant. Instead, it was plump and fair, appearing more festive and healthy than the average full-term baby. Su Shiyuan and Lin Guodong were utterly enamored, attributing the child's health to the potency of the ant's milk, often venturing to the market for pork bones, seeking to exchange them for fresh fish to make soup, all in a bid to encourage Su Sueju's milk production. Yet, even the most succulent pork or wild fish broth, however delightful, becomes tiresome after a month or so. Thus, when she saw her aunt enter with a large bowl of pig trotters, seaweed, and sesame soup, she quickly shifted the conversation. "Aunt, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" her aunt inquired cautiously, balancing the soup bowl. "Well, aunt, I no longer wish to give the child away. I plan to raise him myself." Her aunt was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implications, frowning as she replied, "Are you sure you can manage? You need to work? Can you really leave such a small child at home?" Su Shiyuan was rendered speechless. It was no surprise she was shocked. Her niece had previously expressed disdain for the child. Had it not been for the fear of embarrassment in seeking medical help and the worry of injuring herself while moving about, she would have likely aborted the pregnancy long ago. "Aunt, I recognize my shortcomings and the disappointment I have caused you and uncle. However, since the child has been born, I must assume my responsibilities as a mother. Otherwise, how am I any different from that woman?" The original host had not referred to her mother since the day she abandoned her, instead using that woman to describe her. Su Sueju had read her diary, always careful not to utter that word for fear of arousing her aunt's suspicions. "Aunt, you are truly kind to me." Su Sueju embraced her aunt with emotion. "Hey, at your age, still acting like a child. It is settled then. Shortly, I shall ask your uncle to make a trip to the town, and have him inquire through your brother and sister-in-law about which institutions in the county are seeking to hire university graduates. Should there be suitable opportunities, you may pursue them once you have completed your confinement. Now, drink the soup while it is hot. Delay any longer, and it will become unpalatable." Su Suju lamented, believing she could escape this ordeal, only to find herself obliged to partake once again, lamenting softly. Chapter 8. A mind aflame, Lin Jianbing and Wu Meili exchanged astonished glances. Both were natives of Yupu, working in local enterprises within the town. Lin Jianbing possessed only a primary school education, while Wu Meili had not even graduated from primary school, knowing little more than how to recognize her own name and understand her pay stub. Thus, in their eyes, it was a considerable challenge for a family to nurture a university student. It required not only financial resources and sustenance, but also the presence of literary talent. Those devoid of such gifts, even if financially supported to the brink of ruin, would still find no fortune in their endeavors. Given the difficulty of fostering a university student, those who achieved it were highly esteemed. The state guaranteed job placements, enabling graduates to remain in bustling urban centers, a source of immense pride. Their descendants would be born city dwellers. Such an opportunity should be grasped tightly rather than relinquished. Was it not foolish? Although Yupu was a county, it still constituted a form of urbanity. Townsfolk and villagers alike aspired to ascend to city life, but in comparison to a metropolis like Haicheng, which frequently graced the news, Yupu paled in significance. It was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well versus one that had glimpsed the vast ocean. Has her mind been compromised? Lin Jianbing blurted out. Wu Meili nudged him with her elbow, reminding him that their father-in-law was still present. It was hardly appropriate to speak of his own cousin in such a manner. Lin Guodong took a few puffs of his dry tobacco and remarked, ultimately, This is a matter your mother has consented to. You need only focus on your work. There is no need to send word home. The fishing season is about to commence, and I will be coming to town daily to deliver goods. Should any job opportunities arise, I can reach out at any time. What more could Lin Jianbing and his wife say? They could only acquiesce. They interpreted Lin Guodong's assurance that no messages were to be relayed home as his wisdom, fearing that news of job openings might leak and allow others to seize the opportunity first. In truth, Lin Guodong was merely acting upon his wife's concerns, apprehensive about the potential gossip that could arise from a stranger carrying news of their niece's confinement and the imminent arrival of their grandchild. Initially, they had planned to put the child up for adoption after birth, which led them to keep the matter tightly under wraps. Only they and their distant cousin, who assisted with the delivery, were aware of the situation. They had divulged nothing to anyone else, including their own son and daughter-in-law. The distant cousin was discreet, allowing the couple to feel at ease, while they found their son and daughter-in-law somewhat unreliable. Their son was straightforward and would never dare conceal anything from his wife, who was candid and had numerous relatives from her maternal side. Should she inadvertently let something slip, how would they explain the niece's situation? In essence, their reluctance to seek hospital care stemmed from a fear of shame. Fortunately, Su Shiyuan and Lin Guodong resided in an old house near the fishery. The younger generation had gradually migrated to the town, leaving behind a dwindling number of the elderly to work at the fishery. Given the considerable size of the state-owned fishery, a significant labor force was still required. However, the widowed and single men preferred the convenience of living in the fishery's dormitories, while the couple chose to remain in their spacious old home, which was much more comfortable for cooking and daily life. There were indeed other couples like them, but those who worked night shifts and collected fish during the day used any spare time to catch up on sleep, leaving little opportunity for socializing. Particularly after Su Siju's arrival, Su Shiyuan and Lin Guodong remained vigilant, ensuring no co-workers or neighbors entered their home. Upon spotting acquaintances approaching with the intent to chat, they would quickly retreat to the fishery or the sea. As a result, even after 4 or 5 months, Su Sueju's pregnancy remained undiscovered by outsiders, largely due to the efforts of her aunt and uncle. Chapter 9. 10 yuan for a night? Thus, on the Sunday following Su Sueju's confinement, Su Shiyuan and her husband invited their son's family over to partake in a lavish meal to celebrate the child's first month. Should word of this gathering spread, they would surely be the subject of gossip. If their superiors at work were to learn of it, who knew what repercussions might follow? Although a decade had passed since the initiation of the reform and opening up policy, leading to a significant shift in societal values, the stigma surrounding premarital childbirth remained rather shocking. While the younger generation might comprehend it, the older generation found it difficult to accept. Consequently, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. However, after Su Shiyuan's succinct explanation, the young couple, much like their mother, quickly conjured a tragic narrative of their cousin being deceived and abandoned by a vile man, rallying together to vehemently denounce that scoundrel. Achoo! Far away, at a rehabilitation center, Lu Qishao frowned as he pinched his suddenly itchy nose. "Boss, are you coming down with a cold? Shall I fetch a doctor for some medication?" His loyal companion, Wang Hu, expressed concern, attempting to leave for the medicine cabinet. "No, it is not that," Lu Qishao spat out through clenched teeth. The sight of that woman, her long, flowing hair cascading to her waist, alongside the bloodstains on the sheets, spoke volumes. Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief. That must have been an accident. We split our forces to keep an eye on the underlings of Hei Pai San, tracking them back to their lair to capture them all. Other than Hei Pai San's mistress, we haven't seen them associate with any other women. I requested the guest list from the inn for that day, and I'm currently having Xiao Song investigate each name. Thus far, we have found no useful information. Lu Qishao listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression betraying no emotion, yet internally he cursed profusely. That woman, how could she have taken advantage of him, in a moment of vulnerability, to force herself upon him on the sofa? What vexed him further was that upon awakening, she had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mere 10 yuan coin by the edge of his shoe. Did she think him a mere duck for sale? To hell with that 10 yuan. Lu Qishao seethed silently, vowing to keep that coin pressed beneath the glass tabletop, glaring at it daily until he could confront that shameless woman and hurl it back at her face. Wang Hu, witnessing his boss's darkened countenance, assumed it was due to thoughts of the elusive Hei Pai San and sought to comfort him. Now that we have dismantled Hei Pai San's hideout, though he and his mistress have fled, they cannot stir any trouble with the few remaining lackeys. The next steps are ours to dictate, so please focus on your recovery. Xiaosong must remain vigilant, ensuring no clues slip through, Lu Qishao instructed. Rest assured, boss. Wang Hu promised, thumping his chest. Lu Qishao felt a twinge of unease, wondering how it could be that he felt even less assured. Indeed, that very evening, Ming Song, the investigator assigned to the case, arrived to report that he had thoroughly examined the backgrounds of all the guests on the list, finding none that met the criteria Lu Qishao had provided. Not a single female guest had hair reaching her waist. He had even visited their residences to confirm that they had maintained the same hairstyles without any sudden cuts. The leader, Lu Qishao, shot him a glare, declaring, "If I could remember such intricate details, I could draw your faces myself. Do we really need to investigate each one of you individually?" Clearly, the boss was incensed. Ming Song and Wang Hu exchanged silent glances. The list provided by the inn, featuring individuals with hair cascading to their waists, did not yield a single match to their criteria. Were they to find anyone? In truth, it was not entirely their fault for being unable to locate the person. At that moment, Lu Haiyan realized something had gone awry. A ruffian had mistakenly entered the wrong room and forcibly assaulted a solitary woman in another room. Panic gripped her heart as she sensed the situation spiraling out of her control, fearing that the woman would report her to the authorities. Without hesitation, she paid a sum of money to ensure the ruffian also violated the on-duty front desk attendant that night, capturing numerous compromising photographs and coercing her into concealing all events of that evening, including her assistance in helping Su Suizhu into the inn and the ruffian's blunder. The guest registration forms were tampered with as well. With the promise of cash and women, the ruffian was more than willing to erase any traces of his crime. The unfortunate front desk attendant was thrust into the role of the ruffian's clandestine lover, suffering in silence. Equally aggrieved was Wu Zhuang, the leader of the Qingxi gang, who, due to his dark complexion and being the third in his family, was known in the underworld as Hype San. Compared to Lu Qishao, he was the greatest loser in this conflict. His stronghold had been eradicated, his trusted confidants apprehended without exception, and the beloved woman he intended to use as leverage against Lu Qishao had been assaulted by an unknown thug. The humiliation was unbearable, yet he could not retaliate without risking his own capture. Chapter 10. Finally, a month has passed. Su Suizhu was blissfully unaware of these events. At this moment, she was relishing her meal. Her aunt's culinary skills were indeed commendable. If placed 30 years into the future, she could easily earn a living by merely renting a storefront with such talent. Unfortunately, in the small fishing village of the late 1980s, few were willing to spend money on dining out. Most chose to eat at home. Her aunt mentioned a few eateries in town, but they primarily served breakfast items such as buns, steamed bread, wontons, and fried dough sticks, all closing by noon. Even then, few ventured out to purchase food. It was usually for the children, while adults typically stayed home, preparing rice porridge. It seemed that emulating the protagonist from novels by opening a food establishment was not so simple. Perhaps the timing was not yet right. I recall that beginning in the mid to late 1980s, the country made significant investments along the coastal regions. With the development of tourism, coastal fishing villages underwent collective reform. Yupu County boldly allocated state-owned fishing grounds to individuals. The Xiaowan Fishing Village and Longwan Islands were gradually developed. By the turn of the millennium, Xiaowan Fishing Village surged to become the most popular seaside resort along the southeastern coast. The stunning coastline, platinum sandy beaches, tidal flats, and rocky reefs, along with uniquely charming goose houses, became signature attractions to draw tourists, with countless food stalls emerging along the seaside. By then, her aunt could set up a stall at her doorstep, selling fresh snacks, relieving her and her uncle from their current hardships. Her cousin's family lived in town, and it was said that stepping outside meant being on the street. They could establish a storefront selling seafood, far more lucrative than working in a local factory for a meager salary. The schedule would also be relatively flexible. However, it was still too early to contemplate such matters. In a few years, once the fishing grounds were contracted to individuals and the Xiaowan Islands opened up for development, she envisioned running a guest house facing the sea, becoming the proprietress of a springtime haven. That was her aspiration, and the thought was quite delightful. Aunt, the two children from Lin Jianbing's family, The older one named Lin Tsitsue, aged 6, and the younger one named Lin Zhuangzhuang, aged 3, immediately surrounded their beautiful aunt and the newly arrived baby brother, bouncing with excitement. "Aunt, what's the baby's name?" asked Lin Zhuangzhuang, thumping his little chest proudly. "The baby is called Dodo," Su Suizhu replied. The little bun weighed under 4 pounds at birth, but this morning, after being wrapped in a blanket and placed on the scale, he surprisingly weighed 8 pounds and 2 ounces after accounting for the weight of the blanket. He was lively and plump, resembling an adorable little wheat dumpling. Su Suizhu took a handful of the sea blue star smart candy she had drawn a few days ago and shared it with the 2 children. After all, Dodo was still too young to indulge in sweets. Although these were not ordinary candies, but rather a blend of various vitamins and nutrients for infants. By the time he could eat them, there would be countless chances to draw again, and she was hopeful for another win. Furthermore, since there were 100 candies in a jar, giving each child a handful still left her with more than half the jar. Indeed, children adored sweets. And with the sweet candy melting in their mouths, they grew ever more affectionate towards Su Suizhu, prompting Lin Jianbing and Wu Meili, their parents, to feel a tinge of jealousy. How ungrateful. It's not as if they have never had sweets at home. Suizue, Zhuangzhuang, your aunt has just completed her confinement. She still needs to recuperate. Don't cling to her so much. Let her enjoy her meal in peace. You should come and eat as well. Only by eating well can you grow taller, Su Shiyuan announced, bringing forth a platter of freshly fried crispy fish from the kitchen, guiding the 2 children to their seats. Come, eat while it's hot. This dish is best right after frying. She placed a piece of fish onto Su Suizhu's plate. The assorted fish caught from the sea were thoroughly cleaned, marinated with cooking wine and salt for a while, then coated in flour and fried until crispy and golden, an exquisite delight. Only during good times would such dishes be prepared, as it was usually deemed too extravagant to waste oil. Throughout her confinement, Su Suizhu had eaten plenty of fish. However, most were freshwater varieties provided by her uncle, boiled in a light broth without any salt. Initially, she found them tasty, but eventually, she forced herself to consume them purely for the sake of nourishing her baby. This was her first experience with deep-fried sea fish since her arrival. The aroma had her salivating in anticipation. She'd been yearning for the fried fish since she heard of its preparation this morning, only to be told she could have just one piece. Seeing her gaze linger on the platter of crispy fish like a child, Su Shiyuan could not help but chuckle. "All right, you may have another piece, but that's all. You're still nursing, so try to limit your intake of oily and salty foods. Once you wean, I'll prepare a feast for you." Su Suizhu felt her cheeks flush at the teasing. "Aunt, you should sit down and eat too." Lin Guodong, smiling broadly, produced a bottle of well-aged liquor he had cherished for many years, pouring a small cup for himself and his son. Lin Jianbing, eyeing the barely thumb-sized cups, remarked with a wry smile, "Father, be a bit generous, will you? This isn't even enough for me to have a couple of sips. It's my nephew's full-month celebration. Let us drink to our heart's content. If you wish to drink freely, you should have brought your own. I've saved this treasure for years, and you still dare to complain when I offer you a taste? The taste is exquisite only because it has aged for so long. What you get at the store tastes like horse urine." Lin Jianbing unabashedly pressed his father for a drink. The 2 exchanged playful banter. Though Lin Guodong feigned reluctance, he would still pour a little for his son. Meanwhile, the women were sipping sweet osmanthus rice wine with glutinous rice balls. Su Suizhu's bowl even had 2 spoonfuls of brown sugar added, diluting the inebriating flavor of the rice wine, leaving only the fragrant aroma of osmanthus and the sweetness of brown sugar. Savoring a sip of rice wine, followed by a bite of food. Such leisurely days had been absent for a long time, and everyone cherished this moment. After half a round of drinks, Su Shiyuan returned to the kitchen to stir-fry a plate of mixed seafood rice noodles, serving as the main course for the full-month celebration. Typically, the seafood consumed at home consisted of common varieties: oysters, sand crabs, small sea snails, clams, live shrimp, and assorted small fish, easily foraged from the beach at low tide. These inexpensive sea treasures were overlooked by fishing farms, which preferred cultivating more commercially viable species, such as yellow croaker, bass, sea eel, and various shrimp and crabs. Of course, the fishing farms also had dedicated fleets for ocean fishing. Wild catches such as ribbonfish, cuttlefish, grouper, horse mackerel, and Spanish mackerel could only be obtained through net fishing. As they were abundant yet dwelled in deeper waters, making them impossible to farm with current aquaculture techniques. Thus, once caught, the fish are swiftly dispatched to various markets, while the unsightly leftovers are sold at a low price to the locals. Whether they choose to consume these goods themselves or find alternative means to sell them falls outside the jurisdiction of the fishing grounds. After all, from the central government to local authorities, there is a concerted effort to encourage individual entrepreneurship, fostering the prosperity of a select few. And state-owned enterprises are certainly not in the business of hindering progress. Chapter 11. Plan Su Shiyuan and her husband spend their days laboring at the fishing grounds, naturally increasing their chances of acquiring inexpensive seafood. Occasionally, they forage along the shore, bringing home an abundance of small marine delicacies, which they preserve in salt or sun-dry, using any spare time to set up a stall in the town. During lively exchange fairs, they even venture into the county to sell their wares. The locals have a fondness for the offerings brought by fishermen. The freshness is undeniable, and the salted snail meat, crab paste, salted crabs, along with dried eel and yellow croaker, make for splendid accompaniments to any meal. Dried shrimp, scallops, seaweed, and kelp, whether dried over fire or sun-dried, are added to vegetable dishes or soups, providing both flavor and calcium. Consequently, as long as they put in the effort, they seldom return empty-handed. This extra income supports their niece's education. Thankfully, their niece is diligent. After gaining admission to university, she has consistently earned a scholarship every year since her first, covering tuition and living expenses adequately. Over the past 2 years, the couple has managed to accumulate a modest sum, allowing them a comfortable lifestyle. They are now contemplating a celebration for their grandnephew's first month. Considering the inevitable chatter among neighbors, they decide against distributing red eggs to every household. Instead, they opt for a family gathering, honoring their ancestors and enjoying a hearty meal together. Additionally, they plan to bring a token of gratitude to their distant cousin. It has indeed been taxing for the elderly Ma Chi, at 70, to come out to the fjord for the birth, and they are grateful for her efforts. Recently, Su Shiyuan has been saving shells and clams collected from the shore, as well as inexpensive seafood purchased from the fishing grounds. She has prepared 3 unsightly squids to be grilled with honey sauce and 1 stir-fried with celery and lily. She has set aside some clams soaked in salt water for her cousin, while the remainder will be stir-fried fresh. The 6 crabs, lacking limbs, were not gifted due to their poor appearance. Previously, such inferior products would have been made into crab paste, but since their niece cannot eat salted food, she prepares 3 with scallions and 3 stir-fried rice cakes instead. Remarkably, these crabs are rather plump, typically with the weather still warm. The female crabs would not have developed such rich roe, should it not be for Su Suizhu still nursing. The flavor of these salted crabs, with their deep red roe, would be enough to entice anyone to devour 3 bowls of rice with just 1 crab shell. Upon hearing her aunt's casual musing, Su Suizhu's imagination began to soar. Perhaps it was the heavens sending the sea god to bestow gifts upon them. After all, her little bun is the favored child of heaven. Surely, for such a momentous occasion as his first month, his father would not fail to provide some delightful treats. Not to mention the crabs, even the live shrimp are notably plump, unlike the thin, empty shells of yesteryears. Smack! She planted a kiss on the forehead of her slumbering little bun, exclaiming, "My son, grow up quickly, and I shall take you to enjoy the finest delicacies. With your father as protection, I believe we could even catch splendid lobsters." Once they have feasted well, the family engages in a lively discussion regarding Su Suizhu's employment prospects. Suizhu studied dyeing technology, but there are no local factories in Yupu, and finding a job aligned with her major seems unlikely. Lin Jianbing shakes his head, expressing his concerns. He has not heard of any companies hiring, and even if there were, it would be challenging to find a position related to her field in such a small coastal county. Initially, he thought that a delicate university graduate would struggle with labor-intensive work, but now, upon learning that his cousin has just given birth, he feels fortunate to have not agreed to assist with job hunting. Since deciding against adoption, Su Suizhu has been contemplating her own employment situation. Listening to her brother and sister-in-law express their worries, she reflects, "Thank you, brother and sister-in-law, for your concern. Although I majored in dyeing technology, my English foundation is strong, and I have also self-studied Russian. If there are any high schools in the county looking for English teachers, I could apply." In truth, her linguistic abilities extend beyond just 2 languages. She previously studied international trade and later pursued studies in France, dabbling in French and Spanish as well. However, in this day and age, even English has yet to be universally adopted, with only universities and select high schools offering courses. Who would believe her claims of proficiency in 5 or 6 languages? On one hand, the town lacks the allure of the county, with fewer students. Each grade comprises merely 3 classes, and only a scant few manage to gain university admission, let alone to prestigious institutions. Teachers who remain in the town are either locals or outsiders lacking connections, while those with any influence or network tend to seek positions in the county's high schools. On the other hand, while she may be surrounded by familiar faces in the town, they know her, yet she does not know them. What does it matter what they say? Furthermore, gossips exist not only in the town. Do they disappear in the county? People will speak as they please. Their words will not diminish her worth. Often, the more one tries to evade attention, the more it ensnares them. Thus, it is better to confront such matters openly, which might mitigate the idle chatter. Chapter 12. Essentials for Home Travel Without Hesitation. Su Sueju agrees to her cousin's proposal. Please, brother, speak to the factory director on my behalf and secure me an interview opportunity. However, she wonders if she were to truly become a teacher in the town, who would care for her child? High school teachers, she hears, are notoriously busy. Early mornings and late nights would be the norm, and she certainly does not wish to impose on anyone to help. Wu Meili shares her own situation, concluding, Sueju, if you're not worried at night, you might as well do as I do and let my sister-in-law take care of your child. After all, she isn't working and can manage 4 or 5 children just as easily. Su Sueju could never bear to leave her little bun in someone else's care day and night. Moreover, her sister-in-law already has 4 children to look after. With such a multitude, should any child require extra attention, it would be too late for regrets. Disturbing news from a future about infants suffering due to parental negligence weighs heavily on her thoughts, prompting her to promptly decline Wu Meili's suggestion. In contemplating her employment situation, she has been pondering how to manage once she finds work. Would she push a stroller everywhere? Her workplace may not permit it, considering the number of colleagues, many of whom are parents themselves. If everyone were to manage in such a way, what would it say about them? What if we rented a place nearby? Wu Meili suggests, recalling that Aunt Ma, diagonally across, is preparing to leave for a better life in the county with her son and daughter-in-law. Although she does not intend to sell her home, she thinks it might be wise to keep it for future needs, but has not mentioned renting it out. Thank you, sister, Su Sueju responds, her gratitude evident. Why thank me? We are family. If it weren't for my husband and I both working, you wouldn't need to trouble anyone else. Su Sueju feels fortunate to be in such a harmonious and understanding family. Upon reflection, her little bun is indeed a precious gift from above, surely having helped to sift through relatives and friends before birth. In contrast to the troublesome characters often found in stories of rebirth, it seems unlikely that anyone troublesome would come into her child's life. Lin Jianbing and Wu Meili are swift in their actions. Lin Jianbing entrusted the factory director to inquire about the principal's intentions, and the latter promptly scheduled a meeting for this Saturday. In this era, the 2-day weekend had yet to be implemented. Middle and primary school students enjoyed a mere day and a half off, while high school students were pressed for time, granted only Sunday as a day of rest. Consequently, Saturdays required full attendance. The principal instructed Su Sueju to visit on Saturday morning for the discussion, and to simultaneously conduct a class to assess the student's performance. The wardrobe left from her wedding and a large armoire had been meticulously maintained over the years. Appearing as pristine as new, the room was adorned with wooden flooring, while the kitchen and bathroom were finished with cement, complemented by a dedicated bathing area. On rainy days, muddy shoes were thoroughly cleaned before being allowed indoors. Such a splendid residence was too precious for Aunt Ma to rent out to outsiders, fearing that they would not cherish it and potentially damage it. Besides, her son and daughter-in-law had stable jobs, and the monthly support they provided was more than sufficient. Aunt Ma suddenly recalled, isn't that Su Taijun's daughter? Her own son secured a position at this fine institution thanks to the connections facilitated by Su Taijun back in the day. She immediately said, all right, if it's that child, I shall rent it to her. No need for rent. Just ensure the electricity and water bills are covered. I will move out at the end of the month, so before that, have her come by to discuss the arrangement, and I will hand over the keys. Su Sueju checked the calendar. Saturday fell on the 16th, and Aunt Ma was relocating by the end of the month, leaving only 4 or 5 days. She clapped her hands in delight. That's perfect. I can manage both in one trip. Departing early on Saturday, I will first attend the discussion at the town school, teach a class, and afterward, visit Aunt Ma's house to collect the keys. However, being still in the nursing period, she worried about potential leakage, which would be quite embarrassing. The bras of this time were not like those of future generations, which included both standard and nursing versions. They were primarily homemade, crafted from thin scraps of fabric, serving little purpose beyond covering the essentials. Su Suiju resolved to wear the multi-functional protective suit she had won in a lottery for the interview. After thoroughly reviewing its features yesterday, she discovered that it also functioned as a bra, providing an added layer of elastic protection and, crucially, preventing any leakage. It was indeed an essential item for nursing mothers, whether at home or traveling. In September, the southeastern coastal region still experienced temperatures nearing 30 degrees Celsius. Su Suiju adjusted the protective suit into a round-neck, short-sleeve dress, a style that conformed to contemporary trends yet possessed a unique softness and sturdiness not found in street versions. She chose a light, lake green floral pattern, which enhanced her youthful complexion, creating a delightful appearance. However, she was still quite young. At 23, she was in the prime of her youth. A vibrant green garment suited her well, for those with darker skin would appear as if they were from the countryside, while those fair-skinned, like Su Suiju, would radiate a more delicate allure. The ordinary lake green dress she wore seemed to filter her appearance beautifully. In the main room, while entertaining her grandnephew, Su Xuan observed her niece's attire and nodded in satisfaction. That dress is lovely. It truly reflects the charm of Dewiching. Such beautiful clothing is hard to find in smaller places. Su Suiju twirled around. Aunt, do you think this outfit is suitable for the interview? It should score me some points, right? Absolutely. Su Xuan enthusiastically encouraged her niece, adding, you possess more grace than even the teachers from County No. 1 High School. Being a graduate from Fong University, they will certainly want you. Su Suiju beamed with joy, embracing her adorable little bun and planting a kiss on its cheek. Darling, Mama is off to an interview. You must pray for her success so we can enjoy delicious food together, all right? The child, still too young to comprehend, merely stared in confusion, eliciting a mix of laughter and exasperation from Su Shuyuan. Su Suiju winked knowingly, thinking to herself that despite the child's youth, having a loving parent would surely bring divine assistance. The rosy-cheeked little bun waved its tiny arms as Su Shuyuan lifted it, bidding farewell to the two. Su Suiju mounted her bicycle, pedaling energetically toward the town. Meanwhile, Chi Yongfa was preoccupied, anticipating the arrival of a graduate from Fong University for an interview. Arriving at the school early in the morning, the gatekeeper greeted him cheerfully. Principal, you're here so early today? Indeed, a new teacher is coming today, and I have preparations to make. What could a principal possibly prepare? After all, it was not unlike County No. 1 High School. According to the principal of County No. 1 High School at the exchange meeting, it was best to prepare several challenging questions to assess the candidate's teaching abilities. Furthermore, if they wish to retain the individual, salary and benefits must be negotiated effectively. The teaching staff at the town school was far inferior to that of County No. 1 High School, and overall remuneration was modest. However, the school did have some funds remaining from land exchanges with local enterprises, which they had preserved. If the candidate truly possessed the capabilities described by her cousin, they would not hesitate to enhance the offer to secure her. Ideally, other teachers would have no objections. If they did, they better keep it to themselves. After all, she was a bona fide university graduate. How could those with only secondary or vocational diplomas dare to compete with her? Chi, the principal, sat in his office, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. Principal, you're here so early. Is there something urgent? Asked Huang Ruanfa, the instructional director, who thought he had arrived early, only to find the principal had already beaten him. Did you forget? A graduate from Fong University is coming today to interview for the English teacher position, Chi replied, casting Huang a disdainful glance. Oh, I see. How could I forget this important matter? Huang exclaimed, realizing the significance. If the candidate truly excelled, the school could improve its standing in the next year's college entrance examinations. Then hurry up and prepare. Has Xiaolu arrived? He has. Tell him to quickly bring over 2 pots of hot water. Where did I place the tea canister I had on the windowsill? Upon hearing this, Huang rolled his eyes. Of course, behind the principal's back. I put it away in the drawer. Who puts tea on the windowsill to sunbathe? That's just excessive showing off. Principal Chi retrieved the tea canister from the filing cabinet drawer, a gift from his son who worked at the Provincial Grain and Oil Bureau. It was said to be a special supply item, something that could not be purchased even with considerable money in a small county like Yupu, which was indeed a source of pride. However, such a small amount of tea was not meant for frequent consumption, so it was only brought out to entertain important guests. Usually, he would brew old tea leaves alone in his office. Occasionally, when he took out the tea canister, he would sip while admiring the exquisite tin container and inhaling the delightful aroma, savoring the experience as if he were drinking the finest tea contained within. In his eagerness to retain talent, he was willing to go all out, even serving such high-end tea. Hopefully, the outcome would be satisfactory. Principal Chi stood by the office door, eagerly gazing toward the school gate. Many teachers had heard whispers of a graduate from a prestigious university coming today. Their curiosity piqued. Those scheduled to teach had no choice but to enter their classrooms promptly when the time arrived. Meanwhile, those without classes lingered in the office, quietly discussing while occasionally glancing toward the entrance. A graduate from Fang University would be willing to teach here? I find that hard to believe. Perhaps the principal is merely trying to pull a fast one. Zhou Xiaolu, who taught English to the first-year students, scoffed dismissively. She was aware of the reason behind Zhou Xiaolu's bitterness. She was also interviewing for the English teacher position. A graduate from a prestigious institution like Fang University would undoubtedly overshadow Zhou Xiaolu, who had graduated from secondary normal school. You, Zhou Xiaolu, embarrassed and furious, glared fiercely at Lin Fun. You are just mocking me for having only a secondary diploma. She despised it when others brought up academic qualifications, as it struck a painful chord within her. She had once excelled in her studies, yearning to attend university. However, to enroll in college, one must first complete high school, and her family deemed it too costly, insisting that a girl only needed a secondary education to start earning money right after graduation. Upon graduation, she was assigned to a poverty-stricken county in the southern province, where the school was situated in a secluded valley. The winding mountain road to procure daily necessities took an eternity to traverse. The two of you exchanged bewildered glances. Why engage in such fruitless arguments? Whether one holds a diploma from a normal college or a higher normal school, the ultimate goal remains the same: the welfare of the students. As colleagues, let us foster goodwill and embrace a broader perspective. The most senior teacher in the faculty, Wu Huifan, adjusted her glasses and sought to mediate. Look, is that a university graduate? How remarkably beautiful. She resembles a movie star, exclaimed a young teacher by the window, startling everyone who turned to gaze outside. Chapter 14. A shield Su Suizhu thanked the gatekeeper and stepped through the school gates, making her way to the principal's office. Throughout her journey, she felt the sensation of being watched, yet upon glancing around, she found no one. How peculiar! What sort of strange atmosphere enveloped this campus? Surely it was not haunted? Are you Su Suizhu? You arrived remarkably early, exclaimed Principal Qi, who had been feigning work in his office since before 6:30 and had been glancing toward the entrance since 7:30. He approached her with a firm handshake, inviting her to sit. Su Suizhu sat upright and candidly stated, "To be frank, I excelled in all my coursework during university, consistently earning the sole special scholarship each year. In the first semester of my senior year, I was recommended by my homeroom teacher and was expected to receive an offer for the position of assistant director at Haicheng First Dyeing Factory." Her voice faltered as she continued in a hushed tone. "However, I never anticipated that, due to receiving such a coveted offer ahead of time, I would fall victim to the malice of others. I had a dear partner with whom I intended to share my life after graduation. On New Year's Day, I was ensnared by deceit, consuming spiked alcohol, and ended up in an intimate encounter with my partner. To my dismay, once the incident became public, he distanced himself from me to preserve his reputation." Su Suizhu selectively shared her truths. Unlike her family, who trusted her wholeheartedly, the principal had access to her records, and a mere tale of betrayal from a man would not suffice to convince him. Unbeknownst to her, in a remote fishing village along the southern coast, a woman was striving to tarnish the reputation of a once proud soldier, portraying him as a cowardly scoundrel who shied away from adversity. Yet, she was unable to confront the true instigator of her plight, as her entire family indulged her. Su Suizhu pondered, am I to blame? Returning to the crux of the matter, She disapproved of the original owner's approach of swallowing her bitterness in silence for fear of shame. During her moments of despair, she wrote in her journal while shedding tears. What purpose did it serve? Becoming pregnant out of wedlock was not her fault, but rather the consequence of Lu Haiyan's treachery. Why could she not face her reality with dignity? The need to fabricate a non-existent partner stemmed from a desire to establish a semblance of integrity. In this day and age, society struggles to comprehend the notion of premarital pregnancies, particularly among the older generation, who may resort to archaic punishments reminiscent of a bygone era. Given her circumstances, it was all the more difficult to articulate who the father of her child was. Should her situation become common knowledge in Xiaoan town, especially considering Lu Haiyan possessed incriminating photographs, she feared the gossip-mongers would malign her, questioning her child's paternity. By creating the illusion of a partner, despite his abandonment, she at least retained a semblance of legitimacy, ensuring her child would not be labeled as illegitimate. Brilliant! She had devised a multifaceted solution. Thus, after learning about Principal Chi's character from her cousin, Su Suizhu resolved to selectively disclose some truths, believing it prudent to be transparent as she began her teaching career. If the principal was inclined to hire her, that would be splendid. If not, she would seek alternative paths. After all, she possessed a skill and had the support system, so she was not fearful of providing for her child. However, if she remained overly secretive and the principal eventually discovered her troubled past upon receiving her records, it would undoubtedly result in disappointment. Rather than risk such an outcome, it was better to be forthright from the outset. Upon concluding her heartfelt confession, Principal Chi was taken aback. Heavens, such an outstanding student, subjected to such cruelty. Where's the justice in this world? He did not question her credibility, for Su Suizhu had left an indelible impression. Her academic excellence and consistent high honors were not mere fabrications. Verification would be straightforward once her record arrived. Well said, exclaimed Principal Chi, inspired by her words. He stood abruptly, nearly colliding with the corner of his desk, smiled apologetically, and declared, Su Suizhu, you are hereby offered a position at our school. Su Suizhu responded, but what about the interview? I have merely introduced myself. Chapter 15, Trial Lecture in Truth. Principal Chi was reminded of his own experiences. He was not a native of Yupu County, hailing instead from Ningxing. A graduate of Ningxing University, class of 75, he had pursued a degree in mechanical engineering, which was highly sought after at the time. However, during the allocation of positions, a seemingly mild-mannered classmate had falsely accused him of leading an extravagant lifestyle. As a result, he lost not only his dream job, but also nearly faced imprisonment in a labor camp. For the following decade, he endured relentless torment due to this blemish on his reputation. His siblings regarded him with disdain, severing ties completely. Had it not been for the unwavering support of his wife and in-laws, he might not have survived. Su Suizhu's words struck him like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, igniting a surge of indignation within him. In a moment of impulsiveness, before she even had the chance to conduct her trial lecture, he decided to retain her. Su Suizhu smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for your trust, Principal. However, since I am applying for the position of English teacher, I believe it is only fitting that I conduct a trial lecture. I have prepared my lesson plan, and I would appreciate the opportunity to present it. Seeing an opportunity to ease the situation, Principal Chi was even more pleased and cheerfully replied, Very well. I shall take you to a class. We are in dire need of English teachers for the senior year. The last remaining teacher graduated from a higher normal school, while another only possesses a vocational diploma, making it quite challenging to teach high school seniors. Unfortunately, the graduates assigned to us often find the town unappealing or are dissatisfied with the compensation, leading them to seek transfers shortly after. The result has been a perennial struggle for our school as we consistently perform poorly in English during the college entrance examinations. If possible, I hope you can take over the English class for the senior year. Su Suizhu nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, Principal, I will teach with dedication. As long as I possess the capability, I will spare no effort. As they spoke, the senior class arrived. The senior students, on the verge of their college entrance examinations, were the school's primary focus. Thus, an entire ancient two-story building in the back of the campus was allocated for their use. Su Suizhu allowed the principal to select any class for her trial lecture. However, all three class teachers wished for their respective classes to be chosen, hoping to secure the talented graduate as a teacher for their students. Ultimately, after much persuasion, They resorted to drawing lots and ended up with Class 2. The students and teachers of Class 2 were as ecstatic as if they had won a lottery, preparing their English textbooks and sitting upright in anticipation of the teacher's arrival. Su Suizhu entered the classroom, clutching her lesson materials. Upon seeing the eager faces of the students, she smiled gently, took her place at the podium, and began her self-introduction. She is unlike other teachers who predominantly teach in Chinese, occasionally interspersing a few English words. When she speaks, it is a fluent stream of standard British English. After articulating her thoughts, she writes several challenging sentences on the board, showcasing her impeccable handwriting, which leaves her students in awe. She explains the meanings and usages of these sentences in both English and Chinese, encouraging her students to attempt self-introductions using the sentence structures. For Su Suizhu, speaking English is as effortless as drinking plain water. Her previous studies and minors were all in foreign languages, and her career has revolved around them, requiring little contemplation. Moreover, the current high school English curriculum is so elementary that it bears little distinction from the English taught at the elementary level in later years. Without even needing a lesson plan, she could effortlessly manage the class. However, since she had invested time in preparing a lesson plan, she adhered to it, delivering an engaging and informative English lesson. In truth, she had simply adapted a portion of the elementary English teaching methods from the future. Interactive games and situational dialogues have become ubiquitous teaching models, yet she was among the pioneers to implement them in the present. Su Suizhu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the students who excelled in English remained captivated by Su Suizhu's beautiful pronunciation. A few struggling students, despite their lack of understanding, remained quietly seated, entranced by her graceful appearance. Even the principal and various teachers seated against the back wall seemed reluctant to leave. Moments later, applause erupted from both students and teachers. "Ms. Su, will you be teaching us? We can't just call you Ms. Su. We must call you Su Laosher or Su Jiao." Yes. The teacher mentioned we should converse in English as much as possible to enhance our listening and speaking skills. After class, the students were loath to let Su Suizhu depart. Hearing their enthusiastic discussions, she smiled and suggested, "Take your time. In the future, we can form an English salon where we gather and converse in English. This will greatly benefit our speaking and listening abilities. If you're interested, you could even choose an English name for yourself, making introductions or salon conversations more convenient." The students were eager and excited. "Really? We can have English names? That sounds so cool. But how do we choose? There are only a few names in the book, and some of them sound quite unappealing." "Wow, indeed. Xiao Mei Lulu, your name sounds lovely with that British accent." Thank you. You're so chatty." Su Suizhu chuckled as she waved goodbye to her charming and boisterous students. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Principal Ji awaited her outside the classroom with a beaming smile. "Well done, Ms. Su. Your mock class performance is the best we've ever had. So it's settled then. How about you complete your onboarding paperwork now? You'll start teaching next Monday. The sooner you begin, the sooner you'll prepare the graduating class for their college entrance exams." Su Suizhu couldn't help but twitch her lips. The principal was eager to proceed without a moment's delay. If tomorrow weren't Sunday and the students weren't on break, would she be expected to report to work then? Chapter 16. Stepping into the role of teacher Su, however, starting work earlier isn't a bad idea. She only had a few coins left in her pocket. She certainly couldn't ask her aunt for money to pay for rent. Thus, when the principal brought her into the office to discuss her salary, she readily stated that she would not impose any difficulties on the school and requested to match the starting salary of other new teachers. However, she did have one condition. "This is manageable, quite manageable." Before she could finish, Principal Ji waved his hand dismissively and responded, "Isn't it just about leaving early when there are no classes and coming in later? That is no problem at all. Is that all you require? Nothing else? For instance, housing, meal allowances, bonuses after teaching the graduating class, etc. If you have any such requests, do let me know, as other newly assigned graduates often focus on these points." He had long been prepared for such discussions. While listening to her mock lesson, he pondered how to retain such an outstanding teacher, fearing he might regret it later. As long as the conditions weren't too excessive, he was willing to accommodate. Yet, this girl only made one suggestion regarding scheduling. What kind of condition was that? Principal Ji felt an inexplicable frustration, as if he had been preparing for battle only to find no enemy present. Su Suizhu, unaware of the principal's thoughts, glanced at the clock in the principal's office, growing restless. She had been out for 2 hours and wondered if the little Bowsy was hungry or crying. With no request from her, what more could the principal say? He stood up and shook Su Suju's hand. Then it settled. I entrust you with the English teaching for the senior students. If you encounter any difficulties, please feel free to bring them up, whether it's the school or myself personally. I will do my utmost to assist. Su Suju nodded, expressing her gratitude politely, though she did not dwell on it. Upon exiting the school gate, she headed straight to her sister-in-law's home. Wu Meili had promised to take her to look for housing and had taken a half-day off specifically for this purpose. Sister-in-law, I'm here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Following her aunt's instructions, Su Suiju found her brother and his sister-in-law's house. Peering over the low courtyard wall, she saw her sister-in-law mending clothes under the eaves and called out cheerfully. Wu Meili looked up, greeted by a radiant smile across the wall and the delicate skin that glowed in the sunlight, momentarily lost in thought. Is this truly her previously taciturn cousin? It was hard to believe how much one could change after having a child. Not only had she become more beautiful, but her smile had also multiplied. Generally, new mothers tend to either gain weight or become disheveled, but it seems university graduates are different. This further solidified her resolve to encourage her son and daughter to pursue higher education. Coming back to reality, Wu Meili quickly stood up, setting aside her work to welcome her. Suiju, you're here. How did the interview go? It went smoothly. I can start work the day after tomorrow. Su Suiju replied with a smile. Really? That's wonderful. Wu Meili genuinely rejoiced for her sister-in-law, recognizing that being a teacher has its advantages. 2 vacations a year without salary deductions. And good performance can lead to bonuses, making it far more reliable than other jobs. Su Suiju nodded in agreement with a smile. Wu Meili asked her to push her bicycle into the living room, expressing concern about leaving it in the yard, fearing it might attract unwanted attention and be stolen. After locking the door, she led Su Suiju to Aunt Ma's house, casually inquiring about the interview at the school. Upon learning that Su Suiju had taught a class to the senior year and received positive feedback from both teachers and students, Wu Meili couldn't help but express her admiration. The next few batches of students will be fortunate. Once you have trained a few cohorts, the student population in the town will surely improve. You have no idea. Our town, due to its coastal location, is quite impoverished. Among the assigned undergraduate graduates, none are willing to stay for more than 6 months. It's like a revolving door. One comes, then leaves, and another comes in only to leave shortly after. I've heard that in every college entrance exam, English scores are the lowest, dragging down the overall average. Very few manage to get into undergraduate programs. This makes me anxious, especially since my 2 children will also attend school here. Who wouldn't want a high school in town to thrive? Su Suiju smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Things will get better here. Others may not know, but she, hailing from 30 years into the future, certainly does. Once the domestic market opens up, the economic growth along the southeastern coast will accelerate to a pace that cannot be halted. What a fishing village. Once the tourism industry develops, the once impoverished coastal towns will undoubtedly transform into charming and lucrative destinations. With the pleasant climate of Shawan Town, once the Longwan Islands are developed and attractions like Dolphin Bay and Lion Bay gain nationwide recognition, many will wish to invest in Shawan Town, all while worrying about missing out on limited land. Those who invest before the major development will find their fortunes multiplying into millions. The saying to possess a fortune of millions refers to the fishermen who own land and homes in the coastal development zones. Upon reflection, Su Suiju offered a few words of advice to Wu Meili. Sister-in-law, I overheard from a classmate's father that in a few years, our coastal region will undergo significant development. Villages like ours will become prime targets for national investment. If you have some financial leeway, it would be wise to hold on to some land. You will certainly not regret it. Wu Meili felt a stir in her heart and lowered her voice to inquire about her classmate's father's occupation and the reliability of the information. Wu Meili nodded in understanding. Su Suiju tugged at the corner of her mouth. Sister-in-law, I only have a few dozen yuan on hand. Having ideas without funds is futile. Moreover, this is merely a decision from above. Actual implementation will take at least 3 to 4 years, which gives us ample time to prepare. This was true. After hearing her words, Wu Meili felt considerably calmer. There was still a matter of 3 to 4 years. There was no need to rush. Ahead lay Aunt Ma's home, and the 2 sisters-in-law ceased to dwell on this somewhat nebulous topic. Chapter 17. Satisfaction. The half-open courtyard wall encircled 3 white-walled, black-tiled houses. The front yard was paved with cement, pristine and tidy, used for drying clothes and enjoying the cool summer evenings. Behind the house lay a small garden, where a variety of seasonal vegetables and fruits were grown. The courtyard wall was adorned with climbing beans, autumn eggplants, and a few morning glories. Aunt Ma is undoubtedly the most fastidious person in our town. Will Maylie whispered with a suppressed laugh, then raised her voice to call into the house. Aunt, are you home? It's Maylie. Yes, yes. Come in. The door is unlocked, Aunt Ma responded, stepping out to place 2 pairs of handmade cloth slippers at the entrance and beckoning them inside. Wu Maylie nudged Su Sueju with her elbow, stifling a smile. Did I speak incorrectly? What are you scheming about now? Aunt Matesit. I merely asked you to change your slippers. You talk too much. Noticing her little antics, Aunt Ma couldn't help but chuckle. I wouldn't dare scheme against you, Aunt. I'm merely praising your cleanliness. Spare me. I know you too well. Aunt Ma shot her a playful glare before turning to greet Su Sueju. It's been years since we've seen each other. Sueju, you've become even more charming. Aunt, you remember me? Su Sueju followed Aunt Ma into the house, curiosity piqued. Your father is Tai Jun, right? That is correct. I used to hold you when you were little. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, you've already graduated from university. It's been 6 years since your father passed away. Discussing this topic inevitably brought some sadness. Aunt Ma wiped the corner of her eyes and then picked up a plate of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sour jujube cake to entertain Su Sueju. Cool me. Aunt's house doesn't have much good food, but these sunflower seeds and peanuts are leftovers from New Year. The sour jujube cake was bought by my ungrateful son. It's not bad, give it a try. Wu Maylie grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, munching as she spoke. Aunt, you should be grateful. If Brother Quanju were truly ungrateful, I doubt there's a single family in our town with a filial son. Aunt Ma burst into hearty laughter. The topic then shifted to the house. Girl, I originally had no intention of renting it out. I'm a clean person, and your sister-in-law knows my temperament. I can't stand a messy home. I also worry that others won't cherish it and will ruin the place I've meticulously maintained. However, your sister-in-law mentioned that you intend to stay in town for work, and not having a place to live is troublesome. Your father helped our family in the past. Now that you are in need, I cannot remain indifferent. It would be shameful to face your father in the afterlife without offering assistance. Therefore, you can rest easy and stay here. Just pay for your electricity and water usage. I won't charge your rent. That won't do. Su Sueju felt that accepting such generosity was unfair to Aunt Ma. I'm already very grateful for your willingness to offer me such a wonderful house. As for rent, it should be what it is. Aunt Ma insisted on not accepting it. I've said it's not a rental. If you insist on paying rent, I won't let you stay. She feared that if others found out, they would pester her with their opinions. Wu Maylie pulled Su Sueju aside. You don't know. Some houses in town are too cramped, with dozens of people living in one room. Once they learned that Aunt was moving to the county town, they came to inquire first thing. If Aunt hadn't insisted on not renting, the threshold would have been worn out. Aunt Ma laughed. When it comes to thick skin, no one can match your sister-in-law. Oh dear Aunt, I came to ask you with a thick face, all for my sister here. You two are like family, while I feel like the outsider. After sharing a hearty laugh, Aunt Ma led Su Sueju on a tour of the house. The east bedroom has 4 glass windows on the south side, very bright, warm in winter and cool in summer. Your Uncle Quanju poured concrete a couple of years ago and conveniently built a bathroom in the back half. It's very convenient for bathing. If the winter quilt isn't enough, feel free to take out what you need from the cabinet. These boxes hold my clothes. You can use the one covered with a floral cloth to place a mirror and comb. I've emptied the wardrobe for you. Next, they visited the west room. The west room has been unoccupied, just storing some miscellaneous items. You can place your odds and ends here. I've constructed shelves along 3 walls and the ceiling, so there is plenty of space. The kitchen is a bit small, with a single-eye stove, but your Uncle Quanju installed a gas stove for me. It's very convenient for cooking. I want to take it away. It's yours to use. Just remember to clean it often, especially after frying. Be sure to wipe off the grease. Keep an eye on the gas. It runs out quickly, and the county sends a truck to deliver gas cylinders every so often. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month. After showing Su Sueju around, she was thoroughly pleased with the house. Not to mention the wooden floors, the gas stove in the kitchen, and the clean walls painted in green. Just the bathroom with white tiles connected to running water was immensely satisfying. In this day and age, having such a place to live is indeed quite commendable. Upon learning that Aunt Ma's son would be coming tomorrow to pick her up, Su Sueju decided to move in next Monday. Aunt Ma handed her a set of keys and conveyed all necessary instructions. Everything is going smoothly. The principal has asked me to start work on Monday. Susudu be met, embracing her aunt. What about the little one? He must be starving by now. He fell asleep shortly after you left and hasn't woken up yet. Su Xian was mending a torn fishing net at the door, and as soon as the little dumpling stirred, they could hear him. Did he sleep for such a long time? Su Suizhu marveled, calculating the time. It must have been 4 to 5 hours. Truly a sweet boy. Knowing his mother was out and not causing trouble for his aunt. Saying this, she entered the room to check on the little dumpling. To her surprise, he was already awake, sucking on his fingers and blinking his big, round eyes. Su Suizhu found him utterly adorable, picking him up and giving him a kiss. What a good baby, waking up without a fuss. Mommy will feed you now. During the feeding, it was apparent the little one was quite hungry, gulping down the milk in large mouthfuls, quickly finishing what she had saved up from the morning. After satisfying the little dumpling's hunger, Su Suizhu too felt hungry, and the two women simply boiled a bowl of seafood noodles, adding a spoonful of snail sauce, chatting about the interview and housing situation. Upon hearing that both matters had been successfully settled, Su Xian sighed in relief, happily declaring that they must prepare a few special dishes to celebrate that evening. Chapter 18. Surely save the galaxy, there's no need for such trouble, Aunt. The school has a cafeteria that serves lunch and dinner, so I could just grab a dish to eat, Su Suizhu said. What good food can you find in the cafeteria? Su Suiwan di Saga. You're still nursing. How can you not eat well? Listen to your aunt. If you want to save, wait until the child is weaned. After clearing the dining table, Su Xian grabbed a large bamboo basket from the side of the door and headed to the fishing grounds. Su Suizhu thought about how much she had spent of her aunt's money during her confinement and decided to wait until she received her salary to give her aunt a little something for food. Being too meticulous within the family could lead to unnecessary emotional strain. Having resolved her thoughts, Su Suizhu smiled down and kissed her son's forehead. Lying down next to him, with nothing to do, she opened the lottery system to browse through various peculiar interstellar products. Even though she had no points to draw, it was still enjoyable to listen to the introductions and indulge her eyes. After satisfying her visual cravings, Su Suizhu navigated to the package interface. The 9 compartments now occupy 7, with the most popular automatic fishing rod from HILNX Ing and the herbal nourishing liquid from SNMX Ing recently drawn. The fishing rod from HILNX Ing, collapsible and no longer than a pair of chopsticks, weighs merely 75 grams, making it exceedingly convenient for both collection and transport. Although it appears sturdy, its flexibility is remarkable. The fishing line can range from 10 inches to 1,000 feet. Suitable for catching both small fish in shallow waters and larger ones in the deep sea. Most astonishingly, this rod can attract fish without bait. Akin to Jiang Taigong's legendary fishing prowess, where willing fish will bite. The catch rate reaches an impressive 80%, with a maximum load capacity of 100 kilograms. In other words, unless one is exceedingly overweight, should they fall into the sea, this rod could easily rescue them. It surpasses even the finest sea fishing rods of the future, let alone the ordinary rods of this era. In comparison, the latter stands no chance. Were it not for the fact that the little one is still so small. XUZH would have been eager to take the rod to the seaside for a casual fishing experience, boasting an 8 out of 10 catch rate. One extraordinary half-day that would be. However, considering the little one is still quite young, she cannot bear the thought of taking him to the beach to be exposed to the sea breeze, knowing her aunt would vehemently disapprove. She must wait until he grows a bit older to experience the wonders of fishing. In contrast to this extraordinary fishing rod, the herbal nourishing liquid from SNMX Ing seems rather common, merely a natural skin moisturizer. Yet when compared to the clam oil and snowflake cream sold at the local cooperative, it is far from mundane. With daily use, it not only hydrates the skin, but also whitens and diminishes spots. Since XUZH began taking the basic nutrient liquid, her weakened body, having borne a child, has been rejuvenated from within, becoming increasingly healthy. The most noticeable change is in her skin, which radiates a luminous glow. It is not only fair but also tender, reminiscent of peeled egg whites or blooming lotuses, exhibiting a delightful elasticity. For the time being, she finds no use for this product. Observing that her aunt's snowflake cream has nearly run out, she discreetly transferred half a bottle to her. She dared not fill it too much, fearing her aunt would notice. Once the remainder is used up, she plans to gift her a new bottle of pearl snowflake cream, especially since her paycheck is due soon. At worst, she would only face a mild reprimand for being extravagant. Sometimes, Sue ZH wonders how she could be so fortunate, casually feeding stray cats and stumbling upon such an extraordinary treasure. Could it be that in her past life, perhaps it should be said in her previous life, she saved the galaxy? The more she ponders, the more convinced she becomes. Glancing at the sweet, sleeping face of the little one, she cannot help but murmur, "Surely, I owed you in a past life. This life, I have been punished to be your mother." That evening, the dinner table was resplendent with a variety of dishes. Despite the absence of expensive seafood, the common small catches were prepared with Shiyu-in's excellent culinary skills, making the meal quite enjoyable. Since she was to return to work on Monday, Sue ZH discussed with her aunt the plan to move to the town on Sunday, ensuring she would arrive early on her first day to leave a good impression on her superiors. Sue ZH couldn't help but chuckle when she heard her aunt calling the little one Dudu. When she named him Dudu, her aunt had shown a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the name's meaning. Was it meant to imply that pockets should carry more food? She suggested names like Chi Enki Ing, implying strength, which sounded like a robust brother. Names like Chi Enki Ing or Shioki Ing would be better suited than SHDN. Sue ZH firmly rejected the name Chi Enki Ing, insisting that Dudu was amusing and meaningful. Eventually, her aunt was persuaded. In rural areas, people do not concern themselves much with nicknames, often believing that the more trivial the name, the easier it is to raise the child. However, Sue ZH contemplated that when it came time to register the name, she would need to think of a more respectable name to avoid any future protests from the little one. Rest assured, Aunt, my sister-in-law, has inquired. The widow at the end of the 10th alley in town has agreed to help look after him during the day, as she is always home and available. Shiyu-in felt reassured and began packing her belongings with Sue ZH. The day was still relatively warm, requiring only a blanket for sleeping. She packed 2 sets of clothes and made sure not to forget DUDUS things. There was no rush for thick clothing. They could bring those later. Oh, the original owner didn't live at home, but stayed at her aunt's? That makes sense. Shiyu-in reasoned that their own house was not spacious. Otherwise, her son and daughter-in-law would not have moved to town after marriage. Chapter 19. Can it also serve as storage space? Fine, as long as my aunt does not mind me. Sue ZH pondered that the 3 rooms in the old house had been unoccupied for so long. They must be in a state of disrepair. She would have to check them out first. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Your aunt would never disdain you like your brother. The 2 of them shared light-hearted banter while packing. Despite the few items they intended to bring, they ended up with 2 large bundles and 1 big bamboo basket. One bundle contained quilts, pillows, and Sue ZH's change of clothes, while the other held the little one's belongings, with diapers taking up half a bag. The bamboo basket was filled with 5 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of flour, 2 rolls of noodles, a bag of brown sugar, and some duck eggs raised by her aunt, along with other food items and essential seasonings. Sue ZH lifted the bamboo basket, exclaiming how heavy it was. She could not help but murmur, if only this could fit into the system's package. How wonderful that would be. To her surprise, the next moment, her vision blurred, and the large bamboo basket suddenly vanished. Hey, it really did. The basket was now quietly resting in the second-to-last compartment of the 9-grid system. It seemed that external items could indeed be stored within the system package. Was this not akin to the portable spaces depicted in novels? Although it lacked the mystical springs and fertile soil of a fairy's treasure, the storage function was impressive in its own right. At least time stands still. Whatever is placed inside remains unchanged when retrieved. In the future, during cold or hot days, she could prepare warm or chilled dishes and store them inside, retrieving them whenever she desired, as fresh as if just made. Life couldn't be more delightful. Truly, a product of interstellar civilization, splendid indeed. Unfortunately, only 2 compartments remain available for use, indicating that she must earn more points to acquire additional compartments. No more reckless lottery draws or unnecessary expenditures. Sue ZH clenched her fists with determination. On Sunday afternoon, after lunch, Sue ZH, cradling the little one, set off for the town accompanied by her aunt and uncle. Ngudi borrowed a cart from the fishing grounds, covering it with an old blanket for Sue ZH to sit on while holding the baby, with their luggage placed atop. The couple took turns pushing and supporting as they made their way to the town. Su Zh had intended to switch places with her aunt, offering to carry the little one while her aunt sat. However, her aunt refused, stating that this short distance required no such exchange. It was not strenuous, and sitting would only lead to stiff legs. The journey from the fishing village to the town was less than 3 kilometers, which hardly seemed far to the villagers accustomed to walking. It is worth noting that several years ago, before public transportation reached the town, they would walk 10 kilometers to the county seat. Despite her attempts to persuade her aunt, Suvich eventually relented. "Aunt, why doesn't the village organize to fix this uneven road? Even a layer of gravel would help. With such a rough path, wouldn't rain create mud puddles everywhere? Who would want to fix it?" It was discussed a few years back. But this road is used not just by our village, but also by those from DWN and Xiaoan villages. They refuse to contribute labor or funds for repairs. Xuzh queried, "Why not? Isn't it better for everyone if the road is smooth? They live closer to town and have shortcuts to the county. They think it's not worth their while to spend money or labor on this road. But if only our village pays, everyone feels it's unfair. After all, once it's repaired, those 2 villages will inevitably use it, benefiting them at our expense. Consequently, it has remained unrepaired to this day." Xuzh smirked, recognizing the typical scenario of 3 monks with no water to drink. However, it was only a matter of time before Shiwn town would be developed, whether the village fixed the road or not. Funds would eventually come from the county or province for repairs. For now, the road was merely a bit bumpy for the next few years. As they chatted along the way, they unknowingly arrived in town. Xiyuan suggested they first visit her son's place. "The cart wheels are dirty. Let us go to your brother's first. The luggage is light. We can carry it to where you'll be staying." Xuzh had no objections, and neither did Ngudiang. The 3 individuals proceeded directly to Lin Jianbing's residence. Sui, having heard from her sister-in-law that Aunt Ma's house has a dedicated bathing room, idly crafted a large bathing tub for her. "Take a look, is it big enough?" Suiju beamed with joy upon seeing the tub, which was crafted for her, and exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. I was just lamenting the lack of a larger basin for bathing." The basin left by Aunt Ma was slightly cracked and reported to leak a considerable amount of water during use, making it suitable only for laundry by the well. To be frank, she had no desire to use something that had been previously utilized by others. She had initially planned to purchase one in the county, but unexpectedly, her cousin had made one for her. Suiju knew that her cousin would certainly not accept payment, so she decided to graciously accept this gift, confident that she would have the opportunity to repay her aunt's family in the future. "Thank you, brother. You and your sister-in-law have been so considerate." Lin Jianbing chuckled, his dark complexion slightly reddened by the sun. When Suiju and her companions arrived at Aunt Ma's home, Aunt Ma had already been taken away by her son. The courtyard was tidy, with a 3-legged bamboo rack for drying clothes neatly stored under the eaves. The weeds peeking out from the corner seemed to have been pulled, creating a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. Suiju took the keys to unlock the door. Su Xin, cradling Dodo, circled around the front and back of the house, continuously praising, "This place is truly lovely. It seems that Aunt Ma is indeed very fond of cleanliness. Look, even the washboard is spotless. One could easily prepare dough right here." Lin Jianbing scratched his head and replied, "Aunt Ma is renowned in town for her cleanliness. However, she's a tad too meticulous. Whenever someone has business, they merely call out from the courtyard wall, afraid to step inside her home lest their shoes be scolded for being dirty." What could Lin Jianbing say? He picked up a bamboo broom from the corner of the eaves and began sweeping the front yard with determination. Chapter 20. Settling in, Suiju opened the door, entered the house, and opened the windows to let in the fresh air, then called out to her aunt and uncle. "Aunt, uncle, please come in. No need to stand outside." "Brother, why are you sweeping the floor? It seems quite clean already." "It's nothing. I was just feeling idle," Lin Jianbing replied while continuing to sweep. "What do we need to drink? We're not guests." Su Xian shot a playful glance at her niece, pulled her into the room, and pressed 50 yuan into her hand. "Aunt knows you have a job now, and since you haven't received your salary yet, take this money for now. Buy whatever you want from the market, and, on Sunday, bring Dodo over to eat at Aunt's place. There's no need to be polite." Suiju considered the mere 10 yuan in her pocket and realized that living in town would indeed be tight, so she did not push back against her aunt's generosity. "Aunt, then I shall not be polite. Make sure to take care of yourself and Dodo first," Su Shiyuan smiled, patting her hand. Of course, Su Suizhu acknowledged, remembering that she would start work tomorrow and needed to arrange for little Dodo properly. Brother, please take this fish. Aunt has marinated it. We can steam it or cook it with snow cabbage for dinner. Su Suizhu felt both amused and touched. Dear, your aunt's family are all good people. Once we have the means, we must be very filial to them, understood? Little Dodo, feeling hungry, waved his chubby little arms and burrowed into Su Suizhu's embrace. After little Dodo had been fed and was contentedly sleeping, Su Suizhu gently placed him on the bed, took out the nutritional pod from the system package, and set it to bed mode, positioning it at the foot of the bed. Not only Aunt Ma's bed, but also her aunt and brother-in-law's were of this three-sided protective board design, meaning the small bed could only be placed at the foot of the bed. Fortunately, Dodo was still small, so the nutritional pod was temporarily set to a 1-meter length, leaving a gap at the end for Su Suizhu to get in and out without obstruction. After transferring the sleeping Dodo into the nutritional pod, Su Suizhu straightened up and wiped away her sweat. It was already mid to late September, yet the daytime heat persisted. Once she had saved enough points, she planned to indulge herself with a custom lottery draw to acquire a nutritional pod and experience the high-tech wonders of interstellar civilization herself. Taking advantage of Dodo's nap time, Su Suizhu quickly organized her luggage. Clothes that could be hung were hung, and those that could not were neatly folded and placed by the wardrobe. She replaced the bedding with her own, planning to air out and dry Aunt Ma's bedding before storing it away in the quilt cabinet. Rice, flour, vegetables, and seasonings were placed in the kitchen. Not feeling like cooking today, she was too lazy to light the large stove, so she boiled a pot of water on the gas stove, filling a thermos for drinking. Afterward, she boiled another pot, mixed it with cold water, and took a quick bath, feeling refreshed. She casually picked up a book, leaned against the headboard, and began to flip through the pages. Before she knew it, she had dozed off, awakening as the sun dipped low in the sky, signaling the approach of dusk. Su Suizhu quickly got up, washed her face, and noticed that little Dodo was still asleep. She changed into a protective suit styled as a dress, wrapped Dodo in a bag, and went to her brother and sister-in-law's house. Just as they had finished dinner, little Dodo woke up, and Su Suizhu fed him before taking him to the widow's house, as mentioned by Wu Meili. On the way, Wu Meili murmured to Su Suizhu about the circumstances of the widow. It turned out that being widowed did not mean having no children. Rather, her son had abandoned her for his new wife and moved to live with his mother-in-law, leaving his own mother alone and neglected. Wu Meili, having a son herself, could not help but ponder. After all the hard work of raising her son, what if one day he left her and her husband to ingratiate himself with his in-laws? Just the thought was infuriating. Su Suizhu chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to envy. You have Chui, right? Besides, Zhuang is still young. You and your brother should guide him more. Don't indulge him too much. He will grow up to be filial. I see Zhuang is quite sensible and can understand the reasoning of adults." Wu Meili immediately broke into a smile, her eyes sparkling. Everyone enjoys hearing praises about their children, and while she feigned modesty, she encouraged Su Suizhu to teach her 2 children whenever she had the chance. Chapter 21. The struggles of a working mother in the nursing period upon arrival. It was about the time the widow should have had her meal. As Wu Meili finished speaking, the widow limped out of the house. "Is that you, Meili?" "Of course it is. Aunt, do you remember the matter we discussed earlier?" I remember. Zhou Lihua smiled warmly, inviting them inside for a chat. Once in the house, Zhou Lihua turned on the bright ceiling light, cheerfully offered them seats, and went to prepare some sweet soup. "No problem at all. I'm just an old bone. Where else could I go? I usually stay at home, making grass hats for a few coins. If you trust me, just bring the child to me. Such a well-behaved little one. I can't help but like him." As Zhou Lihua spoke, she playfully engaged with the chubby little Dodo. Su Suizhu noticed her gentle and joyful demeanor as she interacted with the child, feeling relieved. Before coming, she had worried that the person might not genuinely like children. With this arrangement settled, the heavy burden on her heart lifted. Initially, Zhou Lihua thought that watching the child would earn her 5 or 10 yuan at most, but she was pleasantly surprised by the amount, enthusiastically assuring, Sure, rest easy. I will take good care of the child." Su Suizhu felt a sense of relief, smiling as she said, "That sounds good. I will bring the child over tomorrow morning. You'll be working hard starting tomorrow, so make sure to rest early tonight." After leaving Zhou Lihua's home, Wu Meili could not help but say, Sway. Did you perhaps give too much? Just watching the child should only warrant 10 yuan. Why give her 30? Su Suizhu explained, sister-in-law. Don't underestimate the time spent watching the child. Think about it. You and your brother work at the local factory for 8 or 9 hours a day, earning around 60 or 70 yuan a month, right? The widow will help me watch him for 3 hours in the morning and another 3 in the afternoon, totaling 6 hours. If I hire her to watch the child for 6 hours every day, giving her 30 yuan for the month isn't expensive, is it? Wu Meili was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself, not expensive, my foot. Watching a child at home can't compare to working. Working is tangible while at home. When a child is asleep, there is still plenty of work to do. Otherwise, how would her sister-in-law manage to care for 4 children? Su Suizhu smiled and said no more. The care she desires is heartfelt, rather than merely tossing the child onto the bed once awake, then indulging in leisurely tasks such as hat-making and household chores. The infant is still small, primarily engaged in eating and sleeping. However, children grow swiftly. Soon enough, they will roll over, crawl, and walk. How can one expect proper care without genuine attention? Lin Jianbing, preoccupied with his woodworking, replied without raising his head. It requires someone willing to entrust their child to you. Wu Meili contemplated this and agreed. Aside from her extravagant cousin, who would be willing to spend 30 yuan to hire someone to look after a child? If it were just her cousin's one child, the monthly cost would be 30 yuan, significantly less than half of what she would earn at the factory. With this thought, she decided it was best to forego the idea. The next day, the sound of the wind-up clock chimed cheerfully. Su Suizhu, still drowsy, silenced the alarm and stretched, not daring to linger in bed. It was her first day at work, and tardiness was not an option. The little bun awoke around 4 for a feeding and was now soundly asleep. As Su Suizhu rose, she gently tucked the quilt around him. Although the nutritional pod ensured warmth, she had a habit of covering herself, even in the summer, feeling that it was unsafe without something to shield her. The pod's temperature control allowed for comfort as she pleased. With it, her sleep quality had significantly improved. Otherwise, she would often wake in a daze, worrying if the little bun had kicked off the covers. After completing her morning routine, Su Suizhu glanced at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Her complexion was rosy and radiant, her skin fair and elastic, and her hair was noticeably darker and smoother than before. The nutritional liquid produced by the Interstellar Company truly worked wonders for metabolism and detoxification. This was merely the basic version. How splendid would she look with the enhanced formula? She brushed through her long hair with her fingers, contemplating growing it out. Such splendid hair quality deserved to be showcased rather than confined to a shoulder-length cut. Her attire remained a protective uniform, but this time she chose a fashionable puff-sleeve, white blouse paired with a relatively new red skirt. The skirt had been a reward for the original owneress scholarship, though it was an inexpensive find from a department store, with a slight flaw in the hem that was hardly noticeable upon close inspection. Dressed and ready, she prepared her lesson plan, glancing at the time, 6:30. Students in town began their morning study at 6:40, while faculty members not on duty were required to arrive by 7:30. Su Suizhu hurriedly retrieved the canister of nutritional formula. The can of Senma Xing infant formula cost 900, and she had no intention of taking the entire can to Granny Li Hua. Not only was the interstellar formula nutritionally complete, devoid of harmful additives like melamine, but such a large can was also quite expensive on the market. Discretion was the better part of valor. She also needed to prepare diapers. She dared not use inferior cotton at someone else's home. At around 7, Su Suizhu arrived at Zhou Lihua's home, holding a bag of freshly washed and sun-dried diapers in one hand and cradling the recently fed little bun in the other. Zhou Lihua, seated at the door and weaving straw hats, stood up immediately upon seeing them, taking the child from Su Suizhu. You can rest assured and go to work. I'll take good care of him, Zhou Lihua reassured her, noticing Su Suizhu's reluctant gaze at the little bun. After exchanging a flurry of reminders and seeing the time nearing 7:15, Su Suizhu kissed the bun on the forehead and hurried off to school. Numerous breakfast stalls lined the school entrance, offering sesame pancakes, oyster pancakes, shrimp tofu pudding, and rice balls with oyster and cured meat. Watching the sesame pancakes baking in the makeshift oven, she was reminded of her colleague's nostalgic tales of hometown flatbreads, said to be utterly fragrant. The exterior was crisp and golden, while the interior was thick and layered, bursting with sesame seeds. At that moment, she longed to taste one. Unfortunately, in her time, flatbreads were often thin, and she had searched the entire city for a similar one in vain. To her delight, she found such a treat here. with a smile. Su Sueju purchased a serving of sesame pancakes and fried dough sticks. The freshly made dough sticks crispy and nestled within the fragrant pancakes. A single bite filled her with joy. Tomorrow, she would bring a porcelain cup to savor the shrimp tofu pudding, which she believed would tantalize her taste buds. As she walked and munched her way into the school, it was precisely 7:30. She exchanged hurried greetings with the gatekeeper, making her way directly to the office of the senior class teachers. "So, this must be Teacher Su," remarked one of the faculty members, beaming at her youthful spirit. The head of the grade group, absent on Saturday, was meeting her for the first time and looked at Su Sueju with delight. The school had finally welcomed a university graduate, especially one teaching English, and they were eager to support her. Yet, the necessary reminders still had to be given. "Thank you, Teacher Su." Su Sueju sincerely expressed her gratitude, pledging to impart her knowledge of English to the students. "That's wonderful. Classes will commence shortly. Please prepare," the head urged. "By the way, have you taken care of your lunchbox?" "Lunchbox? What lunchbox?" Su Sueju replied, bewildered. The head of class 2 in the senior year chuckled. "Is it your first day, Teacher Su? Did you forget to bring a lunchbox?" "No worries. The cafeteria has plenty left behind by graduates. I'll find you a clean one and steam your rice there." It dawned on Su Sueju that in this day and age, one needed to provide their own rice for cafeteria meals, which only serve vegetables and not staples. Feeling quite embarrassed, she said, "Thank you, Teacher Yu. I'll join you to familiarize myself with the cafeteria. Tomorrow, I'll bring my rice and return yours." "Teacher Su, don't worry about the rice. It's no trouble at all," Teacher Yu replied with a smile. They then visited the cafeteria together, where Teacher Yu helped her steam the rice. Su Sueju peered into the dimly lit cafeteria, observing the muddy floor and several greasy square tables scattered about, with not a single stool in sight. She couldn't help but grimace. It was evident that one could not apply the standards of 30 years hence to a cafeteria from the late 1980s. Several unruly students congregated at the back, plotting whether to give the new teacher a hard time. Just as they were deliberating, Su Sueju entered with a light step and a bright smile. She introduced herself in both English and Mandarin, cheerfully asking the students, "Would you like to speak fluent English like me? Then put down your books and follow my lead." "Wait, put down the books? Follow her lead? This new teacher is intriguing." The students perked up, listening intently as Su Sueju wrote on the board and explained the lesson, and before they knew it, over half an hour had passed. The students laughed, feeling that the new teacher resonated with them. "Teacher, does this mean we won't have to memorize or write anymore?" One bold student inquired cheekily. Su Sueju raised an eyebrow. "Of course not. However, memorization and writing come with a prerequisite, understanding." Let us have a few students read different roles. Anyone eager to volunteer? Seeing no hands raised, she decided to draw student numbers, hoping to see them take initiative next time. I must emphasize that when reading different roles, embody the character's tone. It's not just reciting like a monk chanting. It should be as engaging as dubbing for a film or drama. Isn't that more fun? She winked at the class, then drew 3 student numbers. The text for today featured only 2 characters, assigning them to 2 students while another would read the narration. After listening to a round, Su Sueju shook her head in disapproval. "Teacher, what is a smart bean?" a curious short boy in the front asked. Su Sueju teased, "Want to know? Then perform well." Time was short. They needed to hurry through. Imagine yourselves as the characters. Okay? Don't just listen. Keep reading the narration. Laughter filled the classroom as the students enjoyed the lively atmosphere. Chapter 23. Who granted her power? A class lasted for 45 minutes. Concluding pleasantly amidst Su Sueju's engaging and lively explanations and interactions. As the bell rang, a group of students lingered, still reveling in the afterglow of the lesson, which had provoked hearty laughter once more. In the back row, a few mischievous boys, eager to challenge Su Sueju, stood defiantly, their voices gruff from the onset of adolescence. "Teacher Su, you underestimate us." The few rascals in class 2 may look formidable, but in reality, they would hardly be our match in a real confrontation. "Oh, it seems you possess a great deal of confidence," she replied. "Very well then. During the upcoming physical education class, I shall confer with your PE teacher to arrange a friendly duel. Of course limited to a display of martial prowess. No hair pulling or face scratching like a madwoman. Understood? Remember the adage, strike not the face, insult not the weaknesses. I have written it on the board. Consider it an expansion of today's lesson." Class dismissed, everyone. I will inform the class representative of the homework shortly, and you may copy it from the board during lunch. Su Suizhu waved her hand, smiling as she announced the end of the class. Humbly, Su Suizhu dismissed the compliments. Oh no, it is merely that this is the first time you have experienced my teaching style. It is rather novel. Lin Mai smiled. I attended your trial lecture last time, and indeed, it was captivating. Even I, who never studied English in my youth, found it intriguing. No wonder the students enjoy it so much. It appears that our traditional teaching methods have become outdated. It is no surprise that students appear disinterested in class. For the students, the frequency truly is not high. However, the teaching resources in the town are scarce. Prior to Su Suizhu's arrival, the entire school had only 2 English teachers, both of whom had graduated from a normal school, making it quite challenging to teach the senior classes. Consequently, whenever a new English teacher was assigned, they would find ways to transfer out, leaving students primarily to self-study, occasionally lamenting to the county's education bureau, and then seeking teachers from the county to fill in. Can I get my lunch now? It should be ready by around 10. Are you not buying vegetables today? I have a bit of vegetables at home, so I won't buy any today. Upon learning that the lunchboxes were ready, Su Suizhu informed the teachers in the office and hurried to the cafeteria. The cafeteria staff, having recognized her from the morning's lunch distribution, proactively helped her retrieve her box. The box, just out of the steamer, was quite hot. Su Suizhu asked the cafeteria staff for 2 old newspapers, wrapping them carefully to avoid burns. It seems she will need to carry a bag to work in the future. Unfortunately, aside from a travel bag and an old patched backpack, she had no other options. Su Suizhu contemplated finding some time over the weekend to sew a small lunch bag from leftover fabric. Her aunt had plenty of fabric scraps from years past, and with some selection, she could find many suitable patterns. Isn't she new here? Why is she off work at this hour? Murmured Zhou Xiaolu, leaning against the window with a cup of tea, noticing Su Suizhu's hurried departure from school. However, the other teachers were either busy grading assignments or focused on lesson preparation, paying her no mind. Feeling indignant, Zhou Xiaolu raised her voice. Don't you think the principal is overly kind to her? She's just an undergraduate. Why does she receive such preferential treatment? If you were an undergraduate, the principal would extend the same courtesy to you. Lin Fen replied without lifting her head, preoccupied with lesson planning. Zhou Xiaolu was stung by her words, retorting angrily, Lin Fen, the principal is here. A younger teacher seated by the window whispered a warning. The tension between the two dissipated, and with the principal's arrival, the atmosphere returned to one of harmony as teachers resumed their tasks of lesson preparation and grading. Chapter 24. Charge. What is everyone busy with? Principal Qi entered the office, hands clasped behind his back. The principal has arrived. Please have a seat. Lin Fen hastily pulled out a chair for him. Zhou Xiaolu shot her a disapproving glance, muttering under her breath, flattering sycophant. The principal had come to convey a message from the Education Bureau. The research meetings for various subjects would commence again in the second half of the year. For mathematics and language arts, each class in the first and second year would send a representative, while the English department would have the new teacher, Su, attend. Zhou Xiaolu's face flushed with anger at this announcement. Principal, shouldn't it be my turn this year? The principal glanced at her, recalling that last year there had been a mention of alternating between the 2 English teachers without a selection process. However, this year, the school had a more suitable candidate. Why send someone who graduated from a normal school to participate, risking ridicule from other schools? Zhou, the research meeting is not like other ordinary meetings. Merely listening from the sidelines is insufficient. One must present substantial knowledge and skills. In this regard, Teacher Su is more suited than you. This year, let her go, and you can learn from her. Your opportunity will come in due time. Zhou Xiaolu, fuming but unable to retort in front of the principal, simmered with indignation. Her face flushed with anger. After the principal departed, Lin Fen cast Zhou Xiaolu a sly glance, suppressing laughter. Oh dear, someone's face is quite twisted with anger. Do not gloat. If I miss out, do you believe you'll be next? Zhou Xiaolu shot back. I never said I want to go. You've been wishing for this for half a year now. How infuriating, she exclaimed. She had indeed longed for this opportunity, as the research meeting was an excellent chance for teachers to enhance their credentials. Attending such a meeting could enrich her or some significantly. With a stroke of luck, she could meet esteemed teachers from prestigious schools, potentially paving the way for a transfer to teach at a county school. After all, several graduates assigned to the town had left through similar channels. Even with her qualifications, she couldn't teach at the county high school. But the county's middle schools had long since introduced English classes and required teachers. As fate would have it, the opportunity slipped away, leaving her feeling thwarted and resentful. Directing her ire towards Su Suizhu. How dare she, a university graduate, come to this remote village and compete for opportunities? After finishing her classes, Su Suizhu first went to Zhou Lihua's home to pick up the little bon. Grandma, has Dodo been good? Teacher Su, the little one has been splendid. After you left, I played with him for a bit, changed his diaper, and he soon fell asleep. He just woke up a little while ago, and I was about to prepare his formula when you arrived. But since you are here, I won't bother. No formula can compare to mother's milk, Zhou Lihua said. Setting down the milk bottle, Su Suizhu followed her into the room, where the little bun lay wide-eyed, energetically waving his tiny arms at the ceiling. Grandma, I will bring him over around 1 this afternoon. You should eat and take a nap as well. It will keep you energized for the afternoon, Su Suizhu said, cradling the little bun in her arms. All right, Zhou Lihua nodded repeatedly before seeing them out. Once home, Su Suizhu closed the door, poured some hot water, and soaked a warm towel to freshen up before feeding the baby. After filling the little bun's belly and placing him in the nutrient chamber, she finally began to prepare her own lunch. At home, there were pickled vegetables and duck eggs. The pickles were made by her aunt from snow cabbage, and the green-shelled duck eggs came from the ducks her aunt raised, each as large as an adult's fist. Coastal families find it inconvenient to raise chickens, yet they possess a natural advantage in duck farming. Su Suizhu cracked open a large duck egg and sought at it with the cleaned and chopped snow cabbage, creating a fragrant dish of pickled vegetable fried rice. She then prepared a simple yet nutritious soup with snow cabbage and dried shrimp. The golden fried rice, enveloped in egg, gleamed enticingly, and the savory flavor of the snow cabbage tantalized the taste buds. As Su Suizhu savored her meal, alternating between bites of fried rice and sips of soup, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The little bun in the nutrient chamber must have caught a whiff of the delicious fried rice, making soft noises in response. Does Dodo want to eat fried rice too? Then you must grow up quickly. Once you're big enough, you will be able to enjoy many delicious dishes, and I will make them for you, aiming for a diverse menu 3 times a day for 7 days. Su Suizhu playfully teased the little darling. Eventually, as he began to yawn, she softly hummed a lullaby to soothe him to sleep before allowing herself a brief rest. Although she had no classes in the afternoon, she still needed to report to the office. Having previously discussed with the principal, Su Suizhu was allowed to arrive late or leave early during non-lesson times. But her presence was still required. After all, she was not the only teacher in the town, and the other staff were keenly observing her. Thus, when the clock struck 1, Su Suizhu promptly rose, tidied herself up, and delivered her little baozi to Zhou Lihua before making her way to school. In the office, a few teachers were engaged in light conversation, and Su Suizhu greeted them before settling down to prepare her lessons. For the past few days, she had been contemplating how to facilitate a significant improvement in the English proficiency of her third-year students. If she were teaching first-year students, she would not feel rushed, as there were 3 years until the college entrance examination, ample time to systematically impart the necessary knowledge. However, third-year students had limited time to absorb information, necessitating an innovative approach. With pen in hand, Su Suizhu made notes in her lesson plan, and gradually, an idea began to form in her mind. To enhance English communication skills, a conducive environment was essential. She envisioned an English salon, which could be feasible since most students lived nearby, and even those from farther away resided on campus. The timing could be set for after dinner until the start of evening study, forming a circle to practice speaking, which would serve both as a learning opportunity and a chance to aid digestion. Tentatively, she decided on holding it twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. However, she needed to discuss the location with the principal, as not all students might be interested, making a classroom setting inappropriate. Additionally, Su Suizhu planned to initiate a school newspaper focused on English learning. Thus, she intended to address both matters in her discussion with the principal before the end of the day. To her surprise, Principal Chi readily granted her the green light, stating, "As long as you believe it will benefit the students in learning English, feel free to proceed. I think the sports activity room would be excellent for your English salon, as it is spacious and quiet. I will assist you in gathering the necessary materials for the English newspaper." Su Suizhu was pleasantly surprised by the principal's support and smiled sincerely, saying, "Although it will require some paper and ink, I will prepare the content." However, my energy is limited, so I currently plan to only publish an English weekly for the third-year students. Thus, Su Suizhu took on two tasks, determined to ensure the success of her current cohort. Fortunately, the principal continually facilitated her endeavors, allowing her to leave the office during non-class hours to seek resources at the county library or bookstores. Su Suizhu was elated. She had long desired to explore the county, but had never found the time. With the principal's blessing, she entrusted her little Baozi to Zhou Lihua and, skipping lunch, boarded a small vehicle bound for the county. After nearly an hour of bumpy travel, she finally arrived at Yupu County. Stepping off the vehicle, she pressed her temples, relieved that she had not eaten lunch, as she feared she might have been unwell otherwise. Once the nausea subsided and hunger set in, Su Suizhu sought out a relatively clean snack shop, spending 50 cents on a serving of scallion noodles with shrimp skins, complemented by a bowl of complimentary noodle soup. After exiting the snack shop, she wandered the streets only to discover that the bustling atmosphere was marginally livelier than in the town. Yet the variety of goods remained quite limited. With little money in her pocket, aimless browsing held little appeal, so she decided to visit the county library. However, the county library of the 1980s had a meager collection of foreign language books, far less than what she had in her previous Life Fest study. Look at her. She seems so rustic, unlike someone who understands English. She must be illiterate, casually wandering in here like it's a department store. Indeed, not everyone is like us. Searching for materials for our students. Behind a pillar, two young women observed Su Suizhu flipping through books with disdainful expressions. Su Suizhu, upon hearing their comments and catching their scornful gazes, felt a wave of amusement wash over her. It was amusing how, regardless of the era, there were always those who judged others by appearances. In her previous life, as a young regional business manager, she had encountered similar situations at prestigious events, where people questioned her abilities, attributing her position to her looks rather than her intellect. Humans often harbor jealousy towards their peers who, despite being of similar age, surpass them in capabilities. Had she held her managerial position at an older age, the perception of her would have been vastly different. Amused, Su Suizhu could not help but smile. "What are you laughing at? Don't you know that the library requires quiet?" One of the young women scolded, mistaking Su Suizhu's smile for mockery. Although the women did not appear to be rural, their demeanor paled in comparison to Su Suizhu's grace, particularly with her exquisite complexion, which evoked a sense of envy. If it weren't for Su Suizhu's inquiry to the librarian about whether villagers from Xiaoguan Town could obtain library cards, anyone would assume she was a city dweller. Knowing she was not gave them the audacity to ridicule her. "Hey," another woman, noticing the librarian glancing their way, tugged at her companion, and the two of them hurriedly departed from the foreign literature section. Su Suizhu pondered, a speech competition? In English? It doesn't sound like it's held within the school. After a moment's thought, she followed the two women out of the library. Upon reaching the entrance of County No. 1 High School, Su Suizhu struck up a conversation with the security guard, only to learn that the two women were indeed English teachers at the school. Su Suizhu smirked slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for County No. 1 High School, hoping these two were not the face of the institution, for that would greatly diminish its prestige. Regardless, it was none of her concern. She turned towards the Education Bureau, introduced herself, and inquired about the speech competition. In those days, the County Education Bureau would certainly be informed about inter-school competitions, especially those of a provincial nature. Su Suizhu's inquiries yielded fruitful results, as there was indeed a dedicated individual responsible for that area within the Education Bureau. "Oh, you are the English teacher for Xiaoguan Town School? Here to register your students for the English speech selection competition? You can, but why is your school only registering now? It's almost time to start. I hope this isn't a last-minute decision. Are you confident? It would be futile to register if you lack assurance." The official in charge of registration, after voicing her concerns, added a tongue-in-cheek comment. "I see. You are indeed a responsible teacher. It's important to prepare thoroughly. This competition is organized by the provincial department, and they will surely send representatives to observe. It cannot be taken lightly. You are right. If every school were as diligent as yours, it would be commendable." The official praised her while also lamenting, unlike some schools who register without considering their capabilities, only to be eliminated in the first round, bringing shame to our county. It seemed quite a number of schools had registered for the inaugural provincial English speech competition. Su Suizhu wondered, then why didn't Xiaoguan Town register? "Oh, that matter," the principal had said. "We are aware of it, but our school's English proficiency is lacking. Before you arrived, we struggled just to conduct stable lessons, let alone have a teacher lead the team. Even if we appointed another teacher to lead, we would only finish at the bottom. So why embarrass ourselves?" "Su teacher, where did you hear about this?" Su Sueju cast a deep glance at the principal and replied softly, "I heard about it in the county. Principal, I have already registered our school. Moving forward, I hope you will provide me with your unequivocal support. I aim to lead a team to the finals." She vowed not to let those two county know. One high school teachers looked down on her, nor would she forget the disdainful gazes they had cast upon her. Moreover, her primary motivation was to provide her students with an opportunity to bolster their confidence. Principal Chi was momentarily taken aback by her declaration, and after a brief pause, he grasped Su Sueju's intent and erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Excellent. Su teacher, you can proceed without hesitation. I support you. The school supports you. We will provide our full backing." Such a splendid opportunity to elevate the reputation of Xiaoguan Town School would be foolish to ignore. Su Sueju was not overly confident in her own guidance skills, but she understood that the level of English speech competitions in that era could not compare to those of the future. The primary reason for the limited proficiency in English is that it has not yet been widely disseminated. In certain regions, students do not begin to engage with the language until high school, and the capabilities of their instructors are often constrained. Furthermore, the format of English speeches is not akin to impromptu draws, allowing only a few minutes for preparation and on-the-spot improvisation. Rather, the topics are predetermined upon registration. This year's theme revolves around the 10th anniversary of the reform and opening up, which may encompass notable individuals or events from one's surroundings, or even take the form of poetic tributes. In essence, the theme is established, leaving no room for spontaneous expression. This realization bolstered Su Sueju's confidence immensely. For her, it was akin to a guaranteed score. With the content in place, she felt she had already won half the battle. The remaining half hinged on the student's ability to recite fluently and with emotion. However, she was unprepared for the unforeseen challenge. The moment the three classes learned of the speech selection competition, they all shrank back, resembling quails, fearing to have their names called by Su Sueju. Not a single student volunteered to participate. Su Sueju found this both amusing and infuriating. "Hey, are you all too busy inflating others' ambitions while diminishing your own? These are merely excuses," she proclaimed. Each student insisted on the importance of mastering English, aspiring for the subject to transform from a stumbling block into a stepping stone. Yet, in reality, they hesitated before even attempting, lacking the courage to take a single step forward. How could they hope to surpass themselves and realize their dreams with such a lackluster commitment? Truly, their dreams appeared rather trivial. Below, the students remained silent, their necks drawn in. One timid hand was raised. It belonged to the class representative from Class 2. Soon after, a few academically proficient girls hesitantly raised their hands as well. Su Sueju's lips curled into a smile. "Very well, it's not too dire. At least a few classmates are willing to take this step. But why are they all girls? Are the boys less courageous?" "I'll go," proclaimed the tall sports representative from Class 1, standing up with determination. "My English isn't great, but I'm willing to give a shot. Unlike some who, despite decent grades, become timid when faced with a challenge. Zhou Dongwei, don't go overboard. Who says we lack courage?" Another student chimed in. "Exactly. It's just about memorizing the recitation and sharing it with everyone. What's there to fear? I'll sign up." "Me too. Hey, this tactic works." Su Sueju gave Zhou Dongwei a thumbs up, who responded with a playful bow of gratitude. Su Sueju shook her head with a chuckle and raised her hand for silence. "Classmates, settle down. Since everyone is eager to sign up, we shall hold an open selection. From 12 to 1 at noon and after school until 5, come to the library entrance, and I will be waiting for you. Regardless of whether you are selected, all who participate will receive a small gift." Upon hearing about the gift, the students' eyes lit up, and they all expressed their intent to give it a try. Principal Ji, who had caught wind of the open selection, approached and said, "Miss Su, you really don't need to go to such lengths. Just select a few academically strong students from each class and choose 1 or 2 to represent." Su Sueju smiled and replied, "I initially thought of that too, but it might lead to some inequity. Additionally, it serves as a baseline assessment to gauge the student's language sensitivity. Rest assured, Principal, I will prepare the promised gifts personally, so the school won't incur any expenses." Principal Ji's face flushed, although he felt slightly discomfort by Su Sueju's unapproved promise of gifts. He soon recognized her good intentions in wanting to select competent representatives for the competition. She shouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Sensing the principal's thoughts, Su Sueju smiled and said, "Principal, I will cover the small gifts for the open selection, and the school can reward the students who excel in the competition." The principal readily agreed. "All right, that sounds fair. Offering rewards for achievements is only right." Having procured a bundle of fresh vegetables and tofu, she quickly headed to the fish stall, selecting 2 lively grass carps. These freshwater fish, known for their many bones, do not have a robust market in Shawantown. The vendor was pleased to offer a discount for the 2 fish. Upon returning home, Su Sueju donned an old outfit, rolled up her sleeves, and began preparing the fish for fishball soup. Indeed, she intended to prepare a fragrant pot of fishball soup for the students who supported her. After thoroughly mixing the fish paste, she shaped it into round balls and dropped them into boiling water. The fish balls required soaking in clean water for half an hour to prevent them from sticking together during cooking. They needed to be boiled vigorously. Insufficient heat would leave them merely warm, while prolonged cooking would spoil their taste. After reaching a boil, the heat needed to be reduced to prevent the fish balls from breaking apart. Such precise control required the use of a gas stove. The 2 fish, weighing around 9 pounds each, yielded nearly 200 fish balls. Su Sueju calculated that if every student attended, they would receive only 2 fish balls each, which seemed rather scant. Thus, she decided to prepare a pot of ginger milk pudding as well. Ginger was readily available from the vegetable garden behind Aunt Ma's house, and there was also a bundle of aged ginger hanging in the corner of the kitchen. Living by the sea, it was customary to keep ginger on hand, as it pairs well with seafood. For the milk, she used powdered milk, which provided comprehensive nutrition. After completing these preparations, she savored a bowl of the fish head and tofu soup for her lunch, and then rushed to visit Zhou Lihua's home. After playing with the little bun and feeding him, she hurried off to the school as time was of the essence. At noon, the senior students were finally released from class. As they passed the library on their way to the cafeteria, noticing the short line, they decided to attend Su Sueju's open selection first. Confused, one student asked, "Miss Su, what is this about? Remember to bring this with you for dinner at the cafeteria tonight. The details are a secret for now." Su Sueju winked and called out next. Thus, she interviewed 50 to 60 students in one afternoon. After school, another wave of students arrived, and by the time 5 o'clock rolled around, only a handful from the 3 classes had not attended the open selection. Su Sueju was quite satisfied with this outcome. At the very least, she had identified a few promising candidates amidst the crowd. The students who did not show up were primarily those disinterested in their studies, merely coasting through high school with plans to take over family responsibilities. Thus, their absence was inconsequential to Su Sueju. However, those who skipped the selection were filled with regret. They had not anticipated that the small gift prepared by the new English teacher would be so exquisite, a bowl of fishball soup adorned with seaweed and scallions, containing 2 large fish balls akin to ping-pong balls. The other bowl, ginger milk pudding, emitted a sweet aroma, rich in dairy fragrance, inciting their appetites. "Is Ms. Su still at the library entrance? Can we still make it to the open selection? She said it would end at 5, and it's already past that time." "She has surely gone." "Oh no, had I known I would have gone." Wang Pongzi from the next class went, and his English isn't as good as mine. I heard he fumbled through a few lines, and Miss Su didn't let him continue, but he still got a gift. What a missed opportunity. Those fortunate enough to have participated in the selection were enjoying their rewards. A sip of fishball soup, followed by a taste of ginger milk pudding, made life feel wonderfully indulgent. "Pongzi, let me have a sip of that ginger milk pudding." "You have a whole bowl. Losing a mouthful won't hurt." "Exactly. Pongzi, let me taste the fishball soup. It smells heavenly." Wang Pongzi, attempting to evade his friend's advances, ultimately succumbed to their enthusiastic assault. He watched helplessly as his bowl of soup and dessert rapidly dwindled, the lone fishball being bitten in half by the leader, causing him to feel a pang of sorrow. "I sent tea it enough just to ask for a taste. I haven't even had my share. The taste is just okay. I might as well drink it for you. Tomorrow morning, breakfast is on me. Choose whatever you want." Wang Pongzi lamented inwardly. "I'm so tired of the breakfast at the school gate. What variety could I possibly choose? All I want is to drink the fishball soup and savor that ginger milk pudding I've never had before." Su Sueju divided the remaining fish balls and ginger milk among the teachers in the same office. The principal and the head of the department had already heard about it from the students. Drawn by the enticing aroma, they each took a bowl. Everyone who tasted it praised Su Sueju, exclaiming, "Teacher Su, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. These fish balls are even better than my mother's." Su Sueju merely smiled in silence. The fish balls were a unique skill passed down from her previous life. Anyone who had tasted her Su-style fish balls either became a close friend or a cherished companion. The saying that food can bridge the gap between people is not mere hyperbole. I have a fondness for sweets, and the ginger milk was perfectly to my taste. Teacher Yu took a bite of the ginger milk, closed her eyes in satisfaction, and sighed. The milky flavor is so rich. It's as if I am floating in a sea of milk. Is it really that exaggerated? The other teachers chuckled at her response. Indeed, I'm not deceiving you. I adore this dessert. Teacher Yu turned to Su Sueju and said, "Next time you make this, please let me know. I will cover the cost of the ingredients. Just reserve a small bowl for me." Su Sueju smiled and nodded. "Sure, I can teach you if you want to learn. You will master it after just one lesson. It's not technically challenging." "Really?" "Of course. The ingredients are simple. Just ginger, milk, and sugar. I have plenty of ginger at home, and I use milk powder as a substitute, which makes it rich in flavor. Fresh milk would be even better." Teacher Yu was a practical person who acted on her intentions. She immediately decided, "Tomorrow at noon, I will bring milk powder to your place to make ginger milk." The other female teachers laughed, expressing their desire to join and observe. Su Sueju did not deliberately conceal the fact that she was unmarried yet had a child. Her colleagues were welcome to inquire. After all, teaching at the same school for a long time meant that such things would eventually come to light. However, aside from the principal, the other teachers were still unaware of this. Thus, the next day at noon, when the teachers saw a tender little bun and learned it was Su Sueju's biological son, they were taken aback. "I can't believe it, Teacher Su. Your child is already a month old. How is that possible? When I had just given birth, I looked like a bloated diesel barrel. How do you maintain your figure?" "Teacher Su, if you hadn't said anything, I doubt anyone would believe you're already a mother. Not only is your figure extraordinary, but look at your radiant skin. It's even more youthful than when I was 18. Quickly, tell us your secret." Su Sueju was both amused and exasperated by their questions. "Perhaps it's because I took good care of myself during confinement. My aunt was very attentive and prepared nourishing soups for me." "Lies. You can do better than that. Do you think I haven't given birth and gone through confinement? Let me tell you, I also took 2 months of confinement, and after drinking soup for 2 months, I became a diesel barrel, and my skin is nowhere near as good as yours." Su Sueju smiled and casually flicked her shoulder-length hair, saying, "All right, it must be that I am naturally beautiful. No matter how much I eat, I do not gain weight, and my skin is naturally fair and delicate." Teacher Zhong playfully threatened, "I want to hit you." If it weren't for the little bun waking up, they would have continued to surround Su Sueju, demanding her unconvincing reasons. When the little bun woke up, everyone's attention shifted. "Oh, what a cute baby. Seeing this makes me want to have a child to play with." Teacher Zhong, who had been married for 6 months yet had no plans for children, joked while playing with the little bun. Teacher Yu shot her an annoyed glance. "Are children born just for you to play with?" "Hey, I was just joking," Teacher Zhong replied, sticking out her tongue. She was particularly wary of the second-grade homeroom teacher, who, despite being only slightly older, could be more serious than the head of the department. "Teacher Su, do you live here alone with your child? Where is your husband?" Teacher Zhong asked curiously. Luckily, all present were female teachers. Otherwise, she would have felt embarrassed to ask. Su Sueju maintained her composure. "We've separated." "Huh? How could you separate? You must be blind. How could he not cherish such a capable and beautiful wife as you?" Teacher Lin, sensing Su Sueju's discomfort, quickly intervened to ease the tension. The straightforward teacher Zhong automatically filled in the blanks, indignantly defending Su Sueju. "Exactly. Not only is he blind, but he's also cowardly. How could he leave you to raise the child alone?" Teacher Yu sighed inwardly. The youth were so impulsive. The couple's private matters were not for her to comment on, especially when the person involved had not said anything. She took the little bun and playfully said, "Is your name Dodo? What a trendy nickname. It suits your cultured mother perfectly. Dodo, let us go make some delicious food. Hey, Teacher Yu, aren't you supposed to demonstrate? I'll carry Dodo. I haven't had enough of holding him." Teacher Zhong quickly followed her. "It's all right. I can learn while holding the child. When my daughter was little, I carried her like this while cooking." Su Sueju thought as she took the opportunity to teach Teacher Yu how to make ginger milk. At noon, several teachers gathered at Su Sueju's home. enjoying a mixed meal that began with ginger milk, followed by snow vegetable rice pancakes, and concluded with a bowl of tomato and egg soup. The tomatoes were freshly picked from the garden behind the house. As summer transitioned into autumn, a few late-ripening fruits still hung on the vine. This meal, though not a formal dinner, was satisfying as they tasted a bit of each dish and filled their stomachs. Afterward, the teachers accompanied Su Suizhu to deliver the little bun to Zhou Lihua's house, and then chatted and laughed as they headed back to school. Where did the teachers from the senior class go today? Are they on a collective stroll? They're only just arriving now, Lin Fin casually remarked while grading papers, noticing a group of people walking outside the window. Ever since that graduate from Fangda came, the entire senior class seems to be rebelling with one idea after another. Zhou Xiaolu snorted. She even signed up for a speech contest. Just not embarrassing the town middle school is already a success. Does she really think she can win? Lin Fin ignored her and turned to another colleague, saying, I heard that last night the senior students had a special meal, and it was teacher Su who paid for it out of her own pocket. They had fishball soup and something called ginger milk. Have you tried it? I've never even heard of it. It's a dessert popular in the southern city. When I was in school, one of my dorm mates was from there. And besides ginger milk, they also have sweet bean milk, which is said to be delicious. But I've never tried it, so I don't know what it tastes like. Lin Fin stroked her chin, pondering it should be good. I saw those picky eaters finish their bowls as if they had been washed clean. Zhou Xiaolu, however, scoffed, it's just a bowl of milk. Who has tea drunk that as a child? What is there to be proud of? Su Suizhu remained unaware of these discussions. After her afternoon class, she called out 8 students who had performed relatively well during the audition and instructed them to come to her office around 5 for a selection process. Ultimately, she would choose 3 students to participate in the competition. In her pursuit of making a name for the town, Su Suizhu was fully committed. In the past few days, aside from attending classes and preparing lessons, she dedicated all her spare time to preparing for the speech competition. After picking up the little bun and feeding him, she gently patted his back until he burped, then placed him in his little cradle. With her revised speech draft from the previous night in hand, she began to recite it aloud to the little bun. The little bun, thinking it was a game, waved his tiny arms and babbled excitedly. Although he eventually grew tired, he did not protest and fell sound asleep, wrapped in his blanket, while listening to her rhythmic recitation. After going through the draft, feeling unsatisfied, Su Suizhu picked up a pen and immersed herself in revising the manuscript. The rhyming at the end of each line was crucial for the English speech in poetic form, but it should not be compromised for the sake of rhyme. Seeing the little bun asleep, Su Suizhu focused even more intently, carefully considering each word and phrase. As this was her first time leading a team in a competition, she was uncertain of the judges' preferences. Thus, she decided to write a modern poem praising the reform and opening up policies. It drew on extensive references, was grand and powerful, and had a poetic rhythm that would render it very impactful when recited. After a busy day, Su Suizhu looked up to find the sky darkening. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 5 o'clock. She rubbed her face, rose, and went to the kitchen to crack 2 duck eggs and boil a bowl of red sugar water egg soup. Hastily preparing a meal. Before bedtime, she planned to mix a cup of milk powder, as nutrition was essential, especially for the little Baozi. After locking the door, she bundled the Baozi in her blanket and carried him to Lin Jianbing's house. She dared not leave him at home. Wu Meili took the Baozi with a cheerful response, saying, after 4:30, both my brother and I are usually home. If you need anything, feel free to bring him over. We want to be going out tonight. Su Suizhu gratefully entrusted the Baozi to her brother and sister-in-law and hurried off to school. Upon arriving at the office, the students were already waiting. Their quick completion indicated a solid foundation in English. In less than half an hour, the top 3 candidates were selected. Su Suizhu handed each of the 5 eliminated students a candy bean, comforting them by saying, "It's all right if you weren't chosen. Just keep working hard and aim for good results in the final exam." "Thank you, Teacher Su. We will try our best." In Chapter 29, Su Suizhu was puzzled by a comment from Zhou Xiaolu, who mockingly pointed out, "Teacher Su is new here and doesn't know our school's rules. She has even disregarded the guideline that one cannot leave before the end of class." Teacher Zhu's expression turned awkward. Su Suizhu raised an eyebrow, sensing Zhou Xiaolu's hostility. With a faint smile, she replied, "I admit I am still getting accustomed, but regarding the rule you mentioned, the principal is aware, and you can ask him." Thinking of the adorable Baozi, Su Suizhu felt her mood lift and her steps became lighter. Zhou Xiaolu stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "What kind of person is this? Such an arrogant attitude, asking me to consult the principal, humph. When she turned, Teacher Zhu was nowhere to be seen. Dealing with such an unreasonable person was indeed a headache. The following day, when Su Suizhu inquired about the office cleaning duty, Teacher Yu laughed and said, "Why are you so eager? You weren't assigned this week, and now you're unhappy? Don't worry, you'll be on duty starting next week. When we assign the duties, you hadn't arrived yet, so we decided to stick with the old rotation for this week. It's just a bit of cleaning. It won't hurt to take turns a day longer." Su Suizhu nodded, secretly relieved that her fellow teachers were reasonable. If they had been as aggressive as Zhou Xiaolu, maintaining harmony would have been difficult. Once everyone was present, Teacher Yu had the group prepare the duty roster for the following week. To ensure fairness, they always drew lots to determine the days. Su Suizhu drew a slip for Thursday, which was perfect as she had an English salon that day and could conveniently manage the cleaning duty. As she pondered the cleanliness of her home, she realized it also needed attention. Recently, she had been busy preparing lessons and reports, neglecting to sweep the floors or wipe the cabinets, which had accumulated a layer of dust. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the principal called out to her, "Teacher Su, you have a package slip." A package slip? Who could have sent her a package? Confused, she approached to take the slip from the principal, confirming it was indeed a package slip. Surely, she wouldn't have to go to the county to collect it? There was a post office in town, located at the western end of Exine Street. The principal, with a slight smirk, remarked on her ved about the town's facilities. Upon hearing that she could pick it up in town, Su Suizhu sighed in relief, waved goodbye to the principal, and hurried to the post office with the package slip in hand. The package was small and flat. The sender's name on the slip was Haicheng Textile University. Su Suizhu became even more puzzled. What could the school possibly send her? Could it be a disciplinary notice? After reading the letter, Su Suizhu exhaled slowly. The dean's words conveyed concern for her, suggesting he had believed the false accusations from Lu Haiyan. Nevertheless, receiving such a letter of comfort and encouragement in these circumstances was indeed commendable. It was rare to see classmates from a single class who had shared 4 years together run away at the first sign of trouble. Su Suizhu sighed, carefully storing the letter away, contemplating sending the dean some local specialties as a token of gratitude. As for her diploma, she would take it to the town principal for a quick glance. However, she had no intention of letting Lu Haiyan's misdeeds go unpunished. That debt was firmly noted in her small black notebook, and one day she would repay it in kind. Time flew by, and soon it was 10:30. Su Suizhu jogged to Zhou Lihua's house to pick up the Baozi. After returning, she fed him and laid him in the nutrition chamber before diligently wiping the cabinet doors and mopping the floor. How wonderful it would be to have a state-of-the-art cleaning robot, eliminating the need for strenuous cleaning. Su Suizhu, nearly straining her back, straightened up, rubbing her sore waist, and muttered to the Baozi, "Isn't that right? If they can invent advanced protective gear in nutrition chambers, surely they can create a robotic vacuum cleaner." The Baozi had slept through the morning and was now well-fed and full of energy, eagerly responding to her words. It was as if the mother and child were truly conversing. Su Suizhu couldn't help but smile. "Little cutie, what are you so happy about? Is it fun watching Mama jump around cleaning? Can you use a different word instead of just an ah? You are our adorable little lucky charm. Let us hope for a high-tech vacuum cleaner that cleans automatically without any fuss." While crouching to clean the floor, Su Suizhu massaged her aching waist, feeling quite fatigued. The 2 concrete rooms outside did not receive such tender care. She simply sprinkled water, swept it up with a broom, and mopped it in one go. In Chapter 30, she gathered the students participating in the speech competition for rehearsals. After listening to their recitations, Su Suizhu pointed out the shortcomings of each of the 3. "Teacher Su, can we try one more time?" "Sure." After another round, their improvement was evident, and they were ready to compete on stage. Su Suizhu expressed her satisfaction. "That's enough for today. You've mastered the content well. Just enhance your emotional delivery a bit more, and you should make it to the finals. As for costumes, do you have any suggestions?" The school uniforms in town were rather plain, just sportswear with blue and white stripes worn from freshman to senior year, faded and looking worn out. Unfortunately, even with countless ideas swirling in her mind, she lacked the fabric to create 3 sets of performance outfits. After a moment, Tian Xiaoxua timidly raised her hand. "My older sister has a red suspender dress. I wonder if that could work." "A red suspender dress?" Su Suizhu pondered briefly before clapping her hands and saying, "That sounds great. Bring it to me tomorrow to take a look. The best pairing for a red suspender dress is a white shirt." Tian Xiaoxue beamed. I have a white shirt. Perfect, your outfit will be a white shirt paired with a red suspender dress and white socks, along with black leather shoes. The socks are easy to find. I'll figure out the shoes. She recalled a shoe store across from the county library and resolved to buy a pair of black round-toed shoes if necessary to lend to the students. As for the boys' outfits, it was straightforward. Chun Wen-jun and Lin Lei both had older brothers a few years their senior who were already in the workforce, and a white shirt was standard attire for them. As for the black leather shoes, Lin Lei's brother had a pair that could be borrowed for the competition. Although the size was a bit larger, they could make do. However, they still needed one more pair. The women's shoes would ultimately be borrowed from teacher Zhong, who allowed her to proclaim that if there was anything that needed assistance, they should not hesitate to ask. Thus, Su Suizhu boldly inquired whether she had any black leather shoes, to which the answer was affirmative, and fortuitously, they were indeed round-toed. At last, the competition attire was finalized. The boys donned white shirts and dark blue straight trousers, with uniform black leather shoes. Concerned, her aunt took the delivery truck to the town early Saturday morning to check on her niece, confirming that her claims were true and that there were indeed school matters to attend to. Her nephew appeared well cared for, looking plump and noticeably stronger than the previous week. Only then did she feel at ease, though she took the little bun with her. The fishing ground was not busy these days. So since you had important matters to attend to, the aunt offered to take care of him for a couple of days, promising to return him after the competition. Missing a few days of milk would not be a concern. Su Suizhu thought it was a good idea. Although the selection competition was scheduled for Sunday afternoon, they needed to depart in the morning for registration and rehearsal. This meant they would be unable to attend to the little bun for an entire day. The speech competition, organized by the Provincial Education Bureau, was of great significance to the county's educational institutions. The teams sent to the provincial capital for the finals would reflect the reputation of Upuxian. Consequently, the county-level selection competition saw the attendance of principals from various participating schools, along with the Education Bureau's director and deputy director, who occupied the front row of the guest seats. Regardless of their understanding of the proceedings, their presence indicated the importance they placed on this competition. Additionally, special reporters dispatched by provincial and municipal education bureaus were present, cameras at the ready, aimed at the stage. Su Suizhu observed this and nodded to herself, welcoming the attendance of such notable figures. Rumor had it that the students from Xinizhong and Xiansanzhong had good relations with the judges, yet in such a grand event, with cameras capturing the proceedings, they would likely refrain from arbitrary scoring. Teacher Su, which number did we draw for our turn? Tian Xiaoxue asked nervously. Chun Wen-jun and Lin Lei also stared at her intently. Su Suizhu glanced at the crumpled paper from the draw and informed them, the 13th. There were a total of 15 schools participating in the draw. Although the number seemed somewhat inauspicious, it was still acceptable. Let's consider it the grand finale. Just perform as you did in previous rehearsals. There's no need to be anxious. Qualifying for the finals is certainly within reach, Su Suizhu reassured them. The three students felt somewhat reassured. However, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Each wore a serious expression as they nestled into their seats, mentally rehearsing their speeches in hopes of delivering an extraordinary performance on stage. Their hearts were as clear as a mirror, understanding that this was a battle without gunpowder, where the ability of the town's students to make a mark in English would depend on their performance today. Su Suizhu, resting her chin on her hand, attentively listened to the speeches being presented one after another. The strategy of knowing oneself and one's adversary was indeed prudent. However, after a few speeches, she felt confident that her students would undoubtedly excel. The first student to take the stage was overly anxious, stumbling through their words and mispronouncing several terms, earning the lowest score thus far. The second and third speakers delivered their speeches fluently, yet their content was rather mediocre. The judges awarded them scores that were respectable but not outstanding. The subsequent speakers performed similarly. In contrast, the student from Xinizhong left the best impression. After their speeches concluded, the 5 judges awarded them an average score of 94, while the highest score from other schools was only 91. It was no wonder that the 2 familiar female teachers from Xinizhong were beaming with delight, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Indeed, the remaining schools had never been a match for Xinizhong in English, perhaps sensing victory within reach. The 2 female teachers basked in the envious glances and compliments from teachers of other schools, loudly discussing their outfits for the provincial finals. Su Suizhu rolled her eyes, thinking they were rather arrogant. truly believing this selection competition was merely a showcase for Xian Yizhong. Chapter 31. Tremble mortals. Go, young ones. Supporting her chin, Su Suizhu turned to the students who were preparing to take the stage and said, "Trample upon those who look down upon you. Crush them, or at the very least, overwhelm them with your brilliance." The three students thought, Teacher Su is wonderful in every way, except for her tendency to say things that are hard to comprehend. Nonetheless, they sensed the fervor in her words, and thus, they approached the stage with a commanding presence. Excellent. Their spirited demeanor was sure to earn full marks. Su Suizhu smiled warmly. Next, the representative from Shaoan Zhongxue took the stage to deliver their speech on the topic of staying true to our original intentions, embracing glory. The host announced this with a smile, leading the applause. However, the applause from the audience was sparse. The Education Bureau leaders seated in the front row exchanged puzzled glances. Shaoan Zhongxue? Wasn't he that the school managed by Qi Yongfa? They had just complained to me about the inadequacy of their English teachers at the beginning of the semester. Particularly for the senior class, where assigned teachers tended to leave, they had never participated in such competitions before. Why were they suddenly here? It was unclear. Perhaps they wanted their students to practice their courage. Practicing courage also requires suitable circumstances. Did they dare to send their students on stage in such a setting, fearing they might be written up in the provincial news and bring shame upon themselves? Not only the Education Bureau leaders, but also the principals were whispering amongst themselves. A principal from the 5th middle school, who had a good relationship with Principal Qi, looked confused. "Old Qi, you never mentioned that your school was sending students to participate. I thought you were just here to make up the numbers." Principal Qi was actually anxious for his own students, despite witnessing Teacher Su's dedication and the students' hard work. Their foundational skills lagged far behind. Nevertheless, no matter how subpar his students were, he could not allow others to bully them. Therefore, without hesitation, he retorted, "What? Is it only permissible for your students to participate while mine cannot? What kind of logic is that?" The words were blunt. The principal from Xinizhong, sitting 2 seats away, shot him a disdainful glance and muttered, "It's not as if you don't know the educational standards of your school, with such mediocre skills. You dare to bring your students here? One must know their place in such situations." The principal from Xian Sanzhong frowned in displeasure, adding, "Indeed, this competition not only has our county's leaders in attendance, but people from the province are here as well. Poor performance will not only reflect poorly on your school. Rest assured, my students will not be inferior to yours." "It's not our turn to be embarrassed," Principal Qi replied, suppressing his frustration. You see things clearly." Principal Qi decided to ignore the 2 bothersome old men, straightening his posture. The principals from Xinizhong and Xian Sanzhong were seething with indignation. However, once the student from Shaoan Zhongxue began their opening remarks, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. What? Is this truly a student from Shaoan Zhongxue? Speaking with impeccable British English and wearing a perfectly timed smile, their delivery was both fluent and impactful. Even those among the audience who were not fluent in this foreign language felt invigorated and inspired by the speaker on stage. Su Suizhu watched her student deliver a flawless speech, her heart swelling with pride as she reclined lazily in her chair. "Tremble, despair, mortals! You who look down upon Shaoan Town, you have now encountered your match." Ultimately, Shaoan Zhongxue secured the championship of the selection competition with an impressive average score of 98. Some judges, friendly with Xinizhong and Xian Sanzhong, wished to give lower scores, but with so many eyes upon them and cameras from the provincial capital capturing the event, they dared not act recklessly. Just as Su Suizhu had surmised, who would dare to be careless? When the host announced the scores, the auditorium fell silent. "Old Qi, is it really your students who took the stage? Impressive." The principal of the 5th middle school exclaimed in disbelief. "Oh, you flatter me." Principal Qi beamed with satisfaction, glancing at the 2 old men from Xinizhong and Xian Sanzhong, feeling utterly elated. "Ha ha ha! Well done, Teacher Su. Truly unexpected. My students have surpassed those from Xinizhong and Xian Sanzhong to claim the first prize in this speech competition." What surprise! The principal of Xian Yizhong felt a pang of discomfort as he heard the score, his face clouded with displeasure. Since assuming his position, the first place in academic competitions had always belonged to his students, never to others. To his dismay, today was different, and he felt utterly humiliated. Losing to the 3rd middle school would have been bearable, but to be outdone by a rural school was a disgrace he could hardly tolerate. Regardless of his own discontent, Principal Chi, spry despite his age, swiftly made his way to the stage, beaming as he gestured for Su Suizhu to join him. Teacher Su, come. Let us take a group photo with the students. Such rare opportunities should be cherished. Su Suizhu, feeling a wave of exasperation, thought to herself that there would be plenty of such chances in the future, and perhaps she should refrain from joining the stage. However, Principal Chi insisted, and reluctantly she stood up, straightened her attire, and approached the award stage. As she passed by the two female teachers from Xian she noticed their astonished expressions, which stripped away any remnants of their previous pride. Had they been slapped in the face by reality? She smirked at them, her eyes sparkling with mischief, while gracefully making her way to the podium. There she was, not the same Su Suizhu from the library last time, leaving Ni Chunmei and Zhao Ying dumbfounded. Su Suizhu, unconcerned, beckoned the students to follow her. Hey, Teacher Su, are you looking down on me? Don't worry, this morning my family gave me money, and I can afford to treat you all, even if 4 more come along. Principal Chi, patting his pocket, felt quite pleased with himself. Old Chi, I shall shamelessly join you for a meal. The principal of the 5th middle school grinned as he caught up with him. At that moment, he was unbothered by the possibility of being overheard. He sensed that the success of Xia Wanzhong today lay in the hands of the young and beautiful teacher beside him. The pretense of joining for a meal was merely a guise to glean information. Count me in. The principal of Shirkin Middle School chimed in, adjusting his heavy glasses. Principal Chi, irritated to the point of headache, thought, what a bunch of shameless old men, so brazen in their quest for a free meal. Yet, despite his complaints, he decided to celebrate, waving his hand. Let us go, off to celebrate together. In stark contrast to Principal Chi's exuberance, the principal of Xian Yizhong wore a grim expression. He watched the group of chattering individuals depart the auditorium toward a restaurant across the street, squinting in displeasure as he fixated on Su Suizhu's retreating figure for quite some time, before finally turning to instruct the 2 disheartened teachers from his school. Once the principal of Xian Yizhong was out of sight, they sighed in relief. Ni Chunmei seethed. Where did that little girl come from? Causing us to incur the principal's wrath? Now we'll miss out on our professional titles and the guaranteed bonuses. Zhao Ying, her head hanging low, lamented. What can we do? The speeches from Xia Wanzhong students were indeed superior to ours. If only they had heeded my advice. The speech draft should have been more convoluted. I bet the judges love complex sentence structures that leave them bewildered. Ni Chunmei expressed her discontent, but Zhao Ying sighed. What good does that do now? The competition is over. For now, we must uncover the truth behind the principal's orders and secure our performance bonuses. But where can we find out? We don't know anyone in Xia Wanzhong. Ni Chunmei stamped her foot, exasperated. Let us just ask around and see what we can find out. It's infuriating. Old Chi, we've been friends for over a decade. Haven't we? One of them remarked. You've known Old Chi for barely 10 years. I've known him for 20. Principal Chi, astute as ever, could easily discern their intentions. However, with only Su Suizhu to inform, he could not allow them to pry too deeply. Thus, he diverted the conversation. Aren't you 2 going to attend to your students? He gestured for Su Suizhu to call over the students they had momentarily abandoned, who were standing awkwardly on the curb, unsure of what to do. The students were bewildered. One turned around, realizing the principal was nowhere to be found. They hesitated to leave, fearing he might simply be taking a brief respite. Unexpectedly, they found themselves following the group from Xia Wanzhong to dinner, feeling a mix of resentment and confusion. But we are your students. Why are you 2 so warmly smiling at the students from Xia Wanzhong? Su Suizhu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It seemed her principal had a good rapport with the other 2 principals. In the realm of high schools in Yupu, Xia Wanzhong was not alone. It had support of brother schools. Ultimately, the principals of the 5th middle school and Shirkin Middle School only managed to extract the information that the new teacher at Xia Wanzhong was named Su and was a graduate of Haicheng Textile University. But nothing more. However, it was of little concern. As they departed, the 2 old principals warmly grasped Su Suizhu's hand, inviting her to visit their schools. We'd love for you to attend a class exchange, they suggested. Principal Chi, feeling magnanimous, decided to let it slide, refraining from confrontation. Let us just focus on research activities and attend a class there. With the resources of the 5th middle school and Shirkan, they wouldn't be able to poach her. Lin Jianbing waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't linger. I heard the principal's spirited voice. I heard you won the competition. Quite impressive. By the way, are you going to pick up Dodo? Hop on. I'll give you a ride. He patted his bicycle seat. After quickly packing a bag, he tossed it over his shoulder and hopped on a Lin Jianbing's bicycle. The siblings chatted amiably until they reached the village road. Suizhu, you can go in by yourself. I need to pick up your sister-in-law. She went her family to see Chui Chui and Zhuang Zhuang. I'll come back for you after dinner. The path to the fishing grounds was no more than 6 or 7 minutes. A distance Lin Jianbing found to be as familiar as his own doorstep. He needed a ride to his mother-in-law's house, so he didn't accompany her inside. But he remembered his mother's request and handed Su Suizhu a cloth bag hanging from the bike's handlebars. This is what Mom wanted, brown sugar and dry dates. Take it to her. I'm off now. I'll be back to pick you up later. Su Suizhu felt a wave of gratitude. Brother, you came just to bring this for me? I would have walked if I had known. She glanced around, observing that the outside of the house looked decent, but she was uncertain whether it would be comfortable to stay inside. Although her aunt and Uncle Wu didn't mind her presence. Not having a true place to call her own made Su Suizhu, who was accustomed to moving around in her previous life, feel somewhat unsettled. As Su Suizhu entered the courtyard, the rich aroma of duck soup wafted through the air, and she lamented, Annie, why must you slaughter a duck? We can eat what we have at home. I'm not a guest. Who says it's for you? Isn't your uncle tempted by meat? Su Shiyuan retorted playfully, unhesitatingly placing the blame on her well-meaning husband. Su Suizhu cupped her cheeks with her hands in mock embarrassment, teasing, oh my, I can't believe you're blushing at being a mother now. All right, I want to pry. Enjoy your meal tonight. You must be exhausted after the day. Su Shiyuan, unable to suppress her laughter, teased her a bit more before inquiring about the competition. Weren't you at a competition today? How'd it go? Relieved that her aunt had finally ceased to pursue the slightly embarrassing topic, Su Suizhu replied, it went quite well. We secured first place. Really? That's wonderful. Su Shiyuan exclaimed, rejoicing on her behalf. So the old duck was not slaughtered in vain. We must celebrate tonight and allow your uncle a drink. Su Suizhu smiled broadly, then asked, what about Dodo? Is he asleep? She found her little dumpling to be quite manageable. Unless he was hungry, he rarely cried. Upon reflection, she considered that perhaps it was due to his nighttime sleeping conditions. They say good sleep contributes to good moods. However, this was merely her speculation. Perhaps the little dumpling was just naturally well-behaved. Auntie, your duck soup is truly delicious. Did you add dried scallops? Su Suizhu savored the rich, hot broth, her eyes closing in satisfaction. Unfortunately, the little dumpling was still too young for solid food. Ah, Lin Jianbing responded. The little dumpling slept soundly, perhaps a bit overstimulated from the day's outings, and thus was enjoying a longer nap. He had nearly outgrown the need for nighttime feedings. A meal before bed could see him sleeping soundly until 4 or 5 in the morning. Today, Su Suizhu skipped a meal, which made her heart ache. Yet she still got up in the middle of the night to feed her child. As a result, both mother and child enjoyed a deep slumber, awakening only when the sun had fully risen. After having breakfast, she cheerfully delivered her spirited little Baozi to Zhou Lihua's home before heading to work. Along the way, numerous parents of students residing nearby greeted her with smiles, and those who were familiar even called out to her, Teacher Su. Off to work? Their tone was not overly warm, leaving Su Suizhu somewhat puzzled. It was only upon arriving at school that she understood the situation. The news that her student had won first place in this year's English speech selection competition had already spread throughout the school and beyond, bringing immense joy to all faculty, students, and parents. Achieving such a remarkable feat of triumph over Xian County No. 1 High School and securing the county-level championship marked a first for Shaoan Town Middle School. Principal Chi arrived at the office early, issuing a memo to allocate bonuses. After the flag-raising ceremony, he stood on the podium with a loudspeaker to address everyone and personally handed out red envelopes, rewarding Su Suizhu with 100 yuan and each of the 3 students 20 yuan. He also approved funds to create banners, emblazoned in white letters on bright red silk, celebrating the victory of the high school students Tian Xiaoxue, Chun Wenjun, and Lin Lei in the English speech selection competition. After the physical education class ended, Su Suizhu found herself surrounded by her colleagues. Teacher Su, congratulations. You are truly remarkable. You led your students to compete and achieved such outstanding results. Su Suizhu smiled graciously in response, yet her thoughts lingered on the fact that her once thin wallet was now replenished. Winning a bonus was no easy feat. Naturally, within the faculty, There were those who felt envious, such as Zhou Xiaolu. She gazed at the red envelope in Su Suizhu's hand with palpable jealousy. After all, it was merely a county selection competition, and the reward was just 100 yuan. That was nearly equivalent to 2 months' salary for her. The principal was far too generous. The more Zhou Xiaolu thought about it, the more dissatisfied she became, and she stormed into the principal's office to voice her grievances. Principal, you can't just hand out bonuses for a ranking. And to give out so much, what if everyone wants to take their students to compete? Who will be left to teach in the school? Principal Qi regarded Zhou Xiaolu as if she were mentally challenged. Yet, she remained oblivious to this look of concern. Continuing to speak animatedly, it's just leading a team, and you reward 100. It feels rather excessive, doesn't it? In the future, if there are competitions, everyone will be clamoring to lead teams, which could undermine the unity and camaraderie of the teaching staff. Principal Qi could hardly listen any longer. If it weren't for the acute need for English teachers, he would have wished to dismiss her. She was quite the troublemaker. Xiao Zhou, if your hypothetical scenario were to occur, I will be delighted. Rest assured, from now on, whoever teaches the students will be responsible for leading the team. It will certainly not affect the unity and camaraderie of the faculty. By the way, there will be an inter-school English-friendly match for the first and second-year students at the end of the year. The exact schedule hasn't been released yet, but it will likely be in early January, just before the final exams. The first-year group will be your responsibility. After visiting the principal's office and expending so much effort, Zhou Xiaolu, though somewhat dissatisfied, felt she had gained something, pouting as she left. The principal shook his head and muttered to himself, if only everyone were like Teacher Su, how much easier it would be. Chapter 34. Adorably rule-breaking thinking of the treasure that was Su Suizhu, the principal could not help but feel delighted. Finally, when Su Suizhu finished her class, he beamed and invited her to his office, where he brewed a cup of fragrant Longjing tea from his treasured stash. Please sit down. What are you standing for? I don't have anything grand to offer, just this tea, which is quite nice. What kind of performance attire are you referring to? Principal que inquired, puzzled. If it's for singing and dancing, it wouldn't be suitable for a speech competition, would it? It is not that kind, Su Suizhu replied, requesting an old newspaper from the principal. She sketched a common style of student uniform on the blank edge, featuring a 2-button blazer for boys with trousers, and for girls, a kneeling skirt paired with a white shirt and a red bow tie, transforming them into elegant gentlemen and ladies. I understand that the school's budget is limited, and not everyone participates in competitions. Thus, we can start by custom making a few sets, embroidered with our school emblem on the chest. For formal competitions, they will wear this outfit. After a few instances, without you needing to introduce them, anyone who sees them in this attire will know they are students from Shaoan Middle School. Principal Qi found this reasoning compelling. It was indeed about image. Students donning uniforms designed by their own school for competitions would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression, even if they did not win any awards. Over time, who would not recognize Shaoan Town? Moreover, the design was genuinely appealing. Once the budget allowed, he would gladly replace all school uniforms with this set. The principal waved his hand, approving the plan. All right, you handle this. I will issue a memo, but the fabric may not be cheap. If necessary, let us start with 3 sets to get through the upcoming finals. Su Suizhu had no objections. Her initial goal was merely to resolve the issue of competition attire. With no classes in the morning, she planned to leave early. Su Suizhu remarked, experience comes with age. Nothing escapes your notice. Zhou Lihua changed the baby's diaper midway and sat on the edge of the bed, playing with him. Upon seeing Su Suizhu arrive, she smiled and said, this child is truly easy to care for. He doesn't cry or fuss when awake. Su Suizhu couldn't help but laugh, her lips curling into 2 delicate dimples, as if the compliment was directed towards her rather than the adorable child. I didn't feed him since he didn't seem hungry, as you suggested. I gave him water twice. Thank you, dear. On the bed, the little Bowsy was still happily playing. Upon hearing Su Suizhu's voice, he immediately turned his head, stopping his leg kicks and arm flails, making soft sounds as if urging Su Suizhu to hold him. What a clever little one, Zhou Lihua smiled and praised. Recognizing his mother at such a young age, he will surely be smart when he grows up. After feeding the little Bowsy, she prepared a bowl of slow-cooked soft-shell turtle soup for herself. The turtle was obtained by her uncle during his Sunday rest, trading coarse salt and seafood with acquaintances in Lishan Village, a genuine mountain turtle. However, upon receiving it, her aunt only wanted the shell and head, deeming the leg meat too tough for her age. Half of the turtle legs, along with the body meat, were chopped in half and divided between Su Suizhu and her brother and sister-in-law. The ham, smoked during the new year, still had a small piece remaining, which she sliced for Su Suizhu, saying it would help with lactation when stewed with the turtle. As Su Suizhu savored the rich and flavorful turtle soup, warmth spread through her heart. Her aunt and uncle treated her so well, and she felt a bit guilty for accepting their kindness without reciprocation. Just then, having received 100 yuan bonus today, she decided to buy new clothes for her aunt and uncle. Shall we take our treasure out for a stroll? Let us get new clothes for your great aunt and great uncle. If we go outside, the blanket won't be wrapped anymore. Su Suizhu pulled away the blanket, revealing the little Baozi's tender feet, gently putting on a pair of cotton socks and loosely tying them to a pair of baggy autumn pants to let him stretch his legs. The little Baozi, free from the constraints of the blanket, seemed delighted, waving his arms and kicking his legs, his amber-like beautiful eyes gazing at Su Suizhu as he made sounds requesting to be held. Hold on, my dear. Mama will hold you right away. But first, let us put on a diaper. Su Suizhu deftly removed the diaper and replaced it with a cotton diaper, gently patting the little Baozi's bottom, smiling as she said, "Isn't it nice and fresh now? Let us go out for a walk." As they prepared to leave, seeing the bright sun outside, Su Suizhu touched the little Baozi's soft hair, realizing the sun might be a bit too strong. Mama will find you a hat to wear. Her aunt had saved plenty of small clothes, shoes, and socks from when Zhuang was young, and among them was a soft cotton hat, which fit the little Baozi perfectly. There, now the sun won't harm our precious one's face. Su Suizhu couldn't help but kiss the little Baozi again, finding him increasingly adorable. The little Baozi blinked his lovely big eyes and grinned at Su Suizhu, making her heart melt. This won't do. You are too adorably rule-breaking, my little one. Shaoan Town is not large, with a long street running east to west, measuring only 200 to 300 meters in length. Dongjia is an ancient street, with storefronts converted from residences, predominantly selling food items such as vegetable stalls, meat vendors, fish markets, breakfast shops, and dim sum stores. Naturally, there are also hardware, grocery, and stationery shops. Shijia, on the other hand, was constructed in the mid-1980s, and after its completion, the post office and cooperatives relocated here. The old street to the east is generally bustling in the morning, but after noon, it becomes quite desolate. Aside from hardware and stationery shops that remain steadfastly open, the food stalls almost all close their doors. The only exceptions occur when someone hosts a birthday banquet, necessitating the order of 100 longevity peach buns, prompting the shopkeepers to remain busy. The new street at the west end operates throughout the day. The post office, unsurprisingly, is a reliable source of income, ensuring that employees receive their salaries regardless of busyness. The cooperative, which evolved from the supply and marketing cooperative, still operates under a collective system. Although it sells minor goods like cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, towels, and tissue paper, the position of salesperson is relatively coveted in the town. The newborn's bones are soft, and he cannot yet be held upright. However, he resists being cradled horizontally, as he cannot see the world. Therefore, one must slightly elevate and support the little one's back with one arm, accepting the fatigue, as who could deny that their precious son is growing more curious about the world each day. As he grows older, Su Suizhu contemplates adjusting the nutrition pod to stroller mode, intending to take him out for a stroll. However, that is not feasible at the moment. With the limited funds at hand, she cannot adequately explain the origin of a stroller. Chapter 35. Luck is also a form of strength. Along the way, regardless of whether the little bun comprehends her words, Su Suizhu points out all the curiosities she encounters, explaining them to him. Look, that is the post office. The green one is the mailbox. When we write a letter and drop it in the mailbox, the uncles and aunts at the post office will help us deliver our letters to their intended destinations. That is the auditorium where movies are sometimes shown. When you grow up, Mama will take you to see a film there. Walking along the moss-covered stone path, Su Suizhu leisurely strolls to the cooperative while cradling the little bun. Next to the cooperative is a fabric shop, where an elderly seamstress is always present. Purchasing fabric there allows one to pay half the price for the seamstress to create garments. Su Suizhu arrives at the fabric store and, seeing the wall adorned with sample fabrics, cannot help but twitch her lips. Why are there only a few fabric options? She initially intended to make overcoats for her aunt and uncle, Yet the woolen fabric only comes in two colors, deep navy or vibrant red, making it quite difficult to choose. Little did she know, in this era, aside from weddings, who would dare to splurge on expensive woolen fabric for clothing? The red is for the bride's wedding dress, while the navy is for the groom's zhongshan suit. Oh, whose chubby child is this? He is truly handsome. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 40s, emerges from the back room, wiping her hands on her apron. Upon seeing Su Suizhu gazing at the sample fabrics, she does not rush to conduct business, but instead teases the little bun in Su Suizhu's arms. He is truly handsome, so fair and tender. He will surely be a dashing young man in the future. How old is he? Is he 3 months yet? He is being raised so well. The shopkeeper expresses her envy. My younger sister just had her second child last month, but he cannot compare to yours. He must be drinking milk regularly. Look at those little hands and feet, so plump and delightful to touch. After complimenting the little bun, she turns her attention to Su Suizhu. I don't recognize you. Which family do you belong to? With a child this size, I am surprised I don't know you. No wonder. The shopkeeper laughs knowingly. I thought there was no one in this town I didn't know. By the way, are you here to buy fabric? Are you just purchasing fabric or having clothing made? Su Suizhu, feeling uninspired by the wall of bright and dark fabrics, ponders for a moment before saying, I am just inquiring. I brought some wool from home. How much do you charge for making a coat? That is a bit expensive. Wool is difficult to cut and requires pressing, so it costs at least 15 yuan for one piece. That is indeed costly, with a 100 yuan bonus. Even factoring in fabric and tailoring, it is barely enough to make a single wool coat. Su Sudu Sai In Wali, realizing that she must find a way to earn some extra money. Relying solely on her monthly salary of 70 yuan, it is insufficient to afford a wool coat. Since she does not have enough money for 2 wool coats, she decides to wait a little longer. Next month, she is supposed to take students to the provincial finals. Perhaps then she can ask the finance department for an advance on her salary and visit the fabric stores in the provincial capital, where she might find a more appealing fabric pattern. However, she can resolve the clothing for the student speeches here. Madam Shopkeeper, how much is that piece of fabric? I need to make 3 suits. Please do not inflate the price. Su Suizhu inquires about the dark navy cotton fabric. Your taste is impeccable, although this fabric appears dull. It is the best among those I sell. I know it is polyester. Su Suizhu nods. The shopkeeper, seeing her knowledgeable demeanor, dares not inflate the price and quotes her the lowest rate. Su Suizhu discreetly nods, pleased that the price is within her budget. All right, I will place an order for 3 suits. In the future, if I have more orders, I hope you can give me a discount. With one arm holding the baby, Su Suizhu swiftly sketches 2 suit designs on the sample paper provided by the shopkeeper. The men's design includes a suit jacket and trousers, while the women's design features a suit jacket and a pleated skirt. In this era, high school students, especially those in rural schools, rarely have overweight individuals. Being well-fed is already quite satisfactory, and they're not likely to suffer from excess nutrition. The student, nicknamed Fatty in the graduating class, is merely tall and robust, not the kind of overweight person who struggles to breathe while walking. Therefore, enlarging the measurements slightly ensures that anyone who is not too short can fit into the garments. Let us proceed with this for now, given the school's limited budget. Madam Shopkeeper, please also cut me 2 feet of red cotton fabric. After a brief outing, the little bun finally grows tired, initially gulping down milk, but eventually falling asleep while softly snoring. Su Suizhu seizes the moment to lean against the headboard for a quick nap, waking just as her alarm rings. After tidying up, she carries the sleeping little bun to Zhou Lihua's house before heading directly to the school. Outside the principal's office, a crowd has gathered, animatedly debating something. She casts a curious glance, but does not linger, as attending class is of utmost importance. Among the crowd, Zhou Xiaolu catches sight of her, pointing and shouting. Teacher Su is here. You should go to Teacher Su for an explanation. This matter has always been her responsibility. Me? What's going on? Su Suizhu is utterly bewildered. Teacher Su, these 2 are the parents of Tian Fongfong from class 3 of the 3rd year. She was absent from the English speech competition selection due to family matters, and she missed out. However, her English grades have always been among the best in class. Last year's final exam score was higher than Tian Xiaoshu's. Li Laosher from the education office pulls Su Suizhu aside and whispers, this time, our school secured 1st place in the English speech selection competition. The school awarded 3 students a bonus of 20 yuan each, and they will represent the county in the provincial finals. It is said that the top 3 can receive extra points for the college entrance examination. Tian Fongfong feels it is unfair and has brought her family to protest, demanding that Tian Xiaoxue be disqualified and replaced by her for the provincial finals. Upon hearing this, Su Suizhu understands immediately it is jealousy. Without considering the expressions of Tian Fongfong's family, she nods to the crowd and hastily heads to the classroom to teach. That is absolutely correct. If it were not for the fact that the students' parents were still present, the principal would have wanted to lead the applause for her. Chapter 36. A False Lotus Blossom. Tian Fongfong's mother, furious, follows the principal, demanding an explanation. I don't care. Our Fongfong's English grades have always been better than the third child's. She was still third in the class during last year's final exam. Why was the selection made for Tian Xiaoxue instead of our Fongfong? Madam, Tian Xiaoxue's mother, having heard the news, arrives with red eyes and insists on arguing. Aren't you just jealous that my daughter received the 20 yuan bonus? I will give it to you. Is that not enough? But the competition spot belongs to Xiaoxue. She has worked tirelessly to earn it. You have no right to make her give it up. What right do you have? If my Fongfong had not been absent that day, your filthy girl would not have had a chance. Tian Fongfong's mother retorts, hands on her hips. Do you think the benefits of going to the provincial finals are only 20 yuan? Are you foolish, or am I? I shall forego that 20 yuan. Consider it a gift to you, but the qualification for the finals must be exchanged for my dear Fongfong. The principal, Tian Fongfong's mother, attempted to voice her concerns, only to be subtly interrupted by Tian Fongfong tugging at her sleeve. Mother, let it be. If Xiaoxue wishes to go, then let her. After all, it is still for the school's glory. The principal, visibly distressed, apologized, stating, I must concede that my mother acted impulsively. As Tian Fongfong spoke, tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, and she bit her lip, striving to suppress her emotions. This fragility ignited a protective instinct among the male teachers present, who urged Tian Fongfong, do not worry about missing this competition. I hear there will be another opportunity next semester, and we shall ensure your participation. The principal grimaced at this, casting a sharp glare at them, and declared, Su Laoshi is correct. Since we represent the school in competition, we must select participants with care, rather than casually picking a few students. Such an approach is neither fair nor reasonable. From now on, our school selection process will adhere strictly to Su Laoshi's method. Although the male teachers felt slighted, recognizing the principal's rebuke, they had no choice but to acquiesce and dispersed, leaving Tian Fongfong's family still standing in opposition to Tian Xiaoxue's parents. Hearing the principal's words, Tian Xiaoxue's parents felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had genuinely feared that the eldest family would cause a scene with their parents. Their parents had always favored the eldest, even extending their affection to the eldest children, who received more indulgence than the other families. What if the two elders favored Fongfong and insisted Xiaoxue relinquish her competition spot? Fortunately, Su Laoshi and the principal's remarks alleviated their worries. The selection was determined by the new Su Laoshi, with even the principal siding with her. What was Tian Fongfong in comparison? Could she simply dictate who would stay or go? They felt reassured, while Tian Fongfong's family seethed with indignation. Fongfong, stand your ground. Perform admirably in the final exams, and let some people open their eyes. Do they truly believe that a few days of tutoring could elevate one's grades to the heavens? Tian Fongfong responded listlessly, feeling frustrated by her parents' foolishness. They only thought of removing her cousin's qualification to replace her, without considering persuading the principal to allow Su Laoshi to conduct a new selection. She had confidence that in a revised selection, Su Laoshi would undoubtedly choose her over that insufferable Xiaoxue. However, after the uproar caused by her parents, the principal would certainly not acquiesce. This time, the victory would go to that insufferable girl. It's all your fault. My uncle's wedding require my assistance. And why must I help when there are so many relatives at my grandmother's house? Tian Fongfong deeply regretted taking leave that day. She also lamented not approaching Su Laoshi sooner after returning to school to discuss the speech competition. Had she done so, the spot might have been hers. You foolish girl. Wasn't it expected that you would help at your uncle's wedding? They even offered you a red envelope. Tian Fongfong's mother raised her hand in frustration, then recalled, by the way, where is that red envelope? It must have contained at least 2 yuan. Su Suizhu, although merely an English teacher, felt compelled to impart a valuable lesson to her students regarding character. In conclusion, She stated, "Students, one's fortune is often closely linked to their habitual thinking and behavior, which is what we commonly refer to as character determining destiny. Of course, it is also related to one's intellectual level and knowledge, as knowledge can change one's fate. When faced with missed opportunities and setbacks, do not focus solely on the good fortune of others. Instead, reflect on oneself. Continuously learn and understand through adversity. And do not easily give up in difficult times. Perhaps the next fortunate individual could be you." The students listened intently, immersed in Su Sueju's eloquent English until the school bell rang. Adolescents, often stubborn and headstrong, may appear tough, yet their hearts are not entirely hardened. After school, they still assisted Tian Xiaoxue with her duties. The only one truly troubled was likely Tian Fongfong. However, her resentment was of no consequence, as Su Sueju would not be swayed by her tactics. Others found it difficult to decipher Tian Fongfong's character, perceiving her as sometimes fragile, at times strong, yet often enigmatic. Su Sueju, 30 years in the future, would not be fooled. She recognized her as a cunning individual masquerading as an innocent. Other teachers were inclined to indulge Tian Fongfong due to her academic prowess, but Su Sueju refused to coddle her. After all, she was not the homeroom teacher. As long as she taught English well, that was sufficient. She did not expect to be universally liked. After all, she was not a currency that everyone would adore. Ironically, this approach unexpectedly garnered her the admiration of a few rebellious students. Chapter 37. Off to go fishing. Setting aside the lofty aspirations of elite schools or experimental classes. A common phenomenon in the classrooms of ordinary schools is that the last row of seats often belongs to the rebellious students. This holds true for the 3 graduating classes as well. Following recent events, these students recognized that Su Sueju was different from other teachers. Previously, they had encountered teachers who judged their affections based solely on students' grades. Those elected as class leaders and exemplary students at the end of the term were invariably high achievers. When the classroom windows broke or the trash cans malfunctioned, it was invariably their heads that bore the brunt of the criticism, causing genuine distress. Adolescents are prone to sensitive feelings, and over time, this led to a lack of fondness for their teachers. However, after this incident, they discerned that Su Laosher was not that type of person. As a result, on the Saturday following classes, they surrounded Su Sueju as she prepared to leave, inviting her to join them for a picnic on Sunday. Su Sueju was taken aback. It was rare for students to invite a teacher to join their outings. Usually, they would prefer to avoid their teachers altogether. Was this a form of special treatment? However, given that they were in their final year, would their parents not object? Moreover, for those with poor grades, missing half a day's worth of study would not significantly impact their learning. Indeed, and did you not say that mastering methods is more crucial than mere study? Spending the entire day in the classroom does not guarantee high efficiency. Conversely, engaging in appropriate activities can enhance our learning. Su Sueju couldn't help but smirk. Her words rang true. Yet, in a 45-minute class, they had shown no signs of high efficiency. They were far more enthusiastic about leisure activities. Is Qingshui Bay far from here? She mused, as she had only been there for less than 2 months and was still unfamiliar with her surroundings. Not far at all. It's located near the fishing village beneath Shaoan Village. Just over that little hill, there is a rocky area adorned with a few wild coconut trees, perfect for a picnic. The sports committee member, Xiong Jujiao, animatedly detailed the plans for food and fun. Su Sueju replied, "Thank you for your kind invitation. However, having been here for nearly 2 months, I have not had the chance to enjoy myself properly. My outings have been focused on work. I must admit, the prospect of a seaside picnic is quite appealing. Very well, you set the time, and I will wait for you at the fishing village's fork in the road." Su Sueju agreed to the invitation. "Su Laosher, are you from the fishing village? That makes things easier. Let Wang Tingting ride her bike to take you there." "Oh, Wang Tingting is the sister of the chubby one. She is in her first year and may not be familiar to you. But she knows you well and admires you greatly," said the sports committee member, Zhou Dongwei. Wang Yongjia, affectionately known as the chubby one, nodded in agreement. "Yes. My sister greatly admires you, Su Laosher. If she knows you are joining us for the picnic, she will be overjoyed. Then it is settled. On Sunday, I will meet with you and Tingting at the fishing village's junction." The group eagerly awaited the arrival of Sunday. Su Shiyuan happened to be at home. "Aunt, are you not working today?" A batch of leaders from the provincial capital came to inspect this afternoon. Since there wasn't too much work, I was granted a day off. Your uncle cannot leave. His position requires constant oversight. As Su Suizhu spoke, she scooped up Dodo. Su Suizhu was speechless. Aunt, you mentioned that I would easily drool over him if I saw him often. Yet, you seem to be equally smitten. Her aunt shot her a sideways glance. I haven't seen him for a week and miss him. You and your mother see him every day and often hug him. Can it be compared? Su Suizhu replied. You are the elder. Your word is law. I cannot argue with you. With little Dodo in good hands. Su Suizhu rolled up her sleeves, contemplating what to prepare for the picnic. After all, she could not arrive empty-handed to join the students. But what should she make? Upon seeing her aunt's grass carp nurtured in a bucket, which was said to have been exchanged from LSHN village for the purpose of making a nourishing tofu soup to aid in lactation, she promptly fished it out to prepare a pot of fish balls. Her aunt observed the entire process, both delighted and perplexed. Su, you can actually make fish balls? Where did you learn this? Su Suizhu replied nonchalantly, Oh, I learned from a teacher from my hometown while in school. No wonder the technique is so authentic. It surpasses even your grandmother's in artistry. I took a taste and indeed, the flavor is delightful, both fresh and tender, completely devoid of the fishy taste typical of grass carp. Su Shiyuan generously gave her niece a thumbs up. Su Suizhu divided the fish balls into 2 portions, taking the larger share to share with her students, while reserving about 10 for her aunt and uncle. Su Shiyuan waved her hand, saying no. Your uncle and I can manage with whatever we find at home. You've worked hard to make these. Take them all. Aunt, if you aren't go to eat, then I won't take any either. After all, this fish was bought by you. Stubborn girl, your temper is just like your father's. Su Shiyuan couldn't resist her niece's will, laughingly scolded. Though she chided her, inwardly she felt immense joy. Since giving birth, her niece had become much more cheerful and understanding, a clear sign of her maturity. Adi, you can rest assured in knowing this. The next morning, at the appointed time, Su Suizhu slung on a military green backpack that complemented her denim jacket, tailored for protection. Inside, besides a bib for the little Baozi and a bottle filled with water, there was the multifunctional fishing rod she had won in a lottery. Wasn't she headed to the rocky forest by the beach? With some leisure time, she could fish and test this most popular multifunctional rod from HILNXing to see just how magnificent it is. Of course, her hands were not idle. One arm cradled the little Baozi while the other carried the food box as she arrived at the prearranged fork in the road where she had arranged to meet her students. Wang Yongjia and his sister had been eagerly waiting. Upon seeing the little Baozi in Su Suizhu's arms, their expressions mirrored astonishment. Their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Su teacher, whose child is this? This is mine, my son. What is wrong? Not welcome? Su Suizhu raised an eyebrow with a smile. Welcome. Wang Tingting responded more swiftly than her brother, excitedly rushing forward to meet the bewildered little Baozi. The adorable child nibbled on his finger, first widening his shiny eyes, then curving his brows and mouth into a toothless grin, instantly captivating a fan of cute babies. Chapter 38. Swiftly cutting through affections. Ah, what an adorable baby. Su teacher, may I hold him? Wang Tingting exclaimed, tossing her bicycle aside and rushing over. Of course, but he hasn't yet turned 2 months. His bones are soft, so you must hold him this way, not upright. Su Suizhu handed the food box to Wang Yongjia, guiding Wang Tingting on how to hold the little Baozi. He is really so cute, just like a chubby ginseng doll from a fairy tale. Su teacher, let us go. I'll take you to our secret base. Wait, Tingting, aren't you taking your bike? Wang Yongjia called out from behind. Sister, I know how to hold him securely. After all, the little Baozi is my own. Wang Tingting's cycling skills were indeed impressive. According to her, she had honed them over 4 years of commuting to town since the first year of junior high. This bike belongs to my uncle. My brother's is at home. But my uncle no longer wants this bike because I've worn it out. Su teacher, you're so young, yet already married with a child? ISNT had advocated for university students to marry and have children later. My mother often tells me not to date in high school. If I must, do it in college. But if university students advocate for late marriage and childbirth, who am I supposed to date? It's just not fair. But looking at you, there must be quite a few people dating in college, right? That would be wonderful. Su Suizhu responded, you make a valid point. I find myself at a loss for words. Wang Yongjia, with a food box and vegetable basket hanging from his bike as handlebars and a large iron pot strapped to the back, looked over with a face full of despair. Tingting, Aren't you supposed to be a proper girl? Always talking about dating. What is so embarrassing about dating? If it were truly shameful, why would there be marriage laws and civil affairs offices? If it were shameful, why will my uncle still be urged by my grandmother to marry? This shows it's not illegal. Not only that, but the country supports it. Right, Sue teacher? Su Suiju was caught off guard, nearly choking on her own words. Wang, the young girl, anxiously leaned forward. Su teacher, are you all right? Wang Yongjia also stopped and turned. Su teacher, your reaction is due to her comments. Su Suiju replied, you've hit the nail on the head, young man. Feeling it necessary to impart some wisdom to prevent the young girl from straying down the wrong path, she began to speak. The siblings were momentarily stunned. After a pause, Wang Yongjia weakly countered, well, perhaps blonde hair and blue eyes are best avoided. I'm afraid my parents wouldn't understand, and communication would be inconvenient. Su Suiju chuckled. Indeed, that is a valid concern. Wang Tingting, however, seemed to have an epiphany. Su teacher, you are absolutely right. How'd I not think of this before? My mother's reasoning pales in comparison to yours. You are my idol. I admire you so much. If not for writing, she would have undoubtedly launched herself into a bear hug of admiration. As they chatted and laughed their way to the foot of the mountain, they discovered that the three of them were the slowest. The others had long been waiting at the base. Xiong Zhozhou was holding a large aluminum pot filled with drinking water, while Zhou Dongwei carried a stack of bowls and a bundle of vegetables. Chun Shuyang had one hand holding a basket of vegetables and the other a plastic bottle of drinking water, suggesting that they had divided tasks beforehand. Zhou Dongwei and Xiong Zhozhou each brought their sisters along. Zhou Dongwei's sister, Zhou Dongli, was a lively girl, while Xiong Zhozhou's sister, evidently from the same lineage, was equally tall and robust. Su Suiju had expected her name to be Xiong Ong, but was surprised to learn she was called Xiong Jiaojiao, the tall and sturdy Jiaojiao. Upon meeting the girls, engaged in lively chatter, making the wait more bearable. Upon seeing Su Suiju with the infant in her arms, everyone gathered curiously around. Su teacher, is this your child? Zhou Dongwei and Chun Shuyang asked in unison. Yes. The sound of youthful, infatuated hearts shattering echoed. In this era where mystique was in vogue, especially among minors, any budding feelings were discreetly tucked away in their hearts, making it difficult to articulate. Thus, neither Su Suiju nor their closest friend were aware of their feelings. Like a sharp sword, it swiftly severed their one-sided affections. How could they dare to harbor thoughts of their teacher? Regardless of her beauty or youth, she was undoubtedly someone else's. They still held onto a sliver of rationality. The hearts of the young men shattered in silence. The background music should play. Chrysanthemums fade, and the ground is filled with sorrow. Your smile has begun to pale. Flowers fall and people part. My heart's secrets quietly lie. The younger sisters, however, eagerly surrounded the adorable little Baozi. The charming child radiated warmth like a little sun, smiling invitingly. While the mother might capture the hearts of young men, her son effortlessly won the affection of a group of baby enthusiasts. Su Suiju, noticing the girls vying to hold the little Baozi, had to interject, the mountain path is treacherous. I'll hold him for now. Once we reach our destination, I'll entrust him to you big sisters for care. Su teacher, is the baby named Dodo? What a lovely name, just as charming as he is. I want to give him a kiss. Zhou Dongli gently touched the little Baozi's face with her fingertip. So tender. I want to kiss him. Wang Tingting and Xiong Jiaojiao chimed in. I also want to kiss him. Let us line up for kisses, but let us not scare Dodo. Meanwhile, the brothers left behind wore expressions of despair. The bittersweet pangs of unrequited love had barely begun before they abruptly ended. It was one thing to promise to help carry vegetables, but where had their obedient sisters gone? Why were they all flocking to Su teacher's child? Traders. Chapter 39. Fishing without bait. As I crested the low hill, the cerulean expanse of the ocean unfolded before me. The shoreline was adorned with a cluster of charred black rocks, interspersed with a few coconut palms swaying gently in the breeze. It is rather uncommon for coconut trees to thrive in this coastal region, which still lies within the subtropical zone. However, it is plausible that tropical coconuts had drifted ashore here, carried by the winds and waves, taking root and flourishing in the wild. Occasionally, seabirds such as the golden-belted Jin Yao Yin and the vividly-tailed Hong Wei Bo Lao flitted across the sky, their calls echoing in the air, while the rhythmic waves caressed the beautiful coastline repeatedly. Truly breathtaking. The beauty here is so profound that it defies the most fitting of descriptions. No wonder this beach has been celebrated as the most popular vacation destination in the country for a decade. Su Sueju sought out a relatively flat patch of land shaded by trees, unfurling the multifunctional blanket she had brought along, laying it on the dry sand for the little Bowsy to rest upon. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves above, providing warmth without risking the delicate skin of the child. The girls, without hesitation, gathered around the edge of the blanket to entertain the adorable little one. The brothers, with resigned exasperation, called out in their coarse voices, "Ting Ting, weren't you going to roast some taro? I carried all this taro here from so far away. Dongli, come wash the vegetables. Your brother wants to set up the stove. And if we dawdle any longer, we'll have nothing to eat. My mother made a pot of tea eggs for me to bring. Is no one going to eat them? If no one wants them, I'll eat them myself." The girls giggled as they rushed over to snatch up a bounty of food for Su Sueju, eagerly asking if Dodo could partake. "Dodo can't eat these yet. You all enjoy. After you finish, we'll help. Su Laosher, you just relax. We are quite adept at these tasks. And we'll have it all sorted in no time. We'll come play with Dodo soon." Seeing the girls working harmoniously, some washing vegetables, some roasting taro, while others gathered firewood and caught oysters, shrimp, and crabs, Su Sueju felt somewhat guilty for merely sitting idly. She rose and announced, "I brought a fishing rod. Let us see if I can catch a few fish." "Su Laosher, you can fish too?" "My grandfather can fish as well," Wang Yongjia remarked while arranging the stove. "But he is so stingy, treating that fishing rod like a treasure and refusing to lend it to me." Su Sueju chuckled. "No worries, I have mine. Next time you want to fish, just ask to borrow mine." This rod was procured through a friend in Kyoto. It is remarkably sturdy and capable of reeling in fish weighing hundreds of pounds without fear of breaking. "Really?" A group of eager young men gathered around to admire the rod capable of catching such hefty fish. "It must be expensive, right?" Wang Yongjia cautiously touched the fishing rod, as if afraid to damage it. "Fortunately, I got it at an internal price thanks to my friend, but it is an export-only model, typically unavailable in the domestic market." Su Sueju reminded them, wary of their potential desire to borrow it after witnessing its extraordinary capabilities. Yet, where could she procure another? The lottery system relies entirely on luck, and one could try for hundreds or even thousands of times without securing the desired item. The multifunctional fishing rod had a long line, allowing for a far cast, even from the rocks. The rocks were situated close to the shade of the little Bowsy. On this early autumn afternoon, the sun cast a warm glow. Su Sueju removed the outer covering from Bowsy, liberating his tiny hands and feet. He occasionally kicked his little legs and waved his arms, giggling with delight. As he laughed, Su Sueju mirrored his joy. She alternated between amusing Bowsy and watching the fishing float. Rather than fishing, it felt more like basking in the sunlight and unwinding. After so many days of travel, it was the first time she could truly relax and enjoy nature. "Su Laosher, I doubt you'll catch any fish here. My grandfather and the others usually fish in the shallow bays over at the fishing grounds, and they paddle out. If you fish too close to shore, you'll only catch small fry," Wang Yongjia commented after finishing the stove. Su Sueju wished to convey that it mattered not. Fishing was about the experience. Suddenly, the rod in her hand tugged strongly, pulling her wrist downward, and she exclaimed, "I have a bite." "Really?" Wang Yongjia was skeptical. "Su Laosher, let me pull it in. It could just be someone else's lost shoe." He joked, "My grandfather often catches such rubbish." "No, it's a fish. A fish. I really caught a fish." Su Sueju shouted in excitement, reeling in a beautiful West Star grouper, rumored to fetch a high price. The group of young men gazed in awe, a mix of joy and envy evident on their faces. Chun Xiang mused, "So the fishing rod is truly that significant? I always thought that as long as you had bait, it didn't matter what you used to fish." Zhou Dongwei nodded in agreement. "I used to think the same, wondering why foreigners were so foolish to spend so much on importing fishing rods from our country. Now, it seems there is indeed a distinction between good and poor rods. I suppose I'll have to convince my grandfather to upgrade his rod." Wang Yongjia, pondering the shimmering West Star grouper under the sunlight, reflected on his own bamboo rod, which often returned empty-handed. "I even thought maybe the fish were getting smarter, refusing to bite." "Su Laosher, your skill has made me a believer. A good fishing rod surely has its market." Su Sueju smirked subtly, wrapping a bit of the bait Wang Yongjia had prepared around the hook. This bait, reportedly crafted through years of refinement by his grandfather, was reputed to be the most effective, even though her fishing rod functioned perfectly well without bait. The success rate remained the same, about 80%. However, the ability to catch fish so easily while sitting on the rocks was already extraordinary. If she could manage to catch fish without bait, it might even make the news. Su Laosher, are you not planning to sell that fish at the market? Xiong Jujiao, flustered, urged her. I must tell you, this West Star grouper is unlike the common grouper. It is quite rare to catch. Whether we eat it or not is beside the point. You should sell it for some money. Yes, it could fetch at least 50. You could sell it for even more at the officials' housing compound in the county. They have money to spend. The others unanimously nodded in agreement, offering Su Suizhu various suggestions. Despite their cravings for the fish's exquisite flavor, they understood the rarity of the West Star grouper and firmly resisted the temptation to consume such a valuable catch. Su Suizhu smiled appreciatively, recognizing the sincerity of these young individuals. Chapter 40. Exhausting the conversation, Su Suizhu laughed. If I catch more later, I'll sell them. For now, you all focus on cooking. By the way, where are the 2 lunchboxes I brought? They contain fish balls. Once the water boils, we can throw them in for soup or eat them directly. They're quite tasty. The lunchboxes are right here, Wang Yongjia revealed, opening one to reveal a box filled to the brim with fish balls. Counting them, there were enough for each person to have 7 or more. In the end, through a game of rock, paper, scissors, Wang Tingting ended up with the task of preparing them. Su Suizhu gazed at the lively group of girls and boys, filled with a sense of maternal joy. Just then, her fishing rod twitched again. It was a black sea bream. The students erupted in excitement. Su Suizhu once again marveled at the effectiveness of her fishing rod. However, whether it was a jinx or not, her subsequent catches were merely ordinary small groupers, common in these waters. Su Suizhu handed the fish over to the students who were busy preparing the meal, instructing them to kill and roast them fresh. Su Laosher, I've started cooking bamboo rice. You should take a break and taste the taro we're roasting. Let me try fishing for a while, Wang Yongjia suggested, his eagerness evident as he climbed up. All right. Su Suizhu readily passed the fishing rod to him and hopped down from the rocks. The girls had their tasks clearly divided. Some washed vegetables, others tended to the rice, while Wang Tingting remained by Baozi's side, brushing away pesky little insects. Xiong Jiaojiao served Su Suizhu a bowl of fishball soup and handed her 2 roasted taros. Teacher, eat up. They're perfectly warm right now. Thank you. Su Suizhu took a bite of the taro, finding it delightfully soft and delicious. How did you roast it? It's not burnt at all. Hee. We wrapped it in taro leaves and coated it in clay before roasting, she explained proudly. The ingenious idea originated from Chun Shuyang, who mentioned he had seen a method of roasting called huaji in a martial arts novel. Since there was no chicken available, they opted to roast some taro instead. Su Suizhu gave him a thumbs up, impressed by the cleverness of these children. Unfortunately, their intelligence was often not applied to serious academic pursuits. After some contemplation, Su Suizhu proposed, let us set a small objective. If you show improvement by the end of the term, I will reward you with a small hen, which you can roast however you like. What if we don't improve? Inquired Zhou Dongwei, looking puzzled. Then you simply must strive harder, Ying Feng replied with a smile. I am not punishing you in any way. Rewards will be given for improvements, and the greater the progress, the larger the reward. Teacher, I don't want a chicken. I want to eat smart beans. Wang Yongjia chimed in from the rocks. No problem, she responded. I have plenty of smart beans. But the hen will need to be sourced from elsewhere. Wang Yongjia grinned broadly, about to say more when he suddenly stumbled, nearly falling off the rocks while grappling with his fishing rod. What on earth? It's so heavy. What's wrong, fatty? The fish is hooked, and I can't pull it in. Wang Yongjia struggled with the fishing line. Seeing he was genuinely in distress, the others rushed to assist him. Puffed, with your physique, how can you not pull in a fish? It must be enormous. Fatty, you need to exercise. Zhu and Zizi teased, but swiftly jumped onto the rocks ahead of the others to help Wang Yongjia pull the line. 1, 2, 3, lift. A colossal sea turtle surfaced, clinging to the hook. Everyone was rendered speechless. Su Suizhu placed her hand on her forehead, exclaiming, Good heavens! This gift is excessive. A big lobster would have been better. No matter how rare a sea turtle may be, its upkeep is beyond reach, especially one of this size. As for consuming it, this is not the era of scarcity from the 1950s and 60s. They may be poor, but they are not starving. Living by the sea, fish and shrimp are plentiful. Who would crave sea turtle meat? The 4 boys struggled to lift one of its legs, clearly finding it heavy. How much does this turtle weigh? Initially retreating into its shell, the turtle soon realized the group meant no harm and poked its head out, its dark eyes darting about. Eventually, it comfortably basked in the sun, allowing itself to be carried to the shore. Once freed, the turtle paddled through the water, peeking back at the shore until the figures of the people gradually faded away before diving into the depths, heading back to its home. This is the first time I've seen such a large sea turtle. Me too. The ones I've seen before were barely half this size. It might be hundreds of years old. I've heard adults say that the ocean holds everything. Not only are there sea turtles that could be centuries old, but also shipwrecks from thousands of years ago. I wish I could explore the depths of the ocean. Hearing this, Su Sueju smiled and clapped her hands. Students, study diligently and strive for excellence. If you aim for a marine major in university, you may have the opportunity. Teacher, you just killed the mood. In less than a day of their outdoor cooking, Su Sueju had witnessed the incredible capabilities of the interstellar fishing rod. Not only did it catch fish without bait, but it also hooked a sea turtle classified as an endangered species in later generations, possibly over a century old. The 2 boxes of fish balls she had brought in the morning had transformed into a grouper and a black sea bream. The other fish were distributed among the students, each family receiving one. On that Sunday, Su Shiyuan and her husband did not go out. Lin Guodong was repairing household items in the yard, while Su Shiyuan sat under the eaves mending her work clothes. This fish wasn't bought. I caught it myself, Su Sueju said with a smile. After her aunt took the little buns, she pulled out the fishing rod from her bag. This is the rod I had a classmate buy for me. I tried it today, and it works quite well. The fishing line is very sturdy. Uncle can go fishing when you have some free time. The students even taught me how to make bait, and with this bait, the catch rate is very high. Su Shiyuan was skeptical that such a delicate fishing rod could yield much. Catching 1 grouper and 1 black bream in half a day would be considered lucky. Chapter 41. A perfect partner for the housewife. Her first reaction was not joy, but concern. Did you sneak fish from the fishing grounds? Where else would such large fish come from? That's not true. Wang Yongjie rolled his eyes. I caught it myself. Nonsense. Wang Laodao would know his grandson's capabilities. I've hidden the fishing rods at home. Where did you get yours? Do you think sea bass is that easy to catch? Stop boasting if you can't back it up. Grandpa, I'm not boasting. He really caught it. Wang Tingting, receiving her brother's pleading glance, couldn't help but smile as she helped her grandfather sit down to explain. What? You caught a sea turtle? You're not joking, are you? Wang Laodao was reluctant to believe it. Really, we all saw it with our own eyes. How could there be a mistake? Wang Tingting patted her chest. Not only a sea turtle, but we also caught a black sea bream, but we made it into soup. What? A black sea bream? And you actually ate it? You little wastrels. The Wang household erupted into chaos. Similar scenes unfolded in the Xiong, Chun, and Zhou families. Initially, the adults were incredulous, but once they believed it, they began chastising their children for their extravagant wastefulness. A few $dozen a pound for black sea bream, and you just boiled it without a second thought. What a bunch of reckless youngsters. They had no idea how precious resources were. Fortunately, these kids showed loyalty and did not reveal that Su Sueju had instructed them to make the soup. Otherwise, she would surely be seen as the most wasteful caretaker in the eyes of these parents. As a new day dawned, Su Sueju habitually logged into the lottery system to check in. The points she had accumulated were exchanged for a storage package. She needed to gather points for a few more days to participate in the lottery again. The little bun had also awakened, likely not hungry yet, as he was quiet, blinking his big round eyes adorably at her and grinning. Su Sueju picked him up and planted a kiss on his cheek. Regardless of whether it was truly magical, in her heart, her son was her little lucky charm. The gas stove was convenient for boiling water and cooking rice, but it had its downsides. One had to be vigilant, as stepping away even briefly could extinguish the flame, and the rice was easily burnt. She had already faced several challenges in the past few days. Additionally, having a gas canister in the house made her uneasy. Although nowadays, people primarily use bottled gas, and even pipe gas was only available in large cities, rural areas still had yet to catch up. Despite this, it was still better than conditions faced by others, as gas canisters were not cheap. Some households still cooked with firewood, which was even more troublesome. Cooking took effort, and one had to worry about fuel. On sunny days, villagers from Lishan, situated near the mountains, would carry firewood to sell in town. However, on rainy days, it was a struggle. If the Lishan villagers didn't come, and the firewood in the kitchen ran out, what could they do? They would have to use a coal stove. But with rain, one couldn't light a stove outside. They had to bring it inside, and the smoke would waft, filling the room with a mystical haze. Su Sueju missed the convenience and eco-friendliness of multifunctional rice cookers and health pots from the future, hoping to win one in the lottery. Yet, it was merely a thought. The lottery system was often unpredictable. Fortunately, it wasn't an urgent need. Having one would be a lovely bonus, but lacking it wouldn't cause her anxiety. Su Sueju decided to put the matter aside, but the lottery system surprised her. Upon accumulating 20 points, she casually drew and won a Star Universe brand cleaning assistant, essentially a household helper akin to a robotic vacuum cleaner. Without even taking time to wash up, she hastily donned her outerwear and tried out the compact, egg-sized cleaning device. It worked wonderfully. Watching the octopus-shaped cleaning assistant quietly navigate the room along the most efficient path, Su Sueju's eyes twinkled with affection, reminiscent of a mother gazing at her cherished child. The interstellar cleaning guardian, resembling a spider, clings to the ceiling, its 8 limbs systematically absorbing dust. Indeed, this high-tech product from the interstellar era is as nimble as the manual described, effortlessly traversing walls and glass. It provides 360-degree suction and cleaning. Most astonishingly, the dust it collects is not merely discarded. It is decomposed, compressed, and synthesized, ultimately expelled as a compressed cube the size of a sugar cube, which can be dissolved in water for watering plants, serving as a high-quality and eco-friendly fertilizer, a perfect assistant for any homemaker. If this is merely a level 1 model, I cannot fathom the capabilities of a level 2 guardian. Regardless, with this cleaning guardian, I no longer need to fret about household cleanliness daily. A single button initiates its operation, swiftly rendering the home spotless. And when it runs low on power, there is no need for concern. Resting in the sunlight for half an hour recharges it fully, enabling it to work tirelessly for 2 weeks. I wish for a dozen of these convenient and efficient interstellar products. Thursday is Su Sueju's busiest day. She must mentor students for a speech competition, preside over an English salon in the evening, and find time to finish the English weekly report. It is truly a moment of fleeting triumph, followed by an overwhelming workload. After dinner, she drops off her little bun at her brother and sister-in-law's house and hurriedly heads to school. Thankfully, she remains rational and refrains from impulsively declaring a daily salon, which would only lead to her own downfall. Upon returning to her office, she finally sits down to catch her breath. However, her tasks are not yet complete. This week's English weekly report remains unfinished. Closing the office door and drawing the curtains, she releases the cleaning guardian, allowing it to diligently tidy up. Su Sueju immerses herself in her work, furiously penning the weekly report. Once the final word is written, she stretches her wrists and thoroughly reviews her work to ensure there are no typos or omissions. Satisfied, she places it in her drawer, ready to take it for printing tomorrow, with plans to distribute it to the students on Saturday. Only then does she glance up, noticing that the cleaning guardian has reached its final task, cleaning the corners around the trash can. Every area it has traversed is immaculate. Typically, even after other teachers have cleaned, there are always remnants of dust, but now the space gleams as if freshly varnished. Particularly striking is the glass top on the ashwood desk, which shines brightly enough to serve as a mirror. The following day, before she even arrives at the office, she is already receiving compliments. Su Laosi, was it you who did the cleaning yesterday? Oh my, how diligent you are. You even cleaned the windows and the desk surface. How embarrassing. Such tasks are usually reserved for the year-end cleaning. The younger generation certainly has a high level of awareness. Not only did you wipe the glass, but look at the floor. It must have been mopped at least a dozen times. Otherwise, how could it be this clean, with not a speck of dust in sight? Did you even dust the ceiling? The cobwebs that used to be visible are gone. Su Laoshi, you truly are remarkable. Several teachers gave Su Sueju a thumbs up. Su Sueju's face flushed with embarrassment, having unexpectedly earned a reputation for diligence and leadership, feeling a twinge of guilt. But who is she? A seasoned professional from 30 years into the future. She presents a calm smile, waving her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. I'm the youngest here, so it's only natural for me to contribute where I can. Upon hearing this, the other teachers praised her even more enthusiastically. How come we don't have a university graduate with such high awareness here? The high school office is already brighter than ours, and now the principal will surely compare us. We have quite a few young teachers in our group, but we lack someone like Su Laoshi who is so eager to contribute. Indeed, that shows Xiaolu, when she first joined, was not older than Su Laoshi, right? They are both in their early 20s, yet look at her desk, tch. The older teachers glanced at Zhou Xiaolu's desk and involuntarily grimaced. It is often said that if one cannot keep their own room tidy, how can they possibly hope to manage larger responsibilities? Zhou Xiaolu, unaware that she was being compared, saw the English weekly report draft compiled by Su Suizhu in the printing room and concocted a scheme. She hurried to the principal's office, persistently trying to claim credit for the report, arguing that teaching high school is already demanding enough, and such trivial matters could easily be handled by her. The principal frowned, saying, "Xiao Zhou, this was initiated by Su Laoshi and specifically tailored for the high school students. It would be inappropriate for you to take it over." It was clear he was subtly implying her English proficiency was insufficient. However, Zhou Xiaolu either did not understand or, knowing full well, insisted on taking the opportunity, subtly suggesting that the school should treat all teachers equally to avoid unfairness. Fairness? Very well. If Su Laoshi is responsible for the English report for the high school, then you shall handle the one for the first and second years. That way, there's no conflict of interest. How did that sound? The principal replied, adding, however, if your reports are not well received by the students by the end of the year, we shall not continue, saving the school some resources. Understood. I will not disappoint you. Zhou Xiaolu eagerly accepted this challenge. Although she regretted not being able to claim Su Suizhu's credit, she thought, by the end of the year, the results would speak for themselves, allowing everyone to see that even a high-caliber graduate is not necessarily superior to her. With this thought invigorating her spirit, she enthusiastically began to prepare the English weekly report suitable for the first-year students. The principal cheerfully held his teacup, calling after Zhou Xiaolu, "Do your best. If you succeed, you will receive double bonuses at the end of the year." This declaration quickly spread throughout the school, alerting all staff to the friendly competition between the high school English teachers, Zhou Laoshi and Su Laoshi. A competition? How was I not informed? Teacher Zhong, sipping on his health tea, leisurely explained, "You missed the memo because you were teaching. I know Zhou Xiaolu too well. She is likely envious of you," and went to the principal to complain. The principal, unable to refuse her, has now entrusted her with the weekly report for the first and second years. If she executes it well, it might indeed earn her some points, but her ambitions often exceed her capabilities. Whether she can sustain this until year-end remains uncertain. Su Laoshi, you must work hard. We believe in you. If you need anything, just let us know. We may not be able to assist in every way, but for physical tasks like running errands or printing, feel free to delegate those to us. Su Suizhu felt like rolling her eyes. After all, on the day of the interview, she had assured the principal that she would teach diligently, striving to improve the college admission rates for the following year, even sacrificing her leisure time to enhance the English proficiency of her students in high school. What was Zhou Xiaolu thinking, actively seeking out work? Had she known how much Zhou Xiaolu enjoyed producing the English report, she would have gladly shared the materials and question sets with her, allowing her to handle the printing and preparation. Not only would this spare her from the pungent ink smell, but it would also save time and energy, leaving her free to spend more moments with her little bun. Although this competition had commenced without her consent, Su Suizhu would not back down. Since the challenge had been laid out, she was determined to rise to the occasion. At present, she lacked nothing but money. Double bonuses? Yes, she would strive to secure those for herself. The first issue of the English Weekly Report was published, bringing joy to both students and most teachers alike. Not only in the resource-scarce Xiaoan town, but even in the county's top school, Yupu County No. 1 Middle School, there had never been a fully English school newspaper created until now. It was not that there had been a lack of desire, but rather a lack of capability. Producing a single issue may not be arduous, yet the true challenge lies in maintaining consistency. Once the initial edition is launched, one must release a new installment weekly, ensuring the content remains fresh and engaging. Otherwise, what student would be inclined to read it? This escalates the difficulty considerably. Consequently, the esteemed editor Su Suizhu, along with her colleagues in editing and layout, proudly presented the inaugural issue of the Shan Zhongxue English Weekly, Gao Sanban. Upon its release, Principal Ji eagerly seized a copy, sequestering himself in his office for an extended period. What occupied him? He was engrossed in meticulously reading through each article with a dictionary in hand. Splendid. This newspaper is well crafted. After finishing, Principal Ji removed his reading glasses, tears of joy welling in his eyes. It appears that hiring that young lady was indeed a commendable decision, despite her recent graduation and lack of extensive teaching experience. She is undeniably a prodigious talent from Haicheng Textile University. Just look at how agile her mind is. Her proficiency in English is commendable. She truly possesses remarkable skills. I firmly believe that in the upcoming college entrance examination, our school's English subject will certainly surpass the frustrations of previous years. While I do not aspire to overshadow the county's #1 high school, if our acceptance rate can increase by 1 or 2 percentage points, I would be content. Similarly, Zhou Xiaolu, engrossed in her own copy of the English newspaper, was not perusing it for admiration, but rather in search of flaws. She was determined to uncover errors to present to the principal, criticizing Su Suizhu for producing a publication rife with mistakes. However, reality seemed to conspire against her. Despite her exhaustive efforts to cross-reference every word with the dictionary, she could not identify a single error. Unyielding, Zhou Xiaolu resorted to wielding a magnifying glass, examining each word meticulously. Yet, not only were there no grammatical mistakes, but the handwriting was also exquisitely neat, and the illustrations and borders rivaled those of printed magazines. After investing half a day, she was unable to pinpoint even the minutest error. Zhou Xiaolu gritted her teeth in frustration, now pinning her hopes on producing an English newspaper that would outshine Su Suizhu's, thereby surpassing her rival. Ironically, this preoccupation allowed the other teachers in the first-year office to enjoy a moment of peace, as Zhou Xiaolu was too busy compiling materials and producing the newspaper to engage in gossip or squabbles with Lin Fun. This was indeed a cause for collective celebration among the teachers, who expressed their utmost respect and gratitude towards Su Suizhu. Unbeknownst to her, had she known, she would have laughed heartily in delight. During the 3-day National Day holiday, Su Suizhu assigned homework to her students based on their academic performance. Those excelling received minimal assignments, while those with average performance had slightly increased workloads, leaving the struggling students in a predicament, burdened with additional vocabulary memorization. The underperforming students were taken aback. Despite Su Laosher's earlier assurances that holiday assignments would reflect daily performance, they had assumed it was mere rhetoric. The quartet of Wang Yongjia and his companions, who had vowed to diligently study and improve, had previously felt detached from the assignments of various subjects. As seniors, they had always maintained a carefree attitude towards homework and exams, believing they could choose to participate or disregard them at will. However, this time was different. Having just pledged to Su Laosher their commitment to serious study, backing out now would not reflect well on them. Their parents, concerned, laughed off the situation, patting their children on the shoulder and praising the new teacher for her dedication, questioning how they could fail to meet her expectations. Meanwhile, Su Suizhu was enjoying her holiday by the seaside, accompanied by her aunt and uncle, fishing at the back bay of the fishing village. Although Qing Shui Bay offered picturesque views, the distance was considerable, and for a casual outing with family, the back bay sufficed. The weather was splendid, with the autumn air crisp and the sea calm. Staying indoors would be a disservice to the beautiful scenery and delectable food. While they fished, Su Suizhu's uncle seemed to have little luck, reeling in only strands of seaweed. Su Shuyuan teased him, questioning how he could struggle with such a high-quality fishing rod. Su Suizhu confidently claimed the rod was easy to use, casually casting it out. "Hey, the bait isn't even on yet. What's the rush?" her uncle remarked, bemused. Su Suizhu's uncle chuckled, shaking his head, realizing that without bait, there would be no fish to catch. "Hurry and help me. I can't manage with my arms full," Su Shuyuan urged. "All right," her uncle replied, coming over to assist, only to find that the line felt heavier than expected, likely tangled with seaweed. He anticipated pulling up a clump of algae, but to his astonishment, it was indeed a fish. Staring at the large fish, he was momentarily stunned. "Did I make a mistake? I thought it was just seaweed, but here we are." Su Xian excitedly patted her husband on the shoulder. He was at a loss for words. A bare hook without bait could catch a fish, and not just any fish, but a hefty 5-pound yellowfin snapper. What luck! Su Suizhu, sheltered from the wind, built a makeshift stone stove to cook fishball soup. Just as the soup began to simmer, she heard her aunt's jubilant exclamations, confirming that they had indeed caught a fish. Su Suizhu smiled, knowing that the fishing rod from Xingji was truly exceptional. Once the soup was ready, she ladled it into a lunchbox, saving the remaining broth for a seafood porridge, adding rice and dried ingredients, such as scallops and oysters. Preparing the porridge required time, and Su Suizhu carefully monitored the cooking process before checking on her family. Su Suizhu, I caught a 5-pound yellowfin snapper, her aunt exclaimed, reveling in her good fortune. While your uncle has been at it for half an hour with no success, I cast my line casually and landed this fish. It just goes to show how crucial luck is. Your uncle's luck is truly abysmal. Little Bowsy, feeling left out, waved her tiny arms excitedly. Do you want to fish too? Su Suizhu asked, gently taking her niece in her arms. All right, let us go fishing for a bit. Turning to her aunt, she added, Aunt, you enjoy the soup. I'll take over for your husband. It was indeed time for a change. With such poor luck, it would be better to let the two of them enjoy some time together. Chapter 44. The magnificent lobster. Su Suizhu stifled a laugh. Her uncle had no inkling that this fishing rod had an 80% success rate. In other words, out of 10 attempts, there were 2 misses. Her uncle had already exhausted those 2. The subsequent 8 would surely yield results, even if it meant catching small fish or miniature lobsters. Ultimately, they would not pull up an empty hook. Su Suizhu approached her uncle, saying, Uncle, guess what? You've had a stroke of luck. That yellowfin snapper you caught was snagged without any bait. Can you believe how foolish the fish must be, biting a hook with no bait? Su Suizhu struggled to contain her laughter, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it seems that this area is seldom fished. These fish are not familiar with hooks. Once they encounter fishermen more frequently, they will surely become wary. That makes sense, her uncle replied, realization dawning upon him. I usually prefer the shallow bay south of the fishing grounds. It's warmer and more populated with fish. I was curious why you chose this quieter spot. It must be for this reason. You truly are clever, being a college student. Su Suizhu secretly stuck out her tongue, having been praised for her intelligence by her family more than once. I caught one too. Oh, it's a large lobster. Su Suizhu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, it was sizable. Giddy with excitement, she turned to her daughter. Dodo, we're having lobster for dinner. Yay! Su Suizhu's uncle triumphantly reeled in an 8-pound lobster, grinning from ear to ear as he rushed to show his wife. Did you see? Did you see? I caught a lobster. A giant one. Su Shiyuan seldom witnessed her husband in such a fervent state, resembling an exuberant youth as he danced about with joy. She couldn't help but join in the laughter, exclaiming, Impressive. Indeed, the fishing rod from Sui Sui is quite effective. In no time, they had caught a yellowfin bream and a sizable lobster. However, their subsequent luck was less favorable, reeling in either small tiger fish or delectable but diminutive flower crabs. Overall, though, their haul was commendable. Gathered around a makeshift reef stove, they each savored a bowl of fragrant seafood porridge and roasted a collection of flower crabs, peeling the shells while chatting amiably. Su Suizhu was not surprised. Her aunt and uncle were inherently honest individuals. They would not hesitate to return even a lobster to her, should they catch one, as they deemed the fishing rod hers. Regardless of the quantity of fish caught, it was all hers. Simply having the opportunity to partake in a seafood feast was more than enough for them. Such wonderful relatives are hard to find. Su Suizhu sighed inwardly, grateful for her fortune. Yet the renovation of the old house required funds. And with her only source of income being her salary, she did not refuse her aunt's intentions on her behalf. Aunt, next time we catch a lobster, let's keep it for ourselves. Su Shiyuan laughed. Silly child, such a large lobster must live in the deep sea. Do you think we can just catch it whenever we wish? Today we are fortunate, but who can say what the future holds? Lobsters are not easy to catch these days. Otherwise, they wouldn't command such high prices in the market. After all, supply and demand are at play. Little Dodo, nestled in her arms, let out a few murmurs. Su Suizhu looked down and kissed her son, then raised her head earnestly to her aunt, saying, If my darling says we can, then it surely will happen. This little one is favored by the heavens. As a father, how could I let my son go hungry? Seeing the interaction between mother and son brought a smile to Su Shiyuan's face. Lin Guodong nodded in agreement, naturally not a talkative person. He would not speak unless questioned by outsiders. Now, with his wife urging him, he feigned ignorance when others inquired. After returning home, Lin Guodong carried the bucket filled with lobster to seek out his co-worker Lao Zheng, who was delivering fish the next day, asking him to sell the lobster at a high-end restaurant in the provincial capital. At the luxurious third-floor private room of the Yui Hotel, the owner, Wang Yoji, was entertaining a table of distinguished guests from Kyoto. A staff member from the kitchen inquired if they would accept a wild lobster that had been caught by fishermen from a nearby fishing village. Of course, yes. Why even ask? He replied, as he was concerned about not having suitable dishes to serve his guests. As long as the price was reasonable, there would be no haggling. They needed to prepare the dish promptly. Not long after, the chef personally prepared a split lobster and delivered it to the private room. Wang Yoji warmly invited the guests to dine. "Excellent, Boss Wang. I have never eaten such a large wild lobster," remarked one of the young guests. "Wherever did you find this?" "Not at all, Mr. Fu. You flatter me. It's sheer luck to have encountered such a find. After all, how could I not consider you esteemed guests? Since the restaurant opened, this is the first time I have received such a splendid wild lobster." Wang Yoji responded with a smile. "Seems we arrived just in time." The young man then turned to the main guest, Xiaogu. "This meal is to welcome you back. Don't just drink. Make sure to taste this wild lobster. I doubt you can find one this big at the Feng Wang Pavilion in Kyoto." Lu Qixiao smirked and raised his glass to clink with the young man. "Thank you." Fu Xingyang feigned annoyance. "Xiaogu, that's not fair. What kind of relationship do we have? Brothers, right? If we're brothers, there's no need for thanks." Chapter 45. Let's go. Fishing. With the courage from the drink, Fu Xingyang patted Lu Qixiao's shoulder with enthusiasm and called to the others, "Come, come, let's drink and eat. Today, we won't return until we're drunk." The group laughed and crowded around, eager to toast with Lu Qixiao, swiftly downing their drinks. "By the way, Xiaogu, what brings you here so suddenly? Is someone trying to cause you trouble?" asked Fu Xingyang, shoving food into his mouth. Lu Qixiao shot him a sideways glance. Who would dare? Pushing Fu Xingyang's face away, he added, "Stop drinking, you reek." "Doi." Fu Xingyang sniffed himself, then mischievously leaned closer to Lu Qixiao. "Xiaogu, are you dating someone? Us single men are no match for your girlfriend's allure. Get lost." Lu Qixiao playfully swatted his head. The mention of women was bothersome. $10 still lay trapped beneath the glass on his desk. That woman not only took advantage of him, but also left his emotions in disarray. If it weren't for the post-reform ban on spirits, one might think she was some mischievous fairy. Lu Qixiao downed his drink, feeling the burn of the alcohol, hoping it could dispel the lingering restlessness in his heart. "When you take office, Xiaogu, shouldn't you be resting during the National Day holiday? How about I accompany you to explore?" "Of course. It's only right to extend hospitality," chimed in a young man with curly hair sitting beside Fu Xingyang. "What does Xiaogu enjoy doing? Karaoke? Disco? Sauna? Not all. My Xiaogu doesn't partake in such activities." Seeing Lu Qixiao's darkening expression, Fu Xingyang quickly interjected. "Xiaogu enjoys fishing. Shunzi, I remember your home is near the sea. Why not spend a couple of days at your place?" "That sounds great. Let's go tomorrow." The young man named Shunzi immediately agreed. "I'm not going. You all have fun." Lu Qixiao shook his head. "Come on, don't be a killjoy." Fu Xingyang rolled his eyes at him, persistently urging Lu Qixiao to join them. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to Wang Yoji, who was refilling their drinks. "By the way, Boss Wang, I heard you mention that the lobster was caught by fishermen. Which village are they from? Is it far?" Wang Yoji had no idea which village it was. However, he knew there were many fishing villages near Yup County, which housed the largest fishing grounds in the province. "Shaoan fishing grounds?" Fu Xingyang's eyes widened. "Isn't that the area my uncle oversees?" "Wait a moment, I'll ask him." With that, he pulled out his bulky cell phone and dialed his uncle's office number. "Hello, Uncle, are there any new fishing boats in the fishing ground you manage? I want to take a few brothers out fishing." "What? No. Why not?" "Oh, never mind. I'll figure out myself." "Heh. Just a phrase of mine. It's not your problem." He hung up quickly, fearing a lengthy reprimand from his uncle. The group was buzzing with excitement. Shunzi pondered for a moment. "I have a relative in Shaoan town. I remember his family has a small fishing boat, an old one from the fishing grounds. But it doesn't have a motor, just oars. Rowing is better than nothing." Fu Xingyang waved his hand. "Let us go fishing tomorrow." Lu Qixiao rolled up his sleeves, wishing he could give this fool a good smack. At home, he obediently handed the money to his wife. "Here, for the lobster." Su Shuyuan took it and counted. 15 big bills. "Is lobster really that valuable now?" Lin Guodong explained. "It wouldn't sell for this price in the market. Lao Zheng is clever. He took it to the best restaurant, where the owner happened to need that dish for guests." "Did you give him a pack of cigarettes?" "I did when I asked him to sell it." "I'm not foolish. I know these social niceties." "Indeed, you're not foolish. You're just a simpleton. We're both simpletons." "Dear wife." The couple playfully bantered for a while. Where's Sway Sway? Did she take Dodo out to play? He mentioned that he strolled near the old house. Are you feeling an itch to go fishing? Su Shiyuan immediately discerned the man's intentions. Is he really addicted to fishing? Hey, it's still early. I will go fish for a while longer. Who knows, I might catch a big lobster. Forget about repairing the house. I wouldn't even worry about money for a complete rebuild. Lin Guodong picked up his fishing rod and bucket, heading back to the rear bay to fish for another hour. The rice fish are good for making fish balls. Su Shiyuan promptly killed 2 rice fish and prepared a pot of fish balls. The next day, while going to work, he took 2 boxes, one for old Zheng and another for himself to eat when hungry. That day, it was his turn to go out to sea with the boat, often still at sea around noon. Upon reaching the fishing grounds, he handed a box of fish balls to old Zheng. Old Zheng opened the lunchbox and tasted one. Lao Lin, who made your fish balls? They are delicious. They have a wonderful elasticity and become more flavorful with each bite. Who else could it be? Lin Guodong chuckled. My wife, her skills have improved with practice. While they were chatting, a group of officials from the provincial city came over to inspect. Seeing the 2 of them enjoying the fish balls, they stopped and inquired where they could purchase them, noting their appealing appearance. These are made by Lao Lin's wife, old Zheng replied. Here, we mostly make our own seafood. He refrained from adding that he had seen fish balls sold in the county, but had never seen anyone buy them off the street. There's some, but... Lin Guodong scratched his head awkwardly. The ones left at home are for my son and niece. The fishing ground supervisor hurriedly gestured to him. Are you foolish? The leader asked you where to buy fish balls. That is a sign of respect. Truly, he is a simpleton with no hope. No, the official waved his hand. I am buying privately. It wouldn't be appropriate to put on the account. Old Wang, don't get me in trouble. The fishing grounds supervisor laughed sheepishly. Indeed, these officials have eaten so many delicacies. Is it so exaggerated that they can't resist the fish balls? It's true. If you don't believe me, come with me. I'm not going. It's rare to have a break. I don't want to be too busy. I promise to accompany them fishing when I have time. After Lin Guodong agreed, he hurriedly grabbed the pot and rushed to the fishing grounds. A group of young men approached him, and the leader asked, Uncle, do you know whose fishing boat is nearby? I want to rent one for a day. The questioner was Fu Zhengyang, who was almost driven to despair by Shunzi. They had planned to go fishing at sea, but upon arrival, they couldn't find a fishing boat. Without a fishing boat, how could they fish? They had been walking under the sun and were close to exhaustion. Initially, he wanted to take Xiao Gu out for some fresh air and strengthen their brotherly bond, but now they had wasted all their time searching for a fishing boat. If this continued, it would be noon before they knew it. Would their plan to fish at sea have to change to a half-day walk under the sun? Shunzi, feeling wronged, explained, how was I to know that my relative's fishing boat was unusable? It was fine when I came to play in middle school. Middle school? How old are you now? Fu Zhengyang was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Shunzi timidly suggested, how about we rest at my house? A hot spring was recently discovered on a nearby mountain. Soaking is very comfortable. You want me to soak in a hot spring in this weather? Fu Zhengyang laughed angrily and kicked him. Get lost. He turned back to Lin Guodong, saying, Uncle, if you know whose family has a boat, please point me in the right direction. Lin Guodong shook his head. No one around here has a fishing boat. They belong to the public. Public? Which public? Fu Zhengyang's eyes brightened. Is it the Shaoan fishing grounds? Perfect. Uncle, do you know how to get to the fishing grounds? I have acquaintances there. If all else fails, he would have to bring out his uncle's name and borrow a boat from the fishing grounds. Hearing this, Lin Guodong led them there. The official who had inquired about the fish balls was currently inspecting the queue of fishing boats ready to go out. Lin Guodong approached, scratching his head apologetically. I didn't have any other containers at home, so I had to bring them in a pot. Just then, he spotted Fu Zhengyang, paused and thought. Isn't this the nephew of Director Yao? Fu Xiao, I see you brought friends here to have fun. Fu Zhengyang also recognized him. You are Section Chief, Li from the Comprehensive Department? From my Uncle S system? Exactly, Li Yuguo replied happily. I came to convey the superior's directives at the fishing grounds. Have you just arrived, or are you about to leave? Do you need a vehicle? No need for a car, I have my own. Just need a boat. Fu Zhengyang threw an arm around his shoulder, broaching the idea. Look, there's so many boats at the fishing grounds. Surely there are some idle ones we could borrow to go fishing? Li Yu glanced at the fishing ground supervisor and immediately pointed to Lin Guodong. Lao Lin, you are an experienced captain. You can take them out to sea. I trust you to lead them. Thus, Lin Guodong was temporarily assigned to the leisure group. tasked only with steering the boat and educating the esteemed guests on the types of fish found in this area. To his surprise, the temporary position turned out to be even easier than anticipated. Not long after the fishing boat set sail, several young men became seasick. Aside from Lu Qi-xiao and Shun Zi, the others were all retching uncontrollably. Fu Xingyang was the worst off, throwing up yellow bile and clinging to the boat in tears. "No, I can't fish anymore. I want to go ashore." Lu Qi-xiao rubbed his temples in frustration. "What is this? People who can't even sit in a boat want to go fishing." They couldn't borrow a private fishing boat and came to borrow a public one. They thought they were experts. Turns out, they're just landlubbers. The one who complained the loudest was now the one most affected. "Didn't you say you fished before?" "I have fished before. I used to sit on a small stool by the pond. I thought it would be the same in a different location, but who knew I would get seasick? This is a bad start. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to be sick again." Before he could finish, he started retching again. Pitifully, his face turned a jaundiced yellow. What else could be done? Before setting off, the supervisor had repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety. After all, with a boat full of young masters, if something happened, the fishing grounds would be held accountable. Upon reaching shore, the seasickness symptoms did not ease. The fishing grounds are not only fishy, but also noisy. Once Fu Xingyang had emptied his stomach, he began to feel a headache and weakly consulted Lin Guodong. "Uncle, can we rest at your house? We want to wait until we feel better before we leave. The smell here is too strong. I feel unwell." The fishing grounds supervisor hurried over upon hearing this, immediately granting Lin Guodong leave and instructing him to take care of the guests, saying they could voice any needs. While Su Xuan was sun-drying in the yard, she noticed a man's figure reappearing at the gate, and her eyelids twitched. "What now? It's already this time. Why haven't they set sail?" Lin Guodong scratched his head. He didn't want this either. He stepped aside to create a path and pointed to the few young men who looked pale and were walking unsteadily, explaining the situation. Su Xuan couldn't help but twitch her lips, almost laughing out loud. She quickly welcomed them into the house. "Please sit. I'll make you a pot of tea. Drinking some hot water will make you feel better." After each of them drank a bowl of hot tea, they finally suppressed the nausea. "Phew." Fu Xingyang let out a sigh, collapsing into a chair, feeling weak and lamenting. "I finally feel alive again." The others who had emptied their stomachs nodded in agreement, expressing they would never again venture out to sea for fishing. If they wanted seafood, couldn't they just buy it at the market? Why torture themselves like this? Seeing her aunt crouched in the yard prying open oysters, she cheerfully reported her morning's catch. "Aunt, I caught an eel. How about making grilled eel later? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Then let us steam a few blue crabs. I caught some blue crabs." Su Suizhu handed her aunt the fish basket. They were quite large. Su Xuan glanced at the basket, noticing the large claws of the blue crabs almost protruding from the container, and hurriedly took them to the kitchen. Su Suizhu cradled Dodo as she stepped inside the house. Just as she crossed the threshold, she collided fortuitously with Lu Qi-xiao, who had stepped out for some fresh air. Startled, she stumbled slightly. Lu, ever the pillar of steadiness, caught her firmly, averting an embarrassing encounter with the floor. His gaze sharpened as he swiftly assessed her. In an instant, a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. The woman from that night had cascading locks that fell to her waist, while the one before him sported hair that barely brushed her shoulders. A natural curl at the ends adding a hint of allure. What was going on? Su Xian emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing her niece standing with Mr. Liu, hurried over to introduce them. "Suizhu, this is Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, this is my niece, who teaches in the town and is on holiday at home for a few days." Lil Dodo chimed in at the right moment. "Oh dear, has your aunt neglected you?" Su Shiyuan chuckled, then continued, "This is my niece's son, named Dodo." Lu Qi-xiao's gaze fell upon the little dumpling nestled in Su Suizhu's arms. The child was fair and plump, appearing better cared for than many city children. Short-haired, teaching in the town, and with a child, none of these aspects aligned with his expectations. A slight furrow creased Lu Qi-xiao's brow. His intuition was usually sharp, and his instincts had never led him astray. Could it be that his persistent thoughts on an unresolved case had clouded his judgment, conjuring illusions? At this rate, would he find himself doubting even a mere sow, wondering if it was the same female that had taken advantage that night? At noon, Lin Guodong set up a round table adorned with an array of seafood. The most popular dishes were the Japanese grilled eel and spicy blue crabs, expertly guided by Su Suizhu and cooked by Su Shiyuan. The group, having regained their energy, relished the meal, praising, "Wow, Annie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You surpass the chefs in most restaurants. This grilled eel is exquisite, crisp on the outside, tender on the inside, unlike some places that overcook it to a crisp. One bite and you'd risk losing a tooth. Is this blue crab? My goodness. With the blue crabs I've eaten before mere imitations, I've never encountered one with such rich roe inside. The spice is just right. Add a bit more, and it would be excessive. Take away a bit, and it would be lacking. It's simply delicious." Su Shiyuan laughed heartily at their reactions. "If you like it, eat more." When they first arrived, Fu Jingyang and the others had been somewhat reserved, but as the atmosphere warmed, they let loose, even engaging in a playful chopstick battle for the last piece of grilled eel. Unable to watch any longer, Lu Qishao kicked Fu Zhengyang under the table. "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Your manners are appalling." Fu Zhengyang straightened up immediately, feeling a pang of hunger as he had already emptied his breakfast. "But I can't help it," he retorted. "Annie, these eels and crabs must be hard to catch, right?" Fu Zhengyang asked, munching on a crab leg. "They're all caught by Suizhu. Otherwise, today, we would have had to settle for half a pound of small shrimp and some oyster omelets to entertain you." "Thank you, sister," Fu Zhengyang replied earnestly, then tilted his head. "I should be older than you, right? What year were you born?" "I was born in 66. Mai. Then you're indeed older than me." "Sister, where did you catch such large blue crabs?" "Right by the shore." Fu Zhengyang inquired, perplexed. "Isn't it said that the shore has only small fish and shrimp? To catch larger ones, you need to go out to sea?" Su Suizhu nodded. "Generally speaking, that's true. But with good fortune, you can catch some near the shore." Fu Zhengyang gave her a thumbs up, then sighed. "Unfortunately, I've been unlucky all my life. It seems that to enjoy this delicacy, I must overcome my seasickness." The younger companions looked horrified. "Fuji, just an hour ago you swore you'd never go out to sea again." Although they too were tempted, the memory of their earlier discomfort made them reluctant to board a boat again. "That would be self-torture. Look at your lack of ambition. One day, I will venture out to sea with the fishing boats and conquer the stars and the sea," Fu Zhengyang declared, invigorated by the absence of seasickness symptoms. No one responded. "Are you even my brothers? You can't grant me this little vanity." Meanwhile, Dodo, blissfully unaware, lay in Su Xuan's embrace and suddenly blew a bubble. Su Suizhu smiled. "Fu Gu, is he mocking you?" the curly-haired youth asked, stifling laughter. The others kept their heads down, shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Lu Qishao, who had remained silent throughout, now curved the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. Encouraged, Dodo blew more bubbles, puff puff. The curly-haired companions could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Fu Zhengyang, both amused and exasperated, shot them a glare, pretending to kick. The younger ones quickly raised their hands in surrender. "I was wrong." Chapter 48. Handcrafted fish balls with exceptional bounce despite Fu Zhengyang's fervent declarations to board a fishing boat again to experience sea fishing. It was clear that today was not an option. Even if he insisted, Lu Qishao would likely knock him out and carry him away. After lunch, the group entertained Dodo for a while longer before noticing the time and preparing to leave. Before departing, they asked Lin's family if they could purchase some kelp, dried clams, and snail meat sauce. They had hoped to buy some fresh seafood too, but with plans to head to the county town for leisure, they worried about the long journey and decided to console themselves with the thought of future opportunities. Once the guests had departed, Su Xian began tidying up the living room and discovered 5 large bills under the round table. She looked helplessly at her niece. Did they leave this behind? Su Suizhu immediately understood. They must be for lunch. Su Shiyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "How polite of city folks to pay for a simple meal. Auntie, please keep this for me. I will need your and uncle's help to purchase materials later. I'm not very knowledgeable about these things," Su Suizhu said, genuinely clueless. Su Shiyuan pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll hold on to it for you. When the house repairs are finished, I'll return the remainder." Will 200 be enough for the repairs? In the morning, she had taken a stroll around the old house. The key had rusted from disuse, and it took considerable effort to unlock the courtyard gate. The yard was in disarray, with weeds towering above her knees. She carefully navigated the cobblestones that were visible, nearly slipping on the moss. The short distance of just 10 meters left her sweating. The key had been left with her aunt, perhaps to avoid stirring up memories. Once a home full of life, it had become desolate following Sue's father's unfortunate accident. The coastal area was already damp, and coupled with years of poor ventilation, A musty odor permeated the house. As she opened the door, the tremor of the frame sent a cloud of dust cascading from the ceiling. Sigh, the foundation has settled. The roof is slanted. Even the slightest movement brings down dust. It may require significant repairs before anyone can live here. This area was bound to be developed eventually. The current dilapidated house would undoubtedly become a coveted treasure in 10 years. She would not abandon it. Rather, she aimed to restore it into an idyllic scene worthy of illustrations in future publications, complete with blue bricks, black tiles, wisteria-covered walls, an ancient well, and a swing. The more Sue Sueju envisioned, the more hopeful she became about her future life. Auntie, I think that house is too dilapidated. It might need to be torn down and rebuilt. Let us take a look first, Su Shuyuan replied. As for building materials, your uncle has acquaintances who can procure them at wholesale prices. Buying through acquaintances would undoubtedly require a small gift. Otherwise, would they be inclined to help? Seeing the small fish balls in the pot, which resembled plump ping-pong balls, Lu Yun exclaimed in delight. Yes, this is it. Where did you get them? At the market, there's a stall that makes them poorly. Their taste is mediocre. Today, while inspecting the grassroots, I encountered a fisherman eating them, who said they were homemade. So I bought all that was left. Just a moment, I'll heat them up. Have you thrown up today? His wife was experiencing an extremely unstable pregnancy. Even after 4 months, she was still suffering from nausea and vomiting. Her once rounded figure had been reduced to a frail state due to the toll of pregnancy. While others risked fines and job losses to have another son, their eldest had tragically drowned 3 years prior while playing in a water channel with relatives. Despite the natural expectation to conceive again, they had refrained, and the family had been urging them for 3 consecutive years. This year, he had been transferred to a southern city known for its pleasant climate and picturesque scenery, far removed from the disturbances of their hometown. His wife's gloomy disposition began to lighten, and after 6 months of traditional Chinese medicine treatment, she finally became pregnant again. However, even after 3 months, her discomfort persisted, and it pained him to witness her suffering. He endeavored to accommodate her wishes. He would gladly purchase even the most expensive fish balls if that was what she craved. Within moments, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. The pristine fish balls danced in the bubbling broth. He chopped some scallions and sprinkled them over the soup. Lu Yin could no longer contain her anticipation and urged, loudly, "Is it ready?" "It's ready," Li Yu responded, promptly serving 2 bowls of soup. Ladling 4 large fish balls into his wife's bowl. Lu Yun was truly hungry. She accepted the chopsticks he offered and lifted a fish ball to her mouth. "It's so hot. Why are you in such a rush? Can't you blow on it a bit first?" Li Yu chuckled, feeling both amused and sympathetic. "So, what do you think? The taste is delightful, isn't it? They say these fish balls are made from freshly caught rice fish, and the ginger juice has eliminated any fishy scent." Lu Yun's eyes watered from the heat, yet she couldn't bear to spit it out. It was simply too fresh. Not only was there no fishy taste, but it also whetted her appetite. She finished a full meal for the first time since becoming pregnant. In the past, she would only manage to eat half before rushing out to vomit, losing all desire to eat afterward. "Lally, these fish balls are excellent. So fresh and chewy. They truly stimulate one's appetite." Lu Yin wiped her mouth, sighing in satisfaction. "By the way, see if there are any scallops for sale. I suddenly have a craving for scallop vermicelli." With her appetite revived, she wondered if the effects were truly remarkable. The next day, Li Yu was submitted a preliminary investigation report on the fjord fishing grounds at work and discussed with his superiors the existing drawbacks of the current operational model. He then applied to return to the fishing grounds for a more in-depth investigation. His supervisor patted him on the shoulder with appreciation. "Li, if our coastal development project receives strong support from the central government this time, your contributions will be significant." Li Yu felt a twinge of guilt. His motivation for such enthusiasm stemmed primarily from a desire to alleviate his wife's morning sickness. Nevertheless, he remained diligent in his work. Of course, if he could procure some fresh seafood that would delight his wife's palate after completing his tasks, it would be even better. The Lin family remained unaware that their unintentional venture into the fishball business had garnered them a long-term customer. Chapter 49. The festival on the last day of the National Day holiday. Su Sueju once again headed to the back bay for a day of fishing. Drawing from her previous experiences, her aunt had prepared thoroughly this time, bringing along 2 water buckets. To her surprise, both buckets were nearly full in no time. The haul this time was comparable to that of the previous day. 2 East Star groupers weighed over 3 pounds each. and the rice fish were larger than those caught by fishing boats, along with a sea eel and various small fish and shrimp. She could sell the catch for at least 70 or 80 yuan at the market. This was quite a good yield. Eager to catch a lobster for herself, Su Suizhu glanced at the 2 pincer crabs in the bucket. Well, since she had not caught a lobster, having crabs as a substitute was still commendable. Su Xuan was quite pleased as well, remarking, "If we keep having such successful outings, you wouldn't even need to work early and late. You could simply lie back and count your money." She paused for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at me, always thinking of ways to be lazy and make money. But fishing isn't a stable profession. It all depends on the weather." Su Suizhu embraced her aunt's shoulders, saying, "Once this area opens up, I'll fish for seafood every day to treat you. You and Uncle can choose the work you enjoy, and we'll earn more than we do now without waking up at dawn. Look at you. Give you a little encouragement, and you start dreaming big. Aren't you afraid of being blown away by the wind?" Su Suiwan did that, but her heart was filled with warmth. A dutiful child brings joy to their elders. Upon returning home, Su Suizhu took out the groupers and set them aside for her aunt, explaining that they were for a friend of her Uncle S who could help with building materials. In the afternoon, seeing that Su Suizhu had been busy and not resting well, her aunt encouraged her to take a nap while she went out for a stroll. After a brief rest, Su Suizhu awoke and grabbed her multitasking cleaning device, diligently starting a thorough cleaning. She stepped outside, glancing around several times to confirm that this truly was her home. "Suizhu, have you cleaned the windows? You even tidied the kitchen so well that I almost didn't recognize it. Why do you work so hard when you have a rare holiday? You should be resting." Taking the drowsy little bun from her aunt, Su Suizhu casually asked, "Aunt, why did you buy so many hairtail fish? Are you planning to marinate and fry them?" Su Suizhu often felt that her aunt, who had not completed high school, was truly too talented to have missed out on higher education. She would have made a splendid human resources manager in a modern context. That evening, the Lin family arrived. The local factory had only given them 1 day off for National Day, and the couple had gone to fetch their child from Wu Meili's family during the day, later gathering in the fishing village for a small reunion. Su Suizhu suggested that her aunt steam the crabs, prepare hairtail fish in 2 ways, and make a clear soup with rice fish, along with a stir-fry of shrimp skins and eggs with chives. She also stewed a pot of assorted seafood, which included tiger head fish, small plums, tofu fish, clams, razor clams, and other small seafood, creating a truly delightful feast. Despite not featuring premium seafood like lobsters, stone clams, or sea cucumbers, the freshness of the wild-caught ingredients was unparalleled, and Su Suizhu couldn't stop eating. "Aunt, your cooking skills are incredible. No ingredient can defeat you. If you open a restaurant, it would undoubtedly thrive." Su Xiuyuan chuckled. "Opening a restaurant is not as simple as you think. Don't forget about rent and costs. If the business is good, it's manageable. If not, it could lead to significant losses." Su Suizhu tilted her head, pondering this. Indeed, it was still early for agritourism to be popular, and in a seaside town with no tourists, relying solely on local patrons who were reluctant to dine out wouldn't yield much profit. Furthermore, seafood relies heavily on freshness. If it couldn't be sold and lost its freshness, it would result in a loss. "Don't worry, Aunt. Once this area is developed, you can just cook at home, grill oysters, and the business will come knocking." Su Xiuyuan took her niece's playful banter lightly, not realizing the truth of it. Not long after, the fishing grounds underwent restructuring, and her husband and son gradually entered the fishing industry. The nearshore areas were developed into resorts by astute investors, and the vacant land in several villages was purchased by developers to build high-rises and villas. It was no longer just about opening a restaurant. Even without working, money could be made, as people would come asking, "Annie, is your home a guest house?" But that was a story for another time. Following the National Day holiday, Su Suizhu returned to school, pouring her energy into preparing for the upcoming speech competition. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of October. The competition was just 2 days away. Yupu County was less than 200 kilometers from the provincial capital, which in modern times would take only 2 hours to reach. But in this era, the roads were in poor condition, and cars could not travel quickly. Occasionally, road repairs and traffic jams would occur. Unlike in modern times, where police would arrive promptly. Under such circumstances, it could take an entire day. Su Suizhu chose to take the train, as the slow green train would take half a day, but would not encounter traffic. The departure and arrival times were fairly reliable. However, making a round trip in one day was out of the question. She would have to set off a day early, and after the competition, she would likely need to stay overnight. This meant she would be away from home for at least 3 days. Su Suiju entrusted the little bun to her aunt in the fishing village. Hearing this, Su Suiju's heart stirred. Could it be that the fishing grounds were preparing for reform, transitioning from state-owned to private contracting? Chapter 50 Insomnia. Su Suiju addressed her aunt, saying, "Aunt, do pay attention. Who claims that leadership changes do not concern you? What if the fishery is disbanded or contracted to an individual? This is a significant matter. Where did you hear such talk?" Su Suan et glim statan. She glanced around to ensure no one else was listening before exhaling in relief. She then cast a sharp glare at Su Suiju, admonishing her not to spread unfounded rumors. "A classmate wrote to me, stating that in the north, many state-owned fisheries have undergone reforms. Those that cannot sustain themselves are partitioned and contracted to individuals. The contractors pay a fixed annual rental fee, while the rest of the profits are entirely theirs. Is that true?" Su Xiuyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is the primary source of profit for a fishery? It is, after all, the sea. As long as there is a licensed fishing vessel, the catch is essentially costless, and selling it yields genuine profit. Moreover, cultivating a few easily farmed marine products can generate substantial profits. Su Xiuyuan, having worked in the fishery for years, should know this well. However, as she regained her composure, her expression darkened. Contracting, it sounds like it requires investment. Such a lucrative opportunity would attract everyone, and the contracting fee is bound to be substantial. Is it truly so profitable? Su Xiuyuan's heart began to stir with hope once more. Indeed, Su Suiju nodded vigorously. She feared her aunt might not believe her and hesitate to pay the contracting fee, thereby missing this opportunity. It is essential to understand that in 10 years, once the fishing village is fully developed, tourists will flock to the area and vendors will be abundant. The annual contracting fee for the fishery could soar by hundreds of thousands or even millions. This is the prime moment to seize the opportunity and enjoy a bargain. Such a chance is hard to come by. We do not yet know when it will be our turn, so, aunt, you should frequent the fishery and keep an eye on the market. Discuss it with uncle so that we can secure it promptly when the time comes. Do not hesitate. Contracting the fishery will undoubtedly yield great profits. Would I deceive you? All right, I will take your advice and visit the market when I have time. After advising her aunt, Su Suiju left behind some provisions for her child and a can of milk powder. Her aunt, mistaking it for a purchase, suggested, "Little Bowsy is growing up well. Feeding him a few bowls of rice porridge occasionally is fine. Why buy milk powder? It's quite expensive. Can you afford it on your salary?" Su Suiju naturally could not reveal that this was a gift from the heavens, costing her nothing. If she were to say so, her aunt would surely be startled. She could only smile and say, "As you mentioned, feeding him occasionally is sufficient, and this can last a long time. My salary is adequate. The school rewarded me with 100 last time, and I have no other expenses." Recently, she had spent her points in the parenting channel during the lucky draws. Little Bowsy was gradually growing, and she needed to prepare some supplementary food. Fortunately, she not only won a can of milk powder, but also a jar of sugar beans and a bunch of simuxing fruit. According to the description, this fruit is rich in milk flavor and vitamins, making it ideal for infants and toddlers. The fruit's shell is hard, and once cut in half, the flesh can be scooped out with a spoon. The flesh is springy, smooth, and delicious, and it can also be juiced and mixed with warm water. Perfect for infants just starting on solid foods. This is what one calls receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. Little Bowsy is truly favored by the heavens. Su Suiju stored the milk fruit in her package, planning to introduce supplementary foods to Little Bowsy once he turned 4 months old, starting with the milk fruit juice that even she found tempting. The day after sending Little Bowsy to the fishing village, Su Suiju set off with 3 students towards the provincial capital. They took a bus from the town to the county, then transferred to another bus to the train station, eventually boarding a train that rattled its way to the provincial city. Upon arriving, they continued to navigate through buses. After much effort, they finally arrived near the provincial first high school. The competition would take place in the grand auditorium of this prestigious school the following day. This starkly illustrated the urban-rural divide. Provincial high schools possess their own auditoriums, while the town lacks even a large classroom that can accommodate 100 people. Every year, the parents' meeting for the 3rd year is held on the playground. Do not envy. Once you enter university, You will have access to even grander auditoriums. Su Suizhu took this opportunity to offer her students some motivational words before the exam. They then found a relatively clean guest house across from Provincial First High School. With a letter of introduction from school, they easily secured 2 adjacent standard rooms, one for Tian Xiaoxue and Su Suizhu, and one for the 2 boys. Initially concerned about whether their funds would suffice for a meal out, Tian Xiaoxue and the others laughed upon hearing Su Suizhu's words. It must be thanks to our teacher. Otherwise, the 3 of us would not have received any prize money. We should treat the teacher, Lin Lei suggested, with the other 2 nodding in agreement. Wait, if I say I will treat, then I will treat. If you want to treat, fine. After we win awards tomorrow, you can treat me however many times you wish. I will not stop you. Everyone burst into laughter before retreating to their respective rooms. Teacher Yi, which school is that? They are too arrogant. They are already convinced they will win before the competition even begins. A group of individuals approached from the stairwell. They were the competition team from Xianglin Middle School, one of the 3 key high schools in the provincial city. The leading teacher, Yi Mei, had previously coached 2 provincial champions in a speaking competition. The speaker was a girl named Chun Feifei. Yi Mei frowned slightly, saying, "Do not pay them any mind. Just perform to the best of your abilities. Generally, it should be fine, but do not underestimate them." Chun Feifei replied nonchalantly, though she held little respect for the team. Observing their shabby attire, it was evident they were from a rural school. Historically, no rural school had ever won an award. With that in mind, she felt confident in defeating them. However, despite her fatigue, she found herself unable to sleep. This was the first time she had slept alone since arriving in this world, and she was surprisingly restless. It felt somewhat embarrassing. While other children cried for their mothers, she was the one who could not sleep, fretting over little Baozi, who would undoubtedly be well-fed and well-rested at her aunt's house. Chapter 51, just so due to her concern for little Baozi, even though she felt drowsy, sleep eluded her. Instead, she decided to check the lottery system to review the prizes she hastily drew that morning. A floral cosmetic set from Sinmuxing, akin to beauty products on Earth, yet crafted from floral extracts, devoid of any side effects. Even with daily use, it would not harm the skin. For instance, Sinmuxing produces products suitable for infants, women, and the elderly, free from additives and harm, purely natural. Products from the Ocean Blue Star are typically related to the sea or marine products. Those labeled under the Xinyu brand are often associated with high-tech, potentially from some interstellar tech company. Upon realizing this, she grew increasingly pleased with her newfound abilities, aptly likening it to having a comprehensive network covering land, sea, and air. It rivals the later Taobao, everything one desires without spending a cent. The only downside is that winning is a matter of luck. Yet, it seems her luck has been rather favorable of late. She first drew supplementary food for little Baozi and now received a set of all-natural beauty products. When the 3 students take the stage to speak, a little makeup will surely enhance their appearance compared to their bare faces. Su Suizhu satisfactorily stowed away the system panel and glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. She noticed Tian Xiaoxue's breathing had become even and deep, prompting her to hurry to sleep. That night, she dreamed not at all. The following morning, after washing up, Su Suizhu instructed Tian Xiaoxue to change into her speaking attire. From the system package, she retrieved the floral cosmetic set she had drawn the previous day, skillfully applying a light makeup of powder and blush on Tian Xiaoxue. Quite good, quite good. A little makeup makes one look much more spirited. Do you like what you see in the mirror? Su Suizhu smiled, nudging Tian Xiaoxue to stand before the dressing mirror. Tian Xiaoxue gazed in disbelief at her reflection, her hands gently cradling her cheeks. Teacher, is that truly me? Of course. Su Suizhu replied with a smile. You have a wonderful foundation, a slender figure. And now that you have developed, this is how it should be. Avoid hunching your back. Be confident. Who isn't a little beauty? A single remark brought a smile to Tian Xiaoxue's face. Satisfied, she instructed, please summon Chen Wenjun and Lin Lei. Ensure your makeup is done before breakfast. And just touch up your lipstick before going on stage. Shortly after, Chen Wenjun and Lin Lei were summoned by Tian Xiaoxue. The 2 boys appeared quite conflicted. Teacher Su, do we also need to wear makeup? Isn't it meant for girls? They hesitated. Do you have any objections? Su Suizhu raised an eyebrow. Who would dare to object? The 2 boys reluctantly settled on the edge of the bed, stretching their necks and lifting their chins, wearing expressions of resigned bravery. Su Suizhu showed no mercy, first shaping their eyebrows, darkening them with brow powder, applying a brown foundation, and enhancing their eye contours with highlighter. With a few swift strokes, their stage makeup was complete, simple yet refreshing. Upon gazing into the mirror, the boys were pleasantly surprised. They looked far more normal than they had envisioned. Their cheeks bore no garish blush, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, let us eat first. You can apply lipstick before going on stage," Su Suizhu urged as she packed her makeup bag. "What? We still have to apply lipstick?" The boys were taken aback. Tian Xiaoxue stifled a laugh. Su Suizhu ignored their protests, allowing them to believe they would appear on stage with exaggeratedly bright lips. The adage clothes make the man holds true in any era. A mere change of attire and a hint of makeup transformed them into entirely different individuals. As they descended the stairs, the sight of three young men who appeared to have stepped out of a calendar momentarily made the front desk attendant forget she was chewing on a long strip of rice noodle. Realizing this, she quickly slurped the noodle in her mouth, blushing as she encouraged Su Suizhu. "Teacher Su, are you all going to compete? Good luck." "Thank you." Su Suizhu appreciated the young attendant. Although she was likely a recent junior high graduate who took her family's place at work, she was a pleasant girl. Unlike other waitstaff, her warm smile greeted everyone as they entered and exited. After Su Suizhu and her group left, three individuals from Xiangli Middle School came down the stairs. Chen Feifei and Fang Yinling were dressed identically in crisp, embroidered white shirts and immaculately pressed red suspender skirts, complete with new white socks and black shoes. Had Su Suizhu been present, she would have recognized this outfit. It was the performance attire she had chosen for Tian Xiaoxue during the selection competition, albeit a newer version. Undoubtedly, there was an intention to suppress the similar attire from Shenyuan Town, as diverse stage presentations would allow the judges to render the fair scores. However, no one had anticipated that Shenyuan Town would change their costumes. After all, the selection competition had been immensely successful, and the combination of white shirts and red skirts or navy trousers seemed quite fitting for a speech contest. Upon seeing the deep navy suits prepared for the finals from Shenyuan Town, complete with boys in trousers and girls in pleated skirts, accented by bright red bow ties, Chen Feifei and her companions regretted their red skirts. At this moment, they were unaware of Shenyuan Town's attire, thus walking with confidence, heads held high, completely disregarding the front desk attendant. The attendant watched them retreating figures, pursing her lips and muttering, "What a provincial key point. They don't seem too impressive to me." At 7:30, teachers and students arrived for the competition, entering in an orderly fashion to their designated seats marked with their school names. The grand auditorium of Provincial First High School was brilliantly lit. At first glance, one might mistake it for a venue hosting a national television gala, indicating the significance placed on this competition by various educational authorities. Before the formal competition commenced, the host introduced the judges seated in the front row, leaders from the education department, the chief editor of an English publishing house, and professors from provincial universities, totaling 11 judges. The scoring system remained the same, with the highest and lowest scores discarded to calculate the average. After the introduction, the education department leader took the stage to speak and officially declared the English speech contest open. The order of appearance had been drawn upon entry, with Shenyuan Middle School scheduled to perform last, preceded by Xiangli Middle School. Upon learning their order, Chen Feifei exclaimed with delight, "Teacher Yi, we get to be the finale." Teacher Yi Mei shared in her excitement. "Indeed, your luck is excellent. You've drawn the finale. Perform well, and aim for the highest score." Chapter 52. How much contempt do they hold? Teacher Yi, Shenyuan Middle School is last in line, Fang Yinling remarked, having heard the host announce the sequence. The impression left by Shenyuan Middle School during the selection competition was overwhelmingly impressive, causing an involuntary sense of stage fright. What is there to fear? They only shone during the selection due to their novelty. The finals will offer them no opportunity to steal the spotlight. Chen Feifei dismissed. She turned to survey her surroundings, noting that several familiar schools occupied the rows before and behind, but Shenyuan Middle School was nowhere in sight. They must have retreated to some corner out of shame. Indeed, Yimei agreed. I observed their selection performance closely. They had novelty, striking costumes, and well-written speeches. I trust that many teams will aspire to match them in the finals. Their novelty and attire will no longer be their advantages. As for the content of their speeches, I have enlisted a friend from the foreign language publishing house to ensure their quality is on par. If you perform as you did during rehearsal, securing a spot in the top 3 should be no issue. After hearing this, Chun Feifei and Fong Yinling's confidence surged. Chun Feifei thought to herself, "What is the top 3? I want first place." During the internal selection, she had charmingly campaigned for votes across various classes, garnering numerous votes from boys, ultimately surpassing her classmate Yang Miao by 8 votes to seize this opportunity. Failing to achieve first place would subject her to Yang Miao's ridicule. Only by claiming the top position could she silence her, ensuring her spot at Jingdai University. Chun Feifei clenched her fist, vowing to defeat provincial first high and provincial second high, securing the championship in this speech contest. As for Sheiyuan Middle School, she didn't regard them at all. Similarly, the faculty and students from provincial first high and provincial second high were contemplating their competitors for the championship, dismissing each other and failing to consider Sheiyuan Middle School. Had Su Suizhu known their thoughts, she would have rolled her eyes at their ignorance. She held great confidence in her speech, and her preparations for costumes and props were far more thorough than during the selection. Provided she performed without error, she was entirely capable of winning. And that would be splendid. Unexpectedly outshining those considered beneath her would surely leave them astounded, and it would not have been in vain for her to abandon her little Bowsy for this endeavor. As the last to take the stage, Shuantown's seating was at the very back, with their row positioned near the back door on one side and the restroom on the other. How much disdain do they hold for us? Su Suizhu mused. No matter, being close to the back door means fresh air, and proximity to the restroom allows for convenience. Later, we can slip backstage via the small staircase at the back, quick and unnoticed by the crowd, Su Suizhu reassured her students. Hearing this, Tian Xiaoxue and her companions felt it made perfect sense, alleviating any lingering discomfort from their seating. Professor Xiao Shuichin from the Provincial Normal University frequently glanced toward the back. "Old Xiao, are you searching for someone?" inquired the editor sitting beside her. The host announced the score for the previous participant, a mere 82 points. Professor Xiao shook her head in disappointment. "It seems there are no promising candidates this year." "Don't be so quick to judge. The provincial key schools have yet to perform," reassured her colleague. Next, the representatives from Provincial Second High were invited to present Soaring China. The first provincial key school to perform was Provincial Second High. Both judges and students straightened in their seats. Provincial Second High had taken a page from Sheiyuan Middle School's book, sending 3 participants to deliver an English poetry recitation in turn. Su Suizhu sighed, knowing they would emulate her. Fortunately, Teacher Su was clever and had changed the performance type for the finals. Tian Xiaoxue felt a sense of relief as she patted her chest. Chun Wenjun and Lin Lei listened intently for a while, then smiled confidently, remarking that their pronunciation was not as precise as theirs. The students seated in front of them were also from a rural middle school, having come from a neighboring county. Upon hearing this, they turned in surprise and asked, "Are you also a key provincial school?" "We are not," Lin Lei replied candidly. The 3 of them exchanged glances, while Su Suizhu stifled her laughter and patted their shoulders, encouraging them. The final presentation by the candidates from Sheng Ergao concluded, and the judges awarded them the highest score so far, with an average of 94. This put considerable pressure on the other schools, each determined to surpass Sheng Ergao. When it was time for the climactic presentation by Xiangli Middle School, they scored 95, surpassing Sheng Ergao by 1 point, leaving the other schools trailing behind. Chun Feifei, brimming with confidence, exchanged high fives with Fong Yinling before taking the stage, declaring that they must achieve a score above 95. Next, they were invited to deliver their speech commemorating the 10th anniversary of the reform and opening up, titled Spring Breeze and Rain Nourish Huaxia, riding the east wind of reform. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. The principal of Xiangli Middle School had previously served as the vice principal of Sheng Yigao and later transferred to Xianglin, which fostered a competitive spirit in all competitions against Sheng Yigao. Among the judges, 1/3 shared a close relationship with Sheng Yigao, another third with Xianglin, while the remaining third were impartial, judging solely on merit. As Xiangli Middle School took the stage, a few judges began to whisper to each other, noticing the trend of white shirts and red suspenders that several schools had adopted. Not only the attire, but the format of the speeches had also changed. Now, students were appearing in pairs or trios rather than solo presentations. The rules did not prohibit this, but no one had anticipated collaborative speeches. It was rumored that during the selection rounds, a rural middle school from Yupu County had impressed the judges with their coordinated performance of boys in white shirts and black trousers, and girls in white shirts and red suspenders, earning high scores, which prompted others to follow suit in the finals. Is that so? I hadn't noticed, someone remarked. Let us listen. The students from Xianglin generally perform well in English, often achieving the highest average scores in standardized tests. The judges ceased their discussions, focusing intently on Chen Feifei and Fang Yinling's impassioned speech. Truth be told, the preparation that Chen Feifei and Fang Yinling had undertaken for this final was quite thorough. Their emotional speech content was beautifully articulated, and their voices resonated like pearls cascading onto a jade plate. In contrast to the boys from Shangyigao, whose voices were still maturing, these two young women left a remarkably favorable impression on the judges. Before the speech concluded, some judges were already nodding and scoring. Ultimately, Xiangli Middle School achieved a score of 955, surpassing Shangyigao by a point. Teacher Yi, there is only one team left. Should we leave early? E.M. Starving. Chen Feifei, who believed the championship was already in her grasp, disdainfully dismissed the rural school's presentation, rubbing her rumbling stomach. Yume glanced at her watch, noting it was already past 11:40. The results would be announced after the competition, meaning lunch would not be served until at least 12. Chen Feifei and Fang Yinling, feeling triumphant, decided to exit early. Not only they, but several schools, realizing they had no chance of finishing in the top 3, also began to leave in small groups. Yume moved to a seat closer to the exit, intending to catch a glimpse of the opening performance by Shaoan Middle School before departing. After Su Suizhu sent her students backstage, she leaned against the back door corridor, leading the applause as the host concluded the previous segment. However, the applause was sparse. Only the first row of judges seemed supportive, while students and teachers from other schools chatted among themselves or whispered. Suddenly, the lights on stage dimmed. Just as the judges began to suspect a technical failure, a white cardboard panel slowly rose, adorned with golden paper-cut characters. Soon after, soft background music started to play, transitioning into a lively tune as the whiteboard descended and rose again, transforming the characters from clothing into food, presented by Chun Wenjun, who spoke about the changes in diet over the past decade of reform. Finally, Lin Lei presented on housing and transportation, with spirited energy, eloquent phrasing, and highly impactful parallelism. The remaining audience members were stirred with enthusiasm. After the presentation concluded, Tian Xiaoxue and her companions deeply bowed in gratitude as the leaders from the Department of Education began to express their admiration. Which school is this? They are remarkable. Upon hearing the announcement that it was a Shaoan Middle School from Yupu County, they expressed their surprise. I haven't heard of them before, but their speech was excellent. The material was well chosen, and the expressions flowed effortlessly. Compared to us, what were we even talking about? I couldn't bear to listen to our own presentation. No wonder we received such low scores. Their outfits were also appealing. I wonder where they bought them. I'd like to get a set for my daughter. She would look lovely in a pleated skirt ensemble. It must be their school uniform. Look at the emblem on their chests. It must be the school name. Did you notice they wore makeup? Are makeup and speeches permitted in competitions? How did I not think of that? They must have hired professional makeup artists. They look stunning. Not all out of place. Yemei was captivated. What she had anticipated as a brief observation of a rural middle school's English proficiency ended up being shockingly impressive. And before she knew it, she had witnessed the conclusion. The others could not help but rise to their feet in applause, while she remained seated, bewildered. How can this be? What is the true essence of Shaoan Middle School? Is it truly just an ordinary rural middle school? How could they possess such ingenious concepts and such exquisite expressive techniques? If Su Suizhu were aware of Yimei's thoughts, she would likely raise her chin and proclaim in a rather dramatic fashion, "What is the rural-urban divide? Sister will let you experience a 30-year gap. Tremble, despair, mere mortals." Little did she know, after 4 exhausting hours, her stomach had begun to protest loudly, and as soon as the students descended from the stage, Su Suizhu waved them over to eat. The host had just announced Shaoan Middle School's final score of 975, the highest of the competition. Had it not been for a few judges with questionable ties to Xianglin Middle School who awarded them lower scores, they might have achieved a perfect score. Comrade, Xiao Shuachin had already confirmed that Su Suizhu was the teacher her son had mentioned, and with a beaming smile, she approached extending her hand to Su Suizhu. You must be the one who gave my grandson candy on the train? It's truly remarkable to have raised such outstanding students. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Xiao, and I currently teach at the Provincial Normal University. You may call me Professor Xiao. Su Suizhu recalled that on the train, there had indeed been a child crying incessantly, and she had casually given a few candies to soothe him. She had also exchanged a few words with the child's parents, who turned out to be the family of the professor before her. She had overheard the host introducing the judges and knew that not only was she a university lecturer, but a highly respected professor. The three students joined in greetings. Hello, Professor Xiao? Hello, everyone. Professor Xiao's smile widened. She adored confident children. After hearing her eldest speak, she had intended to get acquainted, but before she could even meet them, she was captivated by the presentation from Xiaowan Middle School, growing increasingly eager to meet such exceptional young talents. As for why she was so certain that the last team to present would be the one her eldest had described as interesting, the answer was simple. Among the competitors who had taken the stage before, aside from a few solo presentations, there were either a boy and a girl or pairs of boys or girls. It was said that the video of the selection rounds from Yupu County had spread to the provincial capital, and any school that had viewed it adopted the collaborative presentation format in the finals. Oh, Sheng Yigao also had a boy-girl combination, but their leading teacher was a balding man in his 40s. Thinking of how the three provincial key schools had narrowly missed the championship, Professor Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 54. Xiaoga, your taste is truly unique. Professor Xiao initially intended to merely exchange pleasantries before departing, but he soon changed his mind and enthusiastically invited Su Suizhu and her companions to dine together. There is no need to trouble you, Professor Xiao. We can simply grab a bite outside, Su Suizhu insisted, repeatedly waving her hands. Don't be so polite. Our eldest said that you took good care of them on the train, and we ought to have you over for a meal at our home. Unfortunately, you departed too quickly, but thankfully, we meet here at the competition. Otherwise, we would have missed each other. Fate has brought us together, so let us go. Don't be shy. Professor Xiao warmly clasped Su Suizhu's arm, insisting they join him. With no alternative, Su Suizhu acquiesced respectfully. In addition to their group, Editor Wu from the publishing house and leaders from the education department had also joined. These individuals appeared quite familiar with one another, engaging in playful banter without any pretense. Old Xiao, don't forget your old friends just because you've met new ones, Editor Wu teased as he approached. I haven't forgotten. Let us eat together and I'll introduce you, Professor Xiao replied. Editor Wu turned to Su Suizhu and said, Come along, young comrade. Xiao's second son runs a restaurant. He has prepared a grand feast today, including a roasted large-tail lamb. That's enough for us to indulge. No wonder you two didn't join us. You must have a special arrangement. Director Wei from the Provincial Education Department chuckled as he walked over. Old Xiao, count me in. Director Wei laughed heartily. Sure. If I want to join, I won't stop them. Why should I let you enjoy the finest while I settle for something lesser? Thus, the four students of Su Suizhu were warmly taken to the home of Professor Xiao's youngest son. Upon arrival, they discovered that Wang Yoji, Professor Xiao's son, was the largest stakeholder in the Friendship Grand Hotel, the biggest restaurant in the provincial capital. His wife's family background was equally impressive. Her father was a division chief in the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, and her mother was a section chief in the Finance and Taxation Bureau. It was no wonder that the leaders from the education department maintained a cordial demeanor despite Professor Xiao's playful jabs. Su Suizhu mused to herself, unbeknownst to me, I find myself dining with individuals of such high standing. Little did she know, the prominent figures gathered that day far exceeded those present. Lu Qixiao and Fu Zhengyang were seated on the sofa, savoring the fragrant tea that Wang Yoji had offered. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, they both turned to look. Little sister, I didn't expect to see you here, Fu Zhengyang exclaimed, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. Although Lu Qixiao remained silent, he nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yoji observed this interaction with astonishment. These two gentlemen were indeed heirs of prestigious families, not just prominent in the province, but also notable figures in the capital. Their familial connections were not easily accessible to ordinary individuals. Lu Qixiao's uncle was a high-ranking leader in the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, while Fu Zhengyang's father held a significant position as well. Who is this young lady? Wang Yoji wondered. She was elegantly dressed. Yet being invited to dinner at his mother's home at such a young age indicated that she was likely a promising talent in the education sector, given that his mother was renowned for her keen eye for talent. Fu Jingyang, having heard that her students had won a championship in an English speech contest, praised, "Teacher Su, you're impressive. Allow me to treat for today's meal as a celebration. Wang, apart from the large-tail lamb, what other delicacies do you have? Bring them all out." Wang Yoji shrugged. He has plenty of good dishes here, some of which are not available at the restaurant due to limited quantities. Some discerning diners seek him out just to reserve a private dining experience, offering 2 or 3 times the menu price, or even more. Why would he turn down such generous offers? Today was indeed fortuitous. Upon hearing his mother mention the evaluation meeting at the provincial number 1 high school, he had anticipated bringing a few guests along for lunch, so he had pre-ordered a whole, authentic large-tail lamb. When he arrived at the restaurant to pick it up, he fortuitously encountered these 2 gentlemen. Out of courtesy, he inquired if they would like to sample the roasted lamb at his home, and to his surprise, Fu Jingyang eagerly accepted. Fortunately, there was an abundance of dishes, including not only the roasted lamb, but also wild local grouper and premium sea cucumbers transported from Liaoning province. Sufficient to impress his guests. How can I let Fu treat? Guests are honored. They eat what the host offers, but rest assured, everything is top-notch. Haha, I might not have mastered my elementary school Chinese. Fu Jingyang chuckled. Xiaoga, in front of so many teachers, please give me some face. Everyone laughed heartily. Cool me. Let us take our seats. As they settled down, whether by coincidence or design, Lu Qishao found himself seated beside Su Suizhu. Next to him was Fu Zhenyang, while on Su Suizhu's other side were 3 students. Once again, Lu Qishao caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, and the weariness from recent tasks seemed to vanish magically. He glanced at her, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, yet it slipped away before he could grasp it. Please, everyone eat. Don't be shy. The sea cucumber soup should be enjoyed while it's hot, Wang Yoji urged as he served the dishes. Drink a bowl of soup before tackling the roasted lamb to ensure it doesn't dry out and cause discomfort. Su Suizhu, concerned that her students might be shy, ladled a bowl for Tian Xiaoxua beside her and encouraged the 2 boys sitting a bit farther away to serve themselves. In a matter of moments, a steaming bowl of sea cucumber soup appeared in front of her. Blinking, she turned her head to the other side to Lu Qishao. Did you help me serve this? Thank you. It was but a small gesture, he replied smoothly, their exchange flowing seamlessly. However, Fu Jingyang was left in disbelief, nearly dropping his gaze into his soup bowl. Oh my, did I hear wrong or see wrong? No, it can't be. Xiaoga is truly rolling up his sleeves to serve soup for a woman. Oh my goodness. The long-standing bachelor is about to welcome a pink spring, but then he reconsidered. Wait a minute. Teacher, Su has a child. Although she wasn't married, she indeed had a child. What unique taste Xiaoga has. Of course, how could someone with a child dare pursue him? Oh dear, I can't be the only one shocked. I must share this delightful news with my friends in the circle. Let them join in the joy. Chapter 55. Could it be her? Su Suizhu found the sea cucumber soup delightful, but the grouper was rather ordinary. Since tasting the exquisite Xixing grouper, she had little interest in the common variety. She pondered a future trip to the seaside to see if she could catch a sea cucumber. Although it seemed challenging to fish for sea cucumbers, Su Suizhu had great confidence in her interstellar fishing rod. If someone were to overhear her, they would likely laugh. What audacity to think even the most formidable fishing rod could catch a sea cucumber. Who gave her such courage? Unexpectedly, her wish would indeed come to fruition, although the manner of its realization would be entirely different from her expectations. She would eventually enjoy a large sea cucumber caught by her interstellar fishing rod. But that tale is for another time. After a few rounds of drinks or beverages, the atmosphere grew more congenial. Professor Xiao inquired about Su Suizhu's alma mater and whether she would be interested in teaching in the provincial capital. Wang Yoji facepalmed. My mother's old habit of seeking talent rears its head again. Even during a meal, she can't resist trying to recruit for the provincial education institutions. What can one say? Tian Xiaoxua and her friends exchanged glances, wanting to voice their concern that it would be a shame to lose such a good teacher to the provincial capital. But then they thought, Teacher Su is so intelligent and capable, she would surely shine wherever she goes. Why should we hold her back? Staying in the town seems to diminish her talents. Meanwhile, Lu Qishao listened intently As Su Suizhu mentioned, she graduated from Haicheng Textile University. A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Haicheng Textile University? He remembered that the Hongxing guest house was located near there. Could it be her? He mused, deep in thought. But why was there no record of her in the guest house's registration logs? Surely Ming Song could not have failed to find even basic information about her. Su Suizhu remained oblivious to the probing gaze of the influential figure beside her. She glanced at the troubled students and offered them a reassuring smile before politely declining Professor Xiao's invitation. How could she possibly leave Xiaoan Town? In a few years, it would flourish tremendously. Why forsake her beloved family and friends, the splendid scenery and delectable cuisine, to start anew in an unfamiliar environment? Professor Xiao, seeing her genuine desire to remain at Xiaoan High School, felt a twinge of regret, thinking he could have introduced a talented individual to the high schools in the provincial capital. Editor-in-Chief Wu clinked glasses with Su Suizhu, and Wei, the department head, joined in, stating that such an exceptional teacher was indeed rare and deserved protection. Honestly, Xiao Su, if you have the energy, you might consider submitting some articles to share your educational insights with us, Editor-in-Chief Wu revealed. Our publishing house is planning to produce an English weekly soon, so feel free to send in your manuscripts if you're interested. Su Suizhu felt a spark of excitement. Indeed, opportunities seemed to arise just as she needed them. She mentioned her intention to explore the area the following morning to see if any magazines required translations or English articles for some extra income. To her surprise, before she could take action, an unexpected opportunity presented itself. After providing the address, Professor Xiao feigned displeasure and shot a glare at Editor-in-Chief Wu, jokingly accusing him of stealing his talent. Goodness, you complain about discussing work at the dinner table, but you are just as guilty. You're truly my dear friend. He laughed heartily. I apologize, Lao Xiao. Here, let me punish myself with 3 cups. Editor-in-Chief Wu downed 3 cups in quick succession, of course, filled with a light pear soup. The time flew by amidst the feasting and merriment. We should be heading over soon, Wei remarked, glancing at the grand clock in the Wang family's residence. He had a significant role in the afternoon's award ceremony, where he was to present awards to the winners and deliver a lengthy summary at the closing ceremony. It would be even better if he could enjoy another delightful meal, one he couldn't find elsewhere. Going to Haicheng? How about I accompany you? I have nothing pressing to do, Fu Jinyang offered. No, Lu Qixiao bluntly declined. He was aware of the knowing smiles exchanged at the dining table. It was just conjecture. If there were any truth to it, news would have spread throughout the capital. Seeing Lu Qixiao's serious demeanor, Fu Jinyang assumed he was preoccupied with important matters and ceased his inquiries. With Lu Qixiao gone, he found himself with a greater reason to linger at the Wang residence for more food. Su Suizhu and her companions arrived at the entrance of the provincial first high school, coincidentally encountering the faculty and students from Xiangli Middle School. Chun Feifei and Fong Yinling wore glum expressions, having evidently learned from their teacher that they did not place as expected in the top 3. Perhaps having not witnessed the speech from Xiaoan High School, Chun Feifei could not fathom how a mere rural school could triumph in the English speech competition over her. Upon seeing the school insignia embroidered on the left chests of Tian Xiaoxue and her companions, her eyes reddened. ISNT at a rural school? Why do they dress better than city folks? She muttered, feeling frustrated, and then, not yet satisfied, she deliberately remarked to Fong Yinling. When did Xiaoan High School become so formidable? They couldn't even reach the finals in previous years, and now they suddenly snatched the championship. There must be something fishy going on. In front of her was Lin Lei, a spirited young man who could not tolerate such doubts being cast upon them. He halted, glaring fiercely. What do you mean by that? What's going on? Su Suizhu turned her head to inquire. Su Laosher, this person claims our achievement is dubious. Lin Lei pointed at Chun Feifei. Chun Wenjun and Tian Xiaoxue were infuriated. You are the ones with questionable integrity. We worked tirelessly for this final, rehearsing until 11 for several nights. Su Laosher revised our speech multiple times and helped us with costumes and props. You don't understand a thing and dare to accuse us of unfairness. If there were any foul play, we would have won first place, you coward. Chapter 56. Waking up with laughter in the realm of arguments, rural students undoubtedly possessed greater fighting spirit. Their parents had experienced countless verbal battles over land division and housing, learning enough to use in such situations. Chun Feifei's face flushed crimson, but her unwillingness to yield compelled her to defend herself, puffing her cheeks and ready to cry. If your school is so great, why haven't we seen you compete in previous years? This is your first time in the finals, and you take the first prize. How can we not be suspicious? Oh, that just shows your ignorance. There's a term called dark horse. Su Sueju replied calmly. Although Yimei did not approve of her student arguing, Su Sueju's mockery made her feel embarrassed, and she interjected. My students have also put in considerable effort for today as competition. They merely spoke out in frustration after missing the championship. Must this teacher be so aggressive? Su Sueju found it amusing. Consider this from another perspective. If your students were doubted regarding their competition results, would you treat them gently? I applaud the generosity of the high school teachers in the provincial capital. I could never achieve such composure. However, the character of your students leaves much to be desired. Rather than reflecting on their shortcomings, they lash out at those who excel. I wonder how they were taught. You, Chun Fei, furious and humiliated, attempted to pounce on Su Sueju, but was restrained by Yimei. Qin Fan, the principal of Xiangli Middle School, recognized Yimei as a leader from the education department and realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no, this is bad. Chun Fei, pouting, still wanted to argue but was sternly glared at by Yimei. The award ceremony is about to begin. Hurry inside. What disgrace. Ye Laoshi. I'll discuss it inside. Fang Yinling, quick on her feet, recognized the figure before them as the educational department official who had delivered a speech before the morning competition. And she promptly tugged Chun Fei along, whispering, "That's a leader from the provincial department." Chun Fei turned pale, rendered speechless, until the awards ceremony concluded. She remained as quiet as a quail. Of course, what she truly thought remained known only to herself. She might have cursed the heavens and everyone else in her heart. Watching the students from Shawan Town carry off the championship trophy, she felt a deep resentment but dared not act out, fearful of retribution from the judges. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She anxiously awaited the ceremony's end. Shawan High School emerged as the most dazzling dark horse of this English speech competition, not only winning the championship trophy, but also ensuring that the judges and guests present would remember their outstanding performance. The dean of the Foreign Language Institute at the Provincial Normal University, present as a guest at the award ceremony, inquired about the college aspirations of Tian Xiaoxue and her companions and expressed interest in securing a few spots for Shawan High School in the English department. Regardless of whether the dean fulfilled this promise later, Shawan High School's reputation soared due to today's speech competition. Furthermore, the principals of Provincial First High School and Provincial Second High School approached Su Sueju to exchange pleasantries, their words tinged with an undercurrent of rivalry. However, even if Su Sueju discerned their intentions, she chose to feign ignorance, having no plans to relocate. In the afternoon's award ceremony, the principal of Xiangli Middle School was notably absent, perhaps feeling ashamed that the championship had gone to another school, or perhaps fearing that news of Chun Fei's indiscretion had reached him. He might have been reluctant to face his peers. Regardless, he did not make an appearance until the ceremony concluded. In stark contrast to his leisurely demeanor, the schools in Yupu County were in an uproar. That evening, both the provincial and city television stations reported on the competition and award ceremony. Moreover, funded by the education department, recordings of the top 3 speeches were produced as teaching videos and distributed to various schools in the province for study. The school leaders in Yupu County were left utterly astonished. First place in the province. Oh, what an unprecedented honor. He truly was a discerning talent scout, having decisively signed Su Sueju, a remarkable gem. As the weather has turned colder in recent days, there have been instances of teachers arriving late and students skipping classes or leaving early, yet the principal merely waved his hand, advising them to be more mindful next time. In stark contrast to the elation that Principal Qi would dream of, the mood of the principal of Xianyi Zhong is far less delightful. Not only has he never secured a first or third place, but his school's best achievement has been 4th in the province. The top 3 positions have consistently been monopolized by Sheng Yigao, Sheng Ergao, and Xianglin Zhongshui. To his astonishment, this year, a rural school he had never regarded highly emerged remarkably, shattering the long-standing dominance of provincial key schools in the top 3, even claiming the championship. This is a blatant slap in the face for Xianyi Zhong. It is noteworthy that Xianyi Zhong has always attracted the finest students in the county. Only those ranked in the top 200 in the high school entrance examination are eligible to attend Xianyi Zhong. Those who do not qualify are left to settle for other high schools. In contrast, Xiaowanzhen Zhongshui ranks at the bottom of the county, with local students opting for other boarding high schools whenever possible, leaving behind those with no choice but to attend. Thus, a school that has been looked down upon has not only triumphed over Xianyi Zhong in the selection competition, but astonishingly defeated the top 3 provincial giants in the finals. How can one not be astonished by this? Chapter 57. Investigation. The principal stroked his chin, pondering. Does this mean that he is indeed a natural talent for teaching English? Such an exceptional student cannot be allowed to benefit a rural school. After some contemplation, he summoned the vice principal to discuss the matter. This is the situation. Prepare some materials and make a trip to Xiaowanzhen. No matter what demands they make, agree to them for now. I might as well go personally, he mused. Considering that the principal of a prestigious school would personally intervene, coupled with the allure of financial incentives, he believed that with generous offers, no one would prefer to remain at a rural school rather than come to Xian Yizhong for better prospects. Meanwhile, Lu Qishao arrived at Haichangfangda, directly seeking out the dean of Su Suizhu's graduating department, which seemed too abrupt and might raise suspicions. He decided to first pay a visit to the president of Fang, to President Lu Dingyi of Haichangfang, that had a long-standing friendship with the elder Lu, despite one being assigned to an educational institution and the other remaining in the military. It had been over a decade since they last met. Yet the bonds forged during the revolutionary era had not faded with the passage of time. Upon learning that Lu Qishao was the grandson of the elder Lu, President Lu warmly welcomed him. Lu Qishao wasted no time with pleasantries and quickly got to the point, inquiring about Su Suizhu. Half a year had passed, and President Lu could hardly recall the incidents involving the students, so he asked Lu Qishao to wait while he made several calls to the relevant departments, summoning the dean of Su Suizhu's department and the head of the graduate placement office. Young Lu, feel free to ask any questions. Rest assured, once you leave my office, everyone will treat this matter as if it had never occurred. Lu Qishao nodded, pausing for a moment before asking the dean. I would like to inquire about any incidents involving this year's dying and printing graduate Su Suizhu. Why is the personnel office not assigned her a job? The dean was certainly aware of the underlying reasons, yet he glanced at President Lu, uncertain whether he should speak. Speak freely. President Lu nodded in encouragement. The dean then succinctly recounted the sequence of events. The director of the graduate placement office recalled having kept the photographs from that time and fetched them to present to Lu Qishao. At that time, both the dean and I received anonymous reports, and so did the personnel bureau and the hiring units. In such a situation, we could not ignore it. However, in the end, the dean, being compassionate, felt that she deserved a chance for redemption and did not include the photographs in her file. Lu Qishao took the photograph and saw that the top image was of Su Suizhu emerging from the Hongxing guest house, her long hair cascading down her waist. Her expression one of panic and confusion. His gaze deepened. The characteristics were clear. Long hair to the waist, the morning of January 2nd. At the Hongxing guest house beside Haichangfangda perfect. All 3 elements align. No wonder, whenever he approached her, he was enveloped by a fragrance that was hauntingly familiar, stirring memories of that night. He had thought himself enchanted, that his self-control had waned, but now he realized it was not the case. His instincts were correct, and his sense of smell had not deceived him. She was indeed she. The dean observed his grim demeanor, uncertain whether he was seeking justice for Su Suizhu or had other motives, and sighed. At that time, we suppressed this matter, keeping it from being made public. Otherwise, the backlash would have been greater. Currently, apart from us few administrative leaders and the teachers in the graduate placement office, only a handful of students are aware of it, though they do not know that Lu Haiyan had subtly spread the news within the class and department. I instructed them not to leak it, so they should not be gossiping. The dean shook his head. That is unclear. All that we know is here. The personnel bureau and hiring units received the photographs immediately. After all, if they were to leak, the reputation of Fangda would inevitably be affected. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qishao asked, with such a significant incident, did she not come to discuss it with you? Lu Qishao narrowed his eyes. What is the name of the student who shared a dormitory with her? Where is she currently employed? We need to look into this. With so many students, it's hard to recall offhand, the dean admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He stood up to borrow the phone in the principal's office to make a call to the department and obtain the information Lu Qishao requested. Her name is Lu Haiyan. and she is currently working as an assistant director at the Dyeing and Printing General Factory. Oh, so that was originally Su Suiju's position. Lu Qixiao's expression remained inscrutable, yet the sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth spoke volumes. The dean and the director of the graduate placement office exchanged glances, their hearts wavering. Could it be that Su Suiju was indeed wronged? Was this incident truly the machinations of Lu Haiyan, with the aim of seizing the assistant director position? If that is the case, then Lu Haiyan's character is indeed questionable. The school also owes Su Suiju an explanation. Thank you, President Lu, Lu Qixiao said as he stood, shaking hands with President Lu, then with the dean and the director of the graduate placement office. I will pursue this matter thoroughly. Your school may need to cooperate with me. Of course, no problem. Upon exiting Haichang Fangda, night had fallen. The call was from Ming Song, who immediately began reporting. You know about the situation, right? Alas, we have really hit a brick wall this time. Our people have gone missing, and those who are injured. So far, only Xiao who is yet to be found. Lu Qixiao replied. Excellent. They're confessing without prompting. Where is Xiao Hu now? What nonsense are you saying? Lu Qixiao scolded. Am I here for a promotion? Ming Song, has your brain flooded? Hurry and clean this up. Ming Song was at a loss, thinking that brain flooding refers to brain matter. If he cleaned it out, could he still survive? Nevertheless, he was able to distinguish urgency from trivial matters. Lu Qixiao decisively ordered, reinforce support for Xiao Hu's side, if it comes to it. Report to the headquarters and have them send a helicopter over. I will head to Nansheng. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Qixiao vacated the room and strode out of the guest house, heading straight for the train station. The receptionist at the front desk was bewildered. What is going on? Canceling less than 5 minutes after booking? Do they look down on our Hongxing guest house? Chapter 58. A replenished purse. The joy of winning the championship was plainly etched on the youthful faces of the three students, brimming with excitement. Their enthusiasm led to a bit of a frenzy as Su Suiju, in a buying spree, wandered here and there, purchasing this and that, depleting not only her pocket money, but also accruing a debt of several yuan to teacher Su. She wondered if the honor of being the champion of the speech competition could mitigate a potential reprimand from her parents. Although she had only bought supplements and fabric for her family, she had indeed squandered her allowances. The extravagant Su Suiju, a true spendthrift, made bold purchases, a can of milk powder to mask the milk powder drawn by the system, a can of Luko Fu, a gift for Chui Chui and Zhuang Zhuang, a can of Merujing to nourish her aunt, a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao for her uncle, a box of Longjing tea for the principal, along with fabric for making clothes for her family, corduroy, and several specialties from the provincial city. The prizes went directly to the students, consisting merely of a set of stationery and a few English books, which were of no use to her, but brought smiles to the three students. A banner was already hung at the school gate, and even the elderly man guarding the entrance knew that Su Suiju had taken her students to the provincial city competition and won the championship. It seemed that the news of the 1980s was not as isolated as she had imagined. She was even presented with gifts. Principal Qi, after a polite exchange, happily accepted the offerings. The prize money would be awarded at the morning meeting the next day, and Principal Qi discreetly informed Su Suiju about the school's willingness to spend generously this time, though they wished to reward her more for such an honor. The school's funds were admittedly limited. They promised to make it up in the future when conditions allowed. Su Suiju smiled and replied, "It is already quite generous. Thank you, Principal." 500 yuan was equivalent to a significant portion of her salary over several months, indeed a considerable sum. Upon leaving the school, Su Suiju rushed to her brother and sister-in-law's home. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, she retrieved the gifts from the system package. As she entered, her sister-in-law, Wu Meili, feigned annoyance at her for bringing so many items. "You're too kind. What should I say?" Wu Meili remarked, feeling embarrassed as she knew these items were not inexpensive. "I simply bought a few things while in the provincial city," Su Suiju explained, handing over the Luko Fu and fabric. The Luko Fu was for Chui Chui and Zhuang Zhuang to help them grow taller. As it was quite popular in the provincial city, they could make a cup daily for nourishment. The fabric was for her brother and sister-in-law. And with the cold weather approaching, everyone needed an additional winter coat. "You're too generous," Wu Meili insisted, but Su Suiju dismissed her protests and cheerfully called her husband over, urging him to bring out some freshly steamed millet cakes to share with Su Suiju. When they arrived at Yutsuan, Su Shuyuan and her husband were about to have their meal. Upon seeing their son and niece, they hurriedly invited them to join. Dodo is sleeping soundly after having milk powder around 3 o'clock. What about you? Su Shiyuan asked her niece about the provincial competition. Did you win any awards? It's all right if you didn't. There will be more opportunities in the future. Before Su Suizhu could respond, Lin Jianbing proudly announced, we won. First place. Really? Su Suan et Golim. Her face lighting up with joy. That's wonderful. Now you can teach with confidence in the town. Su Suizhu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, realizing that her aunt doubted her abilities, constantly fearing that Principal Qi had merely made a hasty decision to keep her and could dismiss her at any moment. This victory seemed to serve as a reassuring affirmation of her capabilities. She took out the gifts for her aunt and uncle and retreated to her room to check on Dodo. The little bun was sleeping blissfully, and Su Suizhu sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at him with a sense of indulgence, unable to look away. Dodo seemed to sense the overwhelming maternal love. Even in deep slumber, he inexplicably smiled. The next day was the school's recognition ceremony. Principal Qi took to the stage once more to commend Su Suizhu and the 3 students who represented the school at the provincial city competition and won the championship, presenting them with their prize money before the entire school community. Su Suizhu's previously deflated purse quickly filled once more. Just like during the selection competition when they claimed first place, she found herself surrounded by teachers offering their congratulations and inquiring about the provincial city. A black Santana pulled up outside the school gate, and as the window rolled down, the shiny bald head of the principal from County No. 1 High School emerged. Principal Qi was perplexed to learn of the visit from the principal of County No. 1 High School. What could he possibly want here? In previous meetings, he had always looked down upon him. What had changed? Despite his confusion, he adhered to the expected courtesies and personally welcomed the principal, Lu Fuhai, at the gate with a warm handshake, exclaiming, "Welcome, Principal Lu. We are honored by your visit." Lu Fuhai, however, was not genuinely there for guidance. If it weren't for his interest in poaching the English teacher from the town school, he would have little reason to visit this impoverished area. What status did Shaoan Town Middle School hold? And what about County No. 1 High School? He believed that anyone with discernment would not refuse the olive branch he extended. Principal Qi, I understand that your school students have brought glory to Yupu County at this English speech competition, so I brought some small gifts to see them. Lu Fuhai stated in a bureaucratic tone. Principal Qi was internally puzzled. While it was true that the victory brought honor to Yupu County, it had nothing to do with County No. 1 High School. Nevertheless, he couldn't show his confusion outwardly and invited Lu Fuhai into his office while summoning Su Suizhu to join them. After all, they were there to thank the heroes who had brought glory to the county. He needed to meet her. When she arrived, Lu Fuhai showered her with enthusiasm. Principal Qi grew increasingly uneasy, realizing that Lu Fuhai had come with intentions to poach talent. Ah, so that is why he is here, Principal Qi thought, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. It seemed that the talented university graduates he had finally recruited were at risk of being lured away by County No. 1 High School. Retaining talent in rural schools was indeed a challenging endeavor. The constraints of rural areas, coupled with the poverty of the school, made it difficult to match the attractive salaries and benefits offered by County No. 1 High School. Su Suizhu maintained a smile, appearing to listen intently. But internally she felt increasingly impatient, thinking, another arrogant individual who lacks true insight. No matter how appealing the conditions at County No. 1 High School may be, I shall not go. In a few years, with the grand development of Shaoan, the impoverished fishing village would transform into a precious seaside resort. Why would she covet a house in the county that might not even be as valuable as her family's small vegetable garden? Suddenly, Su Suizhu was taken aback, realizing that the original owner of her identity had indeed graduated from County No. 1 High School did not conflict with her career choices. Moreover, the work environment at County No. 1 High School, in her perspective, was not as favorable as that of the town school. At least Principal Qi was far more open-minded than the headmaster at County No. 1 High School. Not to mention that there were 2 teachers she had yet to meet who already seemed incompatible with her. Joining them would only invite trouble. As Principal Qi watched Lu Fuhai leave with a bright countenance, he turned to Su Suizhu with a complex expression, saying, Su, if you have any thoughts, please feel free to share. I am aware that with your talents, it would indeed be a loss for us if you were to leave. Principal Qi's expression faltered as he turned to the instructional director, Huang Ruinfa, beside him, asking, what does she mean? Is she not considering a transfer to County No? One high school. It seems she was not. In truth, Director Huang was equally perplexed. Ordinarily, no teacher would refuse the generous offers from County Number 1 High School, especially with the principal personally advocating for them. What an honor it would be. Would they assume that she, a graduate of County Number 1 High School, could not decline her alma mater's invitation? Su Suizhu politely declined, offering a reasoning similar to what she had told the principals of the provincial high schools, emphasizing her desire to contribute to her hometown. She added, "Currently, our school's teaching staff is exceedingly thin. There is only one English teacher for each grade. If I were to leave, there would be no English teacher for the third year. And what would happen in next year's college entrance examination? The other teachers, who had been hoping to transfer to County Number 1 High School for better opportunities, were left in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Could she truly be a fool? The presence or absence of English teachers in the town is a matter for the school leaders, so why should you be concerned? With such favorable conditions at hand, it is perplexing that one would choose to remain at a financially struggling rural school. What is the excuse of being close to home when you still travel to Iching for university? In summary, Su Suizhu disregarded the generous offer from Xian Yizhong and declined the golden opportunity to teach there, leaving many spectators in disbelief. The principal and vice principal of Xian Yizhong wore expressions as grim as if they had just tasted something unpleasant, frequently referring to the ungrateful Su Suizhu as a white-eyed wolf. In contrast, Principal Chi has been radiant and cheerful since that day, appearing almost as if he were walking on air, buoyed by the events of the past few days. When Su Suizhu went to him to request reimbursement for her business trip, she was rendered speechless by his demeanor. "Principal, you aren't still worried about my job change, are you? Honestly, I truly believe that teaching at the town school is quite satisfactory, and the students are commendable. Xian Yizhong is filled with talent and does not require my presence. I would rather not join that throng. After finishing the reimbursement, you should head home early. Don't you have to pick up your child? If you went to Xian Yizhong, you certainly wouldn't be able to care for your child personally. Everything has two sides. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, Su Suizhu could not help but laugh, her smile revealing two faint dimples. The principal's words were precisely one of the reasons she unhesitatingly chose to remain at the town school. Being able to be by her little Baozi's side every day, witnessing his gradual growth, is truly a delightful experience. Chapter 60. Catching seafood to celebrate Xian Yizhong's attempts to poach talent were unsuccessful, much to the amusement of the leaders from other high schools. Consequently, Shaoan Town School gained some notoriety. However, apart from a few parents who swiftly transferred their children from other rural schools to Shaoan Town School, the majority remained observant, awaiting the year-end unified exam results to see what achievements Shaoan School would attain. Regarding the upcoming final exam, which is essentially a county-wide assessment, Principal Chi consulted Su Suizhu. After some consideration, Su Suizhu decided against adding extra classes, as the unified exam does not solely focus on English and other teachers might have objections. The principal was eager for Su Suizhu to assign more homework to the students, viewing it as overtime work, assuring her that he would have the finance department account for it in her salary. As a result, Su Suizhu found herself busier than ever. In addition to teaching and lesson preparation, she had to create weekly English reports for the high school seniors, develop review materials, and draft English articles. November turned into a whirlwind of activity. By the end of November, the average English score for the high school seniors had increased by a remarkable 12 points, soaring from the warning line of 59 to the commendable line of 71. The pace of improvement was astonishing. Upon learning of the results, Principal Chi beamed for 3 consecutive days. In the subsequent faculty meeting, he specifically praised Su Suizhu. Zhou Xiaolu scoffed. "What is there to be proud of for achieving a good score on your own test? If you really have the skill, why not aim for 70 or 80 on the unified exam? Now, that's impressive. Didn't you also create your own test?" Lin Fen retorted sharply. "What was the average score again?" "Oh right, 62. TSK. You couldn't even reach a good score on your own test. One can only worry about whether you'll pass the unified exam." "Lin Fen, you're out of line. Did I say anything about you?" Zhou Xiaolu fumed, wanting to lash out, but refraining due to the presence of superiors, opting instead to mutter a few curses under her breath. Lin Fen rolled her eyes. "Su Lao sure hasn't said anything about you. So why do you bring her into this?" "You." Lin Fen turned her head, choosing to ignore her, and instead whispered to Teacher Yu on the other side. "I heard Teacher Zhong's birthday is next Tuesday. if there's a gathering. Count me in. I'll bring the soy sauce duck my mom made. I'm not inviting her, I can assure you, Lin fanatic quickly. Once the meeting concluded, Teacher Yu informed Su Suizhu about Teacher Zhong's birthday party, mentioning that a few more attendees might join, all of whom were familiar faces. Su Suizhu had no objections, as she was merely providing a venue for the gathering, with the arrangements left to Teacher Yu and others. However, she was yearning for a seafood feast. Perhaps she could catch some seafood to celebrate Teacher Zhong's birthday? Su Shiyuan beamed at her nephew. Dodo is here. Come here. Let Ani see you. It's been a while. Have you grown stronger? You seem a bit thinner. Su Suizhu retorted. Thinner? If I were any bigger, I'd be too heavy. Su Shiyuan may not have understood the specifics about magazines or English articles, but she recognized it was important work, and since it was a profitable endeavor, she ceased her teasing and affectionately played with little Bowsy. Dodo is almost 4 months old. Shouldn't he start having some rice cereal or eggs? In truth, it is the adults who lack sufficient nutrition. Nowadays, unlike in the future, breastfeeding lasts only 4 months, during which fish and chicken soup are rarely served. Even after confinement, one must return to work in the fields, leading to insufficient milk and resulting in undernourished babies. Otherwise, babies who are breastfed tend to thrive, and it is generally recommended to introduce solid food only after 6 months, Su Suizhu mused. Besides that, she had also prepared the best supplementary food, Simuxing milk fruit. As long as we have enough, I worry you'll be too busy working and forget to feed our little treasure. Su Shiyuan playfully teased little Bowsy. Your mother gets so busy, doesn't she sometimes forget to feed you on time? The little one kicked his legs vigorously, yeah? See, even Dodo agrees. Su Shiyuan shot a disapproving glance at her niece. You can't neglect your own meals. How will you nurse the little one? Setting a good example as a mother, right? Su Suizhu found it amusing, pinching little Bowsy's nose. Ani, Dodo is still so young. He can't understand a word, just babbling away. And you're having full conversations with him? Of course. Our Dodo is the smartest. He'll go to Kyoto for university one day. One to you, Dodo. Su Suizhu dismissed the playful banter between the grandmother and grandson, grabbing her fishing rod and bucket. Auntie, please watch Dodo. I'm going to fish for a while. Chapter 61. A bounty of blue crabs. Su Shiyuan realized that her niece was either busy with work or tending to the child, rarely indulging in leisure. So she did not stop her from fishing, but reminded her to wear an extra layer. The wind is strong by the sea, and it's getting colder, so dress warmly. If you didn't bring a coat, wear mine. I'm already bundled up, Su Suizhu replied, glancing down at her attire. Despite the thin denim jacket over her sweater, it functioned as an automatic temperature-regulating protective garment, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -18 degrees. In early December, the weather in Shawan Fishing Village boasted daytime highs of 20 degrees, but the winds that picked up in the evening made it quite chilly by the seaside. Su Suizhu assumed that at this hour, few people would be out by the shore. Some were employees on rotation at the fishing grounds, while others were local children enjoying their break. With no outsiders around, she fished joyfully. However, the waters there typically yielded common catches, such as sea bass, small grouper, black sea bream, white pomfret, or rock crabs. The luck she experienced last time with a large starry grouper, eastern star grouper, and big lobster was likely a rare stroke of fortune. As her bucket filled, the wind grew stronger, leaving her the last person on the shore. Ultimately, her luck held out, and on her last cast, she reeled in a big blue crab. No, a cluster of blue crabs. Su Suizhu lifted her line to investigate, suspecting that a large claw from one crab had snagged the fishing line, and others had come to assist, resulting in one after another getting caught. The slender fishing line was ensnared with a dozen or so blue crabs, each larger than the last, with the biggest crabs shell measuring approximately 20 centimeters and weighing at least 1.5 pounds. Su Suizhu was overjoyed. Blue crabs are a prize catch, also known locally as G.O. crab, and are often referred to as sea ginseng due to their rich protein and trace elements, which provide excellent nourishment for the body. In the future, such plump blue crabs would undoubtedly fetch a sky-high price. As the bucket approached its brim, unable to accommodate any more crabs, Su Suizhu decided to carry it as it was. You're quite impressive. Your uncle occasionally goes fishing in his leisure time, yet aside from that instance with a lobster, I haven't seen him catch anything weighing more than a couple of tails since, she remarked with a smile. Su Suiwang Lauet, do you really think catching a large lobster is so simple? If it were, everyone would be doing it, and the market price wouldn't soar to such outrageous heights. The mud crabs are also quite nice. You've caught a considerable amount, while I see others struggle to catch even a handful with their crab traps. Su Sueju shrugged her shoulders. These crabs didn't come from fishing. They entangled themselves in my fishing line. Is that so? Oh my, your luck is unparalleled. Su Shiyuan exclaimed with increasing delight. She filled a basin with water and placed the blue crabs, still clutching the fishing line, into it. The crabs, believing they were safe now, released their grip on the big pincers, detaching themselves one by one from the line. What do you plan to do with so many? Are you going to ask someone to take them to the provincial city for sale? No, we shall eat them ourselves, Su Sueju replied immediately. Look at the shells of these crabs. They are brimming with roe, nearly bursting at the tips. Su Sueju showed her aunt one of the blue crabs. Living by the sea, almost everyone knows how to distinguish between the fat and lean of shrimp and crabs. Such fine wild mud crabs are hard to come by, even with money. There are 13 in total. We will keep a few for ourselves, and I intend to give the rest away. I will send 4 to Professor Xiao and 8 to Editor-in-Chief Wu's family. The remaining 5 will be just right for our family to share. Seeing that she had made arrangements, Su Shiyuan felt relieved. She bound the blue crabs with grass ropes to prevent the pincers from pinching anyone. Su Shiyuan carried the bundled crabs, picked a few appealing grouper, sea bass, and stonefish, along with the crab paste, mud snails, and eel fillet they had prepared earlier. She then procured some crushed ice from the fishery's cold storage and placed it on top before asking a coworker delivering goods to the provincial city to take it along the way. Naturally, Old Zheng first delivered the goods from the fishery before heading to Xiao's residence in the unit of Editor-in-Chief Wu with the 2 boxes of seafood. Prior to this, Lin Guodong had treated him to a pack of cigarettes, making him quite willing to run this errand. Upon arriving at Professor Xiao's home, he found that Professor Xiao was just about to head out to buy groceries. Upon learning that a box of seafood had been delivered, he was puzzled, as they had no relatives or friends in Yupu County. It was sent by old Lin Guodong, also from our fishery. I believe it was his niece who asked me to bring it. I'm not clear on the details, old Zheng explained. Professor Xiao opened the box to find 4 lively blue crabs and several very fresh sea fish, the freshness of which could not be found in the local market. Though the provincial city is a coastal city, it is still quite a distance from the sea, no matter how fresh the catch is. From the moment it is pulled from the sea, sorted at the fishery, packed, and then transported to various unit canteens and farmers markets, it takes at least 2 days. Not to mention the glass jar of crab paste and a more than 1 meter long eel fillet. Who could have sent this? Just then, the phone rang at home. Professor Xiao picked up the receiver. Editor-in-Chief Wu's hearty laughter came from the other end. Old Xiao, the seafood sent by Young Su is quite excellent, isn't it? Young Su? Which Young Su? Professor Xiao paused momentarily. It's Su Sueju, the one who brought her students to the provincial high school for the English speech competition. Her family is from a fishing village below Yupu County, and both her aunt and uncle work at the fishery. However, the seafood sent over is likely from their own catch. What the fishery sells them is usually the leftover stock, which certainly wouldn't look this good. She mentioned this in a letter, and I told her, sister, you wouldn't have accepted a gift and not even know who sent it. Would you? Professor Xiao relaxed his brow and smiled. So it's that girl. She is far too courteous. Chapter 62. Whose pot is it to follow? When did you two start corresponding? Professor Xiao asked, noticing they had not known each other before. I believe it was through her that we got acquainted, right? Editor-in-Chief Wu chuckled. What's the matter? Are you jealous? That was work-related. Young Su sent me a few English manuscripts and casually chatted about daily life in her letter. I must say, her proficiency in English is remarkable. I couldn't find any errors in her submissions. They could be published as is. It seems somewhat of a waste for her to remain in a rural school. Why buy lesson materials? I have several brand new sets at hand. I'll take care of that for her and also gather some past exam questions from the provincial first and second high schools to send along. All right, I will keep an eye out for student textbooks on my end. Additionally, I will help her with the manuscript fees. Who knows? We might enjoy another feast of seafood in the future. They agreed, each busying themselves. Of course, the seafood had to be enjoyed while fresh. That very afternoon, the dining tables at Professor Xiao's and Editor-in-Chief Wu's homes were graced with several new dishes, including richly succulent steamed mud crabs, tender scallion grouper, and a crab paste that made it impossible to stop eating. Mother, where did you buy these blue crabs? The roe is full, an excellent catch. Wang Yoji praised as he savored his meal. Although the others did not possess his discerning palate, they too found it difficult to resist. Even the usually picky grandson sat obediently in his high chair, eating the crab meat with delight. No wonder Fu Xiao keeps urging me to visit the fishing village. The wild catch just pulled from the sea is indeed delectable. Wang Yoji, accustomed to it, did not mind his wife's jabs about his restaurant, but rather agreed with her. The fishing village below you, Pu? I recall the fjord fishery is located there. Wang Yoji's wife, Tang Meiwan, chimed in. I heard from my father that the fjord fishery is quite profitable. It may not be the best, but it's not bad either. However, for it to stand out among coastal fisheries with current profits seems unlikely. They are planning a restructuring, and my mother mentioned they have been working overtime lately, likely busy with that. Professor Xiao, sipping a bowl of fish soup made from stonefish, frowned slightly at the mention. Su Sueju's aunt and uncle work at the fishery. I wonder how this restructuring will affect their family. Mother, this matter is still uncertain, so please do not spread it around, Tang Meiwan advised. Even if it transitions from state to private ownership, the workers can still take on contracts. For instance, there are fisheries in Qing City that have successfully restructured, and it is said that their profits have at least quadrupled compared to before, with contractors earning 8 to 10 times their original wages. The country is developing vigorously and will only progress positively. Professor Xiao pondered this and found it reasonable. But he still harbored thoughts of lending a helping hand, contemplating writing a letter to Su Sueju. Although the fisheries restructuring had yet to be confirmed and should not be discussed openly, he could still offer some advice. In closing, he would subtly express, if there were any financial difficulties, she should not hesitate to mention them, as he would certainly help if he could. Su Sueju was unaware that sending over a surplus of seafood would garner such substantial support. She was currently enjoying a meal with her brother and sister-in-law at her aunt's home. Weren't there still 5 blue crabs left? 3 for steaming and 2 with vermicelli and scallion. The family feasted heartily. Sueju's luck is truly remarkable. Lin Jianbing exclaimed, his mouth greasy, last week. I came here to fish with my father for half a day, and the two of us together barely caught as much as Sueju did alone. Not just you two. Su Xuan laughed. I heard those veteran anglers at the fishery say that your father caught a large lobster once, and they have been heading to the sea every chance they get, even borrowing an old fishing boat from the fishery to go out. But they have yet to catch anything good after sitting there for most of the day. Not a good thing. We should celebrate. Come on, mother, refill my cup, Lin Guodong urged, holding out his wine cup for Su Shuyuan to pour more. Su Shuyuan shot him an annoyed glance. You just take every opportunity to drink. The one getting promoted and raising salaries is Mei Li. What does it have to do with you? He just happy. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere grew even more joyous. Seeing her niece grinning foolishly, Su Xuan offered her a piece of blue crab. Thanks to you, we've tasted authentic wild mud crabs. Life is getting better and better. It will only improve from here. Su Sueju, with a smile brightening her brows, inquired, Aunt, why are there so many people fishing at Hohai Bay now? Is the fishing ground not busy lately? Could it be that the time for reforming the fishing grounds has finally arrived? It seems the news of Uncle catching lobsters has spread, and now everyone is eager to earn some extra cash. Su Xuan, peeling crab shells, elucidated in the past. We always fished at the shallow bay to the south, believing the water quality was superior and the fish abundant. However, over the years, who have you seen catch anything valuable there? Upon hearing that our family caught lobsters at Hohai Bay, everyone has flocked here. It has certainly increased competition for us during low tide. Realization dawned on Su Sueju. It was indeed a situation of her own making. Chapter 63. Generosity in abundance. The method of preparing spicy shrimp is quite similar to that of spicy crab. Yet the shrimp meat is tender and offers a more delightful flavor. Just accompanying the spicy shrimp with wine, Su Sueju could devour 2 bowls of rice. However, since she was still nursing, her aunt advised her not to indulge too much, allowing her only a taste of 2. This time, she managed to procure a bottle from her aunt during the birthday gathering for Teacher Zhong. Tuesday marked Teacher Zhong's birthday. After finishing her morning classes, Su Sueju first went to pick up Xiao Baozi. Teacher Yu and a few others had classes shortly and would not arrive until after 11:30, giving her ample time to tidy up her home. Birthdays have become quite simple these days. A stir-fried longevity noodle and a bowl of sweet egg soup per person, accompanied by dishes and wines brought by everyone, suffice for a cheerful gathering. Teacher, you had already brought the alkaline noodles and eggs the previous day, stating she would handle the stir-fried noodles while Teacher Lin would prepare the sweet egg soup. Su Suiju was merely responsible for providing bowls, plates, spoons, and chopsticks, in addition to entertaining the birthday star, Dodo, to ensure everything went smoothly. After satiating Dodo, Su Suiju rolled up her sleeves to get to work. With the presence of an octopus cleaning assistant, her tasks were minimal. She merely set up the tables and chairs, laid the tablecloths, arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and plated the assorted snacks like fried peanuts, sunflower seeds, fruits, and candies purchased collectively by everyone. Having completed these tasks by 10:30, it was still a bit early to steam the grouper. The optimal time to enjoy steamed fish is immediately after cooking. Allowing it to cool would lead to a fishy taste, while overcooking would toughen the meat. Xiao Baozi had fallen asleep, leaving Su Suiju with no one to amuse. So she chose to sit in the sun under the eaves and browse the lottery page. It was time to showcase her skills and indulge in a few intergalactic products. Su Suiju, somewhat superstitious, washed her hands with soap before the lottery, almost to the point of lighting incense for a prayer. With an abundance of points, her selections were undoubtedly kitchen essentials. She understood that the lottery meant spending a certain number of points to choose 6 items from countless products to arrange on a lottery board. Glancing at her remaining points, she realized she had enough for 4 draws, depending on her luck. According to the introduction, this cooking treasure was a remarkable combination of a rice cooker, air fryer, steamer, electric slow cooker, and bread maker. Whether cooking rice, preparing dishes, or making soup, one merely needed to select the appropriate mode on the control panel and add the ingredients. Even those with no culinary skills could create a table full of delectable dishes. Examining her pantry, Su Suiju found flour, eggs, sugar, and oil in abundance. So she set the machine to baking mode and, before the birthday star's arrival, crafted a large round cake. Skipping the cream, as she had no milk, and even if she could substitute it with milk powder, there was no time to whip it. Instead, she took a few milk fruits, squeezed the juice out, and spread it over the cake like a jam. A rich aroma of milk instantly filled the room, and the cake, placed on the table, could be smelled even from the kitchen. Moreover, the application of the milk fruit enhanced the cake's appearance, making it glisten beautifully. The cooking treasure was indeed a marvel. Importantly, it consumed little electricity, needing only a monthly solar charge. Cleaning was a breeze as well. Pressing the clean button and rinsing it under the tap made it spotless in no time, and after pressing the sterilize button, it was dry and ready for use in mere seconds. It was undoubtedly a favorite among housewives. Checking the time, it was nearly 11 o'clock. So Su Suiju decided to steam the grouper using the cooking treasure without needing a cast iron pot. She placed the prepared fish along with scallions, ginger, cooking wine, oil, salt, and soy sauce into the various ingredient compartments, covered it, and selected the scallion oil mode. In less than 5 minutes, a beep indicated the cooking was complete. Upon opening the lid, the steamed dish bore no significant difference from one prepared in a cast iron pot, except for a few nuances, even after steaming for 5 minutes. The scallions remained green and the ginger tender, with the oil perfectly distributed, appearing as if crafted by a 5-star chef, visually and aromatically pleasing. Just as she placed the fish on the table, a commotion arose outside the courtyard. Peering out, she saw the teachers had arrived, perfectly timed. Su Suiju quickly tidied up the cooking treasure and went out to greet them. "Teacher Su, thank you for your hard work." Teacher Zhong, dressed in a rosy coat with a red scarf, appeared cheerful. In previous years, a few close teachers would gather dishes from their homes to celebrate together. But this year they had arranged a venue with stir-fried noodles and sweet egg soup freshly made for enjoyment. Though it was merely a small birthday celebration, the family may not have put in such effort, but at school, they were treated to the birthday star's hospitality. How could one not be delighted? Su Suiju invited them to sit down, and everyone began arranging the dishes they brought to the table, such as fried fish and marinated sea snails, which could be eaten without heating, while dishes requiring warming, like braised pork with preserved vegetables and pan-fried tofu, naturally led everyone to the kitchen. As the birthday star, Teacher Zhong did not have to work. She immediately went to the room to check on Xiao Baozi. Seeing him asleep, she suppressed her urge to pinch his chubby cheeks. In the kitchen, Teacher Yu rolled up her sleeves to stir-fry noodles, while Teacher Lin cracked eggs to prepare sweet soup, having previously divided the tasks. However, no one expected Su Suiju to have prepared a large egg cake, so round and shiny, it looked incredibly appetizing. Everyone inquired about the dessert, curious about its size and preparation. Su Suizhu felt embarrassed. Had she known it would attract such attention, she might have refrained from showing off. Chapter 64. It is his responsibility, and I shall not evade. As the stir-fried noodles were served, and each teacher received a bowl of sweet egg soup, they gathered around the table to eat. The birthday star cut the cake and distributed the noodles, while the other teachers savored the cake. This is delicious. Far better than the egg cakes from the county. Teacher Su, did you add milk? With a smile, Su Suizhu replied, I added a few spoonfuls of milk powder. No wonder the milk fragrance was so rich. Just smelling it was sweet and fragrant. Such a luxurious addition, and yet Dodo was too small to enjoy it. Otherwise, the child would surely love it. Teacher Zhong rolled her eyes. That's why children are bothersome. When there's none, we must save our rations for them. And when there's food, we still have to think of them. Teacher Yu shot her a teasing glance. You don't like kids, yet you rush to the room to see Dodo? Teacher Zhong's face flushed at the remark, yet she defiantly replied, of course. Dodo is so adorable. He laughs whether you amuse him or not. Such a good child. Even if I had a dozen, I would cherish them. After all the banter, Teacher Yu remarked astutely, you just want to play, not actually take care of them. Teacher Zhong stuck out her tongue. Lin Fun, sitting among the group, took a moment to process. So, Teacher Su is quite young, yet already a mother to a little one. But why have I never heard of her husband? This house clearly lacks a male presence. Has she not married, or is she divorced? Lin Fun pondered quietly. However, unlike Zhou Xiaolu, who was quite inquisitive, she refrained from bringing up such personal matters in public. After all, it was Su Suizhu's private affair. Whether Dodo had a father was irrelevant to outsiders. To be frank, Su Suizhu had not intentionally concealed anything from them. Otherwise, she would not have invited them to her home for dinner. Her neighbors were already aware of her situation, and even if she wished to keep it private, it would be futile. She had not aimed to hide it, and surprisingly, few had gossiped behind her back. When the little Baozi, still drowsy from his slumber, awoke, the birthday gathering was drawing to a close. Su Suizhu entered the room to feed him, then emerged, cradling him as she introduced him to the guests. Most of them were familiar faces, except for Lin Fun and Teacher Wu, who were visiting for the first time. At this moment, the little Baozi showed no signs of shyness. He beamed at everyone who held him, perhaps still a bit dazed from his nap. His eyes, glistening and wide from a yawn, seemed to be painted with a dreamy layer of ink, perfectly complementing his innocent expression, making him utterly adorable. Not only had Teacher Zhong, who had long since succumbed to the charms of the little Baozi, but even Lin Fun, a newcomer, was eager to hold him. Su Suizhu found it amusing. Since you all adore children so much, why not have one yourselves? It's not as if you aren't married. As for the incessant fuss over her precious child, she remarked, children aren't something one can simply decide to have. Teacher Zhong rolled her eyes, adding, and there is no guarantee that your child will be as cute as Dodo. Su Suizhu shot back, if you can ensure that, I would be willing to have one. Now, it was Su Suizhu's turn to roll her eyes. She was no deity, capable of guaranteeing that another child would be a delightful little angel. After leaving the little Baozi at Zhou Lihua's home, Su Suizhu and her colleagues chatted and laughed as they walked toward the school. Upon reaching the school gate, Teacher Zhong exclaimed, what a cool motorcycle. Su Suizhu quipped, why don't you mention how handsome the rider is? Would you really praise the motorcycle if the rider weren't attractive? Teased Teacher Yu, who was well aware of Teacher Zhong's nature. Teacher Zhong grinned. Hey, is this how a teacher should behave? The students ought to see this. Laughter erupted among them. Su Suizhu, stifling her laughter, casually glanced in the direction of the motorcycle Zhong mentioned. To her surprise, she paused. Lu Qishao had spotted her as well. He removed his helmet and ran his fingers through his wind-tousled hair before striding toward her. Have you had lunch? He greeted her naturally as he approached. Other teachers exchanged glances between him and Su Suizhu. Teacher Zhong slyly pinched Su Suizhu's waist. So after all this, such a dashing man, riding such a cool motorcycle, is here to see you? Su Suizhu stammered, I didn't I'm not. I'm innocent. She found herself in a silent standoff with Lu Qishao. A moment of awkwardness ensued. Lu Qishao cleared his throat, suddenly at a loss for words. He had borrowed a motorcycle impulsively from an acquaintance, having realized he needed to stay in Yupu County for a night, and rode it to show on town. Upon arrival, he remembered that while he knew she taught in the town, He was unaware of where she lived, so he had no choice but to wait here. What should he say? He rubbed his chin and glanced at her shoulder-length hair. What prompted you to cut your hair short? Su Suizhu looked at him quizzically. Have you seen me before? We've only met twice, and today makes 3. I cut my hair short 6 months ago. How would you know? Lu Qishao replied, well, I visited your school last year and saw your photo in the principal's office. I believe you had won an award? While she had seen the photo, it was not from last year, but rather quite recent. Unfortunately, Su Suizhu was not the original owner of the memories and was unaware of these details. Thus, she responded truthfully, I cut it short in early August because it was too hot when Dodo was born. Lu Qishao paused slightly. Early August? That seems a bit off. At the time, he had suspected that Dodo was likely a child. That night, he was certain it was her first time. The dried blood on the sheets was unmistakable evidence. If it were fabricated, she would not have avoided him. Coupled with the fact that he had been under the influence of medication, the chaos of that night was evident from the scattered clothes and disheveled bedding. For young lovers, it was not impossible to conceive a child. He had intended to clarify matters once everything was settled. He would never shy away from his responsibilities. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been dispatched to Yupu County for a meeting. In this brief window of opportunity, he felt an irresistible urge to see her, though he knew not what drove him. Thinking of Dodo, he wanted to inquire further, but then reconsidered. If she was unprepared for this conversation, what would he do? By the way, is your little one with your aunt? Lu Qishao asked, shifting the topic. No, Su Suizhu replied, though puzzled, I have class. And my aunt and uncle are quite busy with work at the fishery, so he is staying with a neighbor. Lu Qishao's brow furrowed slightly, wanting to ask more. But just then, the school bell rang, echoing through the campus. Su Suizhu glanced at her watch and apologized. I'm sorry, I have class at 1:30. By the way, you don't have anything else to do you? Of course I do. He thought to himself. He even considered revealing that he was the man she had been with that night, but with people bustling about on the street and her rushing for class, he decided against it. All right, you go ahead, he said, feeling powerless. He reassured himself that there would be more opportunities in the future. After turning back to his motorcycle and holding his helmet, he watched her walk into the school before revving the engine and speeding away. Although he wished to see the neighbor where Dodo was staying, he had no idea which neighbor it was. He couldn't possibly visit every house. Perhaps it was best to wait until everything was resolved before returning. Meanwhile, as Su Suizhu entered her office, she found teacher Zhong grinning mischievously, winking at her. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, feeling flustered. Come on, confess. Is that man pursuing you? Teacher Zhong leaned closer, nudging her with her elbow playfully. Su Suizhu, speechless, thought to herself that teacher Zhong should consider a name change to gossip. Oh, do tell. Perhaps I can help with some advice. He does seem handsome. What is his character like? How old is he? What does his family do? Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Su Suizhu clutched her teaching materials and made a hasty exit. I have to go teach. Teacher Zhong pouted, muttering, you say there's nothing going on, yet you evade my questions? Teacher Yu, grading papers, shook her head in exasperation. Since Su teacher doesn't want to discuss it, let it be. I noticed that Zhou Xiaolu in the first year keeps picking on Su teacher. If she hears it, who knows what nasty rumors might spread. She wouldn't dare. Teacher Zhong retorted. Even as she bantered, she knew all too well that Zhou Xiaolu was like stubborn burr. Once attached, she was quite bothersome. Thus, they shifted away from that line of conversation. As Su Suizhu made her way to the classroom, she couldn't help but ponder teacher Zhong's teasing question about whether he was pursuing her. It did feel somewhat like that. Otherwise, why would he come all this way just to see her? His concern for who was taking care of Dodo seemed more than casual small talk. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. With a child to care for and no parents in the picture, who would consider marrying someone like her? Perhaps he was merely passing through and stopped to greet her, and mentioning Dodo was simply a conversation starter. Enough with the overthinking, she decided. Arriving at the classroom door, Su Suizhu exhaled slowly, steadied herself, and dove into the sea of English. After class, she found herself swamped with weekly reports, papers to grade, and freelance assignments, spinning like a top, unable to afford the luxury of idle thoughts. She worked tirelessly until the end of the school day, taking the printed papers for oil printing, ready to hand them out to her students during evening study. After assigning homework and gathering her materials, she prepared to leave for the evening, opting not to return later. After 2 months of adjustment, the English salon had settled into a routine, requiring only occasional guidance from her, rather than her presence every time. That evening, she planned to utilize her culinary skills to prepare a sumptuous feast for her brother and sister-in-law. As she was unaccustomed to the large kitchen and the gas stove only had one burner, making it quite tedious to cook rice. When hosting guests, serving plain rice with salted duck eggs would be far too shabby. Before returning home, Su Sueju visited the Yufu XSH at the bridgehead and purchased a piece of fresh tofu. Noticing the steaming tofu pudding, she also scooped up 2 bowls. On her way home, she picked up a small bun and first stopped by her brother and sister-in-law's house to inform them that she would be dining there tonight. Upon arriving home, she fed the little bun, laid him in his small bed to listen to music, as the radio played a half-hour of melodies around this time each day. Sometimes it was revolutionary songs, other times classical pieces like Erquiningwe. Allowing the little one to enjoy a few minutes of music nurtured his appreciation for the art. Seeing the little bun waving his tiny arms and making joyful sounds, Su Sueju busied herself in the kitchen. She placed the washed rice, diced cured meat, green beans, and soaked dried mushrooms into the cooking pot, preparing a savory clay pot rice for the evening meal. The rice took a bit longer to cook than the dishes, but it was far quicker than using a traditional stove, requiring only 12 minutes. During this time, Su Sueju ventured to the backyard to dig up a few potatoes and pick some autumn eggplants and green bell peppers, intending to prepare a kelp and tofu soup and stir-fry some sincian later. Lacking ribs was not an issue. The appearance of the clams was not impressive, but their flavor was undeniably authentic, and there were plenty of dried shrimp at home. Adding some dried seafood to the broth would ensure a fragrant and delicious result. With 1 dish, 1 soup, and 1 clay pot rice, she had even prepared a sweet tofu pudding for dessert. Lin Jianbing and Wu Meili arrived after work, initially intending to help, only to find that Su Sueju had already prepared the dishes. As Wu Meili watched her husband entertain the little bun in the living room, she tugged at Su Sueju's sleeve and whispered, "Sueju, on my way home, I overheard some gossip from a few chatty women at the street corner saying that a man rode a motorcycle to find you today. I don't mean anything by it, but..." Su Sueju's heart skipped a beat. She had not thought about that gentleman in some time. Collecting her thoughts, she replied, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. He is just an ordinary friend passing through here and stopping by to see me." We hardly spoke. This only heightened Wu Meili's concern. Her mother-in-law had asked her more than once if her cousin had gotten to know any male colleagues since arriving in town a few months ago. How could she possibly know? Moreover, from her observations, it seemed her cousin had no intention of seeking another man. Finding a matchmaker was futile in the entire Shawan town. Where could one find a suitable young man of appropriate age for her cousin? Oh dear, her mother-in-law was worried, and it seemed that anxiety had passed on to her. Today, hearing about a handsome young man on a motorcycle seeking her cousin filled her with joy. Owning a motorcycle indicated a good family background, and being handsome suggested appealing looks. It all depended on her cousin's thoughts. Yet, upon inquiry, he turned out to be just an ordinary friend. How disheartening. Wu Meili pondered deeply on how to subtly encourage her cousin to seriously consider finding a partner without raising any suspicions. It was a daunting task. Chapter 66. To win a man's heart, first win his stomach? Brother, sister-in-law, dinner is ready. Let us eat. As the dishes were served, Lin Jianbing and Wu Meili could hardly believe this was their cousin's culinary skill. "When did you become such a good cook, Sueju? I remember before college. You couldn't even boil porridge without burning the pot." Lin Jianbing took a bite of the clay pot rice and praised it endlessly while feeling puzzled. Wu Meili also tried a bite and remarked, "Sueju, your cooking is truly excellent. This clay pot rice is even better than what they serve in the restaurants in the county. Have you tasted the clay pot rice in the county?" Lin Jianbing asked suspiciously. This reminded him of his past experience, and he exclaimed, "Is that even clay pot rice? Just white rice with 2 pieces of sausage and a fried egg on top, lacking flavor, and the sausage was greasy. I regretted not eating more. It was a waste of 10 yuan. Wu Meili playfully scolded him. "You say that now, but I didn't see you holding back when you ate. You even asked the owner for an extra bowl of rice, leaving him in pain. I bet as soon as we left the restaurant, he decided never to let customers refill their rice again." Su Sueju listened and laughed, serving her brother and sister-in-law bowls of kelp soup, urging them to enjoy it while hot. "Sueju, your northeast sancian is authentic. The potatoes are tender, the eggplants are soft, the bell peppers are crisp, and the colors are vibrant. How did you make it? Teach me." Wu Meili eagerly asked, I can never get my eggplants right. They always turn out mushy and unappealing, like leftovers. Su Sueju could only share the cooking tips she had learned. When stir-frying eggplants, use plenty of oil, heat the oil well, and stir-fry quickly. Remove the eggplants before cooking the other ingredients, then add them back when the potatoes are soft. This way, they cook together without losing color. Never add water to steam them, or they will become overcooked and unsightly. I see. Wu Mei sighed, but that requires a lot of oil. Indeed, Su Sueju thought. The reason dishes prepared by star chefs look so appealing is largely due to their generous use of oil. Many dishes are cooked in oil first. If the colors don't look good, it's simply not possible. It was unlike the cooking gadgets that claimed to limit oil and salt intake. She wondered how they could produce such delicious, beautiful, and healthy meals. It would be wonderful if humanity could achieve such progress as seen in interstellar technology. Sueju, have you recently taken up cooking? Su Sueju, unaware of her sister-in-law's musings, smiled and replied, as the little bun grows, he will soon be eating meals with adults. And I must ensure my skills are up to par to raise him healthy and plump. That's right. Lin Jianbing nodded while eating. Your sister-in-law isn't much of a cook. Cui Cui and Zhuang often prefer to visit their grandmother. What a match. Wu Mei shot an annoyed glance at her husband, feeling he was no help at all, only hindering her efforts. After dinner, Wu Mei offered to stay and help clean up the table, but Su Sueju insisted otherwise. After seeing them off, she locked the door and put the dishes in the sink, activating the cleaning robot for a thorough cleanup. Once she finished washing the dishes and wiping down the stove, the cleaning robot had also tidied the living room and was now making its way to the kitchen. Su Sueju paid it no mind, removed her apron, and entered her room. The little bun was sleeping soundly, and Su Sueju tucked him in, then settled onto a small stool beside his bed to bring up the lottery panel. Since winning the cooking gadget at noon, she hadn't drawn again, but she had been thinking about several other kitchen items. With 3 chances remaining, she might as well use them. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a Star Universe brand classified biodegradable trash can. The package has been placed. Please check. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a Star Universe brand multifunctional fruit and vegetable machine. The package has been placed. Please check. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a High Blue Star Shell music box. The package has been placed. Please check. A streak of luck. She won 2 kitchen items and 1 random prize, which was not bad. It was a music box, perfect for letting the little bun listen to music. After hearing the introduction, she realized that the Interstellar music box was vastly different from the current world's music boxes, which only played a fixed set of melodies. It was more like a portable music machine, storing music from the entire galaxy. Su Sueju held it in her hands, pondering for a while until she grasped its basic functions. She collected 100 tracks suitable for infants and set the exterior of the music box to a colorful spinning music rack to hang above the little bed, making it both entertaining and enjoyable. From then on, the once beloved radio in Su Sueju's home gracefully retired. Additionally, the classified biodegradable trash can and multifunctional fruit and vegetable machine also won her favor. The trash can appeared ordinary on the outside, but held remarkable capabilities within. When waste was tossed in, it automatically sorted it, then proceeded to decompose and compress the contents, ultimately producing a substance resembling dung from 4 small holes at the back. The liquid or solid waste from the green hole could be used for watering plants, akin to the fertilizer produced by the cleaning robot. The yellow hole's waste could serve as livestock feed, such as mixed into chicken, duck, or fish food, promoting their growth without side effects. The emergence of the small red holes serves as a warning. They are toxic and must be handled with utmost caution. The final one is a small black hole, from which the waste can be refined into metals. Faced with such an impressive garbage bin, Su Sueju took a deep breath, realizing that even refuse could benefit humanity. The multifunctional vegetable and fruit machine was equally astonishing. Although it is only suitable for vegetables and fruits, the products it produces extend far beyond mere sustenance. Tossing in a milk fruit yields juice, or delightful milk fruit desserts. Adding a couple of cucumbers not only provides juice, but also creates a natural facial mask from the residue. A bunch of grapes can similarly be juiced, and the seeds transformed into essential oil. What an incredible way to avoid waste. With this multifunctional machine, there is no longer a need to purchase facial masks or essential oils. Nearly any desired natural product can be crafted from it. After experiencing the benefits of a customized lottery for the first time, Su Suizhu decided to adopt this approach moving forward. She refrained from casually spending her points, opting instead to save them diligently. Accumulating enough points allows for a custom selection, resulting in prizes that are far more to her liking than those obtained randomly. Chapter 67. The trust placed in teacher Su. The forthcoming final examinations are not merely tests. They represent the first significant simulation before the college entrance examinations. As a teacher, particularly a senior year instructor, this month bears immense pressure. Su Suizhu has produced 8 sets of papers, conducting assessments bi-weekly, thus completing her task for December. Yet, she feels it is insufficient. The English foundation of her students is alarmingly weak, despite being in their final year. Their grasp of the language is perhaps less robust than that of younger students preparing for entrance exams. Just as she contemplated generating additional papers to bolster their revision, a shipment of student tutoring materials, arranged by Chief Editor Wu, arrived. 2 hefty bags were distributed among the senior students, each receiving 2 books, one detailing common errors in high school English, and the other a comprehensive review for the college entrance examination. Mastering these 2 reference books would be sufficient for tackling the upcoming exams. Principal Ji was overjoyed. He had heard from the principal of Wuzhong High School that these reference books were excellent, yet he had no means to procure them. Purchasing from bookstore would be prohibitively expensive, with discounts barely reaching 5. Wuzhong High School secured a 10 discount due to a personal connection at the bookstore. Unexpectedly, without hesitation, Teacher Su resolved this dilemma by directly contacting the publisher, acquiring them at a mere 60 of the price with delivery to the school. The service provided was far superior to that of any bookstore. Principal Ji beamed with delight, praising Su Suizhu as a true blessing for the school. Since her arrival, everything she undertook has flourished. He promptly decided to reward her with a substantial monetary gift by the year's end. Unbeknownst to Su Suizhu, who was preoccupied with unwrapping 2 additional packages, the larger bags of tutoring materials were about to be overshadowed by smaller, yet intriguing parcels. One of the smaller packages was slightly heavier, sent from the provincial capital, with the sender bearing the surname Wang. The other package was completely unmarked. What could it contain? Upon opening, the package from Wang revealed 2 sets of pristine teacher preparation books and a printed mock examination paper. To her delight, they were the official mock examination papers from the past 5 years of a prestigious provincial high school, covering all subjects. Su Suizhu was elated. These resources were infinitely more valuable than the practice papers she had painstakingly created. After informing the principal, she safely stored the materials, knowing her system's packaging would keep them secure. The lighter package contained 2 boxes of exquisite pastries and a box of liqueur chocolates, still a rare commodity in these times, and not cheap. Additionally, there was a set of baby clothes made from pure cotton, delightfully soft to the touch. Su Suizhu couldn't help but smile. The esteemed provincial teacher's publishing house, waiting for her to bolster its reputation. Who would believe it? Yet it was the truth. The English Weekly aspired to establish a firm foothold among its peers nationwide, necessitating substantial content. They had previously invited a retired translator from the foreign language press to contribute. But unexpectedly, the contributor fell ill and was unable to provide material. Similar to a critical moment when a chain breaks, a lack of submissions could lead to the cessation of publication, resulting in embarrassment for the press. Fortunately, Su Suizhu's writings required no modification and could be utilized immediately. However, 2 or 3 pieces a month were hardly sufficient, necessitating a prompt request for more submissions. Su Suizhu reluctantly agreed to send additional pieces that month, while Chief Editor Wu confidently assured her that he would secure the highest possible remuneration. Su Suizhu smiled, appreciating the promise of adequate compensation to fuel her efforts. During this time, the principal also enlisted her assistance in planning the annual New Year's cultural performance. This event is a significant occasion, attended not only by school leaders, but also by officials from the county's Education Bureau, complete with awards to be presented, making it imperative to avoid any slip-ups. While winning an award is secondary, it is essential not to tarnish the school's reputation or leave a poor impression on the attending leaders. Consequently, as the time for the performance approaches, both students and faculty work tirelessly, balancing study and rehearsals. Upon receiving the notification for the cultural performance, Principal Ji remarked to Su Suizhu, who felt perplexed by the weight of the responsibility bestowed upon her. While she had excelled academically in her previous life, she lacked experience in the arts. Nevertheless, unable to disappoint the principal's earnest gaze, she racked her brain for ideas. Back in her office, a familiar song played on the radio. After humming along, she learned from the host that it was the lead single, My Future Is Not a Dream, from the debut album Fiery Youth by Taiwanese artist Zhang Yuxing. Su Suizhu's eyes lit up. The next day, she approached the principal with her thoughts. Although Principal Ji was indifferent to singing and dancing, he trusted Su Suizhu implicitly and granted her full authority to arrange the performance. Su Suizhu felt emotional, realizing she had once again taken on a significant task. Chapter 68. How can someone so talented not soar? Having promised the principal, there was no turning back. She resolved to excel. With limited time, Su Suizhu pondered who could assist her, ultimately deciding to reach out to Chief Editor Wu at the publishing house, unabashedly requesting the loan of instruments such as guitars or accordions. The school did possess a drum set, albeit in less than pristine condition, yet remained functional. She also contemplated potential performers. At that moment, her acquaintances from outdoor cooking, Zhou Dongwei and Chen Shuyang, came to mind. Despite their mediocre academic performance, they had a knack for singing, capable of picking up any song after just a few listens, with commendable pitch and stage presence. The tall young men were about to have their moment in the spotlight. Su Suizhu promptly summoned them. Zhou Dongwei was eager to participate, having plenty of time to rehearse as a self-proclaimed underachiever. Chen Shuyang, however, felt bashful at the thought of representing the school in a performance, his cheeks reddening at the notion. Teacher Su, are we really capable? Perhaps you should find someone else. With a light tap of her rolled-up manuscript on his head, Su Suizhu retorted, a true man does not utter such words. Let me put it this way. I have made a solemn promise to the principal to fulfill the New Year's performance task. Compared to dance, isn't singing much simpler? Or would you prefer a boys' group dance? She cast a sidelong glance at them. No, please, Teacher Su. Chen Shuyang quickly waved his hands. Let's stick to singing. At least I can manage that. Exactly. Today, I present you with a task. Seek out a few talented male singers, ideally gathering 5 to form a temporary small band. Their heights should be comparable to yours, and it would be preferable if they possess a touch of handsomeness. They will take the stage, carrying an accordion and a guitar. Aesthetic appeal is always a plus, regardless of the era. Upon hearing about the guitar and accordion, the two boys, Su Laoshe and Chen Shuyang, were enthusiastic. Is our school really going to buy a guitar and an accordion? How is that possible? Su Suizhu shook her head, explaining that she had borrowed them from university in the provincial capital and would have to return them after use. You must take good care of them. They are quite expensive. We understand. With the allure of the guitar and accordion dangling before them within a day, Zhou Dongwei and Chen Shuyang had successfully found 3 boys who met Su Suizhu's approval. Apart from the 2 seniors, the other 3 were first-year students, yet their camaraderie, forged through countless basketball games, was more dependable than that of their classmates. The next day, Su Suizhu transcribed the sheet music for My Future Is Not a Dream, mimeographing it for them. The 5 young men were enamored with the song after hearing Su Suizhu sing it once. There was no need for Su Suizhu to urge them. They eagerly embraced the sheet music, humming and memorizing the lyrics whenever they had a spare moment. When musical instruments, en route to Yupu County courtesy of Editor Wu, arrived, Su Suizhu obtained permission from the principal for Zhou Dongwei and the others to travel to the county to collect them. The artistic performance was indeed significant, but the impending unified examination was equally crucial. Editor Wu was quite attentive to Su Suizhu's needs. Not only did he secure the guitar and accordion she requested, but he also managed to borrow an entire set of drums, an item likely unavailable elsewhere in the provincial capital. She carried a letter from Editor Wu and, while reading it, cast a discerning glance at the 5 boys. Have you ever studied vocal music? All 5 boys sat upright, shaking their heads in unison. Have you ever played any instruments? Again, they shook their heads. Professor Fan Lingling drew a deep breath, incredulous that they wished to tackle her drum set without any prior training. Did they truly believe they could master a new song in just half a month based solely on their passion for music? But compared to the prospect of them learning to play and sing in such a short time, Professor Fan's expression softened considerably. Su Suizhu blinked, momentarily taken aback. Su Suizhu mused that she had inadvertently found a food enthusiast. Rest assured, Professor Fan, we are located by the sea, so we are never short of seafood. When I have a break, I shall take you to the seaside for some fishing. We can enjoy a fresh catch. What do you say? Deal. The esteemed music professor, usually as stern as an elderly lady, transformed into an eager fan at the mention of seafood. Su Suiju sighed in relief, then smiled. With the props secured and an additional vocal professor at her disposal, she was confident that the tasks assigned by the principal would be completed with success. In the blink of an eye, the final days of the Gregorian year arrived. Before departing, she reiterated to Su Suiju, "Dear Su, if you catch any large blue crabs, lobsters, or grouper, do let me know. I won't take advantage of you. I will pay you the market price plus a little extra." Su Suiju thanked her with a smile and packed a large bag of seafood for her to take on the train. This included the fish caught the previous day, covered in crushed ice, along with her aunt's marinated conch meat, crab paste, dried clams, seaweed, dried shrimp, and yellow croaker, all bundled into a significant package. Chapter 69. On stage after Professor Fan's departure, Su Suiju led the principal to observe the students' rehearsal. This was her first opportunity to witness their complete performance from start to finish. Aside from the costumes, which had yet to be prepared, everything else mirrored their rehearsals. Do you labor under the sun like I do, perspiring quietly through toil? Do you persevere in your desired life despite facing indifference? As the pure and transparent voices soared, not only the principal, but even Su Suiju, accustomed to this song, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She was aware that My Future Is Not a Dream held considerable stage presence, yet she had not anticipated such an impact. Once the a cappella concluded and the music resumed, the four boys, excluding Zhou Dongwei, sauntered to the center of the stage, each carrying a different instrument. As a metallic drum set emerged from behind the curtain, it revealed itself to the audience. My future is not a dream. I cherish every single minute. My future is not a dream. My heart moves with hope, moves with hope. The song transformed entirely into a live concert experience. It was spectacular, truly magnificent. Su Suiju clapped vigorously, giving her students a thumbs up. Principal Chi, moved by a particular lyric, felt tears welling in his eyes. Children, you are extraordinary. I eagerly anticipate your performance. This year, I believe our school will surely achieve a commendable ranking. After numerous rehearsals, Zhou Dongwei and his companions had shed their initial nervousness. Yet they remained exhilarated after finishing the song. Principal, Su Laosher, do you think we can really do this? Su Suiju playfully tapped the newspaper in her hand against his head. How many times have I told you? Real men do not utter I cannot. On December 31st, the day of the county's artistic performance featuring all senior high schools, rehearsals were scheduled for the morning and the performance for the afternoon. Coincidentally, it was a Sunday. Su Suiju rose early, leaving her bag at her brother-in-law's home, and accompanied her students to the county auditorium for their performance. The principal of County No. 1 high school was engaged in conversation with several colleagues, discussing the impending unified examination and basking in their compliments, feeling quite pleased with himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Suiju and her group entering the auditorium, and he felt a jolt. Isn't that the English teacher from the town? When did she switch to being a dance teacher? Oh, isn't that Su Laosher, the one most valued by the esteemed Chi? Why isn't she at school, assisting the seniors with their English? What's she doing here, so close to the unified exam? It seems that you all at Shawan Middle School have prepared thoroughly this year. The other principals and teachers from different schools, to varying degrees, speculated about Su Suiju's identity. After all, Shawan Town Middle School had emerged as a dark horse this year, triumphing in the English speech competition amidst the fierce competition from Provincial No. 1 High School, Provincial No. 2 High School, and Xianglin School. In their schools, they would gladly revere Su Suiju as a goddess. However, the principal of County No. 1 High School's remarks clearly did not resonate with Su Suiju, leaving the crowd puzzled but hesitant to inquire further, opting instead to smile awkwardly and disperse. Su Suiju, composed and unflustered, greeted Principal Liu. Principal Liu, I hope you are well. I sincerely apologize for declining your previous offer. It was not that I found your terms unsatisfactory. Rather, I am quite attached to my hometown. During my university years, I had no choice, but upon gaining some autonomy in my career, I wished to remain at home. I truly regret making you travel for nothing. The implication was clear. It seemed that the principal of County No. 1 High School had made an effort to recruit her from the town school, only to be unsuccessful. No wonder he wore a sour expression. It all made sense. The onlookers leaned in, eavesdropping and nodding in understanding. Lu Fuhai felt his blood pressure rise. Internally, he cursed Su Suizhu, lamenting that although she had attended County No. 1 high school, she had chosen to teach at the town school, regretting not having recruited her when they had the chance. What good was her high score if she ended up being an ungrateful wolf? Su Suizhu was oblivious to the principal's stiff smile and the contemptuous thoughts swirling in his mind. She offered a faint smile before turning to lead her students backstage. The rehearsal was imminent, and she did not wish to squander time on irrelevant matters, as they would never cross paths again. The students silently extended their thumbs in admiration for Su Suizhu. Among the teachers of township schools, she was undoubtedly the first to confront the principal of County No. 1 high school directly. During the rehearsal, they did not use their instruments, opting instead for a standard audio system for the accompaniment. Merely walking the stage to familiarize themselves with their positions and avoid confusion when performing. The good stuff would be saved for the official competition to create an impact. Consequently, only a few paid attention to their singing. Although it was not a dance performance, many believed that given the caliber of Shaoan Middle School, no matter how they attempted to innovate, they would still fail to secure a ranking. County No. 1 High School was performing a comedic skit, while County No. 2 High School prepared a short play, providing entertainment for the audience during rehearsals. Despite the discontent from other schools, it is undeniable that the top 2 positions this year still belong to these 2 institutions. Speaking of makeup, Su Suizhu retrieved a floral-themed makeup set from her backpack, planning to take the students out for a meal after their rehearsal and then properly apply their makeup. Upon seeing the cosmetics, the boys' handsome faces transformed into expressions of dismay. Su Suizhu crossed her arms, smiling at them. What? Don't you trust my skills? Rest assured, I am eagerly anticipating your awards. How would tea possibly make you look unsightly? Now line up one by one, no one can escape. After a chorus of lamentations, they obediently formed a queue for Su Suizhu to apply their makeup. She began with eyebrow shaping, followed by foundation application, eyebrow tinting, and enhancing their lip color. Now, take a look in the mirror. I haven't made you look unattractive, have I? After finishing one, she handed him a small round mirror for him to admire himself. Wow, is that really me? I never imagined I could look this handsome. Zhou Dongwei became enamored with his reflection. Must you be so shameless, Zhou Dongwei? Teased the other students as they laughed. Yet internally they all sighed in relief, no longer resisting Su Suizhu's makeup application. In these times, auditoriums lacked specialized makeup rooms. Makeup was applied casually backstage on any available chair. With people coming and going, many witnessed Su Suizhu's remarkable talent in transforming appearances with just a few strokes. While this may sound exaggerated, compared to other schools where teachers used low-quality makeup products to apply a thick layer of powder and blush, leaving students looking like middle-aged matchmakers. Su Suizhu's skill was indeed enviable. Before long, the area was crowded with observing teachers and students. Thanks to the principal's connections, the students and teachers of Wuzhong were quite friendly towards Su Suizhu. During the morning rehearsal, they occasionally offered her tips, and upon seeing them in the crowd staring enviously, she cheerfully greeted them. Teacher Wang, have you finished your makeup? If not, would you like my assistance? Yes, yes. Teacher Wang from Wuzhong exclaimed joyfully, pulling a group of dancing girls into the fray. Let us not bother the boys. Let us beautify the girls so they look more spirited, he suggested. The sheer number of students made it impractical to leave all the makeup to Su Suizhu, and she felt a bit guilty about it. All right. After finishing Chun Shuyang at the end of the line, she instructed him to lead the others to prepare the instruments and sound equipment. Su Suizhu stayed behind to apply makeup on the dancing girls from Wuzhong. At this age, girls are particularly fond of looking beautiful, and Su Suizhu meticulously crafted exquisite stage makeup for them, much to Teacher Wang's delight, who praised her continuously. Teacher Su, you are truly remarkable. How is it that the same powder and blush behave so obediently in your hands? Su Suizhu smiled, thinking to herself that she had more experience in makeup than they had in consuming meat, and furthermore, the makeup set from Xingji was far superior to the ordinary cosmetics of this era. After finishing the makeup for Wuzhong's girls, Su Suizhu swiftly packed away her makeup kit. Assisting Wuzhong students was a favor owed to the friendship between the Wuzhong principal and Principal Qi. Other schools wishing to solicit her services would find her lacking in the spirit of selflessness. After all, on stage, everyone is a competitor who would help their rivals gain an advantage. That would be akin to being a detrimental teammate. seeing Su Sueju disregard their eager expectations. The teachers and students from other schools had no choice but to apply their own makeup. At exactly 1 o'clock, the performance commenced. After the poetry recitation from Shirkin Middle School, it was the turn of Shiwan Middle School. Principal Chi, seated in the second row of the guest section, smiled slightly upon hearing the announcement. A man should never say he cannot. He echoed Su Sueju's usual encouragement to her students, cheerfully remarking that one would only know the quality after witnessing it. Principal Chi smiled softly, observing the youthful energy of the performers, remarking that it was precisely this vitality that connected youth with vibrancy. Teacher Su was a distinguished graduate from Haicheng Textile University, and compared to those of them who had spent years in the countryside, her exposure was undoubtedly broader, so he entrusted her with confidence. The principal of County No. 1 High School sneered, glancing at the stage, thinking to himself that he would wait and see what they had to offer. He believed that just because they had triumphed in English, they had become well-rounded. As he continued to ponder, the stage lights dimmed. The audience below was captivated by the onset of the performance. What an extraordinary sound effect. The county auditorium had transformed dramatically. The entire auditorium erupted in applause. Most of the audience comprised students from various high schools in the county, originally there to cheer for their own institution, but now moved by a stirring motivational song that inspired those at crossroads in their lives to find a direction to strive towards. Su Sueju sat backstage, propping her chin on her palm as she managed the sound system. It was high-end equipment. If damaged, the cost would be substantial. This song had only been released in August, and unlike in the future where songs could be downloaded immediately, finding a favored song to listen to in this era was no easy feat in the provincial capital. It was somewhat easier, with enough pocket money. One could purchase music cassette tapes. In a small county like Yuping, it would likely be years before a music album store would open. Su Sueju had seized this opportunity. Now it seemed quite successful. Her efforts with the Hey Blue Star shell music box had not been in vain, as it had failed to find this song. But she could compose it live. By humming into the music box's speaker, the melody was automatically stored in its repertoire, which she then transcribed and printed. Otherwise, where would she acquire a backing track? Once the song concluded, the audience was in an uproar, except for the guests in the front rows, who maintained their composure. The rest of the audience stood up, applauding enthusiastically, with some mischievous boys shouting for another song. The principal of County No. 1 High School was nearly beside himself. Chapter 71. Are the judges merely judging by appearance? Principal Chi observed the County No. 1 principal's dark expression, unable to suppress his laughter. The principal of Wuzhong consistently praised him for his good fortune in having attracted a versatile graduate from Textile University, akin to discovering a hen that lays golden eggs. What did she not do? With such brilliance on display, who could still find value in the bland performances that followed? The poor sound effects made the dialogues inaudible, leaving the rousing lyrics of the motivational song echoing in their minds, repeating the catchy phrases of "My future is not a dream." Old Chi, if your school has such excellent sound equipment, why not let us all use it? Just look at the disparity. It's all down to the sound system. That's Su teacher again. The principal of County No. 1 High School was infuriated, lamenting why Shiwan Middle School deserved such attention from her. Just then, within a minute of sitting down, an agent claiming to be from Guanhua Entertainment approached Zhou Dongwei and a few boys, inquiring if they had any intentions of pursuing a career in music. "You must be the teacher of these students?" he asked, handing Su Sueju a business card. "My name is Wang Xing. I happened to pass by the auditorium and couldn't resist coming in after hearing the singing. It's a professional instinct." Su Sueju recognized Guanhua Entertainment, the company that had risen to prominence in 1992. It seemed they had nurtured a great number of well-known singers and actors, and due to favorable conditions, scandals were rarely exposed. Except for a few top-tier singers and film stars who established their own studios after their contracts expired, most people did not switch companies. Even when she had traversed to this era, Guanhua still stood strong in the entertainment industry, indicating the competence of its leadership. This year, Guanhua had just been established, which explained the presence of talent scouts seeking promising individuals. In 2 years, as Guanhua Entertainment gained a reputation, countless young talents with various skills would flock to them, unlike the current scenario where one song led to a sudden influx of flattery. Su Sueju silently marveled at the situation. However, if Zhou Dongwei and Chun Shuyang show an interest in singing, this may indeed present a splendid opportunity. All roads lead to Rome, after all. Given their academic performance, the likelihood of them gaining admission to university is rather slim. Ultimately, the decision must rest with them. Very well. I shall remain in Yupu for 2 days. Should you reach a decision during this time, do not hesitate to call me. Wang Xing jotted down the phone number of the guest house on the back of his business card. Upon entering, one finds it difficult to move. Wang Xing gazed contentedly at Zhou Dongwei and the other young men, as if he had already secured their signatures and transformed them into cash cows for Guanghua Entertainment. Stroking his chin and smiling with delight. This little episode attracted quite a few students who gathered to eavesdrop, their envy palpable upon hearing that he was an agent from an entertainment company. Thanks to Wang Xing, the audience remained until the conclusion of the performance, buzzing with excitement as they whispered among themselves, hoping that by merely gazing at Su Suizhu and her companions, they too might share in their fortune. Consequently, even before the show had ended, the atmosphere in the audience resembled that of a marketplace, particularly among those in the back rows, where few were genuinely focused on the performance. Ultimately, the results were announced. The male chorus from Xianwan Town, performing My Future Is Not a Dream, clinched the first prize at this year's New Year's Cultural Gala. The second place was not awarded to the county's #1 high school's comic dialogue, but rather to the song and dance ode to the Red Plum from the 5th school. The principal of the first high school was so incensed that he nearly overturned the guest seating. Were the judges merely judging by appearances? Did a little makeup earn high scores? In truth, he unjustly accused the judges. They were quite fair in their assessments. But the quality of the microphone was simply no match for the sound equipment Su Suizhu had brought. Who would claim a mere firearm was superior to a cannon? After receiving the award and enduring a few words from the officials, the event finally concluded. The following day marked the new year, bidding farewell to 1989 and welcoming 1990. Furthermore, renovations on the old house began in December. Although it had always been managed by my aunt and uncle, as the homeowner, how could one remain indifferent? Little Baozi stood up excitedly, his little frame brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 72. Humanity is easily amused. Su Shuyuan chuckled. Let us go. Is Dodo ready for some steamed egg? Shall I prepare a custard for you? Aunt, you need not go to such trouble. I brought some infant rice flour. I'll simply mix up a bowl of rice porridge for him. One cannot survive on rice porridge alone. I shall steam an egg custard and feed him a couple of bites. After saying this, Su Shuyuan embraced Dodo and darted into the kitchen, one hand cradling the child while the other began to whisk the egg custard. Little Baozi thought they were playing and danced with joy. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the elder and the child, Su Suizhu refrained from intruding. "Aunt, I shall go take a look at the old house." She was eager to see the progress of the renovations. Go on. Your uncle is not working today. He is supervising the work. It will be good for you to check in person and voice any requests on site for the workers to consider." Su Suizhu acknowledged this and pocketed 2 packs of cigarettes as she made her way to the old house. The renovations were nearing completion. The crumbling bricks from the walls had been replaced with new ones, the foundation reinforced, the beams secured, the roof refurbished, the interior walls painted white, and the exterior treated with moisture-resistant cement. In just a month, the old house had undergone remarkable changes both inside and out. "Uncle, you have all worked hard." Su Suizhu gifted her uncle a pack of cigarettes, leaving the other for the workers. These cigarettes were the finest available in town, and the workers, who were accustomed to smoking, recognized their quality. Having smoked the homeowner's fine cigarettes, they worked with greater vigor. Sway, the house is nearly done. Do you think we should tidy up the courtyard?" Lin Guodong asked, taking a puff of his cigarette. Su Suizhu was indeed of the same mind and began to discuss the details with her uncle. "The old bricks in the front yard are too slippery with moss. I would like to replace them with larger blue bricks. The duck house and pigsty in the back should be demolished. And I wish to rebuild the toilet on the eastern wall and perhaps construct a trellis to see if any better grape varieties can be grown." With a home fruit and vegetable machine, Su Suizhu found herself contemplating the cultivation of fruit. In comparison, grapes were relatively easy to manage, and their fruits were immensely useful. The pulp could be juiced, the skins could be made into face masks, and the seeds could be pressed for oil. In her eyes, there was no fruit more practical than this. Lin Guodong took note of everything, deeming most of the tasks manageable, save for the toilet renovation, which sounded a tad troublesome. Su Suizhu then presented her uncle with 200 yuan. "If we're to tend to both the front and backyards, the money from selling crayfish will certainly not suffice." Lin Guodong insisted that the funds were adequate and refused to accept them. Su Suizhu, however, insisted on placing the money in his pocket. There is no reason for you to subsidize this. The cost of materials for the renovations is not exorbitant. I can cover it. That won't do. You must accept it. I have money. My first manuscript fee has arrived, totaling 300 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong could not help but feel pleased for her. University students are truly capable. With just a few strokes of a pen, you are more than a salary from a job. New Year's Day dawned bright and clear, with a vast expanse of blue sky and little wind. In the morning, Su Suizhu tidied up the old house, clearing out debris and waste materials. After lulling little Baozi to sleep in the afternoon, she took her fishing rod and headed to the seaside. Finding the experience dull, she accessed the lottery panel to see the refreshed prizes. Since customizing the lottery early last month, she had refrained from spending her points recklessly and had accumulated 140 points. Customizing the lottery required 100 points, leaving her with just enough for 2 draws. Alas, it seemed prudent to continue saving, as she had no pressing needs at the moment. She swiftly cast her line and began to reel in, gradually bringing the fishing line closer to shore until the tension disappeared. She quickly cast her rod onto the shore. Oh, unable to catch the large lobster, she instead found a small sea turtle. The little sea turtle had its head tucked inside its shell, leaving Su Suizhu at a loss for how to remove the fishing hook. Holding the turtle by one of its flippers, she sighed, "If you do not extend your head out, how can I help you remove the hook?" The little sea turtle, oblivious to human speech, remained withdrawn. Su Suizhu had no choice but to carry it to the water's edge, hoping it would emerge once placed in the ocean. Sure enough, the little head gradually poked out of the shell. The little creature was quite cautious. The sea turtle seemed a bit dazed, having been grasped by a human one moment and then released the next. How strange! It floated on the surface, rising and falling with the waves. At that moment, a large sea turtle swam over. Upon seeing it, the little sea turtle flailed its limbs and affectionately approached, recounting its perilous experience of almost becoming a dish on a human's plate in turtle language. The large sea turtle squinted its eyes toward the shore, recognizing Su Suizhu. The large turtle tilted its head, seemingly pondering for a moment, before leading the little sea turtle into the depths of the ocean. Achoo! As the sea breeze picked up, Su Suizhu sneezed, sniffled, and glanced at the bucket by her feet. This catch was not impressive at all, after casting her line no less than 50 times. She had only managed to haul in a bucket of small fish. Su Suizhu could not help but yearn for the elusive lobster. Casting her line one last time, irrespective of whether she caught something or not, she prepared to wrap up. Unexpectedly, when she reeled it in, it felt surprisingly heavy. This weight must be around 50 or 60 pounds. Let us hope it is not another sea turtle that cannot be eaten. Su Suizhu hoped fervently as she effortlessly reeled in the line. Upon inspection, lo and behold, it was not a fish. It was a torn fishing net, heavily laden with seaweed. No wonder it was so heavy. Staring at the tattered net, she found her enthusiasm waning. A few minutes later, Su Suizhu felt immensely relieved to have pulled up the broken net. What did she discover within? A clam resembling an elephant's trunk, a massive conch, oddly shaped shells, a pile of abalone larger than an adult's fist, and several 3-inch-long sea cucumbers. Could it be that her luck was exceptionally good, and the hook had conveniently snagged a den of sea creatures? Su Suizhu could hardly contain her joy. She would never again claim to have bad luck. Just look at this stroke of serendipity. It truly was unstoppable. Not far behind her on the surface of the sea, the big and little sea turtles rose and fell with the waves, the large turtle's eyes twinkling with delight. The little sea turtle appeared utterly bewildered, thinking, humans are so easily amused. They become overjoyed with such trivial things. Chapter 73. A Life-Saving Grace. A Grateful Return at First. Su Xuan believed her niece had found a tattered fishing net and, with a look of disdain, urged Su Suizhu to leave it in the yard instead of bringing it indoors, declaring it useless. "We already have plenty at home. We can use seaweed to feed the ducks. Just discard the net. Hurry and change your clothes. Look at your filthy state. Don't touch anything until you've washed up. Don't throw it away, Aunt. Look at what's inside." Su Suizhu loosened the frayed edge of the net, gesturing for her aunt to come and see. What could possibly be in there? Do you think you can catch fish? The next moment, she was astonished. "Aunt, don't you think I'm lucky? I pulled up this old fishing net, and it actually concealed so many treasures," Su Suizhu said with glee, rubbing her cheeks and grinning until her facial muscles ached. Su Shiyuan replied, "Such luck. I truly don't know how to commend you. Quickly take it inside. What if someone sees it here? They might think we stole it from the fishing grounds." "You silly girl, you're so naive." Su Suizhu pouted, recalling that it was her aunt who had just forbidden her from bringing it inside. "You're my aunt, so you're the boss. Who would even suspect that? Such large wild catches. Fishing boats might not even net them in the open sea. If we could steal such good stuff from the fishing grounds, the profits wouldn't be so poor that we need to reform." Her aunt shot her glance. "Stop rambling. Is that something you should be saying? Hurry up and go inside. I'll handle this. You go wash your face and change your clothes. You're a sight for sore eyes." Obediently, Su Suizhu went to wash up. Seeing her aunt boiling a large pot of water, she decided to take a bath, wash her hair, and change into clean clothes before finally cradling the little bun. "My darling, aren't we lucky today? We caught a bunch of abalones and sea cucumbers, haha. Do you want to eat? The abalone is even bigger than your little fist. If we sell it, it would fetch a fortune. But then again, my manuscript payment has arrived, so we can manage our little lives just fine without selling it, lessening the risk of envy." "Yay, so you agree not to sell? We'll keep it for ourselves, right? Hee hee, later, your great aunt will surely scold me for being extravagant, so you must stand by my side." Swiftly dressing the little bun, she carried the sturdy little one to the kitchen. Her aunt was already deftly cleaning the sea cucumbers, removing their innards, and cutting off the sand mouths to boil. Since sea cucumbers dissolve if removed from seawater, they must be dealt with promptly. Su Suizhu knew that in later times, seafood processing plants utilized ultraviolet drying, but families near the sea lacked such facilities. How to handle them? The innards and sand mouths must be removed, then boiled in water. After cooling, they should be brined for 8 hours, drained, and mixed with wood ash before being laid out in a cool, ventilated place to dry. Once dried, the surface ash can be brushed off, allowing them to be preserved. As Su Shiyuan boiled the sea cucumbers, she began sorting the other catches, conch, shells, and abalones, which could be kept alive in seawater. She categorized them into bowls. Then, she prepared a pot of ginger syrup, serving a bowl to her niece while casually taking the little bun. "Make sure you didn't catch a chill from the wind. You, running to the seaside in this cold weather. Drink the ginger syrup and sweat out. How do you plan to sell this? I doubt anyone in town can eat that much. Besides, it's south too close to home. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us." While elated about their bounty, Su Shiyuan couldn't help but worry that outsiders might suspect they had stolen from the fishing grounds. Su Suizhu slowly sipped the steaming ginger tea and replied, "I don't intend to sell. Professor Feng and her colleagues have helped me a lot, and I plan to give them some. The rest we'll keep for ourselves." She knew her aunt would say something like that. However, Su Suizhu genuinely didn't want to sell. Such treasures might never come by again in this lifetime, and selling them would mean losing them forever. Seeing her niece steadfast in her decision not to sell, Su Shiyuan felt powerless, realizing her stubbornness resembled her father's. She poked Su Suizhu's forehead and scolded, "You. What a spendthrift." The little bun giggled. Su Suizhu made a funny face at the little one, and then, with a sweet smile, grasped her aunt's arm, saying, "Aunt, with such good things, it's hard to acquire them again once sold. Look at my stable income now. I also have manuscript payments. We have enough for food and clothing, so why let others benefit from it?" Fortunately, they hadn't sold it. Upon opening several geoducts, they were astonished to find each contained a round, lustrous pearl as large as a thumb. Appearing even finer than the ocean pearls Su Suizhu had previously purchased for a 5-figure sum. The two exchanged astonished glances. Su Shiyuan swallowed hard, incredulous as she pinched her own arm. "Suizhu, did I see that correctly? Did we really find pearls?" "Su Suizhu, not that. Why don't we pry open the conch and shells? There might be more. How could that be possible?" Su Shiyuan dismissed the notion. Where would pearls come out in such abundance? Do you think this luck is borrowed from the heavens? Let's just check. What if there are? Su Suizhu seized the small shovel from her aunt and swiftly pried open the large shells and conchs. Su Shiyuan felt a pang in her heart. They could have been kept for a few more days. Now it's all ruined. How will we manage all this meat? Don't worry, aunt. Nothing will go to waste. We'll keep some fresh for us, and the rest can be made into sauce. It'll last quite a while. You always say that dried scallops are a hot commodity, right? Though it was true, the ordinary dried shellfish were usually collected along the shore, not of this size. This one is worth several of the usual ones. Su Shiyuan still felt a twinge of regret, watching her niece work swiftly with a knife, unable to express her thoughts. Large or small, they're all edible, right? Su Sueju reassured her as she continued to excavate. What a surprise it was as she dug deeper, from 3 oversized conchs. She unearthed 6 pearls, 4 white and 2 pink. The pink ones, having grown for who knows how many years, were even larger than a 5-cent coin. The white pearls were similar in size to a 5-cent coin, but appeared rounder and more luminous than any ocean pearl Su Sueju had previously encountered. The large shells proved to be quite bountiful, yielding 11 pearls. Except for one shell that produced a single pearl, the others yielded double pearls. These were slightly smaller than the conch pearls, ranging between the sizes of 2 and 5-cent coins, with a hue leaning towards white but showing faint pink undertones. Once washed of grime, they gleamed, exuding an almost sacred glow. Chapter 74. The delightful little one, each pearl, regardless of size or quality, was exquisite. Even Su Shiyuan, who had little knowledge of pearls, understood their significant value. Excitedly, she patted her niece's shoulder, her voice trembling. Sueju, thank goodness you listened and didn't sell them. That would have been a tremendous loss. Indeed, I'm so glad we didn't sell. Su Sulu Slai Boroli. Aunt, I'll clean the pearls and keep them safe. When winter break comes, I'll visit the jewelry store in Haicheng to inquire about their value. Su Sueju understood her aunt's intentions and, after a moment of thought, added, let us give each family 2 abalones and 2 sea cucumbers. We can't finish all these geoducks ourselves, so let us cut some share with them for a taste. It's cold, and keeping them overnight shouldn't be a problem. It wasn't that she was stingy, but with such large wild catches, she feared that giving too much could attract trouble. Following her suggestions, Su Xian began to portion the treasures. Su Sueju took the little bun to the bed. The little one had learned to turn over, and not wanting him to fall, Su Sueju decided to wash the pearls in a room so she could keep an eye on him. As she washed, she marveled. Such large natural seawater pearls, even in modern times, would certainly be a prized possession. Finding a clean box, she lined it with scraps of velvet and carefully placed the washed and dried pearls inside. Storing the box in her system's package, she was concerned that storing them outside without processing might affect their quality and worried about potential rodents. Once the package is placed in the grid, all worries dissipate. Whatever is stored within remains unchanged upon retrieval. Su Sueju noticed that the little bun was fixated on her as she sipped ginger sugar water, drooling uncontrollably, indicating his desire. Realizing she had yet to feed him solid food today, she decided to steam a small bowl of milk-steamed egg and settled in the living room to feed him. Recently, the little bun had an astonishing appetite, draining every bottle of milk and eagerly accepting solid foods. Unlike her cousin's grandson, who turned feeding into a battle, twisting his head and knocking the spoon askew, often soiling his clothing before a single bite reached his mouth, the little bun exhibited no such troublesome behavior. Whether it was rice porridge, egg custard, or fruit puree, he was exceptionally cooperative during mealtime. Each spoonful was eagerly anticipated, and he would impatiently demand more if she was a tad slow. The small bowl of egg custard was consumed in less than 10 minutes, a delightful and worry-free experience. Approaching 5 months old, the little darling was thriving, sleeping soundly, and maintaining a consistent napping schedule throughout the day. Having finished the egg custard, he was not yet ready for sleep, shaking his tiny fists and babbling at Su Sueju, expressing his impatience for her to rise. Amused, Su Sueju gently pinched his tiny nose, playfully questioning his eagerness to venture outside before he could even walk. All right then, let us take a stroll in the yard. But outside, your mother won't be able to carry you. However, this meant the ducks in the yard would bear the brunt of their excursion. As Su Sueju chased them away, she hummed a tune about a bridge, while the ducks flapped their wings and scurried about, causing the little bun to erupt in delighted laughter. At that moment, a knock echoed at the gate. Su Shiyuan emerged with a water bucket, and upon seeing the visitor exclaimed, "Oh, it's Director Li." The loyal customer of their fish balls, Li Yugua, greeted them warmly. "It's me, Sister Lin." Li Yugua replied with a smile. Su Shen, apologetic, explained that they had not prepared fish balls due to being occupied. Knowing that he was a cadre sent from the Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office, Su Sueju seized the opportunity to inquire about the fishing grounds restructuring. "Aunt, didn't we find 2 abalones at home? They would be beneficial for a pregnant woman. Perhaps we should gift them to Director Li." "No need for that. I'll pay for them," Li Yuwa insisted, pulling out his wallet. "Director Li, you are too polite. They are simply a gift from the sea. A stroke of luck that we managed to catch them. How can I accept your money? Su Suizhu handed the bag to her aunt and went to the kitchen to fetch a small bucket, filling it with the 2 abalones to present to Liuwa. Initially, Liuwa assumed the 2 abalones were merely a figurative expression, but upon seeing them realized they were indeed 2 large specimens, which certainly commanded a high market price. He persisted in offering payment. If it's a small dish you made, I can accept it as a gift, but for these large abalones, I must pay you, otherwise. How can I ask to buy from you again next time? Su Suizhu declined his money. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? These sizable abalones are purely a stroke of luck. One might not encounter such fortune for years. Perhaps my father is watching over us from beyond. When he was alive, he went out to sea fishing and never caught anything of this size. Fortunately, Liu was not adept at net fishing, or he might have questioned how one could catch abalones by simply casting a net at the shore. Listening to Su Suizhu's words, he couldn't help but reflect on the hardships and dangers of fisherman's life. But surely it has improved since the reform and opening up. The Lin couple at the fishing grounds, their treatment must be decent, right? With a monthly gross of 60, it's enough to live without illness. But who doesn't wish to save a little money for a rainy day? After all, we are not farmers. There is always worry about rising grain prices. Hearing Li Yogua's words, Su Suizhu was not surprised. Next year there would be restructuring, the year after that road construction, and the year after that. A significant transformation in Shaoan fishing village. Wasn't this precisely what she had been eagerly anticipating? Seeing her aunt lost in thought, she encouraged her. Wu Meili, noticing the 2 children circling around Su Suizhu, playfully scolded them before entering the kitchen to assist her mother-in-law with dinner. Upon seeing the sliced sea snail and clam meat on the cutting board, along with the large abalones sprinkled with minced garlic and ginger, ready to be steamed, she was taken aback. Mom, is there a celebration at home? Su Suizhu, having calmed the little bun, entered to fetch a small bowl, intending to prepare milk powder for her nephew and niece. Hearing Wu Meili's inquiry, she teasingly responded, Yes, uncle is discussing something with cousin. Wu Meili, filled with excitement. Press for details. What is the good news? Is it that cousin has found someone special? Su Suizhu shrugged, taking her small bowl and stepping out. Oh, I guess I was wrong. But soon, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, this large abalone was caught by Suizhu? Is that for real? You'll know once you taste it, Su Xian replied, uninterested in further explanations, having already talked her mouth dry over this matter. Despite her joy, her lips were chapped from talking. Wu Meili could hardly believe it. Oh my, such a large abalone, once steamed, will be the size of a woman's fist. How big must it have been alive? The clam meat is so thick. Once dried, it must weigh 3 times as much. This stroke of luck seemed to belong solely to her cousin. Her own father-in-law had been out to sea with the fishing boats countless times. Yet he had never heard of anyone catching such enormous abalones or scallops. If Wu Meili had only seen the sea cucumbers, the complete conch, and the sea snail that Su Shuyuan had tucked away, not to mention the round, lustrous pearls unearthed from these treasures, she would surely have been even more astonished. Dinner is served. As the final dish was brought out, Su Shuyuan called to the others in the living room. The family joyfully gathered around the table, enjoying a lavish seafood feast, exclaiming that this year must be a bountiful one, hoping to savor the harvest from the beginning of the year to its end. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital, Professor Xiao, Editor Wu, and Professor Feng each received a basket of seafood gifts from Shaoan Fishing Village, leaving them quite unsettled. Particularly, Professor Xiao's youngest son, Wang Yoji, exclaimed, Oh my, how can such fresh conch be treated this way? And this enormous sea cucumber, is it truly wild-caught? To think they are being rehydrated in such a simple lunchbox, it pains me. Such wasteful treatment. And this fresh sea snail, instead of being prepared as sashimi, is turned into snail meat sauce. Professor Xiao, exasperated, kicked him out of the kitchen, telling him, This is a gift from my parents. Stop critiquing in front of me. If you're so picky, you might end up missing out. That won't do. Wang Yoji protested. Clearly, these are wild delicacies. If I miss this chance, I'll regret it. While he was lost in thought, he resolved to visit Shaoan Fishing Village to learn how the fishermen managed to catch such huge abalones and sea cucumbers. However, by the time he found the opportunity, the fishing grounds had already undergone restructuring, with the Lin family taking over the operations, setting sail daily to cast their nets. Even though he envied their fortune, he could not discern anything amiss. Oh my, such a large abalone! Lu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, and look at these. He proudly displayed the mud snail and clam he had brought from his briefcase, recounting the story of their capture. Lu Yun beamed with delight, urging him to prepare dinner. Make it with garlic vermicelli. We'll each have one of the abalones. Liu worked swiftly, and soon the fist-sized abalone, garnished with translucent vermicelli and rich garlic aroma, was served at the table. Lu Yun, reluctant to eat the abalone immediately, first savored a bowl of rice with the vermicelli and broth, then took small bites of the succulent abalone. The pure, wild abalone, having lived for who knows how many years, was not only chewy, but also possessed a sweet flavor. Each bite was more delectable than the last, making her crave it even more. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a knock echoed at the door. Liu went to open it, revealing his wife as cousin, who had just finished 5 mourning garments. "Sister, I have a girlfriend," Zhao Dong announced bashfully, holding his new partner's hand as he smiled at Lu Yun. "Really?" Lu Yun exclaimed, filled with joy for him. Later, she discreetly inquired about the reasons for the incompatibility, to which the woman revealed the truth, stating that he lacked insight. Colleagues would feign pity and borrow money from him, which he lent without demanding repayment, merely grumbling about being short on cash for meals and vowing never to lend again. Yet, before long, another person would come along, playing the same pity card, and he would inevitably lend again. Such a person is best suited for friendship rather than romantic involvement. He would rather go hungry than let a colleague or friend face hardship, willing to support friends at his own expense. However, when it comes to a romantic relationship, one cannot help but wonder, what if they marry and he continues this way? Would their household not become a sieve, with money constantly borrowed and never returned? Thus, each relationship crumbled. "Yanzi, Komin, this is my sister's home. Have you not always expressed a desire to visit my sister and brother-in-law?" Zhao Dong cheerfully pulled Lu Haiyan along. Indeed, his new romantic interest was the beautiful university student Lu Haiyan from the same workplace. Chapter 76. The vast net of heaven. Countless bachelors at the factory envied Zhao Dong, claiming he was akin to a toad that had captured a swan. They remarked that Lu Haiyan, a blooming flower, was placed amidst his pile of soft dung, a clear sign of ancestral virtue accumulated over generations. Yet what did it matter? Ultimately, Yinzi had agreed to date him, had she not? Those envious souls were merely expressing sour grapes. Zhao Dong joyfully introduced his partner to his sister and brother-in-law. Lu Haiyan lowered her head, feigning shyness. Upon entering, she glanced around the room, feeling somewhat disappointed. She had heard Zhao Dong mention that his brother-in-law held a middle-ranking position in the Provincial State-Owned Assets Bureau, and had expected a more affluent environment. Instead, the furnishings were rather ordinary. Lu Yun instructed Li Yuhua to boil water while she prepared tea and casually asked the two, "Did you just arrive in the provincial city? Did you take the afternoon train?" He accidentally stepped on Lu Haiyan's foot, causing a sharp pain. Hearing his remark, Lu Yun's smile faded slightly, and she cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Haiyan, saying, "Dongzi is just too honest. Please don't take it to heart. It's nothing." Lu Haiyan forced a stiff smile. Internally, she cursed Zhao Dong, thinking him utterly foolish. Why involve her in this visit? Wasn't it the boyfriend's duty to take her shopping at the department store? They only strolled through the park because they were weary. The lack of funds was due to his insufficient money, not her excessive spending. Nevertheless, she was indifferent. Zhao Dong was not her type. As for marriage in the future, unless Zhao Dong's family purchased a house for him in Haicheng, she would never consider it. Zhao Dong was indeed foolish. He should have informed his sister beforehand about bringing his girlfriend. They had not even bought groceries, as his brother-in-law had gone to the fishing grounds for an inspection and brought back some seafood. They had already eaten the only 2 abalones they had. Otherwise, he would have suggested frying some shrimp and egg fried rice for them, or perhaps making a seaweed and egg soup. "That sounds fine. We're not picky eaters," Zhao Dong replied. However, Lu Haiyan pouted, casting a glance at the half-eaten abalone on the table, feeling irritated. He feasted on lavish dishes while serving her fried rice. Did he think she would cherish a mere plate of fried rice? If they had no groceries, where did the abalone come from? The only explanation was that he looked down on her and was hiding the good food. Oh! Lu Haiyan's eyes caught sight of a stack of expired newspapers laid on the dining table. In the center of the supplementary page was a photo of Su Suizhu with her students, celebrating their victory in a speech competition. She yanked it out to examine, nearly knocking over the bowls and plates atop it. "Yinzi?" Zhao Dong was startled by her sudden movement. "Be quiet." Lu Haiyan read the article word by word, her anger mounting. Su Sudu, Su Sueju, featured in the news, praised by the education department. How impressive she was. Lu Haiyan gritted her teeth, wishing to expose Su Sueju's disgrace publicly. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought the negatives or photos with her. Otherwise, she would have taken the train straight to Yuping. Lu Haiyan twisted her mouth. She had no appetite for dinner now. Not even a lavish dish of abalone could lift her spirits. Are you leaving already? Lu Yin attempted to retain her, looking puzzled at her husband. Did I say something wrong? I didn't hear anything amiss, Li Yu pondered before saying. Perhaps there's an urgent matter at work. Yet, I don't think this girl is well suited for your cousin. Lu Yin frowned. Do you feel the same? Perhaps I should send a telegram to my aunt tomorrow, asking her to visit and see how they match. I'm worried Dongzi might be deceived. Li Yu nudda. The next morning, as soon as the post office opened, he sent an urgent telegram to his wife's aunt. After a restless night, he finally fell asleep around dawn, and it was inevitable that he would be late. However, since he needed to take a leave of absence anyway, he leisurely changed into what he believed was the most fashionable woolen dress and strolled to work to request a leave slip. Unexpectedly, upon entering the workplace, he heard someone from the reception room say, Lu Haiyan, someone is looking for you in the factory director's office. Hurry over. Who is looking for me? Lu Haiyan wondered. If someone sought her, why were they in the factory director's office? She paused, increasingly anxious, thinking her parents might have come from their hometown for this matter. The more she thought, the more worried she became, and she hurried to the director's office. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open, and the director, bowing and scraping, accompanied two uniformed individuals out. Upon seeing Lu Haiyan, his expression darkened. Lu Haiyan, why are you so late for work? What time is it? These two gentlemen have been waiting for you for 2 hours. Chapter 77. What is taken cannot be kept warm. They are here to verify something with me. What could it possibly be? Lu Haiyan, we are from the Dongcheng police station. We need your cooperation for an investigation, so please come with us. The tone had turned overly casual too quickly. Comrades, what investigation requires my cooperation? Lu Haiyan asked cautiously, her heart racing with anxiety. Could it be that the small-time thug she had previously hired had gotten into trouble and dragged her down with them? However, the officers merely smiled and said she would find out once they left. Lu Haiyan felt a rush of panic. Why were they taking her to the police station without allowing her to ask questions? Even if it was for an investigation, how damaging would it be for her reputation? But the two uniformed officers flanked her, leaving no room for escape. Just then, she saw Zhao Dong rushing over, urgently signaling, Zhao Dong, you must believe in me. Ask your brother-in-law to help me. Yinzi? Zhao Dong was bewildered to see his recent girlfriend being taken to the police station. He was even more confused when his mother arrived from their hometown the next day, claiming she had come to see his girlfriend. What was there to see? She was already in custody. Yet, Lu Haiyan's plea before being taken away offered him a glimmer of hope. Mother, why not ask my brother-in-law for help? I believe Yinzi is innocent. Zhao Dong's mother, feeling for her son, lamented the tumultuous nature of his dating life. Was it destined that he would never marry? This simply cannot happen. Hence, she took a night train to the province to seek her niece's assistance. Inside the police station, Lu Haiyan was indignant, asserting that they could not detain her without evidence. One by one, pieces of evidence were thrust in front of her. Testimony from a cleaner at the Hongxing guest house stated, on December 29, 1988, I saw the person in the photo enter the guest house to inquire if there were any available rooms for the night of the 31st. Testimony from a dishwasher in the guest house. On the evening of December 31st, 1988, after finishing my shift, I saw the person in the photo helping a beautiful girl with waist-length hair upstairs. The photo displayed was indeed one of her taken during her senior year. Additionally, the owner of the Fong Fong Photo Studio testified, on January 3rd, 1989, I had a brief conversation with a girl with a southern accent wearing a mask who requested 4 copies of photo. At the time, I had no change to give, so I noted on the receipt, payment upon pickup. Both parties signed. Lu Haiyan's face went pale as she read through the evidence, cold sweat pouring down her face. How could this be? She was clearly being very cautious at that time. How could she leave so many loopholes? No, it was not me, team leader. These were found rummaging through her bag. The officer handed over a stack of photographs, which were precisely the ones Lu Haiyan had brought along to threaten Su Suizhu and, if that failed, to expose her scandals. Lu Haiyan, do you have anything to say for yourself? I was forced, she stammered, instinctively trying to defend herself. Yes, just a street thug. He liked Su Sueju. But she didn't return his feelings, so he bore a grudge and compelled me to lure Su Sueju out. As for what happened afterward, I don't know. He took the photos and made me develop them. I didn't want to, but he kept pestering and coercing me. I had no choice. Lu Haiyan covered her face in fear and began to cry. The terror in her heart drove her to shift all the blame onto the thug. The officers exchanged knowing glances. A street thug? It seemed they had unearthed a new lead. They promptly set off to apprehend the individual based on Lu Haiyan's description of his appearance, height, and name. However, how could Lu Haiyan possibly provide accurate information? The outcome was predictable. The police ended up with nothing. Lu Haiyan regained her composure and couldn't help but regret her admission. Why did I confess? If I had denied everything from the start, the police wouldn't have found more evidence and wouldn't have been able to convict me, unless the thug was caught. But it seemed the police had yet to make an arrest, having already admitted to being coerced by the thug to commit those acts. Even though she had not yet been convicted, she was unable to leave for the time being. She deeply regretted having those photographs in her bag. It was all Su Sueju's fault. What a nuisance. It was her impulsiveness that led to the photos becoming evidence. During her time in detention, family visits were generally not permitted, but she could write letters. A coworker from the factory delivered a letter to her, along with some news. The factory manager said your position is crucial and cannot remain vacant, so they promoted the team leader from the second workshop to fill your role. Please cooperate with the police investigation. Lu Haiyan felt a surge of anger. To hell with cooperating. How can I be at ease when I've lost my job? At that moment, she truly experienced the bitterness of having her work taken away. What about Zhao Dong? Why hasn't he written to me? Did he really ask his cousin for help? Lu Haiyan repeatedly pondered, angrily cursing Zhao Dong for being so useless at critical moments. In reality, Zhao Dong was diligently trying to help. On the day of the incident, he accompanied his mother to the province to find his cousin. Li Yu had been in the system for so long. How astute he was. The police wouldn't arrest someone without cause. There must be a reason. Thus, he brought Zhao Dong to his workplace and, in front of him, called the Haiqing police station. The response from the station was, it involved a case of defamation and slander, and bail is not granted at this time. Did you hear that? It's not that I'm unwilling to help. It's just that there's nothing I can do. Li was said to Zhao Dong. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Day had passed. Back at school, Zhou Dongwei and Chun Shuyong came to find Su Sueju, saying their families agreed to let them go to Guanghua Entertainment to become singers, so they would not be returning to school next semester. Given their academic performance, they had no hope for university anyway. They had initially planned to either enter the factory after high school or spend another couple of years in vocational school. Now that such a good opportunity had arisen, they might as well go for it. Apart from Zhou Dongwei and Chun Shuyong, other boys, being only in their first year, had parents who worried about their young age and felt uneasy about them going far away. Furthermore, with 2.5 years until the college entrance examination, what if they made significant progress later? Surely being a university student is more promising than singing, right? Therefore, they did not agree. Although Su Sueju did not share those parents' absolute belief that university students are definitely more promising than singers. After all, the parents are the guardians, and as a mere teacher, what could she do with her own thoughts? Thus, she led Zhou Dongwei and Chun Shuyong to the principal's office called Wang Xing, and arranged a time for him to meet with both families to sign the contract. Chapter 78. All roads lead to Rome. After leaving the principal's office, Su Sueju patted the shoulders of the two young men, encouraging them. I have always believed that all roads lead to Rome. The college entrance examination is not the only broad avenue in life. Many people spend their lives struggling to find their path, ultimately muddling through. You are fortunate, but you must cherish this luck and not waste your musical talent. When you get to Guangxing, you must work extra hard. Drawing from her previous knowledge of Guanghua Entertainment, Su Sueju meticulously reminded her students, Guanghua Entertainment is a reputable company. They will provide you with the most suitable training and arrangements. Follow in their footsteps and slowly build your own stage. The teacher will eagerly await the day you hold a concert and will definitely buy front row tickets to attend. The two boys were both excited and shy at her words. Su Sueju smiled, reflecting on the 10 years of reform and opening up. An era filled with limitless opportunities. If one is determined and diligent, anything is possible. Of course, amidst the encouragement, she did not forget to caution her students. Guangxing is a bustling metropolis. While curiosity and a spirit of adventure are commendable, One must learn self-control and not be deceived by the dazzling world. Yes, yes. The two students nodded vigorously, simultaneously saying, "Thank you, Teacher Sue. We will remember everything. Teacher Sue, we will write to you every month to update you on our progress." No need for reports, Sue Sueju smiled and said, "If you have time, please send me 2 issues of English magazines that are unavailable here." Zhou Dongwei and Qin Shuyang readily agreed. Afterward, they did not participate in the classes or exams. Their student status remained temporarily at the local school, but they would definitely not take the college entrance examination. Seizing the moment before the new group from across the strait became popular throughout the mainland, they quickly packaged the two for their debut. The departure of Zhou Dongwei and Chun Shuyang was like pebbles thrown into a lotus pond, initially creating ripples that everyone discussed. However, as the end of the term approached and the unified examination loomed, gradually, few people mentioned it anymore. At most, a few underachieving students, envious of their luck, would sigh that Zhou Dongwei and his companion were truly fortunate. After 12 years of schooling from elementary to high school, they had only performed once on stage. And yet they were discovered by a talent scout. After the intense preparations for the examination, the actual unified exam finally arrived. The examination venues were set in several middle schools in the county, and they could finally take a proper rest. Just as one dresses well to look good. Tidying up the old house made it much more pleasing to the eye. Su Sueju, satisfied, strolled around with her little Baozi. "Dodo, this will be our home from now on. Are you happy?" The 5-month-old baby understood nothing, but Su Sueju communicated with him joyfully, pointing to the eastern wall of the front yard. "Once the weather warms up after the new year, Mama will plant 2 wisteria here and set up a swing underneath. In the summer, sitting on the swing watching the stars, and the moon will be so beautiful, won't it?" Yay! Little Baozi was quite supportive. Arriving at the western corner of the backyard, "We'll build a grape trellis here. Do you like grapes, Dodo? We'll plant the sweetest purple grapes. And Mama will make you grape juice." "Yes, and we can also make a grape face mask and extract some grapeseed oil. It will be a win-win." Looking at the turned-over vegetable patch, "What vegetables and fruits do you like to eat, Dodo? You like them all? Then let us plant a little bit of everything, and you'll have plenty to enjoy in the future. You can pick whatever you want." "Oh, you love everything? That's wonderful. A baby who isn't picky is the best." Recently, she had custom-ordered a set of health supplements, including Simuxing Basic Health Liquid, Halangsing Longevity Pills, Simuxing Multivitamin Liquid, and Halangsing Health Fish Oil for brain and heart nourishment. They were easy to use and effective. Additionally, during the 2 days she was invigilating in the county, she took the opportunity during lunch breaks to buy a bunch of New Year goods and selected several pounds of colorful yarns suitable for her elders. "Aunt, the sweaters you and Uncle were at least 7 or 8 years old. They aren't very warm anymore." Su Sueju dared not quote a price. Hearing her aunt's words made her realize she had done something foolish. The yarn, however, was very much to Su Shuyuan's liking, though she complained that Su Sueju had bought too much. "You are so kind." Su Sueju linked arms with her aunt, affectionately saying, "Ah." Little Baozi glanced at his mother, then at his great-aunt, grinning widely with his toothless smile. Su Sueju took out fish liver oil and other health supplements, instructing her aunt to keep them safe. "These health products were purchased for you from the provincial capital. You and Uncle should take them together. Fish liver oil is beneficial for the eyes and can also prevent osteoporosis. This bottle contains health pills for you and Uncle to regulate your bodies. They have no side effects, so you can consume them with peace of mind." Hearing the remarkable benefits of fish liver oil, Su Shuyuan did not refuse her niece's filial piety. Recently, she had felt her eyesight declining. She could no longer navigate the darkness at night without turning on the light, unlike before when she could see clearly by the moonlight. In the future, don't bother buying health supplements. It's a waste of money. Your uncle and I are in good health. Look at me. My complexion is improving. Isn't it? My coworkers ask what I've been eating. My face is as soft as that of an 18-year-old girl, and the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes have diminished, looking nothing like a 50-year-old woman. Su Shuyuan chuckled as she touched her face. Though slightly exaggerated, her complexion had indeed improved significantly. Her skin had not only lost its roughness, but had also become a shade lighter. Recently, when she went out, she was often teased and asked about her health regimen. Su Sueju, however, knew that the credit almost entirely belonged to the nourishing liquid. Yet, this was merely skincare and could not replace the internal benefits of health supplements. "Aunt, I can now earn money. With my salary, bonuses, and writing fees, how much could I possibly spend on you? Investing in health is never a waste. Our bodies are the foundation of our endeavors. Su Xuan could not help but smile broadly. You become quite eloquent, dear. I cannot argue with you. This is called having reason to speak my mind, Su Suizhu said proudly. Su Xiyuan laughed. All right. My capable niece earns more in a month than the combined income of your uncle and me. If your father were still here, he would be so pleased. Mentioning this topic inevitably led to a moment of nostalgia. Su Xuan wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, scolding herself. It's a good thing you can earn money. Why am I getting teary-eyed? Let us not dwell on that. I'll go prepare dinner. Seizing the opportunity, Su Suizhu discreetly added the basic health liquid that promotes metabolism into the tea jar that her aunt and uncle would be drinking from, unknowingly letting them consume it. That night, Lin Guodong and his wife enjoyed the best sleep they had ever experienced, sleeping soundly until dawn, feeling completely refreshed as if all their ailments had been purged. Su Suizhu awoke to the harmonious calls of seabirds and found her aunt bustling in the kitchen. Not only had she prepared a fragrant pot of congee with dried scallops and fish, but she had also steamed a batch of shrimp dumplings made from finely ground yellow millet flour. Each translucent dumpling was plump, resembling golden ingots. The semi-transparent dumpling skin could not conceal the vibrant shrimp meat inside. One bite revealed the entire shrimp, stripped of its head and shell, while the savory broth tantalized the taste buds. Su Suizhu couldn't resist and sampled 3 before stopping to ask her aunt. Aunt, ISN, the fishing ground on break? Why are you up so early? Hey, after taking the nutritional pills you gave us last night, your uncle and I slept soundly until dawn without waking once. Feeling energetic and not needing to laze around. Su Suizhu surmised that the basic health liquid had taken effect and thought it wise to stock up on more in the future. However, winning a lottery was a matter of luck and could be quite frustrating. Accumulating points for customization was still necessary. In the past, after such a busy day, she would not have been exhausted to the point of breathlessness, but would have certainly worked up a light sweat, necessitating a sit-down breakfast to recuperate before heading to the fishing ground. After breakfast, Lin Guodong mentioned he would take a stroll around the fishing ground. Recently, there had been many unfamiliar faces at the fishing ground, rumored to be seeking out the leaders. Lin Guodong recalled his niece mentioning that several large fishing grounds in the north had successfully undergone reforms, with the profitable ones being publicly announced. It was likely that some with foresight were eyeing the potential profits and wanted to partake. He needed to keep a close watch. Should any reform documents be issued from above, he would be the first to sign up. Though Su Xiyuan was home, she was not idle. After tidying up the dining table, she began peeling and boiling chestnuts. Su Suizhu, having fed little Baozi, had nothing else to do and used the package from the system as a magic prop, entertaining the sprightly little Baozi with tricks. A breeze picked up outside, and she feared he might catch a chill if they went out. Look, where did the rattle drum go? Su Suizhu suddenly made the rattle drum in her hand disappear. Huh? Little Baozi looked at her hand in confusion, then tilted his head to check behind her, confirming that the rattle drum was truly gone, and began to cry out in distress. Look, here it is. Little Baozi squealed with excitement. What are you two playing? Su Xuan asked as she brought a bowl of boiled chestnuts, sampling one as she walked. They're so sweet and sticky. Little Baozi should be able to have some too. Su Suizhu stuck out her tongue, tossed the rattle drum to little Baozi, and tasted a warm chestnut. Freshly boiled chestnuts had a refreshing sweetness, and after cooking, they became soft and sticky, far superior to the candied chestnuts of her past life. Aunt, these are delicious. Aren't they? This year, there has been less rain, and the chestnut meat is sweet and powdery. I knew you would like them. I'll peel a few and mix them with warm water for little Baozi. I'll go peel the chestnut shells. We'll have stewed mountain chicken for dinner. Mountain chicken? Where did that come from? Your uncle traded some seafood with the folks from Lishan Village. We're quite far from the mountains. We wouldn't have the chance to catch any. Mentioning Lishan Village, Su Xiyuan casually asked her niece in a few days. Lishan Village will be slaughtering pigs for the new year. Do you want to go see? There will be a pig-killing feast. There is also a hot spring there. Haven't you been complaining about not enjoying a warm bath in the winter? Bring some clothes and enjoy a soak in the hot spring. With the new year approaching, it would only cost a little to have a nice bath. Hearing this, Su Suizhu exclaimed in delight. Lishan Village has discovered a hot spring? Su Suizhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Uninformed, truly uninformed. They actually found a hot spring and dismissed its value. It has turned into a paid bathhouse. No wonder she had never heard of hot springs in the fjord area in her past life. It seemed the precious hot springs in the eyes of the village leaders were treated as mere ordinary springs, having never been fully explored for their potential. As a result, Lishan village had never gained notoriety. It seemed they had been reduced to a bathhouse. That was a collective mountain forest with a vast expanse of fruit trees, once harvested. Who would claim the produce? Even more concerning was the fear that the county might allocate the entire Lishan mountain to another township, leaving them with nothing. Thus, after internal discussions in the town, they collectively played dumb, treating the hot spring as just a slightly warmer than average spring, creating a pool for local residents to bathe. Even assigning someone to guard it, charging by head count, using the profits to buy fruit saplings, achieving two goals at once. Later, with a major development in the fjord area and seaside resorts being constructed, the hot spring was bought at a high price by astute wealthy businessmen from outside, turning it into a private bath. Since it was privately owned, no one made a fuss about it. Su Suizhu was unaware of these behind-the-scenes dealings. She was simply acutely aware of the value of hot springs from her past experiences, lamenting that she did not have sufficient spare money. Otherwise, she could have secured a piece of land near the hot spring. In the future, she could build a small villa, stay there in winter, breathe in the forest oxygen, and occasionally soak in the hot spring. How blissful that would be. As for merely witnessing the pig slaughter, she had little interest. However, the hot spring was a different story. Not to mention that in this era, bathing facilities lacked heating and one would shiver during a bath, even in the future when heating was ubiquitous. Hot springs would remain an enticing prospect. Forget it. I'll stay home this year with little Baozi. You go soak for a bit. Su Shiyuan waved her hand. What about the children if the adults go? Little Baozi can come too. Su Suizhu pondered and said, according to the weather forecast, it will be nice for the next few days, no wind and sunny. It won't be cold. Let us go together, Aunt. It'll be like an early New Year's bath. Little Baozi excitedly waved his little arms. All right. Convincing her aunt to join her in Lishan village to witness the villagers slaughter the pig and take turns soaking in the hot spring. Su Suizhu began to pack clothes for the trip. Little Baozi was still too young and ideally should not soak in the hot spring. Pondered for a moment, considering the possibility that the hot spring pool might not be excessively hot. A brief soak would be refreshing. Although 2 dimes for a bath seemed somewhat extravagant, it was, after all, a long-standing hot spring, far warmer than a bath at home. Thus, she decided to bring along a change of clothes. Lin Guodong, having run out in a sweat, arrived home, slightly out of breath. Sway. The fishery is indeed undergoing reform. The notification just came out. What? So soon? Su Suiwang, gripping a spatula, rushed out from the kitchen, her urgency palpable. Have you signed up? Did you inform the leaders that our family intends to take on a contract? Are you asking a simpleton like me to write the application? Have you lost your mind? How many words can I even write? Thankfully, Sway is here. Otherwise, who would help me? Su Shiyuan couldn't help but voice her frustrations. Su Suizhu promptly replied, I will get some paper right away. Are there any specific requirements for the application? Uncle, please guide me. There are no special requirements. Just emphasize that we are voluntarily taking on a contract. The contract duration and fees are fixed. If we pay early, we can choose our aquaculture area and fishing boat. All right, I will write it immediately. Uncle, please keep an eye on Dodo, she said, sniffing the air. Aunt, are you cooking something? I smell something burnt. Writing the application was a trivial matter for Su Suizhu, and she completed it in no time. After reading it aloud, she asked Lin Guodong if any modifications were needed. Sway, it would be best if you went along. Your uncle's temperament makes me uneasy. I will keep a close watch on Dodo. Su Shiyuan remarked after reducing the stove's flame. Su Suizhu took out a dolphin-shaped teething biscuit from the cooking treasure for her son to play with. Seeing that little Baozi was happily engaged with his toy, she felt assured and accompanied her uncle to the fishery. The office area of the fishery was bustling with activity. After the leadership dropped a bombshell of a reform document, the office was never devoid of people. Some came to inquire about the truth of the news, others to voice their grievances, and some to seek advice from the leaders. Although there had been successful reforms in fisheries in the north, similar news had been heard on the radio more than once, yet when it came to personal stakes and family interests, hesitation crept in. After all, the contracting fee was no small sum, a staggering 10,000 yuan for just 10 years, after which a new agreement would need to be signed. By then, It might even increase. 10,000 yuan was not a trifling amount in these times. Although the payment was annual, in a small fishing village where having 10,000 yuan was synonymous with wealth, 1,000 yuan a year felt exorbitant. The total household income during this period was only about 1,000 yuan, for which living expenses had to be deducted, setting aside profits and losses. The risks associated with going out to sea were significant. Previously, with the support of the fishery, any mishap would be managed and compensated for. Once it was contracted to an individual, the agreement clearly stated the fishery would no longer concern itself with your well-being. This was the primary reason that deterred most people. However, the leadership made it abundantly clear the provincial government's intention was to proceed with the fishery reform. If you did not wish to contract, the opportunity would be left to those who were willing. Otherwise, you would have to seek employment elsewhere. There would be no more collective matters in the fishery next year, with wages paid only until the Lunar New Year. At that moment, Lin Guodong arrived with the completed application. Upon seeing it, the leader's face lit up with a smile. Old Lin, you've indeed thought this through. Excellent. Your support for the higher-ups decision is commendable. You may choose any aquaculture area. Just let me know which one you prefer, and I will reserve it for you. The same goes for the fishing boats. I could transfer the new boat we acquired a few months ago at cost. If you desire a larger one, that is also possible, but you will need to add a bit more money. The others were taken aback, then grew anxious. Hey, Old Lin, how come you submitted the application without a word? Have you really thought this through? That contracting fee is considerable. Lin Guodong chuckled innocently. I've made up my mind. My wife and I lack any skills. Finding work elsewhere would be like wandering blindfolded. It's better to stay here and pursue our old trade. The crowd found some logic in his words. Yet many struggled to accept that Lin Guodong had made such a swift decision. Just moments ago, he had rushed home, presumably to lament to his wife. Yet here he was, submitting an application. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Guodong followed the designated assistant to select the aquaculture area and fishing boat. Honestly, he had not anticipated that things would progress so smoothly without much ado. Su Suizhu was equally speechless. She had prepared a plethora of arguments in case the leaders were reluctant to let them choose, only to find that her input was completely unnecessary. This victory was achieved with remarkable ease. The fishery leadership was overwhelmed by the commotion, wishing for more pioneers like Lin Guodong to clear the way. Furthermore, the quality of the areas did not concern him financially, making it a favorable situation. Having worked at the fishery for many years, Lin Guodong was well aware of which aquaculture zones had the most stable water temperatures and the least turbulence. He could make optimal decisions regarding the fishing boats without much deliberation. The new fishing boat mentioned by the leadership was something he was familiar with. It had only been ordered in the latter half of the year and was genuinely brand new, not merely an old vessel repainted. The equipment on board was practically pristine. Acquiring it at cost was indeed a great deal. The only downside was that it was slightly small, suitable only for nearshore fishing. However, upon further reflection, while larger boats could venture farther, they were also more energy-consuming and costly, requiring more crew members. Even if all his family were on board, it would be challenging to manage. If they pooled resources with other workers to purchase a larger boat, disputes over sailing times would likely arise. Thus, a smaller boat for personal use seemed more pragmatic, allowing them to go out to sea whenever they wished without unnecessary complications. Su Suizhu supported her uncle's decision to buy the smaller fishing boat because the prize system had several fishing vessels of various sizes in the resource pool. Once enough points were accumulated, she could redeem a regular fishing boat and modify its appearance for her uncle's use, avoiding the need to gather money or manpower to share a boat with others. It was preferable to avoid potential disagreements over sailing times by not collaborating from the outset. Having settled these matters, they began to raise funds. The fishery provided a 7-day deadline for fundraising, which meant the entire year's contracting fee needed to be paid by the Lunar New Year, amounting to 1,000 yuan, in addition to the fishing boat transfer fee. Fortunately, the Lin family had prepared in advance. Although they had to gather a little over 1,000 yuan, it was not insurmountable. The couple pooled their savings, along with contributions from their son and daughter-in-law, and borrowed from friendly relatives and friends, so Su Suizhu did not need to sell her pearls to meet the amount. She couldn't help but sigh with a tinge of regret. This opportunity could have allowed her to experience the coastal city of the late 1980s, and she could have converted the nutrient tank into a stroller for little Bowsy. What a pity. Thankfully, Her aunt was unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have received a scolding for being a spendthrift. Such a rare opportunity, and she was thinking of selling it. The invoice was delivered by Li Yuhua. Congratulations, Brother Lin, he said, smiling and bowing to Lin Guodong. Lin Guodong hurriedly returned the gesture. I should be thanking you, Director Li. If it weren't for your prior guidance, I might not have had the resolve to make this decision. Huh. Li Yuhua patted him on the shoulder, but it also requires your courage to act. Now, let us not flatter one another. I came here today to ask if you've caught any good seafood lately, suitable for soup. Not to hide it from you. My wife, Lin Guodong, chimed in. Ah, she's pregnant, right? Is she still suffering from morning sickness? Has it been several months now? Even he, a man, knew that morning sickness could not last this long. No. Li Yuhua waved his hand. She stopped throwing up ages ago. She just lacks appetite. You wouldn't believe it. My wife has a distant cousin who recently started dating someone. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but in no time, that person got into trouble with the law. It left my cousin feeling humiliated at work, and the co-workers have been teasing him about it incessantly. It seems that Lin Guodong is quite a good listener, as Li Yuhua could not stop venting. His mother-in-law, upon hearing the news, was so enraged that she rushed to her son's factory to scold him. Now, having offended the leaders, he could no longer stay there and has been entrusted to his wife. However, which public institution is still in need of personnel? They have already been filled by this year's fresh graduates. As he spoke, they arrived at the Lin household. Li Yuhua estimated the price of the basket of scallops and smiled, saying, Brother Lin, I shall not be polite. When my wife gives birth, I will bring you some red eggs. Lin Guodong chuckled and repeatedly agreed. Has the money been paid? Have you received the agreement? Right here. Lin Guodong eagerly presented it to his wife. Su Shiyuan felt a wave of relief upon seeing the two items. As long as we have them. After the new year, I will go fishing alone first. If it gets too busy, our son need not resign. Although the pay at the local factory is not high, it is stable. Fishing is unpredictable. Despite assurances from my niece that the profits will certainly exceed those of factory work, both of them still feel uncertain. The holidays are welcome. After a year of hard work, there are hardly any proper days off. Next year, when the fishing grounds are ours, it may become even busier. It is better to take advantage of the holidays to relax now. Su Shiyuan prepared a warm towel for her husband and casually mentioned that she and her niece will be going to Lishan village for the annual pig slaughtering. Lin Guodong generally listened to his wife regarding such trivial matters and readily agreed. The following day marked the predetermined day for the pig slaughtering in Lishan village. Su Du, carrying Dodo, followed Su Shiyuan to Lishan village. Upon arrival, her uncle immediately went to assist at the pig slaughtering site, while she, cradling the little bun, followed closely in her aunt's footsteps to the hot spring pools halfway up the mountain. The hot spring water flowed into two pools, surrounded by dense thickets of thorns standing 2 meters high, with wooden doors on both sides leading to different pools. A thick curtain hung behind the doors. An elderly man with a limp sat outside the two doors, responsible for collecting fees. Despite being the coldest month of the year, many still came to soak. While waiting in line to pay, Su Suizhu overheard several women chatting. 20 cents is not expensive. It costs that much for a steamed bun and fried dough sticks. Indeed, it is not expensive. Boiling water and bathing at home waste both water and firewood, and it is not as clean as here. Su Suizhu's heart sank as she realized they truly regarded the hot spring as just a bathhouse. The thought of using a scrubbing cloth to wash her back was somewhat unbearable. Upon entering the pool, she removed the furry blanket from her son. The little arms and legs of the small child, now free, waved about energetically. Dodo seems to enjoy it. Good, we will play in the water soon. Su Suizhu noticed other women boldly shedding 1, 2, or 3 layers of clothing, donning shorts and bras to sit in the hot spring. And she mustered the courage to change into a bikini. This swimsuit had been won in a lottery shortly after she found it in her previous life. She had taken a 7-day leave to experience the Xingji brand swimwear and diving equipment, excitedly flying to a southern island for a leisurely holiday, only to meet her demise in a plane crash on the return journey. Chapter 82. A fortuitous encounter. Su Suizhu, grappling with a medley of emotions, quickly changed into her attire and gingerly tested the water temperature before gradually sitting in the hot spring. Aunt, please hand me Dodo. This part of the water feels just right. Su Suizhu chose a spot somewhat distant from the spring's outlet to sit, tried the water temperature several times, and finally took the little bun from her aunt, allowing his tiny feet to touch the hot spring water, gradually helping him acclimate. The little bun appeared to relish it, bouncing joyfully on Su Sueju's lap. As soon as his small hands touched the water, he splashed about, puffing out milk bubbles, expressing his inner delight. What material is this little outfit made of? It doesn't become transparent when wet. Su Xuan sat beside her niece, curiously eyeing the flimsy fabric. This is not an undergarment, but rather what fashionable women in the future were to showcase their figures at the beach or bathhouses. Thankfully, her aunt remained oblivious. Had she known, she would never have dared to ask. Other women, upon noticing, made their way over to feel Su Sueju's bikini. The scant fabric of the three-piece set contrasting sharply with their loose shorts and tank tops. Despite feeling a bit shy, they acknowledged it was indeed unique, remaining intact and opaque when submerged, and expressed interest in purchasing one. Su Sueju had no awareness of pricing. In fact, it was uncertain whether swimwear was available in department stores at the time. After contemplating the hassle, the women waved their hands dismissively. After all, it was merely a bathing garment, not something they would wear regularly. Here, the women soaked in the hot springs, engaging in back scrubbing and gossiping. The chit-chat fueled their enthusiasm for scrubbing each other's backs, unabashedly comparing the amount of dirt removed. Su Sueju could hardly bear to watch, yet there was no escaping the same pool. Noticing the delicate skin of the little bun starting to redden, she quickly lifted him up to dry and change him into clean clothes. Seizing the opportunity, she too decided to rise. "Aunt, I will take Dodo out for a bit. I've soaked enough. How about I hold Dodo while you enjoy a little longer?" Su Xuan graciously stood up, albeit a bit regretful that she hadn't fully relished her 20 cents worth. Su Sueju, seeing through her intentions, encouraged her to stay longer while she took the little bun for a stroll. Following the mountain path to the other side, they arrived at the collective fruit orchard of Lishan Village, planted with local varieties like lychee, longan, loquat, and tangerines. Currently, it remained a collective enterprise, but in a few years, these mountains would be divided into individual contracts, much like the fishing grounds. Su Sueju contemplated saving money for the opportunity to lease some mountain land. It need not be extensive, ideally near the hot springs. Perhaps even tapping a spring of her own, which would be a fortune. If circumstances permitted, she could even construct a building to establish a hot spring in, allowing her to count money leisurely in her later years. Otherwise, if other wealthy and discerning individuals acted first, there would be no opportunity left for her. The little bun's exclamations jolted her from her reverie. The little one pointed ahead, leaning forward eagerly. Su Sueju followed his gaze. A small hen flitted out from the orchard, clucking as it foraged. Dodo spotted chicken," he exclaimed, eager to chase after it. "Little one, that is someone else's chicken, not the duck from Aunt's house. If you scare it, it won't lay eggs." Su Sueju shook her head and waved her hand. Then, she pointed toward the distant sea to redirect his attention, preventing him from disturbing the chickens raised in the village. "Look, Dodo, that is the sea. Doesn't it look beautiful from afar?" The little bun understood nothing and continued twisting his body, searching for the earlier chicken. Su Sueju, disinclined to indulge him, sat down on a flat rock, cradling him. "Look at the sea. Isn't it beautiful? Where the sea meets the sky, it stretches infinitely. The surface sparkles under the sun, with desolate islands dotting the horizon." Upon seeing the various islands, Su Sueju's eyes lit up. "Right? If I cannot secure mountain land, I could buy an island." At this moment, the islands were virtually unclaimed, priced as low as cabbages. In 10 or 20 years, as Xiaolong Town became renowned for its breathtaking coastal scenery, the Longwan Archipelago would emerge as a favored vacation spot for domestic tourists. For those unable to afford overseas resort islands, the beautiful fjord with its azure seas, golden sands, and seafood would surely have something to entice everyone. Witnessing the once decrepit fishing village flourish, the local government gradually developed the nearby offshore islands into tourist destinations, with the main island of Longwan Archipelago being the first to be developed. By then, not only would the most desirable star-rated hotels be unaffordable, but even relatively secluded inns would see skyrocketing prices. Even during the off-season, long-term rentals would be in demand. Su Sueju felt a wave of relief as she lightly tapped her forehead, nearly missing out on such a lucrative opportunity right in front of her home. She promptly decided to inquire about the contracting price for the island at the county government. With no competition at the moment, she aimed to secure a charming little island, envisioning rows of houses for a guest house. Once the area was fully developed, a steady stream of tourists would grace her doorstep, bringing in wealth without the need for advertisements. Even in the absence of visitors, the prospect of living there was quite appealing. She dreamt of creating a utopia reminiscent of Huang Yaoshi, where the sea was just outside her door, mornings greeted by sunrises and evenings by sunsets, with seafood readily available for fishing and gathering. It was a beautiful thought. Su Suizhu resolved to spend every day fishing among the reefs until the new year, while also seeking to assess the value of the pearls she had on hand, aiming to secure the island by next year. Yes, a firm handshake. Oh no, little Baozi, noticing her prolonged sitting, exhibited signs of impatience. As they approached the vicinity of the hot spring pool, a group of people emerged along the winding mountain path. Hey, Teacher Su. The leader was none other than Fu Zhengyang. He quickly approached, beaming with a smile. Teacher Su, you're here for the hot springs too? Oh, and the little one is here as well. Chubby boy, do you remember me? I've even held you before. Indeed, that was during the tumultuous boat ride. Su Suizhu stifled a chuckle, her lips pursed. Fu Zhengyang was not alone. He had brought several friends along, and aside from Shunzi, the others were unfamiliar faces. Not wishing to delay their enjoyment of the hot springs, Su Suizhu exchanged a few pleasantries before descending the mountain. As she walked away, the young men accompanying Fu Zhengyang began to jest among themselves. Yangge, this girl is, I say, catfish. Either call me Fu Ge or Zhengyang. Please don't call me Yangge. It sounds like impotence. Fu Zhengyang lightly flicked the forehead of the speaker with annoyance. And you shouldn't keep calling me catfish. It's Yin Yu, not catfish. Xiao Yin, don't argue with Fu Ge. He deliberately diverting the topic, chuckled the others. Right? Fujie, confess quickly. Who is that girl? Need I say more? Have you ever seen Fu Ge chatting with other girls? They only approach him. He barely manages to escape. She is indeed beautiful. No wonder Fu Ge, shut it. Fu Zhengyang retorted, laughing while scolding them. You lot are just stirring up trouble. Be careful not to provoke my brother Xiao. What does this have to do with Xiao Ge? Could it be that the lady just now is the teacher who has ignited the long-dormant heart of our eternal bachelor? Having grown up in a large compound, they were quite familiar with one another, speaking without restraint. Shunzi, overhearing this, silently sighed and tried to shrink his presence. Fu Zhengyang, disinterested in explaining to this rowdy bunch, waved them off, signaling them to step back as he intended to report to Xiao Ge. He retrieved his somewhat cumbersome mobile phone and pressed a series of numbers with his index finger. At his office desk, Lu Qixiao answered the call to hear a series of carefree laughs, tempted to hang up. Don't, Xiao Ge. I'm not joking anymore, all right? Please don't hang up. Whatever you do, don't hang up. Fu Zhengyang began to chatter incessantly. I'm currently in Lishan Village, you know? The little mountain village Shunzi mentioned with hot springs. So, here I am with Junzi and the others. I had nowhere else to go, so I brought them here for the hot springs. There is also a pig slaughter banquet later. The port from Lishan Village is said to be quite good. Get to the point. A harried Lu Dalao rubbed his temples. Oh, the main point is, I ran into Teacher Su at the hot spring. Who? Teacher Su? Su Maisie, Su Suizhu. Fu Dasha thought, go ahead and pretend. Let us see how long you can keep that up. Despite his limited experience in society, he had developed an acute perception. He was certain of one thing. Xiao Ge definitely harbored feelings for Teacher Su. If he was wrong, he would accept defeat. Sure enough, upon hearing her name, Xiao Ge fell silent. After a long pause, his voice finally came through. After listening, Fu Zhengyang cleared his ears in disbelief. Hello? Hello? Did I hear that wrong? Unfortunately, the call had already ended. His companions gathered around, asking Zhengyang Ge what did Xiao Ge say. Xiao Ge said to prepare a pig hind leg and send it to Teacher Su's house. But it must not be revealed that it was from Xiao Ge. Was this a good deed done anonymously? He must have too much earwax, making it hard for him to hear clearly. Cut it out. Who dare say I'm not fully grown? Want to compare? Let us compare then. A group of carefree young masters from the capital playfully jumped into the hot spring, teasing each other as they pulled down pants and stripped off shirts. Su Suizhu reached the foot of the mountain, holding little Baozi, when she ran into her uncle by marriage. The pig slaughter banquet has begun. Hurry up and come eat. Where's your aunt? Still soaking? Why is she taking so long? I'll go call her. You sit down and eat first. With that, Lin Guodong strode up the mountain. Su Suizhu sat down at the banquet, cradling Dodo, The pigs being served now were genuine free-range pigs, nourished on spring water, pig grass, rice bran, and crushed corn, raised without medication or water injections. Their meat was far more delicious than what S referred to as free-range pork in later years. Not only was the meat delectable, but the pig liver, blood, and head meat were also exquisite. With the arrival of a chubby little boy in the family this year, they certainly had to celebrate the new year well. Moreover, Lishan village had raised more pigs this year than last, and there was an abundance of meat available from neighboring villages. In addition to the previously agreed upon hind leg, Lin Guodong also procured 2 ribs, a pair of pig's feet, and 5 pounds of lard. Oh, and he even managed to trade for 2 little hens that little Bowsy loved to chase. According to local customs, eating chicken during the new year was deemed auspicious. Upon returning home, Su Shiyuan began rendering the fragrant lard when someone knocked at the door, delivering a cart full of New Year goods. Su Shiyuan was puzzled as she lifted the cover. Wow. The pig leg was even fatter and larger than the one they had traded for. Who sent you? Su Shiyuan inquired of the delivery person. The man shook his head, unable to clarify, but mentioned that someone had given him 5 yuan to push the cart from the village entrance to their home. Oh. The person arrived in a small car and parked at the village entrance. The delivery person pointed towards the village entrance. The individual clearly held some status, which is why, despite there being no one else around at the entrance, he didn't dare to take the meat home for himself. After receiving the running fee, he dutifully completed the task. Who could it be? Su Shiyuan pondered, her expression one of confusion. Upon hearing that the person arrived in a car, Su Suizhu's initial thought was Fu Zhengyang. However, she quickly dismissed it. They were not related. Why would he send meat to their home, especially such a large pig leg? Could it be an attempt to foster goodwill with her uncle for future fishing trips? But that seemed unnecessary. Su Suizhu found it perplexing. Su Shiyuan was even more bewildered. Yet, since the delivery had been made, and the delivery person confirmed it was intended for Lin Guodong's family, it clearly wasn't a mistake. After some deliberation, they decided to prepare the pig leg. They would cure what needed curing, fry what needed frying. After all, they couldn't just let the meat spoil, could they? Since they were living here, they would find out who had sent it one day, and then they could repay them or return a gift of equal value. They certainly wouldn't take advantage of someone else. Why is everyone clamoring for her to treat? Su Laosher, you must not be aware of the situation, right? Teacher Yu, who shares the same office, couldn't help but chuckle at her bewildered expression. Your third-year students achieved the highest average score in the county for this year's English Unified examination, and you also hold the highest individual score at our school. The principal has promised you a significant reward, and the Education Bureau intends to present you with some kind of award. Such accolades from the Education Bureau are rare, so we plan to celebrate you. However, it seems you're still in the dark. It is particularly ironic that the subjects she teaches perform the best, propelling their school to become the new benchmark for average English scores in the county, surpassing the renowned County No. 1 high school. It's truly exasperating. Setting aside the 2 months prior to the examination, where she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her students, it's hard to admit her dedication. Su Suizhu chuckled awkwardly, thinking it was too late to show concern now that the exams were over. The students might not appreciate such intense scrutiny from them either. Exactly. With so many of us in the office, if they don't approach us and instead seek out someone elusive, it's infuriating, chimed in teacher Zhong, who had just arrived to join the chorus against Su Suizhu. Su Suizhu, feeling overwhelmed by the playful jabs, raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, all right. It's my fault. To make amends, I will treat you all to lunch today. Not the cafeteria. Since you're treating, let's go out to a restaurant. Teacher Yu interjected, crossing her arms. Su Suizhu felt defeated by their enthusiasm and wanted to call the students in to witness the culinary delights of their usually stern and meticulous homeroom teacher. Clearly, they were all foodies at heart. I don't have any supplies at home, so let's dine out today. I'll treat you all again at my place after the new year, Su Suizhu shrugged. As the new year approached, she had depleted her stock of miscellaneous goods in her rented accommodation. Even though she could whip up complex dishes with her cooking skills, lacking ingredients made it impossible for even a skilled cook to perform culinary miracles. Just as she was about to follow them to the office, Principal Chi caught sight of her. Standing a short distance away, his large belly protruding, he beckoned, Su Laosher, please come to my office. The other teachers, reveling in the unfolding drama, couldn't suppress their amusement. The principal, like us, thought you would visit the school every day, but it seems he has been left hanging. You better watch out. After saying this, they waved goodbye and dispersed, ignoring Su Suiju's pleading gaze for help. Faced with Su Suiju's innocent demeanor, Principal Chi was at a loss for words. Other teachers would diligently await the results after grading. But Su Laosher seemed indifferent to the grading fee and had not shown her face at all in recent days, as if the student's performance had nothing to do with her. He couldn't shake the suspicion that the 2 months she spent diligently guiding her students might have been an illusion. However, the students' impressive results confirmed that it was indeed reality. This year's third-year English Unified Examination yielded remarkable results, with an average score that outstripped other town schools by 2 points compared to the County No. 1 high school. Such excellent outcomes were unexpected not only for the students and faculty of other schools, but even for Principal Chi, who monitored his own students daily. Reflecting on the day the results were released, he couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Fuhai's dark expression. Su Laosher, you've brought honor to our Xiaoan Town High School. This year has been a bountiful one, with the English competition reaching the finals and securing first place in the province. This unified examination, both in individual scores and average scores, has achieved the county's highest ever, a historic honor for Xiaoan Town High School. He smiled, stroking his stubbly chin. Now, what kind of reward do you wish for? Whatever it is, I will strive to make it happen. Having had time to process the excitement of the results, Principal Chi was no longer as exuberant as on the day the scores were announced. Feeling touched, he nodded in agreement, but Su Suiju was taken aback by his inquiry. She pondered seriously before replying. Personally, I have no demands, as it is the duty of teacher. However, if the school insists on a reward, perhaps purchasing books would be ideal to enrich our library's collection. As a high school, their library was embarrassingly sparse compared to the wealth of books she had in her previous study. Students often found themselves limited to the same few titles and struggled to locate useful materials. Principal Chi was surprised by Su Suiju's suggestion. However, it was evident that the school library needed expansion. The newly built library at County No. 1 High School was as grand as a teaching building, boasting 3 floors of books. In contrast, their school still had only 2 small rooms, with little updating over the years. It was indeed not befitting. All right, let us purchase books to provide our students with some intellectual nourishment, Principal Chi agreed, feeling moved by her selflessness. Yet, why should the task of selecting books fall on her shoulders? Su Suiju gazed at the principal in disbelief. If looks could convey her grievances, she would have unleashed a barrage of silent protests. She was busy saving money through deep-sea fishing, after all, with no time to spare. The principal, grinning, encouraged her by saying that those capable should take on more responsibility and express confidence in her judgment of books, believing it to be superior to that of the older faculty members. He promptly provided her with an introduction letter and approved the advance payment, even asking if she needed 2 male teachers to assist her. Principal, you are quite the trickster, Su Suiju thought to herself. Chapter 85. You have a son? They clearly promised to reward her, but turned into free labor instead. Thankfully, she knew a few influential figures in the provincial capital, such as Editor Wu, who held a minor leadership position at a publishing house. Otherwise, she would have outright refused this task. The principal, wearing a broad smile, accompanied her to the finance office to collect the advance payment, then waved goodbye as he headed off to inspect the library. With a new batch of books on the way, would they need to clear some space? Perhaps adding a few more bookshelves and cabinets would suffice. They couldn't afford a library as grand as County No. 1 high schools just yet, but they could certainly manage to make some room and install a few cabinets. As Principal Chi ambled away, hands clasped behind his back, Su Suiju glanced down at the thick wad of advance payment in her hands. Could it be that the principal originally intended this money as a reward for her? Oh dear, had she miscalculated? However, a trip to the provincial capital could be beneficial, and she could inquire about any jewelry companies interested in acquiring ocean pearls. If nothing was available there, she could head to Haicheng, where knowledgeable individuals would likely be present. Yet, this meant she would need her aunt to look after her little bun for a few days. Even before leaving Yupu County, she was already thinking about her child. Perhaps she could take her aunt and uncle along to the provincial capital? Look at you, all sweaty. No one is chasing you. Why ride so fast? Next time, take it slow. That road is full of potholes, and falling will be quite the ordeal. I'm skilled at this. I just avoid those potholes, Su Suiju chuckled, pinching her son's soft cheek, only to have her aunt swat her hand away, rolling her eyes in disapproval, as if to say she was being childish. No wonder the little fellow had been drooling so much lately. It seemed his mother was to blame. Su Sueju quickly adopted a serious demeanor and explained, Aunt, you might not know this, but it's normal for a 5-month-old to drool. It signifies that teeth are coming in, causing discomfort in the gums and increased saliva production. Even so, you shouldn't pinch him so often. He's your son, not some random stray cat or dog, Su Shiyuan remarked disdainfully. Su Sueju feigned innocence. I can't help it. He is so adorable. By the way, Aunt, the principal assigned me a task to purchase books in the provincial capital. Why don't you and Uncle join me? Su Shiyuan initially declined, thinking it would be inappropriate to tag along on her niece's work trip. Leave it to me. Your niece's class achieved excellent results this year, and I've earned a substantial year-end bonus. This money is enough for us to enjoy a few days in the provincial capital, Su Sueju declared, pulling out the red envelope from her pocket, still unopened, and handing it to her aunt. Upon opening it, Su Shiyuan was incredulous. Is this the year-end bonus? Not entirely. It also includes this month's salary. That's quite a sum. Su Suiwan et Galim Astonitz. It's nearly 400, almost matching what I earn in a year at the fishing farm. Who knew being a teacher could be so lucrative? It seems you've truly found the right job. Su Sueju was oblivious to her aunt's inner thoughts. Had she known, she would have laughed, for the principal had initially intended to reward her with an additional 800, but she foolishly turned it down. Fortunately, her aspirations did not lie here, but rather in purchasing an island to become its sovereign, a landlord who leisurely counts her riches. Aunt, look at my year-end bonus. You and Uncle should accompany me to the provincial capital. You wouldn't feel at ease letting me go alone, would you? Su Sueju playfully clung to her aunt's arm. Su Xuan relented, chuckling. All right, since I have some spare time these days, I shall join you and see the world. Yay! Su Su et glim joyfully. Planting a kiss on a little bun. Mama will take you to the provincial capital for some fun. We will see tigers, lions, giraffes, and even go boating and feed the pigeons in the park. Lin Guodong remarked, well, these trivial matters are usually managed by my wife. He adhered to her wishes. The prospect of traveling by train to the provincial capital was a luxury they had never dared to imagine, yet here it was coming to fruition. With the little bun present, the 3 to 4 hour journey seemed hardly tedious. They entertained each other, feeding snacks along the way, and the trip passed in the blink of an eye. By the time they arrived in the provincial capital, it was midday. Su Sueju guided them onto a tram, leading them to a guest house affiliated with a publishing house. They enjoyed a hearty lunch at a nearby small restaurant, planning to sample local delicacies in the evening. Su Sueju procured tickets for them and suggested they spend their time with the little bun while she attended to business at the publishing house. Editor Wu was overjoyed to see her, exclaiming, What brings you here? I was just thinking about you this morning. The sea cucumbers you brought last time were absolutely delightful. I was wondering if you could get more, no matter the price. Su Sueju suppressed a smirk, replying, Do you think such things are easily obtainable? To be honest, I accidentally caught a few. I kept 2 for myself and distributed the rest to you. At last, you remember me, she thought, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. She got straight to the point. Our school library wishes to procure a batch of extracurricular books. The principal assigned me this task, and I thought it would be better to purchase directly from your publishing house rather than letting the bookstore profit. Perfect timing. We recently cleared out some inventory. We should have what you need. Come, let me show you. Once we finish this business, I will treat you to a meal. When Su Sueju attempted to speak, Editor Wu's stern gaze silenced her. No refusals. Today, I shall treat you, no matter what. Su Sudu, Bemut, Viplit. I was just going to say that I'm not alone. My aunt, uncle, and son are here, playing in the park across the street. Editor Wu paused in surprise. Wait, what did you say? You have a son? A biological one? Upon Su Sueju's nod, Editor Wu nearly leaped from his seat. Did you not just graduate? Huh. Su Sudulavet Akwadili. Oh dear, I had intended to introduce you to someone. I had found a suitable young man for you of your age. A graduate of Ocean University. His parents are ordinary workers, but they are fairly well off, and I plan to set you 2 up after the new year. Just then, Professor Fan, clad in a bohemian-style knitted dress, gracefully entered. Su Sueju greeted her warmly. Is my son here to play with you? She teased. You should have informed me when little Su got married and had a child. Luckily, I haven't mentioned it to the boy's parents. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Professor Fan shrugged. That's little Su's privacy. What is there for me to say? If you wish to play matchmaker, at least ask the parties involved beforehand. What if the person you choose doesn't appeal to her? Discussing this is pointless now. Editor Wu waved his hand dismissively. Only someone who has no desire to marry would find this conversation depressing. Upon learning that Su Sueju's family had also come to the provincial capital, Editor Wu declared, "Let us head to Boss Wang's restaurant for a feast." Professor Fan naturally joined them, casually inquiring if the recent performance had gone smoothly. Professor Fan smiled. It was their own fortune. As they spoke, Editor Wu appeared in a small van, seemingly having borrowed a vehicle from a superior. In these times, possessing one's own car was indeed quite convenient. Su Sueju contemplated that after purchasing the island, her next plan would be to acquire a vehicle. Since they were headed to a grand hotel, Editor Wu instructed Su Sueju not to buy tickets for the park, instead asking the ticket staff to announce for her aunt and uncle to come to the entrance. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Shiyuan and her husband promptly emerged from the park, remarking how worthwhile the small entrance fee had been. After exchanging pleasantries, they boarded the vehicle, chatting and laughing as they arrived at the Friendship Hotel. Wang Yoji happened to be there entertaining a few regular customers. Spotting Editor Wu leading Su Sueju's party in, his eyes brightened. "Enjoy your meal. I will step away for a moment." He then approached Su Sueju warmly. "Su Laosher, you have come to the provincial capital. Just in time, we received a crate of seafood from the north, including cold river turtles and large lambs. I will treat you all to a fresh feast. I owe you much for the delicious items you sent before. I have been looking for an opportunity to thank you." Su Sueju responded, "Since you insist, I will graciously accept, but I will hold off on my portion for now. Come, let me take you to a private room." It is too noisy in the hall to converse properly. Wang Yoji led them to a second-floor private room, instructing the staff to bring tea, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Finally free to look at the little bun in Su Sueju's arms, he remarked, "Su, is this your younger brother? He is quite adorable." Editor Wu chuckled, pointing at Su Sueju. "See, it's not just me who thinks you still look like an unmarried maiden." Su Sueju felt flustered. She was indeed unmarried. "What is wrong? Is he not your brother? I see some resemblance." Wang Yoji interjected, causing a moment of embarrassment. "Ah, Su Laosher, you are so young and beautiful." "Not at all like a mother," he said. "I will prepare a gift for the meeting. Please enjoy your meal." He excused himself, leaving the group to assume he was joking. However, moments later, he returned with a bamboo cart as a gift. Su Sueju hurriedly stood up to decline. "Boss Wang, this is inappropriate. What does it matter? It brings me joy. Besides, considering how much fine seafood I have enjoyed from your family, this hardly suffices as repayment." Laughter erupted among the group. Editor Wu chimed in. "Su, since Boss Wang insists, you should accept it. Indeed, it is merely a bamboo cart, not made of gold or silver," Wang Yoji added cheerfully. With this cart, the adults could enjoy their meal in peace. The little bun seemed to take a liking to the specially padded seat, happily perched on it, and cheerfully requesting pumpkin porridge. As everyone dined, they playfully teased him, and Su Sueju and her aunt took turns feeding him, while joining the others in hearty feasting. Wang Yoji occasionally stepped away to attend to his friends, but later joined them at the table, expressing interest in the sea cucumbers and abalones Su Sueju had sent. Su Sueju was surprised by Wang Yoji's fascination with seafood. Thankfully, she hadn't sent too many, lest he notice something amiss. Quality seafood was not something one could easily catch in abundance. However, now that her uncle owned a fishing farm and boat, bringing back good catches was quite normal. "That's settled then," Wang Yoji exclaimed, excitedly pulling out paper and pen to draft a supply agreement on the spot, with Editor Wu and Professor Fan as witnesses. Su Sueju felt assured that he would not renege later. The parties amicably negotiated the terms while continuing to enjoy their meal. Lin Guodong watched, his mind racing. Initially, he had been concerned about the substantial investment he had made. What if they caught fish but could not find buyers or sell at a good price? Unexpectedly, accompanying his niece to the provincial capital not only provided him with a new perspective but also alleviated that worry. Chapter 87. Mr. Liu, here for her. Is this truly not a dream? Does it hurt? Su Shiyuan could hardly believe it, feeling as if she were ensnared in a dream. Yet, fearing the sting of pain, she pinched the flesh at her husband's waist, subsequently inquiring whether it hurt. What could Lin Guodong do? He endured the pain, nodding while signaling to his wife that she could release him. Pain was acceptable. A satisfied smile spread across Su Shiyuan's face. Lin Guodong silently rubbed the area that had been pinched by his wife and chuckled in response, discounting the discomfort inflicted by his wife. The prospect of a promising life was truly delightful. At the conclusion of the gathering, Professor Xiao arrived. "Old Wu, you lack loyalty." Little Sue came to the provincial city and didn't inform me. If it weren't for Xiao Zhi's phone call, I would have missed this reunion. Professor Xiao entered, carrying a handbag in one hand and a large gift in the other. Editor-in-Chief Wu hurriedly exclaimed his defense. "Little Sue was concerned about disturbing you and asked me not to mention it. Otherwise, would I have kept it from you? She came to see me, intending to purchase a batch of books for the school through the publishing house. Had it not been for this, I speculate she wouldn't have sought me out, even if she were visiting the provincial city." Professor Xiao turned to point at Su Suizhu, playfully scolding, "You child, why so distant? What is this? Your wife expecting?" He reached out to embrace Dodo, casually inquiring. "No, I'm just stockpiling. Never seen someone hoarding even a nickname." Professor Xiao joyfully played with the little bun, presenting the gifts he had brought to Su Suizhu. "I heard from my son that you plan to sign a supply agreement with the Lin family. This means there will surely be frequent interactions between our families. Considering how much delicious food I've enjoyed previously, I made a special trip to the department store before coming here. How could it be nothing? After dining with your uncle for a while, didn't you feel lighter and more energetic?" "Indeed, but that night, after Dodo fell asleep, I logged into the lottery system and retrieved the stock stored in the system package, excluding the unseemly interstellar technology products. What remained unopened was a set of Senmuxing herbal nourishment liquid, intended as a New Year gift for my sister-in-law. A jar of high-launching fish floss and Songhui candy beans, gifts for Chui Chui and Zhuang Zhuang, as well as a bottle of Senmuxing multivitamin liquid and half a bottle of basic health liquid. Oh, and a compartment of ocean pearls." Glancing at her points, she had accumulated 90 points, which seemed considerable, yet insufficient for a custom selection. Fearing that a random draw might yield unsuitable gifts, she ultimately decided to gift a pearl to Professor Xiao and each of her two sisters-in-law. The gentlemen, in turn, would each receive a bottle of health liquor, which was essentially mid-range white wine mixed with a few drops of basic health liquid. Despite the modest quantity, its efficacy rivaled that of the high-end health products on the market. The women of the Wang family were taken aback by the large pearls. Their initial reaction one of delight. It is rare for women to remain indifferent to jewelry, followed by concern that Su Suizhu might have depleted her savings. Upon seeing the quality of the pearls, it was evident they were not common farm goods. Learning that they were harvested from collected shells, they all praised Su Suizhu's good fortune. During their conversation, Su Suizhu noticed that Wang Youji's wife, Tang Meiwan, seemed knowledgeable about the pearl market, prompting her to inquire whether local jewelry stores in the provincial city would be interested in purchasing such pearls. If they were, she would not need to travel to Haicheng. Of course they would buy. Such large pearls could serve as store treasures. Who would covet them? Tang Meiwan replied with a smile. "What is this? Are you looking to sell?" Su Suizhu nodded. "Yes, I have a few more on hand. Why not keep them for yourself? Such large, lustrous seawater pearls. I wouldn't bear to part with them." Tang Meiwan shook her head in regret, then pointed her in a promising direction, suggesting that Fengxiang building on Haiping Road had pearls for sale, and where there are sales, there are purchases. She could inquire there. Fengxiang building? Su Suizhu recalled it vaguely, realizing it was near the publishing house. Thus, after leaving the Wang family gathering, she headed straight to Fengxiang building. However, the owner was absent, and the staff were unaware of the pearl purchasing prices. Su Suizhu exited with a sense of disappointment. Su Suizhu. Just as she stepped out, someone called her name. Turning towards the voice, she was surprised to see Lu Qixiao. He had spotted her while driving by. After parking closely by the curb, locking the car, he approached her with brisk strides and exchanged pleasantries. With the new year approaching, "Are you here in the provincial city for shopping?" He had come specifically for her, yet she seemed intent on leaving. Was he not deserving of some dignity? Su Suizhu silently scrutinized him, feeling a hint of flirtation in his words. Yet, upon reflection, they were not well acquainted. What would there be to flirt about? Moreover, he was well aware that she was a mother. So who would he flirt with? Lu Qixiao perhaps also sensed the ambiguous nature of his words, glancing at the golden sign of Fengxiang building before changing the subject. Here to buy accessories? Not really. Su Suizhu shook her head, noticing his brows arch in question, as if asking why she was at the jewelry store if not to purchase. Contemplating the pearls, which were not of dubious origin, she felt there was no reason to conceal her intent, adding, "I have a few seawater pearls I wanted to ask if Fengxiang building would buy." "They don't buy?" Lu Qixiao inquired, though internally he mused. Don't women usually enjoy collecting pearls? Why is she trying to sell instead? Is she in need of money? Perhaps next time. I should send cash instead of food or supplies. Not that they don't buy, it's just that the owner is out these days. And the staff don't know the prices. Mr. Liu, you are quite familiar with the provincial city. Are you aware of any other jewelry stores nearby, besides Fengxiang Building? Upon hearing her question, Lu Qixiao, even if uncertain, felt compelled to conjure a suggestion to avoid embarrassment. After some thought, he recalled someone and said to Su Suizhu, if you trust me, I can take you to a place called Jinchuan Pavilion. Have you heard of it? It specializes in jade and pearls. Given that we're discussing pearls, they will certainly be more professional than a gold shop. Jinchuan Pavilion? Su Suizhu asked, where is it located? Is it far from here? Not far, just a 10-minute drive. I can take you. He had no intention of missing this splendid opportunity to be alone with her. Previously, he had been shadowed by Fu Jingyang or face timing issues that prevented him from expressing all that he wished to say. That would be a bit awkward. I should probably take the bus. I need to inform my aunt at the guest house first. Get in the car. I'll drive you. And I need to ask you something. What is it? I'll tell you shortly. Su Suizhu reluctantly followed him across the road and into the car. All right. Lu Qixiao drove her to the guest house, watching her enter and then exit. All settled? Yes, my uncle was invited for tea by Boss Wang, a friendship hotel. And Dodo is sleeping. My aunt has to watch him. She can't accompany me. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. That street is quite lively. Otherwise, we could have strolled together. Yet his true thoughts were quite the opposite. It was better without interruption. Finally, he could converse with her alone. Su Suizhu noticed his silence as he drove and turned to glance at him. Didn't you say you had something to ask me? Yes. Lu Qixiao slowed the car, ensuring he wouldn't arrive at their destination with unfinished words. Do you know Lu Haiyan? Who? Su Suizhu turned her head to look at him. Lu Haiyan, like you, is a graduate of the Textile University, majoring in dyeing and printing. At this, Su Suizhu's expression turned cold. Are you inquiring about her? She scoffed, crossing her arms. Sorry, but you've got the wrong person. My relationship with her is not just poor, it's filled with deep animosity. Seeing her reaction, Lu Qixiao promptly pulled over. Noticing her intention to exit the car, he quickly locked the door. Let me finish. He blocked her, looking earnestly into her eyes, and said, Su Suizhu, that night was you, wasn't it? Su Suizhu froze. What do you mean? On the last day of December last year. At the Hongxing guest house next to the Textile University. He couldn't believe that she had completely forgotten this incident. I was drugged that night, and by the time I realized something was wrong, I had lost control and inadvertently stumbled into a room where I had relations with someone inside. By the time I regained consciousness, the other party had already left. I cannot recall her appearance, yet one thing I'm certain of is this. At this moment, he gazed deeply at her, noting her long hair cascading down to her waist. What a revelation! He paused briefly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he remarked, Su Laosher, do you realize that there is a unique fragrance about you that others lack? Su Suizhu shot him a glare, exclaiming, you rogue. At this, he genuinely chuckled. I am quite certain that the person from that night was you. Therefore, can we conclude that Dodo, even if he were indeed the one from that evening, has no right to compete with her for their son? With a resigned expression, Lu Qixiao looked at her and said, why are you so flustered? I have no intention of contesting him with you. Then what do you mean? Su Suizhu asked, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. For a fleeting moment, Lu Qixiao had the urge to poke her chubby cheeks, reminiscent of a puffer fish. It was evident that mother and child shared some mannerisms, almost identical in their small gestures. That evening, you mentioned that the little one was born in early August. And since the timing does not align, upon hearing this, Su Suizhu assumed he doubted that Dodo was his child, and that before their passionate night, she had been with another man. This thought ignited a fire within her. Calm down. Lu Qixiao turned to gently grasp her shoulder. Su Suizhu, realizing her temper was cooling, brightened at his words. You mean Lu Haiyan has been arrested? Yes, but she insists she was coerced into her actions. If the person who coerced her remains at large, the evidence we currently possess suggests that even if she is convicted, her sentence will be light. Su Suizhu pondered for a moment and asked, can I meet her? Lu Qixiao looked at her with confusion. Did you not claim to harbor a deep-seated grudge against her? Shouldn't you be rejoicing at her capture? Why would you want to see her? There are certain matters I cannot comprehend. I wish to confront her for clarity. Very well. I shall arrange it. Lu Qixiao noted as he observed her mood stabilizing, and he restarted the vehicle. Dodo was a premature baby. Su Suizhu fell silent for a moment before softly stating, "When I was 7 months pregnant, I accidentally fell, causing him to be born more than a month early. Do not be deceived by his current chubby appearance. When he was born, he was as frail as a little red monkey." No wonder, Lu Qixiao thought. Finally connecting the dots he had been struggling to piece together. "You have cared for him exceptionally well." Lu Qixiao paused before adding, "Thank you for your efforts. Please do not mention the little one with such a guarded expression," Lu Qixiao said, a hint of resignation in his tone. "I assure you, I will not contest him with you." At this moment, Su Suizhu had regained her composure. After a brief contemplation, she stated, "That night, I was rather dazed and have no clear recollection. Can we postpone this discussion until everything is clarified?" "The case can wait," Lu Qixiao replied, casting a glance at her. "If you do not trust my judgment regarding the child, you may contact the hospital for a paternity test." Su Suizhu swallowed hard, pondering. "If it turns out he is your child, will you attempt to take him from me?" "No. Regardless, once the truth emerges, we shall undoubtedly marry. With a child involved, how could the child's mother remain unacknowledged?" As they arrived at Jinchuan Pavilion, Lu Qixiao parked the car and said, "I understand that you are likely unsettled." After all, he had a restless night, having vaguely suspected and traced the photographs to Lu Haiyan, confirming that she was indeed the person he sought. Moreover, she's a young lady. He wished to offer her words of comfort, yet was met with her fierce retort. "Who said that? I am completely composed." Su Suizhu exited the vehicle, flicking her hair, and shot him a glare. "You, on the other hand, should refrain from mentioning this matter. I have kept it from my aunt and uncle, and until everything is thoroughly investigated, I cannot let them know." "Oof." With a flourish, she stomped away, her heels clicking decisively against the pavement. From the parking area to the entrance of Jinchuan Pavilion, she walked with an air of authority befitting a powerful woman. Lu Qixiao, with his hands casually in his pockets, sauntered behind her. Was it not clear enough? Must he undergo a blood test alongside the little one to finally gain her acknowledgement? Upon contemplating this, Lu Qixiao halted, recalling the large unity emblem pressed beneath the glass tabletop. He chuckled helplessly. Li Tao, the young master of Jinchuan Pavilion and a childhood friend of Lu Qixiao, happened to be present that day. Seizing the opportunity when Su Suizhu was not paying attention, he mischievously winked at Lu Qixiao. The latter silently signaled him to refrain from speaking carelessly. Lu Qixiao suddenly regretted bringing her here, in a city as vast as this. Finding a jewelry store to purchase pearls should not have been a challenge. Why present this opportunity to a childhood friend? The concern lay in the fact that one friend knowing could lead to the entire circle being informed. Unlike Fu Jingyang, Li Tao was a regular in the capital circles, visiting his father's shop only occasionally. The key issue was that he was unafraid of Lu Qixiao, unlike Fu, who would shrink back at the slightest warning glance. Consequently, it was possible that his parents and elders would also become aware of the situation. It was not that Lu Qixiao was unwilling to introduce her to his family, but he feared she might not appreciate it. After all, she had only recently learned of this matter, and he worried that her mind would spiral into further misunderstandings. Thinking that his actions were solely for Dodo. What a miscalculation. Lu Qixiao squinted, his handsome face darkening as he confronted his jovial childhood friend and Su Suizhu. "Su Xiaojia, these pearls of yours, in terms of roundness, luster, and surface quality, are undoubtedly exquisite, especially considering their size. If you had come alone, I would have offered you a price that is 1 or 2 times higher than that of ordinary pearls without hesitation. However, since you're brought here by my brother, I cannot dare to take advantage of him. Truth be told, I find it challenging to appraise these remarkable wild sea pearls. How about this? Allow my brother to escort you to the Haiqing Appraisal Center, where experts specializing in pearls can provide a proper evaluation. Then, acting as an intermediary, we can exchange payment and goods simultaneously. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Suizhu assumed he was concerned about the pearls' quality, doubting their authenticity or whether they had undergone treatment that diminished their actual value. Considering that Haiqing was not far from here, she hesitated, not wanting to trouble Lu Qixiao, especially after he had mentioned that matter, leaving her in turmoil. She would prefer to avoid entangling herself further with him. "Perhaps I should wait until after the new year for the appraisal," Su Suizhu suggested thoughtfully. Selling before the new year would certainly yield better results. Li Tao eagerly encouraged her to proceed with the appraisal. Had it not been for the reputable jewelry appraisal center in Haicheng, he would have sought a location even further away, ideally one requiring a 3-day train journey. Think about it. When do people typically buy new clothes or jewelry? It is undoubtedly before the new year. Visiting relatives and friends in new attire, adorned with new jewelry, is quite a spectacle. After the new year, the same items will depreciate significantly. Su Suizhu found herself swayed by his persuasive words. Lu Qishao cast a meaningful glance at Li Tao, aware of the intentions behind his friend's ploy. However, the ladder had already been extended. Would he choose to climb it? After contemplating, he said to Su Suizhu, "You mentioned wanting to see Lu Haiyan? This could serve as a twofold journey." Su Suizhu hesitated, looking at him. "But wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Li Tao silently applauded his own cleverness. As the two exited Jinchuan Pavilion side by side, he raised his arms in triumph, proclaiming, "Brother, I can assist you only to this point. The rest is up to you. Strive to secure a good deal and find a wife for the new year." Young master, offering 5 or 6 times the price would not be considered cheating. Why insist on an appraisal? What if the appraisal turns out to be a tremendous success and a rival snatches it away? The shopkeeper shook his head regretfully. If the master were here, he would never allow the young master to act so recklessly. What do you understand? Brotherhood and wealth. Certainly, brotherhood is the paramount concern. Moreover, with my brother watching over me, those few pearls are safe. Li Tao shot him a glance, warning him not to mention this to his father, who would be most displeased. Once the pearls are secured, we can let him rejoice. With that, he hummed a tune and retreated to the back room for a nap. Su Shuyuan expressed her unease. "Are you sure you can manage alone in Haicheng? Aunt, have you forgotten I spent 4 years at university there? I've wandered through every street and alley. No one could possibly deceive me. Trust me, do you really not need your uncle to accompany you? Family should not concern itself with inconveniences." "Fine, since you've made up your mind, let it be as you say." As they parted, Su Suizhu held the little bun with reluctance, showering him with affectionate kisses. The little bun, thinking she was playing, grinned widely, his toothless gums revealing white specks, his drooling mouth bursting with laughter. Chapter 90. Sister is also a wealthy woman. The little rascal showed no trace of sorrow in parting. Su Suizhu playfully pinched the little bun's delicate nose. Su Shiyuan, observing the scene, found it both amusing and exasperating. He is not even 6 months old. How can you expect him to understand? He is already quite clever. Don't set your expectations too high. Nevertheless, at the moment of farewell, it was crucial not to bid goodbye in front of the little bun. Thus, as her aunt distracted the little one by pointing out the scenery outside the window, Su Suizhu seized the opportunity to slip to the back of the car, watching as they vanished from her sight. The little one is quite adorable. Lu Qishao had somehow appeared by her side. Su Suizhu refrained from revealing his presence, fearing her aunt might overthink. However, hearing a hint of melancholy in his tone stirred something within her. She bit her lip and said, "I'm sorry." Lu Dalao raised an eyebrow at her, puzzled by her sudden apology. Once in the car, he glanced at the time and suggested, "Since the journey may be dull, why don't you share stories about the little one?" "Sure." One narrated while the other listened, recounting tales from the little bun's birth to the present. As Lu Dalao listened, he envisioned the little one, from his first cries to babbling, as if a small sun were rising from deep within his heart, warming him from within. After a pause, feeling thirsty, he offered her a thermos. "I haven't touched the water in this cup. You can have it." Su Sudu, indeed feeling a bit parched, noticed a covered enamel cup resting against the coat on the back seat. She reached over, poured half a cup, tested the temperature. It was warm but not too hot, and offered it to him. "You should drink some too." As Lu Qishao took the cup, their fingers brushed, causing both to instinctively flinch, nearly spilling the water. After that, they fell into silence. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat delicate. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the appraisal office. Upon seeing the sign, Su Suizhu let out a slow breath. Lu Qishao caught her subtle reaction, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Since its establishment, the Haicheng appraisal office had assessed countless pieces of jewelry. Yet this was the first time they were handling such large natural seawater pearls. Being accompanied by Lu Dalao, the most esteemed appraiser in the office readily volunteered to take on this task. The director, deputy director, and several staff members gathered around the appraisal room to witness this rare occurrence. When the final valuation was revealed, even Su Suizhu, who had immense confidence in the appraisal, was taken aback. 10,000 per pearl? 8 pearls equate to 80,000. Such small items are worth this much? Wow, my island has prospects now. The quality is the most exquisite I have ever encountered, without exception. In truth, offering 10,000 might even be an injustice to them, the old appraiser exclaimed, cradling the pearls cushioned in fabric with genuine admiration. Su Sueju replied, then please provide a price that does justice to them. You, young lady, are truly squandering their worth, treating them with such a crude box and padding. The old appraiser, having expressed his sentiments, shot Su Sueju a glare, then called for an assistant to bring over a beautifully crafted velvet-lined box. After the appraisal, the seasoned expert expressed gratitude on behalf of the appraisal staff for the eye-opening experience she had provided and stated that should any jewelry of such quality come their way in the future, they would gladly appraise it for her at the most favorable rate. Su Sueju thought to herself, there truly is. It rests within the system package. However, with these 80,000, I can purchase my island, so I have no intention of selling it. For in a few years, it will undoubtedly appreciate in value. Currently, it can fetch 10,000, and in 30 years, it might sell for $1 million. Su Sueju suddenly felt the exhilaration of possessing a treasure trove. At this moment, she too was a wealthy woman. Upon leaving the appraisal office, the sky had darkened somewhat. Lu Qishao suggested they find a guest house to stay the night. Fine, I shall arrange it now. After dinner, I will take you there. For dinner, they did not seek out a renowned restaurant in Haicheng, as they were not truly a couple, and the current dynamic felt somewhat awkward. They opted for a nearby eatery to sample a few local specialties. After dining, Lu Qishao drove her to the detention center. Lu Haiyan had been transferred from the police station to the detention center for some time now. The darkness within the detention center exceeded her expectations. Several times, she nearly succumbed to despair, feeling an overwhelming urge to divulge information about the thugs. Yet, considering the dire consequences of full confession, likely a lifetime behind bars, she resisted the temptation. ISNT, they're saying that confession leads to leniency, while silence results in a life sentence. Just enduring this life in detention was unbearable. If it meant spending her entire life in prison, wouldn't that be worse than death? With this thought, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. As the year-end approached, the sky above the detention center took on a deeper winter chill. This is what family is, a coldness bordering on the absence of affection. Hence, she always considered her own interests first, snatching a job from Su Sueju, vying for a colleague's man in the factory, because without such actions, no one would think of her welfare. Clang! The heavy sound of the iron door's chain crashing to the ground echoed. 89120433, Lu Haiyan. The guard called out. Here. She involuntarily straightened her back, her heart filled with longing and yearning for freedom. Follow me. She extended her hand, allowing the guard to place handcuffs on her, then followed the guard step by step out of the cell. Upon entering the visitation room, the guard announced a maximum of 10 minutes, then allowed her to enter. Lu Haiyan pondered who had come to visit her as she stepped into the room. The front of the visitation room was barred with iron, and 2 people sat outside, one a neatly groomed middle-aged man, the other Su Sueju. She exclaimed softly behind the iron bars, Yes, it's quite surprising you still remember me. Chapter 91. Aren't you staying for the new year? Yes, it is quite surprising you still remember me. Seeing Lu Haiyan in such a disheveled state, Su Sueju was at a loss as to whether to feel pleased for the original owner, the vendetta has been repaid, or to feel pity, driven to desperation for such a person, repeatedly attempting to jump into the river. What are you here for? To mock me? If I merely wished to see your misfortune, would I have gone to such lengths to travel to Haicheng? Are you not aware that your deeds have made it to the social news? Su Sueju shot her a glance. Lu Haiyan's face turned pale. It made the news? How could that be? You must have some awareness of your own actions, right? I came today to ask you one question. At that time, did you deliberately get me drunk and take me to the guest house solely to steal my job? These questions echoed the original owner's sentiments, etched word for word in her diary. The ink from the fountain pen had been smudged and dried by tears, and the yellowed pages had stiffened, revealing how deeply she had been hurt. I believed I treated you fairly. Whenever you faced difficulties, I did my best to help. Why did you treat me this way? Why? Lu Haiyan, overwhelmed by anger, bellowed, As long as you are here, the boys in the department can only see you and fail to recognize my equal excellence. Approaching me is merely a ploy to glean your preferences from me. You snatch away the special scholarship every year, despite my relentless efforts. I do not know which nerve has been triggered, but as she yelled, tears streamed down her face. You already possess so much. Why must you also vie for my job? Su Suizhu cursed under her breath. How dare you demand perfection from others when you yourself are flawed? I warn you, Su Suizhu, even if I end up in prison, you shall not have it easy. The men at school may distance themselves from you based on rumors, but once you enter society, do you think no one will care about your past? Do not forget, I still hold the negatives. Do not presume that because you are faring well now, having won awards with students, that you are invulnerable. Just wait until those scandalous photographs are released. Let us see if you remain unscathed in your position. At the mention of photographs, a middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sternly interrupted Lu Haiyan's tirade, stating, Ms. Lu Haiyan has repeatedly threatened and intimidated my client using the negatives for leverage over the past year, causing my client prolonged distress and suffering, both physically and mentally. My client has decided to file a lawsuit against Ms. Lu Haiyan for extortion, as stipulated in Article X of the criminal law. Lu Haiyan's face turned a mottled shade of red and green. Su, you, how dare you bring a lawyer here? Are you not afraid that I will make the negatives public? Is there any use in fearing that? Su Suizhu retorted with a mocking gaze. You claim to be the victim of coercion, yet you are, in fact, the mastermind of this entire affair. That thug was clearly hired by you. You lie. Lu Haiyan's complexion paled, her lips quivering as she stammered. I can sue you for defamation. Su Suizhu shot her a cold glance. What reaction do you expect from me after you usurp my job? Should I weep and languish in despair, day after day? You are mistaken. I once followed you for a time. If you can capture my photographs, why can't I do the same? So, guess what I captured? No, it's impossible. Lu Haiyan shook her head vigorously, desperately trying to recall whether she had approached that thug. Yet, infuriatingly, she could not remember at all. Su Suizhu continued to provoke her. That sort of person only desires money. If he can take your money to harm me, he can just as easily betray you. That is not the case. He promised never to sell me out. I helped him resolve the issues at the Hongqing Hotel's front desk. Otherwise, with his foolishness, how could he have remained unscathed this long? How dare he betray me? Lu Haiyan's eyes blazed with rage as she raised her hand and struck the bars violently, wishing to break through and lash out at Su Suizhu. Su Suizhu followed her lawyer out of the visitation room. Waiting outside, Lu Qishao approached immediately, exchanging a glance with lawyer Lu to confirm that all was well, and he finally exhaled in relief. Upon learning that she had intentionally provoked Lu Haiyan to extract information about the thug, Lu Qishao furrowed his brow disapprovingly. You're far too reckless. But there was a barrier, so she couldn't reach me, Su Suizhu explained, and then asked lawyer Lu. She mentioned the front desk of the Hongqing Hotel, correct? Lawyer Lu nodded, handing over his notebook. I have documented everything. Lu Qishao glanced at it quickly before making a phone call. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Su Suizhu sighed in regret. She is too easily provoked. I had hoped to ask her more questions. Lu Qishao shot her a glare. Had I known you would interrogate her this way, I would not have brought you. Why not? Su Sudu Potet, as a great leader once said, regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Indeed, it is quite late. Thank you for today. You're welcome. After getting into the car, Lu Qishao handed her a thin envelope. Su Suizhu looked at him quizzically. What is this? You will know once you see it. She took the envelope and opened it, revealing several negatives. Su Suizhu immediately guessed their significance. As Lu Qishao drove, he glanced at her, but she was looking down, concealing her expression. Then let us burn them, Su Suizhu declared. The original owner was driven to multiple suicide attempts due to these negatives. Why preserve them for future use? As for Lu Haiyan's punishment and future, that was her own affair. Everyone must bear the consequences of their transgressions. Had Lu Haiyan not interfered, the original owner would have perished. Even if her aunt and uncle, despite their kindness, chose not to send the little bun away and instead raised him, the ensuing changes to the fishing grounds would have left her uncle without a contract. And the couple, lacking education, could only find menial labor. What kind of environment and education could they offer the little bun? A middle school graduation followed by labor? She dared not even imagine it. Su Suizhu closed her eyes, silently promising, do you see? The true culprit who harmed you has been apprehended. I will take care of you, child, regardless of whether you share my fate or which timeline you inhabit. Live well. Chapter 92. I give you time. Any updates on the case will be communicated to you. Lu Qixiao's deep voice broke her reverie. After a moment, he cautiously inquired. Regarding Dodo, Su Suizhu understood his unspoken question and wet her lips, answering honestly, I am feeling quite conflicted at the moment. May I have some time to think it over? Especially concerning my aunt and uncle. Once you have made up your mind, let me know. Lu Qixiao did not press her. After all, the little one was undeniably his son, and the timing of the paternity test was inconsequential. As for your family, I will find an opportunity to explain things to them. You need not feel burdened. Lu Qixiao added, chuckling, of course, if you wish to introduce me to them. I will be delighted. Su Suizhu felt like a quail. The thought of her aunt and uncle's potential reactions gave her a headache. I will do my best. Under his unwavering gaze, she felt cornered and forced herself to say, but before that, could you please refrain from revealing that I am Dodo's father? He smiled, certainly. She sought time to deliberate, and he was willing to wait. After all, she was the one who deserved to be the child's guardian. Having been present from pregnancy to birth, and continuing to be by the child's side now, there is no need for thanks. Still, it is owed. Fairness must be observed. Without you, Lu Haiyan and the matter of the negatives would not have been resolved so smoothly. Lu Qixiao glanced at her. What are your plans moving forward? Plans? Su Suizhu turned her gaze out the window. She had always had a clear vision, to raise the little bun to be healthy and happy by an island, build a manor, and establish a seaside in where spring blooms eternally, allowing her to live as a carefree landlord and island owner. Looking up at the starry night sky, her mood suddenly lifted. I miss the little bun. The bun? Are you hungry? They were speaking different languages. I miss Dodo. With the identification certificate in hand, Su Suizhu arrived at Jinchuan Pavilion. Li Tao was still asleep, but upon hearing that a major client for pearls had arrived, he sprang out of bed. Li Tao quickly donned a cotton coat, hands stuffed into the sleeves, yawning as he emerged. Su Suizhu showed him the identification certificate, smiling. Are you reassured now? Li Tao looked bewildered. What was there for me to worry about? At this time, the appraisal office was quite reliable, since its establishment. Haicheng Appraisal Office had never been reported for issuing fraudulent certificates. The appraisal office provided a detailed report and valuation for the 8 pearls Su Suizhu had presented. Without hesitation, Li Tao paid her 80,000 yuan in cash. Isn't it unsafe to carry all this cash? How about this? I will have a shopkeeper accompany you to the bank to open an account, and you can deposit the bulk there. What do you think? This was still for the sake of his brother. He would not be so kind to an ordinary person. In truth, Su Suizhu did not mind giving cash, as she possessed a secure package system. Storing money elsewhere was far less secure. However, to outsiders, carrying around 80,000 yuan was undoubtedly precarious, as if boldly declaring, Come rob me. Come rob me. Following the shopkeeper to the bank, Li Tao cast a meaningful smile at Lu Qixiao. Despite being alone in the room, he deliberately lowered his voice. My brother's taste is impeccable. No wonder he never dated before. If I had such a stunning partner, who would be willing to compromise? Get lost. Lu Qixiao could not tolerate it any longer and kicked him away. Li Tao laughed and leaned back in his chair, accompanied by the shopkeeper. Su Suizhu swiftly completed her deposit procedures. Knowing that Su Suizhu was concerned about the children at home, Lu Qixiao drove her to the train station without lingering. Once the car came to a halt, Su Suizhu handed him a red envelope. Lu Qixiao raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Is this a New Year's gift? Su Suizhu felt slightly embarrassed. If you wanted to think that way, it was fine. After all, she did not wish to ride for free. Observing her expression, Lu Qixiao realized it was not what he presumed, his gaze turning cool. It's not a gift. Then I don't want it. In other words, if he accepted it, she would feel justified, believing they were even. Su Laosi. He suddenly leaned closer to her. What do you want? Why are you so close? She instinctively leaned back against the car door, when he was just inches from her face. Lu Qixiao chuckled softly and then reached into the back seat to pull out a bag. I'm giving this. It's a New Year's gift for the little one. Startled, Su Suizhu was at a loss whether to be angry or amused. He handed her the bag. Don't overthink it. I simply wanted to give him something. With his words spoken, what could she do? She had no choice but to accept it for Dodo. Suddenly, she recalled the previously unaddressed package and the mysterious ham leg sent to her aunt's family. Unable to resist asking, Did you send me something? Did you also send New Year goods to my aunt? Ahem. Lu Qixiao had not anticipated being guessed so quickly. He rubbed his nose. I meant no harm. Su Suizhu gazed at him in silence. Did he determine so early that Dodo was his son? Had he not considered the possibility that he might not be? Unable to argue against him, Su Suizhu sighed, "Fine, if you want to buy gifts for Dodo, I'll one-tea stop you. But please refrain from buying for me and my family." Lu Qishao neither agreed nor disagreed, glancing at the time and urging her, "Let us go. It's almost time." She then handed him the red envelope. She had purchased it on the way to the bank, feeling guilty for riding for free, especially on such a long journey. His demeanor instantly shifted, his smile vanishing as he shot her a blank stare before opening the car door and heading to the trunk to retrieve her luggage. Fearing she would miss the train, Su Suizhu refrained from saying more. Lu Qishao helped carry her bags, accompanying her onto the train, placing her luggage on the rack, filling her water cup with hot water, and reminding her to be careful on the journey before he departed. Su Suizhu watched his tall, graceful figure standing on the platform, an indescribable feeling swelling within her heart, akin to the sweet bloom of a flower, yet tinged with the tartness of a lime and a hint of subtle bitterness. Chapter 93. With money in pocket, calm in crisis. The train rattled into Yupu Station. Su Suizhu steadied her thoughts, pushing away distracting notions, putting away her water cup, securing her luggage, and clutching a soft bag of cash. Once the train came to a complete stop, she joyfully disembarked. This journey had proven worthwhile. Not only had she completed the book purchasing task assigned by the principal, but she had also helped her uncle find a good place for seafood and even located Baozi Dad. Yet, why did her heart feel so tumultuous? Was it because the person who had shared that night with him was not her, but the original owner? Thus, she felt a sense of guilt for reaping the fruits of another's labor. Terrifying. Before encountering Baozi Dad, she had never worried about this matter, as she had not imagined she would one day run into him and be recognized. Oh dear, now that he had appeared, and he was not a bad person, how should she decide what was right? According to her thoughts as a modern woman, independently raising little Baozi posed no pressure upon suddenly encountering Baozi Dad. She had initially thought to dismiss him with a retort, "Dodo's sister can manage alone. You should stay where it's comfortable for you." But considering the child's perspective, she found herself hesitating. If only little Baozi could speak, then she could consult him about whether he would prefer to acknowledge his father or continue relying solely on her. Unfortunately, he was still an infant, and questioning him would be futile. Oh, Su Suizhu anxiously raked her hair. Look at that. After being struck by this issue, even the joy of earning a large sum of money faded into the background. Yes, she needed to make her money work for her, to earn even more. With money in her pocket, she could face any situation calmly, to think ahead if negotiations with Baozi Dad faltered in the future, and his family insisted on claiming little Baozi, she would have sufficient grounds to contest for custody. Gripping her fists, selling the pearls for 80,000 yuan. The first step was undoubtedly the long-planned purchase of an island. This crucial step would lead to prosperity. Seizing the moment was essential. Thus, upon arriving in Yupu County, Su Suizhu shook her head, momentarily casting aside her worries, and headed straight for the county government building. At this time, the county government was not as strictly regulated as it would be in later years. The gatekeeper, after enjoying a cigarette Su Suizhu had offered, pointed her in the right direction. "Well, I'm not sure who you should look for. Why not check with the duty room?" "All right, thank you, sir." Su Suizhu left her luggage with the gatekeeper, gratefully clasping her hands, and followed his directions to find the duty room. The small clerk in the duty room appeared somewhat bewildered after hearing her intentions. "Comrade, you want to lease a fishery, right? Fisheries aren't under our jurisdiction. You come to the wrong place." Recently, the matter of fishery reforms had stirred up a lot of commotion, echoing throughout the fishing village, town, and county. Su Suizhu shook her head. "A Haven T made a mistake. I want to lease an uninhabited island." But those islands were located 3 or 4 nautical miles from the coast at the nearest, most situated over 10 nautical miles away. What could be done with them? The clerk expressed disbelief. As he listened, a sense of understanding grew within him, and he said, "Wait a moment, our leader is here right now. I'll help you ask." Upon hearing the clerk's report, the county chief's first reaction, like that of most people, was incredulity. What could be done with such a far-flung, desolate island? Cultivating land? Unrealistic. The nearer islands required a long boat ride, taking hours or even half a day to reach. The farther ones were even more so. It would be more practical to cultivate fruit trees on nearby hills. Furthermore, even if crops were grown on the island, transporting them would be a Herculean task. Labor doesn't come free, does it? Renting a boat doesn't come free either. It wouldn't be worth the effort. As for building houses for habitation, who in a coastal area wouldn't have a few acres of residential land? Why go to an island to build a house? Is it not enough to be troublesome? When all was considered, leasing an island would merely be an expenditure with no advantage. Surely this person couldn't be foolish. Perhaps there was another scheme at play. The county chief narrowed his eyes, clicking his tongue. What background does this person have? Oh, the county chief raised an eyebrow, contemplating, have her come to my office. Shaguan Town had long been one of the poorest towns in Yupu County. If someone truly foolish and affluent were willing to spend money on a broken island, it would undoubtedly be a boon for their political achievements. Su Suiju followed the clerk inside. The county chief scrutinized her, thinking to himself, so young, can she be reliable? While his expression remained unaffected, he gradually inquired, I hear the young comrade wishes to buy an island for fruit cultivation. Have you not considered whether there is fresh water on the island? If not, how will you irrigate? What if you incur losses? The leader's eyes brightened at her response. Are you suggesting that instead of transporting the fruit for sale once harvested, you would allow tourists to come to the island and pick their own? You could charge them for entry and lodging? But what about the boats? How would they access the island without boats? Several fishing boats can be organized, or the government may invest. Su Suiju paused and said, Leader, the beach near my home is truly beautiful, whether it is the sunrise or sunset, or the ebb and flow of the tides. Each scene is picturesque. I believe that once everyone visits, they will fall in love with that place. What is lacking is merely an opportunity for everyone to become acquainted with it. The county magistrate lowered his gaze in contemplation. Su Suiju's words instantly broadened his perspective. After a moment, he raised his eyes and said, If you truly have this determination, then give it a try. Xiao Wang, bring me that stack of documents from under cabinet number 4. The clerk hurriedly brought over a tall stack of papers, covered in dust, and after some effort, managed to locate the island registration forms within the jurisdiction of Upuxian. The county magistrate flipped to the corresponding page, glanced at the data, and said, There are a total of 325 islands belonging to our county, of which 105 are part of the Longwan archipelago. Currently, there are 145 uninhabited islands, and you may choose from these 145. The leasing fees vary based on location and size. Su Suiju nodded, aware of this, as she had done her homework since planning to purchase an island. Chapter 94, Fuju Island, Gathering Fortune. In terms of distance, Su Suiju favored Fuming Island, located 3 nautical miles from the fishing village. Although Fuming Island spans just over 1 square kilometer, its proximity to the mainland allowed it to be a habitation island before liberation. During the anti-Japanese war, it was set ablaze by the enemy, forcing the islanders to migrate collectively. In memory of their ancestors, the descendants built a temple on the island after liberation, named Fuming Temple, which, however, was smashed to pieces during the tumultuous 1960s and remained desolate for years. It wasn't until the reform and opening up, when ancestor worship was no longer a taboo, that the destroyed temple was restored, and a Mazu temple along with a statue of Mazu were erected by the seaside to bless fishermen with safe voyages. Although no one resided on the island, there were numerous structures, and even if Su Suiju wished to purchase it, the government would not sell. In the future, Upuxian would still rely on this thriving island of worship to flourish. Thus, she directed her attention to a small island located 3 to 4 nautical miles away from Fuming Island. Unlike the circular shape of Fuming Island, this truly uninhabited island was irregularly shaped, slightly larger than Fuming Island, estimated at 16 square kilometers. To her knowledge, within a few years, this uninhabited island would be listed among the first batch of development projects in the province. With various investments pouring in, these islands would undergo extensive development, some even discovering fresh water. After the millennium, these well-developed islands rapidly became one of the 10 most popular vacation islands in the country. The island boasted a plethora of shops, museums, and cultural buildings that opened one after another. The breathtaking scenery, delectable seafood, and rustic cultural ambience attracted waves of artistic individuals and gourmet diners, eventually becoming a romantic travel destination that gained immense popularity online. Unfortunately, she was uncertain which island might yield fresh water. She could only rely on luck. Besides the relatively nearby islands, if funds permitted, she also wished to invest in another, more distant and larger island. However, it could not be too far, for even without transportation, Lengthy travel to and from the island would hinder visitors. Ideally, it should be about 25 kilometers offshore. This would mean that even when the leasing period expired and she needed to renew the lease, the fees would still be in the most affordable range, around 10 yuan per hectare, in her impression. For now, she decided to purchase the chosen island and named it Fujiu Island, a name that signifies gathering fortune. The county magistrate, unaware of her intention to buy a second island and fearing a high asking price might scare her off, hesitated before offering a preferential price. Currently, the lowest leasing price for barren mountains is 15 yuan per hectare. Since there is no precedent for island leasing, we will base it on this price. Considering the inconvenient transportation, I will give you a discount, 10 yuan per hectare. Fujiu Island totals 160 hectares, amounting to 600 yuan, which is the annual leasing fee. For how many years do you wish to lease it? Su Suizhu inquired. What is the maximum leasing period? Generally, it is 30 years. However, due to the challenges of island development, if reported through special procedures, it can be extended to 50 years. The county magistrate was acting out of goodwill, primarily concerned that after the leasing period expired, he might struggle to find another such naive and wealthy individual. Su Suizhu, however, hoped for the longest duration possible and decisively replied, then let it be 50 years. Each of the two individuals, harboring their own ulterior motives, silently rejoiced. Passers-by on the street regarded her with strange looks, thinking she had lost her senses. When Su Suizhu arrived, they were in the yard slaughtering chickens and ducks. Wu Meili accepted a beautifully packaged jar of moisturizer and thought it must be a high-end product purchased in Haichen. The price was evidently not cheap. Sister-in-law, this is just a small token of my gratitude for your care towards me and Dodo. If you refuse, how can I have the face to ask you and brother for help in the future? Wu Meili smiled brightly. All right, then I shall not be polite. This is how family should be. Wu Meili knew Su Suizhu was concerned about her son and pointed towards the side room, saying, Dodo hasn't woken up from his nap yet. Cui Cui and Zhuang are in there watching him. You should hurry inside. Su Suizhu looked up and saw Cui and Zhuang with their faces pressed against the window of the side room, excitedly watching her, covering their little mouths. Wanted to shout, but too shy to do so. Su Suizhu waved at them. Seeing this, Cui gently pushed Zhuang, whispering, You go, I'll watch Dodo here. Zhuang immediately dashed out, running to Su Suizhu and looking up, calling out, Aunt, so obedient. Why didn't Sister come along? Sister is watching Dodo, afraid he might fall off the bed when he wakes up. Since Dodo started crawling, someone had to keep an eye on him while he slept. For when he woke up, he loved to crawl around, and if not careful, he would tumble off the bed and bump his head on the hard ground, which was no trifling matter. Cui, Zhuang, you are both so good and wonderful. Aunt will reward you. Su Suizhu took out some fish floss and candy, patted Zhuang's head, and said, Go share with your sister. Don't eat too much at once. Thank you, Aunt. Zhuang strode excitedly into the room to share the treats with Cui. Su Suizhu went to the kitchen to greet her aunt before wheeling the cart into the room. Whether it was a bond between mother and child, or simply a coincidence. As soon as Su Suizhu reached the bedside, little Dodo opened his eyes. His bewildered little face turned towards Su Suizhu, and his mouth pouted, seemingly on the verge of tears. Su Suizhu, not saying a word, leaned down and kissed his forehead, holding back her own tears. Good boy. Mama misses you too. I promise you, I will never leave you again. Wherever I go, I will take you with me. Don't cry, my dear. Little Dodo seemed to understand, sniffing and sobbing, nestled in Su Suizhu's embrace, finally ceasing his cries. However, he refused to let go of Su Suizhu, no matter how Su Shuyuan tried to amuse him. He clung tightly to Su Suizhu. Even when Zhuang waved a little stick to entertain him, he still would not leave Su Suizhu's arms. Dodo, look at this cart. Mama just bought it. Isn't it beautiful? It's so comfortable to sit in. Do you want to try sitting in it? Mama won't leave. I'll stay right here with you. Su Suizhu carried him to the cart, perhaps accustomed to sleeping in the nutrient chamber, despite the change in style. The materials remained the same, giving him a slight sense of familiarity. Little Dodo finally agreed to sit down, with his right hand touching the cart, his left hand still tightly gripping Su Suizhu's finger. Su Suizhu, my dear, how can Mama go to the restroom with you like this? It seems I've truly frightened the little one this time. Su Suizhu reflects. As the child grows each day, he begins to develop his own thoughts. I can no longer simply indulge him or leave him in the care of others. At the very least, I must ensure that he does not feel anxious, as that will be detrimental to his development. Fortunately, there are no plans for outings in the near future, unless the school sends me on a business trip again. That would be fine too. I could take the little bun along and introduce him to the world early. After the family sat down, Su Suizhu briefly mentioned that she had purchased an island. Su Shiyuan thought she had misheard and asked, "What did you just say?" "I said I bought an island. Though it's more accurate to say I've leased it for 50 years, which is nearly the same," Su Suizhu repeated. The entire family was collectively astonished. "So what? Is the island very cheap? How much does it cost?" Lin Jianbing was the first to break the eerie silence in the room. Wu Meili pinched him. "Do you think you are buying discounted clothes? How could it possibly be cheap? Have you seen how much it costs to lease a small hill in Lishan village? It's several thousand. The fish farm that Dad leased was quite small, and excluding the fishing boats, it cost tens of thousands." Although Su Suizhu mentioned that the island was a wasteland, it was surrounded by fishing waters, and there was arable land on the island. How could it be inexpensive? Lin Guodong analyzed in agreement. No matter how cheap, it can't possibly be just a few hundred. Su Suizhu, tell us the truth. How much did you spend? Where did you get the money? Didn't that bonus you received go to the provincial capital? You spent it all, didn't you? You're not borrowing from loan sharks, are you? Su Shiyuan became anxious at the thought. No matter how valuable pearls are, can they really be worth hundreds? Su Shiyuan furrowed her brow. Not just that. Su Suizhu raised a finger. I sold them for this amount. 1,000? Su Shiyuan raised her voice, her tone trembling with excitement. Su Suizhu continued to shake her head, smiling as she revealed two words, 10,000. This was merely the value of one. She did not mention selling 8. Even so, everyone was stunned. What? The shells picked from the sea are worth so much? Wu Meili swallowed hard, longing to rush to the beach and dive into the sea to fish. However, it was merely a thought. After all, shells containing pearls are not so easily found. Luck plays a significant role. You sold it, but why lease a wasteland? Isn't that wasting that 10,000? Su Shiyuan was anxious for her niece. In her opinion, with 10,000, there were far better things to do. Building a multi-story building or leasing a fish farm will be far more practical than leasing a barren island. Su Suizhu reassured her. "Aunt, trust me. Although we may not have much popularity now, in a few years, it will definitely become a key area for government investment. By then, the coastal land will be developed one by one, and attention will surely turn to the islands. Fuju Island is not far from shore, with few mountains and plenty of flat land, making it suitable for development. The surrounding waters can also be utilized. Sister-in-law, would you be interested in helping me cultivate pearl oysters?" "Me? Really?" Wu Meili's eyes widened as she pointed at herself. Su Suizhu smiled and nodded. "Yes, we can collaborate as aunt and niece to raise pearl oysters and sell pearls. The domestic pearl market is far from saturated, and the trend for pearl jewelry has already emerged. I certainly cannot manage it alone. Would you be willing to assist me? We can split the profits." Wu Meili excitedly waved her hands, her speech becoming somewhat incoherent. "Splitting is too much, too much. If I can earn a few more bucks than working at the township factory, I'd be satisfied." Su Suizhu couldn't help but laugh heartily. It will definitely pay more than working at the township factory. The others stared blankly as they watched the aunt and niece transition from discussing the distant pearl market to the intricacies of pearl farming, then to their future plans. They truly did not know what to say. Su Xin, suppressing her sour feelings, said, "Su Suizhu, although I'm not as young as you youngsters, I can still manage. Whatever work you assign, I can handle." Lin Guodong and his son exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Shouldn't they be advising the aunt and niece not to impulsively jump into pearl farming? Why was the old lady also getting involved? Su Suizhu, however, joyfully exclaimed, "Aunt, you support me too?" Before her aunt could roll her eyes in protest, Su Suizhu began to chatter about her plans for island development. Fuju Island has a particularly long coastline. Tourists love such long coastlines, strolling slowly against the sunset. It feels especially enchanting. Additionally, with 2 circular bays, it is quite suitable for building a pier. When typhoons approach, vessels can dock in the bay and remain secure. It will take several more years before it becomes a sought-after tourist destination. But does that mean it should remain idle? Spending 600 yuan a year on lease fees feels like throwing money away. It will be better to utilize the nearby bay for pearl farming. I once heard that the mother oysters that produce pearls prefer to inhabit bays with good water quality and minimal waves. The small bay has an adequate area for farming. Why not cultivate pearl oysters there? Chapter 96. My son is truly a lucky charm. In a larger bay, once the infrastructure is in place, a resort can be built. Other lands can be used for economic crops or cultural buildings that cater to the tourism industry, depending on the situation. After sharing her ideas with her family and receiving unanimous approval, Su Suizhu felt reassured. What could they do if they disagreed? The money had already been spent, and the island had been leased. Could they just watch it soak in the sea day after day? It would be better to get started. She gathered a dozen familiar villagers to explore the island and clear it. These villagers had previously worked in the fish farm. Some, like old Zheng, had difficulty coming up with a large sum for the lease due to the fish farm's restructuring and were worried about losing money if they borrowed from relatives. They were anxious to find good work after the new year. Upon hearing that Lin Guodong's niece had leased a barren island and needed hands, they didn't care how long they would be hired. Even a day's wage was enticing. One by one, they grabbed shovels, hoes, and other tools, eager to sign up. Taking advantage of the fine weather on the 28th, with calm seas, the group boarded Lin Guodong's fishing boat. Su Suizhu wanted to join, but was held back by her aunt. Why would you want to go with a boat full of men? You're carrying a child. Don't you fear for your safety? It's your first time on the island. Let the men go first. If you want to go, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You can't go today. Su Suizhu could only hold her son, watching as the fishing boat drifted further away. It was her territory, yet she had no say, sobbing quietly. After half an hour of the diesel engine chugging along, the fishing boat approached the shore, and Lin Guodong's group disembarked onto Fuju Island, filled with excitement and trepidation. The main purpose of this trip was to assess the situation. Although Fuming Island, not far from Fuju Island, had previously been inhabited, Fuju Island was indeed a barren island where even fishing boats were reluctant to dock. Even if they ran out of fuel, it was so close to shore that one could paddle back with a long pole. Who would think to come and take a look? Therefore, everyone was genuinely in the dark about the island's conditions. With 400 acres of land, it was neither large nor small. Fortunately, it was relatively flat. Even though there were hills, they were not high, with the tallest being around 200 meters. The group walked along the coastline, then climbed to the highest peak of the island, gaining a general understanding. Guodong, we think the weeds are manageable. If we have enough hands, we could clear a few plots in a few days, but there's no fresh water, which makes irrigation a hassle for crops, Old Zheng said. Su Suizhu had successfully convinced them the previous day that no matter what was planted on the island, raising pearl oysters was far more convenient. All right, let us clear the weeds first. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and got to work. They began clearing the area around the small bay, aiming to tidy it up quickly so they could build a few simple shelters for pearl oyster farming. Raising pearl oysters requires a certain level of skill. He didn't believe that untrained college students could understand pearl farming just by flipping through a book. The entire family at home, all fervently believing in their niece, seemed possessed with an inflated sense of confidence, leaving one to wonder where they found such audacity. What could he do but follow along? The thought of such a dilapidated island, demanding an annual rent of 1,600 yuan, made Lin Guodong wince with pain for his niece. Such exorbitant rent would secure a prime location in the town or county. Instead, it was situated on a desolate island, truly an enigma. Guodong, come quickly. Huh? What is the matter? Upon hearing the villagers' call, Lin Guodong's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily grabbed a hoe and ran over. Guodong, look! A villager exclaimed, pointing at a freshly dug puddle, his voice brimming with excitement. Freshwater! It's freshwater! Lin Guodong marveled once more at his niece's extraordinary fortune. With a mere purchase of a barren island and a few digs, they had struck freshwater. Sighing with relief, he cheerfully instructed, keep digging. Let us find the source. All right. The workers were invigorated, discovering for the first time that such a small island could yield fresh water. Eventually, they unearthed the source. Located right at the foot of the small hill they had just climbed, a tiny spring, scarcely large enough for 2 fingers, flowed silently with crystal-clear underground water. The gushing water meandered westward, finally emptying into a small bay. Lin Guodong took a sip, finding it cool and sweet, entirely unlike the briny taste of seawater. Upon hearing the news, Su Suizhu was taken aback. Fresh water had been discovered on Fuju Island? Had the villagers truly struck it with their shovels? Following the trail of water, they effortlessly located the source. Could it be real? Had she unwittingly purchased the island rumored to have been invested in by future poor merchants? Little Bowsy, growing impatient as Su Suiju delayed in lifting him from the cart, began to fuss. She scooped him up, planting a kiss on his cheek. You, my dear, are a little lucky charm. Ever since you arrived, my fortune has significantly improved. Come, let's have another kiss. Su Shiyuan, witnessing the mother-son interaction, couldn't he help but chime in, don't keep kissing him. The drool will never end. Well, I'm just happy. Su Suiju chuckled, weighing little Bowsy in her arms. She intended to lift him high, but her arms lacked the strength, and halfway through, she found herself exhausted. Ultimately placing him back on the bed so he could play by himself. Rubbing her sore arms, she muttered, You've gained weight again, little one. From now on, you must eat one less bite at each meal. Understood? If you keep growing, I might have to rename you Su Pang Pang. In her quest to bestow a resounding and meaningful name upon little Bowsy, she had exhausted countless brain cells. The family dictionary and office thesaurus were nearly worn out from her diligent searches. After a month of contemplation, she finally settled on several auspicious names, only for her aunt and uncle to dismiss them as either difficult to pronounce or overly complex in strokes. Ultimately, they agreed on Su Jiu, with Jia meaning beautiful and Yu signifying brightness. Now you have your own grand name. How does that feel? Su Su Du Di that? Playfully shaking a rattle in front of little Bowsy, momentarily entertaining the thought of using Lu's surname. Lu Ju sounded quite pleasant, she mused, before promptly chastising herself for such whimsical thoughts. Chapter 97. Who sent the package? Hearing Su Suiju mention the grand name, Su Shiyuan inquired, Has the household registration been completed? Mention of the household registration inevitably brought to mind little Bowsy's other guardian. The past few days had seen a steady stream of visitors to their home, either discussing trivial matters regarding fish farming with her uncle or inquiring if Fuju Island was still hiring temporary workers. Consequently, she struggled to find private moments with her aunt. She gathered her courage to ask tentatively if, Xiao, just as she was about to utter father. The neighbor's daughter shouted enthusiastically over the courtyard wall. Hey! Su Shiyuan set down her work and dashed outside. Su Su Du Sai. At that moment of distraction, little Bowsy began babbling excitedly, crawling nimbly from one end of the bed to the other. Then, whether out of fatigue or inspiration for another game, he sat in the center of the bed, gleefully gnawing on his little toes. Indeed, he was gnawing. His socks had already fallen to the ground. Su Suiju turned to see this and felt a wave of exasperation. Little one, you can't chew on your toes. They harbor bacteria. Oh dear, my little glutton. If you're not gnawing on your toes, at least chew on mama's hands. They too carry germs and might even be dirtier than your little feet. Let's see if your gums are itchy. Defeated, Su Suiju retrieved a teething biscuit, declaring, You can only chew on this. Don't eat too much, or you'll grow chubby, understand? Little Bowsy, seemingly oblivious, let out a few excited cries before eagerly sinking his teeth into the teething biscuit. After a while, he looked up to find his mother smiling at him. He tilted his head thoughtfully, withdrawing the biscuit from his mouth and offering it to Su Suiju. Tasty. Su Suiju beamed, patting his head. What a considerate little one. This is for you to chew on. Mama won't eat any. She mused to herself. Thank goodness, I have a miraculous lottery system. Otherwise, how would I procure teething biscuits for you? In the blink of an eye, the new year arrived. Thanks to Su Suiju's fishing rod with an impressive success rate, the family feasted on premium seafood they had previously been unable to enjoy. Fortunately, as Su Suiju had to care for little Bowsy, she and T fished much, leaving most of the catches to Lin Guodong. Otherwise, the astonishment from everyone would have been even greater. Nevertheless, they still marveled at the enormous hairy crabs and a magnificent Chinese lobster he had caught. The rest were common catches from the shallow waters, such as snapper, grouper, and sea bass, all of modest size, enough to avoid raising suspicion among the villagers, who merely praised their good luck. Shortly after 10 in the morning, the village erupted with sporadic firecracker sounds as families began their ancestral worship. Grandpa, when are we setting off firecrackers? Little Zhuang eagerly trailed behind Lin Guodong, his tail wagging with anticipation. Soon. When is soon? Such exchanges occurred 3 or 4 times until the auspicious hour arrived. Su Xuan respectfully lit the incense and began to pay homage to the deities and ancestors. After completing the series of rituals, she finally satisfied the eager little chubby one waiting by her side, saying, "Go call your dad to set off the firecrackers." "No need to call him. I'm going to do it." Little Zhuang Zhuang joyfully grabbed an unburned incense stick and dashed outside. "Jianbing, Jianbing, keep an eye on your son." The moment Lin Jianbing responded, the air was filled with the crackling sounds of firecrackers and Zhuang Zhuang's excited yells. "What is going on? What is happening?" Others, startled, stepped outside, fearing something had happened to Zhuang Zhuang. "Nothing," Lin Jianbing chuckled, pointing to his son's singed pants pocket. This little rascal hid a bunch of firecrackers in his pocket. When he lit one, the sparks ignited the fuse, and now his entire pocket of firecrackers has exploded. "Oh my heavens, you little troublemaker," Wu Meili exclaimed, grabbing her son and swatting him on his sturdy little behind. "How many times have I told you not to put firecrackers in your pocket? Look what you've done. I guess tonight we'll have to skip the lobster and settle for your roasted legs instead." "What?" Initially, Zhuang Zhuang cried out in guilt. But upon hearing his mother's threats about eating his legs, he burst into loud sobs. Su Suizhu, emerging with the freshly awakened little Baozi, quickly intervened, "Sister-in-law, don't get upset. Let's check if Zhuang Zhuang is hurt." "He's fine," Lin Jianbing reassured. "The inner cotton pants are slightly singed but intact. Only the outer pants were burned." Wu Meili took Zhuang Zhuang into the living room, peeling off the outer pants and inspecting the inner ones. Fortunately, he had escaped injury, much to their relief. The situation is quite dire, as the child, Xiao Peng Dun, faces the relentless scolding of his family. Midway through, he is subjected to a 10-minute tirade of sharp rebukes from the furious Wu Meili, who twists his ear in frustration. On one hand, there is concern for the child's safety. A firm lesson is deemed necessary to ensure he remembers and avoids such dangerous incidents in the future. Conversely, the new trousers he wore today have been burnt within mere hours, leading to exclamations of wastefulness. Amidst the chaos, the village loudspeaker crackles to life, announcing in a gruff voice, "Guidong, Ling Guidong, do you hear? Come to the village committee immediately. There's a parcel for your family." The announcement is repeated thrice, making it impossible to ignore. A parcel? On New Year's Eve? Who would send a package to their home? Is there a mix-up? Su Xiao Yuan recalls that leg of pork, feeling it was a windfall for someone, yet no one has come to claim it. Muttering a few phrases, she reluctantly heads to the village committee, half in disbelief. Upon her return, she is pushing a handcart from the committee, laden with a hefty parcel. "Who sent this?" Su Suizhu inquires, embracing the bundle eagerly. "I don't know who sent it, but it is addressed to you," replies the village official. "The post office attempted to deliver it to your school twice, but since you didn't pick it up, and with the holidays approaching, they feared perishables inside might spoil. So they inquired about your address and sent it here instead." "Is it for me?" Su Suizhu is taken aback. Then a thought crosses her mind. Could it be from him? Yet, she distinctly remembers having warned him not to send gifts again before they parted ways. She places the bundle onto the side of the cart and retrieves scissors to open it. Inside, she discovers a stack of children's clothing and toys available only at overseas Chinese stores, as well as food items, confirming her suspicion that it must indeed be from him. However, she knows her aunt and sister-in-law are unaware, and they gasp in awe around the parcel. Wu Meili lifts the topmost silk cotton jacket and holds it up to the little one, exclaiming about its beauty, likening him to the auspicious children from traditional paintings. Su Xiao Yuan speculates whether it might be another gift from Wang's family. Besides the children's items, there are also health supplements for middle-aged and elderly individuals, along with candies and biscuits that are evidently of superior quality, not the kind found in the cooperative. There is even a beautifully crafted fountain pen in a case. Such extravagant gifts could only come from the Xiao family's professor in the provincial capital, with whom they have a supply agreement, leaving Su Suizhu momentarily tempted to confess everything to her aunt and uncle. However, uncertainty looms over whether they would acknowledge Dodo as his son, even if his intentions are clear. To avoid creating discomfort or emotional turmoil, she decides to wait for the right moment when everything aligns naturally. Su Xiao Yuan refrains from asking further, noting as she helps to pack things away, regardless of who sent it, this is excessively generous. Su Suizhu internally agrees, thinking it far too extravagant, even more so than herself. As she stands up holding a stack of new clothes for the little one, a card slips out. Upon picking it up, she finds a string of phone numbers, with the words "Remember" boldly inscribed. the handwriting strong and vigorous. The town post office might be closing soon. She muses. Aunt, I'm heading to town. She cannot bring herself to ignore the parcel's arrival. At this hour? What could you have left behind at the rental? Her aunt's concern is endearing, providing her with a perfect excuse. Borrowing her cousin's bicycle, she pedals to town with determination. Fortunately, the post office is still open. But time is running out. It will close for holidays starting at 3 o'clock and not reopen until after the 10th day of the new year. Taking a deep breath, she dials the number on the card. After a brief pause, the line connects. Hello? It is none other than the voice of Ludo Lau. Su Sui Zhu steadies herself. It was you who sent the parcel, wasn't it? I received it. On the other end, Lu Chi Xiao chuckles lightly. I thought you wouldn't call this number. Although he's been waiting, he remains in his office on New Year's Eve. Su Sui Zhu turns away to shield herself from the curious glances of on-duty personnel, lowering her voice in exasperation. Do is growing quickly. Buying so many new clothes all at once is wasteful. By this time next year, they will be too small for him. Not to worry. Let him wear them to his heart's content. We'll buy more when they no longer fit, he replies, his tone teasing. Their interactions are unexpectedly comfortable. Ludo Lau casually reclines in his chair, legs propped on his desk, as he converses with her. Su Sui Zhu rolls her eyes. Yes. You are quite wealthy. There's one thing she refrains from mentioning. Although she had previously expressed that she would not stop him from buying for Dodo, she insisted he refrain from gifting her or her family. After all, he is far removed from her reach, and Lu Chi Xiao takes the opportunity to be playful. Su Sui Zhu, puzzled, retorts, "Well, have I ever sent you a gift?" She had considered giving him a token of gratitude after selling the pearls, but his piercing gaze had deterred her. Whatever the case, he has sent it, and she knows it remains under the glass on his desk. Is today the day you return school? He asks. When he sent the parcel, he only knew the address in the town of Xiaowan, unaware of her home address. Hence he sent it directly to the school, wondering when she would receive it. Lu Chi Xiao brushes aside her last comment and straightens up, asking, "Did you come all the way from the fishing village just to make this call? What else could I do?" Our village lacks the facilities for telephones. He instinctively rises to grab his coat and car keys, suddenly recalling that this is Kyoto, thousands of miles away, and sinks back down. No, just a bit windy, she replies. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Be careful on the road, he adds before saying, I will be busy after the new year. I might not be able to go to the province until March. Su Sui Zhu is taken aback, feeling no need to inform him of her plans. I haven't mentioned it to my aunt and uncle yet, she whispers into the receiver. Thankfully, Ludo Lau has sharp hearing. Otherwise, he might not have caught that. He chuckles. Did I not say I would find an opportunity to explain everything to them? Enjoy your new year without worries. After a brief pause, his voice, laced with amusement, follows. Take good care of our son. This remark irks her, prompting her to grind her teeth. He is my son. Do I need reminding? Indeed, he is your son, but also mine, Ludo Lau quips, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to end the call. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Su Sui Zhu dresses Dodo in the traditional festive red jacket sent by Ludo Lau. The central button aligns perfectly to form a large golden character for Fu. The collar and cuffs are adorned with a circle of soft, warm rabbit fur. With a matching hat, Dodo transforms into an adorable little deity of fortune. Su Xiao Yuan joyfully embraces him, showering compliments on the excellent choice of attire. Clothes from the big city are truly something special. Dodo seems to share her enthusiasm, beaming with a wide smile. Aunt, Zhuang, robust and lively, bursts in. The new clothes you sent me are beautiful. Mom asked me to thank you. Thank you. Aunt, you're welcome. You look very spirited in them. Su Sui Zhu pats her nephew's head. Zhuang's new trousers have been damaged by firecrackers, making it inauspicious to wear torn pants on the first day of the new year. Thus, Su Sui Zhu selects the largest pair from Dodo's new collection and offers it to him. The two brothers now stand together, one bowing and performing gestures, while the other mimics him eagerly. The lively and adorable little Baozi seem to have sprung from the vibrant realm of traditional Chinese paintings. Su Sui Zhu's heart brimmed with joy as she gazed at the spirited child. Dodo had grown a year older. She showered the little Baozi with affectionate kisses, indulging in playful banter. With the onset of the new year, the joyous ambience had settled into a rhythm of life. Lin Guodong's fishing boat ventured out to sea whenever the weather permitted. However, mindful of the constraints of fuel for the motorboat, They primarily operated in coastal waters, returning home at dusk, occasionally bringing along a few laborers to cultivate the rich resources of Fuju Island. The catch was managed meticulously. The fish that could be nurtured were kept, while those unsuitable for sustenance were set aside for personal consumption. The fish of acceptable appearance, but smaller in size, were sold in the county town, while the more splendid specimens, particularly the rare high-quality catch, were dispatched overnight to the Friendship Hotel in the provincial capital. Lin Guodong, a man of integrity, personally accompanied the deliveries to ensure their safety. Su Shiyuan was equally diligent. She sometimes accompanied her husband on fishing trips and, on days when he was away, tended to the fishing grounds. When her husband went to the provincial capital, she headed to the county town, renting a small stall in a busy market to sell seafood. Thanks to the affordable prices and the freshness of the catch, her offerings sold out almost every time. Over the course of several occasions, she garnered a reputation, with regular customers flocking to the market. Well aware that a woman from the fjord fishing village would occasionally appear with her fresh and inexpensive seafood, something previously unseen, Su Suiju was also quite occupied. This endeavor was far more prestigious than the inter-school English friendship competition held earlier in the year, organized by the Ministry of Education, which offered bonus points for those achieving first place in the college entrance examination. In the past, Fjord Middle School had not placed much emphasis on such competitions, with representatives often eliminated in the county's preliminary rounds. However, this year was different, with Su Suiju, a top student from the prestigious university, guiding them, and a student with potential for the highest score in the English subject of the final exams. Principal Ji felt it was imperative to take this battle seriously. Securing first place in the county's preliminary round was within reach. Consequently, Su Suiju found her responsibilities multiplying. With 6 days of classes each week, she had to prepare lessons, create tests, and produce weekly reports, all while finding time to mentor 2 competition students. Sundays offered little respite, as planning for the development of Fuju Island and the pearl cultivation project demanded immediate attention. Drafts of 2 plans were revised repeatedly. Throughout February, she was extraordinarily busy, scarcely able to discern one day from the next. As March arrived, with its gentle breezes and warm sunshine, Su Suiju distributed study materials to her 2 students on the eve of the English competition's preliminary round. "Thank you, Teacher Su," Chun Wenjun and Tian Xiaoxue chorused in gratitude. Chun Wenjun was indeed the highest scorer in the final exam's English subject. The potential of individuals is limitless. Once someone is passionate, nothing can impede humanity as progress. Su Suiju held considerable confidence in him. Hearing Chun Wenjun murmur that he had recently noticed a significant improvement in his memory, words that once required repeated memorization were now retained after just one morning, she stifled a smile. The Sea Blue Star Smart Beans, aptly named, clearly lived up to their title. The occasional rewards of a few beans had proven remarkably effective. The reason Su Suiju chose Tian Xiaoxue over Tian Fangfang was due to her exceptional performance in listening exercises, consistently achieving full marks, a rarity indeed. In this era, one could say that those who excel in listening would dominate, although other question types could not be neglected, lest one's advantages be diminished. However, while other question types could be reinforced through pre-competition coaching, listening skills relied on years of exposure, leading Su Suiju to decisively select Tian Xiaoxue. This decision stirred discontent in Tian Fangfang, who perceived Su Suiju's choice as biased, alleging favoritism based on familiarity, and even lodged a complaint with Principal Ji. Yet Principal Ji, who had unwavering trust in Su Suiju, promptly reprimanded her. Tian Xiaoxue silently clenched her fists, vowing to excel and ensure her parents were no longer overshadowed by the wealthier family in the main house. Having previously faltered at the preliminary rounds, this time she was determined to reach the semifinals. The following day marked the district's preliminary competition, with classes scheduled throughout the day. Su Suiju was unable to accompany her students, so Principal Ji personally accompanied them to County No. 1 Middle School. The competition took place in the morning, with results announced in the afternoon. Upon receiving the results, Principal Ji beamed with satisfaction. "Old Ji, your school truly excelled," remarked the principal of No. 5 Middle School, giving him a thumbs up. If English speeches could be improved through diligent effort, the English competition relied entirely on raw talent. Fjordtown Middle School had made a remarkable leap from obscurity to prominence. Chapter 100. Another victory. Principal Ji humbly waved his hand, but the glow of triumph upon his face was unmistakable. The exhilaration he felt was akin to savoring an ice pop in summer or roasting sweet potatoes in winter. The joy stemmed not solely from the results, but from witnessing the once proud principal of County Number 1 Middle School, whose face appeared as grimy as a pot's bottom, which made Principal Ji unable to suppress his laughter. In previous years, the English competition had been dominated by County Number 1 Middle School, which consistently occupied the top seat and basked in the limelight. Most of the top 10 students selected to participate in the semifinals and finals in the provincial capital hailed from County Number 1, with the top 3 spots being monopolized annually. This year, however, that pattern was shattered. Principal G's spirits lifted as he chatted merrily with the principal of No. 5 Middle School while waiting for the students outside County Number 1 Middle School. Old G, after last year's English speech competition gained such acclaim, I imagine Fjord has welcomed many transfer students this year? Not at all, Principal G replied, shaking his head. Most parents are still observing, primarily waiting to see this year's college entrance examination results. I actually hope we don't receive too many transfer students. Too many students can lead to overcrowded classrooms, which is a headache. You know our limited space. We currently have only 3 classes, and it's already saturated. What a pity. If we could add a few more classes, I could secure more slots for competitions. The principal of Number 5, a longtime acquaintance, could easily detect the underlying pride in his friend's tone and retorted, "Come on. With all the unused teaching space you have, you're worried about insufficient classrooms? I'm the one who's worried. Sandwiched between the town government and the Grain and Oil Bureau, I can't even expand our playground into a standard track." Speaking of the playground, Principal G proudly announced, "Our school plans to build an athletic field this summer. Then we won't have to borrow your facilities for inter-school football matches anymore." Although the principal of No. 5 felt envy and jealousy, his response remained gracious. "I told you, Fjordtown Middle School is on the rise. Don't be surprised if you announce plans for a new teaching building today. I wouldn't bat an eye." If the English scores in this year's college entrance examination are consistent with the overall performance, Fjord's enrollment in the second half of the year will surely flourish. Contemplating the recent preliminary results, his expression darkened, unable to suppress a grimace. Last year's speech competition had seen the Township Middle School shamelessly steal the spotlight that rightfully belonged to County Number 1. Following that event, he and the head of the English department had meticulously analyzed the situation and concluded that the primary reason lay in Fjordtown Middle School's innovative and unconventional approach. In terms of written English proficiency, County Number 1 still held the upper hand, as the selections for the annual high school entrance examination were based on merit rather than deceit. Thus, in this genuine test of strength, Lu Fuhai brimmed with optimism for County Number 1, eagerly anticipating his students sweeping the preliminary round, a moment that would bring him pride, and dismissing the notion of competing with a rural school. To his astonishment, however, Lu Fuhai angrily flung his sleeve and entered the school gates, instructing the gatekeeper to close the door. Out of sight, out of mind. Principal G and the principal of Number 5 exchanged glances, both unable to contain their amusement. The first place, which had always been regarded as a given by County Number 1, this year unexpectedly fell to Chun Wenjun of Fjordtown Middle School, who achieved the highest score of 90 in the preliminary round of Yupu County. Tian Xiaoxue followed closely with a score of 865, securing 4th place. Is this for real? Chun Wenjun is that impressive? And Tian Xiaoxue is quite remarkable too. Last year at this time, my performance in the English monthly exam was not as commendable. Yet this year, I astonishingly received an award in a competition. The progress has been remarkably swift, akin to a triple jump. I must say, the true genius behind this is Teacher Sue. Without her guidance, I doubt the others would have fared as well. Consider the previous years. Was there ever a time our school won an award in a competition? Merely avoiding the bottom ranks was a feat in itself. It goes without saying, Teacher Sue's command of English, in my opinion, surpasses even the esteemed teachers at Cienizhong. As for the provincial level, it is clear that within our county, Teacher Sue reigned supreme. She even secured 1st place in the last provincial speech competition. Have you all forgotten? Indeed. Ha ha ha. The campus is abuzz with joyous celebration. However, not everyone is genuinely delighted. For instance, Zhou Xiaolu and Tian Fongfong wear smiles on their faces but harbor resentment within. One is a teacher, the other a student. yet their moral compass seems equally skewed. Zhou Xiaolu believes that Su Suizhu's arrival has not only usurped her rightful opportunity for interaction, but has also overshadowed her own presence. How detestable! How could such a loathsome individual exist? She fails to reflect on her own capabilities. Has the school not entrusted her with enough responsibilities? Indeed, it has. But with her limited knowledge, she cannot make a significant impact. For instance, during the end-of-term English exchange competition for the first and second years, our school finished at the bottom. Moreover, her attempt to challenge Su Suizhu with the English weekly report fizzled out before the new year, transforming from a weekly to a monthly publication. This semester, even if she wishes to continue, Principal Xi will no longer grant her any chances, rendering all that paper and ink wasted. Tian Fangfang is similarly deluded, failing to recognize her own limitations. She is convinced that if she had not taken a leave of absence that day, the spot in the speech competition would have undoubtedly been hers, and all subsequent accolades would have belonged to her. Instead, she now observes that nearly all the teachers and students are praising Tian Xiaoxue. She attributes all her misfortunes to Tian Xiaoxue. Unfortunately for her, Tian Xiaoxue has recently been tireless in her studies, scarcely seen outside the classroom, either self-studying or seeking guidance from teachers, making it impossible for Tian Fangfang to confront her. Tian Fangfang even incited her mother to complain to her grandmother, hoping to enlist her grandmother's help against Tian Xiaoxue. However, Tian's grandmother has recently been frequently intercepted by others praising her granddaughter, but the accolades are directed towards Tian Xiaoxue, not Tian Fangfang. Previously, Tian's grandmother disdained her younger granddaughter, viewing her as dull and unremarkable compared to her elder granddaughter, who was more articulate. After hearing so much praise, she can no longer deny her affection. After all, she is still her granddaughter, a member of the Tian family. Consequently, she holds her head high and walks with newfound pride. Tian Fangfang's mother, after making a dramatic complaint, not only failed to garner her grandmother's support, but was also reprimanded. You two should refrain from provoking Xiaoxue. She is about to represent our town in the provincial finals. Time is precious. The expressions on Tian Fangfang and her mother's faces were more miserable than if they had just eaten something distasteful. Chapter 101. She, too, is a landlord counting her money in repose. The teachers and students of the town are immersed in the euphoria of the English competition preliminaries. Su Suizhu once again received commendation from the principal in front of the entire school. After the morning exercises, a group of teachers gathered around. Teacher Su, your first victory of the new year was truly splendid. How did you coach them? In just a month, their scores have improved significantly. Su Suizhu smiled without uttering a word. Of course, a mere month could not bring about such a dramatic improvement. After all, she possesses the experience garnered from her own academic journey. As a former top student, predicting exam questions is hardly a challenge for her. Su Suizhu waved the envelope in her hand, the freshly acquired prize still warm to the touch. Principal Xi is quite generous. Since they did not get eliminated in the preliminaries, he awarded her 50 yuan. Should they advance to the finals, the prize would be even more substantial. This afternoon, she planned to treat everyone to a feast. In a good mood, Su Suizhu recalled that she still had some provisions brought from the new year and, with her culinary skills, could certainly prepare a delightful meal. That would be too kind of you. You treated us at the beginning of the year. This time, let's host you. The teachers in the same office had already conspired to celebrate the victory at the newly opened seafood restaurant in town. Speaking of the seafood restaurant, it is worth mentioning that after the new year, Shaoan Town welcomed a road construction team, reportedly dispatched by the province. They not only planned to pave all the national highways within their jurisdiction with asphalt, but also to harden the main roads connecting the villages into cement paths. To achieve prosperity, one must first prepare the roads. The arrival of the construction team signifies that Shaoan Fishing Village is on the cusp of emerging from its isolation and presenting itself to the world. Consequently, the town has seen a surge in decent restaurants. Being a coastal town, seafood is the predominant ingredient, although free-range chickens, ducks, and fish caught from local waters are also available. Most of the restaurateurs are those who have contracted fishing grounds, ensuring a steady supply of seafood. Business may not be booming yet, but with the gradual improvement of living standards, the number of diners has noticeably increased compared to before. For celebrations such as birthdays or a child's first year, families that cannot manage the preparations often gather friends and relatives to dine out. gradually becoming a trend among the town's residents. This, too, offers a pathway for households in the fishing village. Moreover, in a few years, this street is destined to become a bona fide seafood street, with prosperous days just around the corner. Su Suizhu, being astute, accompanied her colleagues to the seafood restaurant and immediately envisioned a lucrative storefront along the street. Currently, she is not short on funds. After deducting this year's expenses for the Fuju Island contract, labor costs, and miscellaneous expenses for materials and equipment from the 80,000 yuan earned from selling pearls, she still has at least 60,000 left for initial investments in pearl farming. Thus, after lunch, she visited a tailor's shop to inquire about anyone wishing to sell street-facing properties, as she was interested in purchasing. Upon hearing the prices, she realized they had increased significantly compared to before the new year. However, considering the real estate investment potential in our great nation, particularly in the forthcoming tourist destinations, it is undoubtedly more advantageous to buy early. Symbolically, she attempted to negotiate, but the seller was unwilling to budge. She proceeded to purchase without delay. Having acquired 3 street-facing properties, her small savings were reduced by more than half. Though it stung a bit, she began to plan for these 3 properties. Initially, she intended to keep one for herself and rent out the other 2. After all, having her own house makes it rather inappropriate to continue living in Aunt Ma's home. Little did she anticipate that just after settling the purchase, Aunt Ma would pay her a visit. Aunt Ma came to sell her house, explaining that her son had been reassigned for work and would be relocating to a neighboring city later this year. It is indeed a promotion opportunity that one would hardly refuse. However, the couple had long been living apart, which was not ideal. So they planned to sell their house in Yupu County and move the entire family to the neighboring city. Unfortunately, the neighboring city, being a prefecture-level city, has housing prices significantly higher than those in Yupu County. Selling their house in Yupu County would not suffice to cover the costs. Hearing that property values had recently appreciated in the town, Aunt Ma, though reluctant, decided to part with her home for the sake of her son. She held Su Suizhu's hand, sighing deeply and repeatedly apologizing. I had promised to let you live without worries. I never anticipated this situation would arise. I truly cannot sell it right now. I cannot raise that much money in a short time. My dear, I am so sorry for putting you in this position. Auntie, how much do you need? Su du inquit. I have a bit of savings. If it's enough, you can take it for your urgent needs to avoid selling your house. Sensing Aunt Ma's attachment to her old home, Su Suizhu spoke impulsively. However, after recently purchasing 3 properties, she was left with only 20,000, unsure if it would be sufficient to alleviate Aunt Ma's urgent situation. Aunt Ma's eyes instantly welled with tears, and she patted Su Suizhu's hand, choking back her emotions. You are such a good child, just like your father, so kind-hearted. Although Aunt Ma was reluctant, she came to terms with the situation. It's too far. My son and daughter-in-law are worried. If we live together, I can still help out, taking care of my grandchild, cooking for them, tidying up the house. Observing Aunt Ma's unwillingness to accept money, but her determination to sell her house, Su Suizhu felt a spark of inspiration. Auntie, since you genuinely wish to sell, why not sell it to me? That would be wonderful. Aunt Ma found Su Suizhu's suggestion exceedingly agreeable. She disregarded the previous admonitions from her son and daughter-in-law to price it high, and without hesitation, offered a friendly price. Fortunately, Su Suizhu was aware of her difficult circumstances and still provided the housing funds at market value. As a result, her small treasury was entirely depleted, yielding 3 street-facing houses in the town and a clean, serene courtyard. The street-facing houses were rented out while she resided in the courtyard. From this point onward, she became a landlord who could leisurely count her money. After repainting the 3 houses, rental notices were posted. Within less than a day, prospective tenants arrived seeking to rent. 2 of the houses were leased to a popular seafood restaurant. The tenants' business thrived, and they paid their rent promptly, with terms agreed upon for quarterly payments. When the first quarter's rent was collected, she was so delighted that she hugged her little Baozi and showered him with kisses. Little Baozi giggled with delight. Chapter 102. Wild Yellow Flower Fish, Let Us Go. We are off to visit Annie and Uncle. After the new year, the mother and child moved into the freshly renovated ancestral home of the Su family. A new year signifies a new beginning. Living in the newly restored house was quite refreshing. Upon arriving home, Su Suizhu released the octopus cleaning guardian to tidy up inside and out, while she locked the courtyard door and took little Baozi to her aunt's home. Has Auntie Chung calculated something? Su suju dize? Not at all. Su suiwan lauget? It was the daughter-in-law of the Wong family at the village entrance who chatted with me yesterday. She mentioned that your success in the recent English competition in town was all due to your efforts. With such achievements, how could they not grant you a day off on Sunday? Su Suizhu was amused by her aunt's words. The Wong family's daughter-in-law also mentioned that her son, who previously lacked interest in studies, had become diligent ever since you came. He is even showing consideration for the family. If he does not succeed in the college entrance examination, he plans to follow his father to sea for fishing. And he said that all roads lead to Rome is something you taught him, right? Is that a Wong? It must be Wong Yongjia. Su Suizhu sighed. I merely encouraged them not to be disheartened. The college entrance examination is not the only pathway. There are numerous possibilities for the future. Speaking of pathways, did those two children who went to Guangxing to pursue stardom write to you? Their family received a letter the day before yesterday and specially brought over a bag of honey tangerines for us. Your uncle and I tried a few, and they were quite sweet. The rest will be saved for you to take to town tomorrow. As she spoke, following her aunt's gaze, Su Suizhu noticed a snakeskin bag filled with honey tangerines in the corner and could not help but grimace. There were so many that she could hardly finish them all. I'll take 3 to 5 pounds for my colleagues to try. You all can keep the rest to enjoy slowly. This must weigh 50 or 60 pounds. We can't eat it all in time. It will spoil. Then let us make some syrup preserves. Chui Chui and Zhuang Zhuang will definitely love them. All right, I'll follow your lead. Is uncle out to sea? Su Suizhu did not see her uncle at home. Not yet. He is at the fishing grounds. Would you like to visit? Sure. I haven't seen it since school started. How is business lately? Not too bad. Su Suizhu knew her aunt was not one to elaborate, but the beaming smile on her face indicated that the fishing grounds must be doing well since they took over. The aunt and niece carried the child to the Nanwan fishing grounds. Originally a vast collective fishing area, it had been divided into various sections since being contracted out. The Lin family's fishing grounds were at the southernmost point, and as they walked, they encountered several villagers. Seeing everyone greet them with smiles and warmth puzzled Su Suizhu. Su Shiyuan shrugged. What could be the reason? Upon learning that your Fuju Island is hiring for cultivation, everyone wants to sign up to help their relatives. Su Suizhu realized what was happening. Previously, encounters with familiar faces involved mere greetings, while strangers passed by without acknowledgement. But now it was a different story. However, hiring for Fuju Island was essential. Otherwise, with such a large island, developing it solely with her and her aunt's family would take an eternity. I'm not familiar with the uncles and aunts in the village. I'll leave this matter for you to oversee. You don't need to say it. I'll be vigilant. Don't be fooled by their smiles. Some have ulterior motives. Not all relatives are diligent workers. Hiring people is for them to do the work, not to let them take advantage of us. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on things. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the Lin family fishing grounds. Lin Guodong spotted them from a distance, approaching with a smile and reaching out to hold Baozi, only to be dodged by Su Xiuyuan. Look at your dirty hands. Wash them before holding him. Wild yellow flower fish? Su Suizhu's eyes sparkled. Such a rarity. Did Uncle catch this? Su Suizhu laughed. This is fantastic. If we can catch more like this, we won't need to buy fish fry at all. Su Xiuyuan chuckled. You silly girl, to catch such a bargain once is a blessing. Do you expect to do it every time? Do you think the sea belongs to us? That day at noon, the Lin family's dining table featured an additional dish of fresh, tender wild yellow flower fish. Su Suizhu picked some tender meat to feed her son. Little Baozi appeared to be quite the foodie. A single bite of the fresh fish was not enough, and he cried out for more, nearly leaping out of his seat. In his excitement, he even managed to produce a sound that resembled Ma. Oh my, our Baozi can call for Mama now. Su Xiuyuan was even more thrilled than Su Suizhu, the mother. Su Suizhu gently pinched her son's little nose. You naughty boy. You only call out when you're craving something. Why don't you call out at other times? As long as he can call out, that's fine. They say boys tend to speak late. Some don't call their parents even after a year. Our Baozi is a little over 6 months and can already call out. He will surely be clever in the future. Yet, no matter how clever he was, Su Suizhu dared not overfeed him. She urged her aunt and uncle to eat while it was hot, while she leisurely fed little Baozi, indulging in an occasional bite herself. Su Xiuyuan secretly added a generous portion of fish meat to her niece's bowl, making sure little Baozi didn't TC. After all, the little one was eagerly staring at the fish on the plate, clamoring for Su Suizhu to feed him faster. After little Baozi had 3 or 4 bites of fish, only the fish bones remained on the plate. Little Bowsy wailed, and his attempts at coaxing only went in vain. There was no more fish left. He pouted and rubbed his little belly. His belly was already full from a bowl of milk-steamed egg prior to the meal, and the dining table was filled with fish meat and rice porridge, leaving his little belly round and plump. Nonetheless, he was still unsatisfied and wanted more. Slurp. He craved the tender fish meat and fresh fish soup. The adults were amused by little Bowsy's adorable expressions. It seemed he truly belonged to the seaside, showing such a fondness for fish at such a young age. Bowsy, grow up quickly, and Annie will make you delicious food every day. Annie will take you out to sea for a breeze. Chapter 103. Salmon and Big Bluefin after the meal, while little Bowsy was soundly napping. Su Sueju felt an itch to go fishing. Since the start of school, she had not touched a fishing rod. Go ahead, there's no wind today. Let your uncle take you out to sea for fishing. I'll keep an eye on Bowsy, Su Shuyuan suggested. Su Sueju was intrigued. She had never fished at sea before, so she packed her fishing rod and bucket and boarded her uncle's fishing boat to venture out to sea. She initially intended to catch some shrimp and eel to dry and send to the two students. Unexpectedly, her luck was extraordinary. Aside from shrimp, grouper, and sea eel, after casting her line a dozen times, she managed to reel in a large salmon weighing about 10 pounds. How is there a salmon here? Even accustomed to the high-end Xingji fishing rod, Su Sueju was astonished to catch a salmon. The Xingji fishing rod's prowess lies in the special material of its hooks, which attract fish. However, no matter how impressive, could it possibly draw fish from the northern waters to the south? That seemed rather miraculous. Perhaps it was a group from Taiwan that got separated during migration, unknowingly swimming here. Lin Guodong was equally puzzled, having worked in the fishing grounds for so many years. He had been out to sea countless times and had never seen anyone catch a salmon in this area. Aside from the plausible explanation of it getting lost during migration, no other reasonable justification seemed to fit. As expected of an experienced fisherman, he guessed quite accurately. Regardless of the reason, since we have caught it, it is ours now. Su Sueju laughed heartily. Quick, uncle, cast a net here. Perhaps we may catch its companions. Lin Guodong chuckled softly, remarking that catching one fish felt akin to winning a lottery, and doubted there could be more. Nevertheless, he complied and cast the fishing net, taking the opportunity to clean the large salmon he had caught. The salmon would perish once out of the ocean, and after half an hour, its flesh would begin to deteriorate. Therefore, it was imperative to clean out the blood, remove the entrails, and freeze it before it spoiled. This way, it could be stored for 3 months and still retain its freshness. With the salmon properly handled, Lin Guodong began to retrieve the net. Su Sueju pondered how to release the fishing vessel equipped with the system package of the Sea Blue Star. The ship featured a self-contained refrigeration unit embedded within the deck's compartments, boasting an enormous storage capacity. Its operations were fully automated. With the press of a button, one could select to deploy shrimp traps, crab traps, or cast fishing nets, all managed effortlessly by agile robotic arms. However, she had inquired about the cost of the new fishing vessels produced by Haicheng Shipyard, and even a mid-sized modern ocean fishing boat was far from affordable. To possess such wealth, yet be unable to indulge freely was indeed a vexing predicament. Sueju, come help me. I don't know what I've caught, but it's heavy, Lin Guodong exclaimed, straining to haul the fishing net. It's here. Su Sueju rushed forward to assist him. The two of them worked in unison and finally pulled the hefty net aboard. What kind of fish is this? It's enormous. Lin Guodong gasped in astonishment as the net surfaced. Su Sueju was equally taken aback. The shrimp, crabs, and assorted fish within the net were momentarily forgotten as they gazed at the massive fish at the center, which seemed on the verge of bursting the net. Likely weighing over 200 pounds and towering taller than an average adult when stood upright. If she was not mistaken, this appeared to be a bluefin tuna. The fish was short yet robust, with a slender, conical shape and a forked tail. Its underside and sides were vividly colored, while the upper body boasted a deep blue hue. Its entire body was adorned with scales, featuring a large mouth and small eyes, with short pectoral fins. Was this not the defining characteristics of a bluefin tuna? In her previous life, she had been an ardent lover of tuna, often dragging her friends abroad to savor various authentic preparations. Over time, she had developed a certain understanding of tuna's characteristics and habits. To her knowledge, the larger bluefin tuna did not inhabit the southeastern coastal waters of her country, where only smaller specimens weighing around 10 to 20 pounds were typically found. The larger ones generally migrated to the Sea of Japan. She could hardly believe her fortune upon being reborn, discovering such a massive bluefin tuna in her own nation's waters. She felt an urge to laugh heartily. "Uncle, this should be a bluefin tuna," she declared. "Bluefin? Can they grow this large?" Lin Guodong was incredulous. The bluefin he had caught before weighed at most 10 pounds. This one before them seemed to dwarf even a 250-pound weight. It must have come from another sea region. Su Suizhu suppressed her excitement and urged her uncle to hasten their return. Such a large tuna would be challenging to preserve, and they needed to contact the Friendship Hotel immediately. A bluefin tuna weighing nearly 300 pounds could only be accommodated by a provincial-level restaurant. Yet, as Su Suizhu gazed at the colossal fish, she swallowed hard. She longed to taste such fresh bluefin. Wasn't this precisely what she craved? However, with a giant bluefin tuna seemingly gifted to her, her first thought was to sell it. Selling it would provide the funds to purchase a fishing vessel. For the sake of indulging her future culinary desires, she was willing to go to great lengths. Lin Guodong recognized the logic in her reasoning. Regardless of the type of fish, such a massive specimen could only be handled by the Friendship Hotel. Selling it at the seafood market would be a waste. Even if they were willing, it would not sell quickly. Thus, they sped back to shore. Upon returning home, they borrowed a cart, laid down crushed ice, and headed to town. Unfortunately, their regular long-distance driver was unavailable, and in a rush, they rented a small truck. Without time to enlist his son as help, Lin Guodong traveled alone with the driver, who was unfamiliar with the route, and they hurried on their way. However, due to the driver's lack of knowledge of the road, they arrived at the Friendship Hotel just as dusk approached. Fortunately, Wang Yoji happened to be at the hotel. Master Fu was hosting friends there, and he was busy ensuring everything was attended to. When informed by the kitchen staff that the Lin family fishing grounds had delivered a 300-pound pure wild bluefin tuna, he was filled with immense joy. He hurried to the kitchen unloading area, eagerly inquiring with the head chef, "Is it truly a bluefin?" "Absolutely. How fresh is it?" "The fish's eyes are bright and shimmering with a blue light. It couldn't be fresher." Old Lin said he caught it and sent it straight away without delay. "Excellent. Prepare it immediately for the menu. I was worried about not being able to host properly, but with this large bluefin, I believe it will satisfy those esteemed guests." Chapter 104. Does Xiaogu wish for Teacher Su? Wang Yoji was mindful of the distinguished guests in a luxurious private room, hailing from the circles of Kyoto. Although they were all younger, their family elders frequently appeared on the evening news, so he had to exercise caution. Thus, he shook Lin Guodong's hand hurriedly, thanking him, and entrusted the head waiter to arrange for Lin Guodong and the driver to rest and dine. Lin Guodong felt a sense of relief after handing over the fish to the restaurant. A 300-pound bluefin was worth at least 10,000 yuan. It felt as though he was traveling with a substantial sum in his pocket, while the driver, unfamiliar with the route, left him anxious throughout the journey, worrying about the fish's freshness and potential mishaps along the way, causing him to sweat considerably. Finally, he could sit down and catch his breath. After their meal, they were presented with 2 baskets of fresh fruit, one of mangosteen and the other of rambutan, reportedly airlifted from Hainan. Wang Yoji generously shared 2 baskets, stating they were for his nephew to enjoy as supplementary food. "All right, I will note this down. The total is this amount." The manager discreetly gestured a figure of 15,000 yuan to Lin Guodong, avoiding the driver. Lin Guodong gasped. It was more than he had anticipated. The owner, busy with his esteemed guests, did not see them off, so he offered to help with the fruits. "I'll do it," Lin Guodong insisted, taking the 2 baskets of fruit and bidding farewell. "All right, Boss Wang." Fu Xingyang raised his glass in a toast. "I knew you had good things here. It seems our visit was well worth it." The other companions from Kyoto chuckled teasingly. "Yang, it seems you are quite the regular here." They had thought he was saving money, only to discover he frequently indulged in lavish meals. Not just lavish meals, but bluefin tuna. "My goodness, I've never tasted this before. Isn't it supposed to be imported? It must be pricey." Wang Yoji explained, generally, that is correct. However, this large bluefin was indeed caught in nearby waters. Perhaps it strayed during migration, but the quality is absolutely superb. Fu Xingyang, intrigued, inquired, "Which sea area was it caught in?" Wang Yoji replied that it was from not far off the fjord fishing grounds. Hearing that it was from the fjord fishing grounds, Fu Xingyang who had nearly forgotten the nausea he experienced on his last fishing trip 6 months ago, felt his thoughts begin to stir again. Siya yi. Shall we go sea fishing? He nudged Lu Qishao beside him. Lu Qishao quietly enjoyed his meal, but the suggestion indeed piqued his interest. Fu Xingyang misinterpreted his silence. Thinking Xiao Guo was reluctant to let the others know too much about his relationship with teacher Su, and he chuckled, adding, I haven't seen teacher Su's adorable son in a while. I miss him. Shunzi, feeling a bit wronged, exclaimed, Brother Fu, didn't I treat you to mutton afterwards to atone for my mistakes? Besides, the miserable situation back then was not due to a lack of fishing boats, but rather because I was on the boat and ended up seasick. Fu Xingyang, not allowing him to finish, rolled up his sleeves, laughing as he pounced on Shunzi, pinning him down. Are you feeling itchy? Come here. Let us see how my tickling skills have improved. Brother Fu, I was wrong. Shunzi laughed uncontrollably as he was tickled. The curly-haired individuals, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, eagerly rolled up their sleeves to join the collective tickling event. Lu Qishao, observing their childish antics, chose to avert his gaze and turned to Wang Youji, inquiring, I have heard that after the restructuring of the Shaoan fishing grounds, the benefits have been quite favorable? Indeed, it has been quite promising, Wang Youji replied, being well informed due to his business dealings with Lin family fishing grounds. Since the public-to-private transition at the end of last year, contracts have been awarded to local fishermen. I signed a supply agreement with one of the fishery owners. Oh, Lu Xiao. You might remember him. He is the fisherman who delivered lobsters to me last year. With the agreement in place, both parties can rest easy. Naturally, when they reel in prized bluefin tuna, Old Lin will be the first to deliver to me. Lu Dalao mused that not only did he remember, but future familial ties would also be formed. After some commotion, Fu Xingyang and the others settled down to continue enjoying their food and drink. Wang boss, since you're quite familiar with the fishery owners over there, could you help us arrange something? Of course, Wang Youji readily agreed. If you truly wish to visit, I shall accompany you. I will ask Old Lin to rent a fishing boat for a day and take you out to sea for a breeze. Unbeknownst to Wang Youji, Fu Xingyang and his companions had made quite the spectacle during their outing the previous year. Had he known, he might not have been so quick to agree. All right, it's settled. Fu Xingyang exclaimed with a grin, patting Lu Qishao on the chest. Brother Xiao, rest assured this time I won't get seasick. Last month, I specially learned to dive. If I do get seasick, just punish me by throwing me into the sea to swim. Lu Qishao quipped. And then wait to be devoured by a large fish? Are you going fishing, or are you inviting the fish to catch you? The gift from Wang Boss was said to be for Dodo as supplementary food. Upon returning home, he handed the basket to Su Shuyuan. She glanced at it and noticed one type of fruit she didn't recognize. It appeared to be quite expensive. Su Shuyuan prepared a basin of warm bath water and urged her husband to wash up and change into fresh undergarments. While drying off, Lin Guodong asked, Can you guess how much that big bluefin sold for? Perhaps around 10,000? Su Shuyuan replied, her face radiating joy as she spoke of their haul. Bluefin tuna is rare around here. It must fetch a good price. 15,000, Lin Guodong exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. He shook his head in disbelief. I never imagined a single fish could sell for 15,000. If we had encountered such fortune a few years back, we would have already built a new house. Come now, if we had such luck back then, the fisheries wouldn't have undergone restructuring. Do you think we earned more before the restructuring or after? Su Shuyuan gave him a sidelong glance. Lin Guodong, drying his hair, chuckled foolishly. Does that even require questioning? Su Shuyuan stepped forward and cautioned him. Keep the news of the bluefin tuna catch under wraps. Otherwise, everyone will come flocking. Other fisheries may spread rumors. I know, I'm not foolish. To avoid drawing attention, I didn't even collect the payment this time. I'll go again later and deposit it directly in the provincial bank. After finishing his bath, Lin Guodong changed into a dry undershirt and crawled into bed. Su Shuyuan disposed of the bathwater, extinguished the light, and joined him, though it was already midnight. The couple found themselves wide awake, engrossed in conversation about their recent harvest and future plans. Their excitement escalated, eventually leading to an intimate moment, marking their first encounter in the early morning hours since their marriage. At their age, such moments were indeed precious. In their correspondence, both had mentioned that the poem she had encouraged them with in her last letter had been set to music and would be included in the new album scheduled for release in May. They even included the edited lyrics at the end of the letter. Su Laosher, You should consider a pen name. I'll fill it in the lyricist section. Once the payment for the lyrics comes through, I will send it to you, Chun Xiong wrote at the conclusion of the letter. Su Suizhu stroked her chin in astonishment. Oh, such a development? She then realized that this presented a new opportunity for income. Perhaps she could write lyrics when inspiration struck to earn some extra money for groceries. How delightful. After responding to the letter, she began preparing the package she intended to send to them. The orange syrup was a must-have, as it was a gift from their parents. She had prepared half a bag of it using her culinary gadget, only to discover she lacked sufficient airtight containers. To remedy this, she utilized her points to custom order an elegant set of macaroon-colored storage boxes, consisting of 6 pieces, lightweight, convenient, and antibacterial. The lids sealed remarkably well. Even when flipped and shaken, not a drop would spill. Su Suizhu filled one of the larger containers with orange syrup, planning to send it to Guangqing. However, a single box of syrup seemed rather meager for a package. Thus, she also prepared several pounds of dried shrimp and eel, sending a pound of each to her students while dividing the remainder among her family. Once everything was packed, she washed up and went to bed. That night, she enjoyed a sound sleep. The following morning at 6, accustomed to her biological clock, Su Suizhu silenced the alarm before it rang. She first logged into the lottery system to claim points, then stretched and lazily sat up in bed. Little Baozi, wrapped in a fluffy blanket, was still sound asleep. Su Suizhu tiptoed to the kitchen and used her culinary gadget to prepare a pot of congee with scallops and lean meat. During the cooking, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, then began gathering the tinned oranges and dried shrimp to share with her colleagues. Little Baozi seemed to have developed a biological clock as well. Every day, around 6:30, he would wake without needing prompting, waving his arms and kicking his legs while babbling in bed. Su Suizhu swiftly finished her bowl of congee, mixed some warm water, and wiped little Baozi's face. Dodo, we must wash your little face and hands clean. We need to apply some delightful lotion to your tender skin. Mommy knows you're hungry. We must wash your little face before you can have milk. Once you're full, Mommy will take you to Auntie Zhou. For lunch, I'll make you steamed egg custard and add some salmon flakes, all right? That big fish Mommy caught yesterday, Auntie picked the softest pieces for you to eat, turning them into crispy, fragrant fish flakes. Would you like some? Little Baozi, whether he understood or not, was genuinely hungry. He burrowed into Su Suizhu's arms, wailing for food. Su Suizhu had no choice but to relent. All right, I will feed you. Once you're full, we'll set off. Be good at Auntie Zhou's. After filling the little one, she took him to Zhou Lihua's home, then hurried to the post office. Although the town post office typically opened at 7:30, the staff had come to recognize her from her previous visits, knowing she was a teacher rushing to class, and they assisted her in processing her package ahead of time. Such is the charm of small towns. In a big city, no one would care. Having sent off the letter and package, Su Suizhu timed her arrival perfectly, rushing into the school just 30 seconds before the bell rang. Su Laosher, over here. Principal Qi seemed to be waiting for her, waving her over. Principal, are you looking for me? Yes, I am preparing for something. Su Suizhu nodded. Indeed, she planned to bring little Baozi along this time. After all, she would not need to be involved during the competition, and regarding the awards, there would still be a final round. The award ceremony would not be held on the same day. Thus, her role this time would primarily be as a team leader, ensuring the students' safety. I understand that reaching the semifinals is no small feat for you and the students. Just focus on demonstrating your true abilities in the semifinals without pressure. For our school, merely participating in the provincial semifinals is already a success. Seeing her deep in thought, Principal Qi assumed she was worried about the semifinals outcome and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Su Suizhu smiled at this. I understand everything you've said. Don't worry, both the students and I will give our best effort. Since they had made it to the semifinals, preparations were necessary. After guiding them through the preliminary rounds, she had a general understanding of her students' English foundations. Chen Wenjun needed to improve his listening skills, while Tian Xiaoxua needed to focus on grammar. Su Suizhu's task was to outline the essential knowledge points for the competition and practice with them. Thus, the day passed in a flurry of classes, lesson planning, guessing questions, and tutoring. Before even stepping into the courtyard of Hu's home, a cacophony of noise reached my ears. What does a child of such tender age understand? Just feed him something to stave off hunger. Providing him with such lavish meals is nothing short of wasteful. You old hag, gather all this food and take it to Hu. He is about to face his entrance exams, and, as his grandmother, how can you not buy him some nutritional supplements, yet favor outsiders instead? I tell you, old woman, have you grown weary of life? The voice speaking was that of a woman, sharp and piercing. No, this is the food brought for the child, not something I purchased. If you take it away, how am I to explain to his mother? This was Hul's voice, clearly tinged with sobs. The sharp-voiced woman continued her tirade. Explain what? If you don't say anything, how will his family know? And I've heard you take care of children for $30 a month. Where's the money? At your age, how much do you actually need? Give it to me. Consider it as you, the grandmother, buying some treats for your grandson. SHNGJN. You must control your wife. This money is needed for your mother. It cannot be squandered. ZHUL who began to weep. A man's impatient voice joined in. Mother, you know well that life of my mother-in-law's is not easy. If you have money, lend me a hand. I am your only son. If you don't give it to me, who else will you save it for? SHNGJN. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I have my own priorities. Your father has been gone for many years, and the grave we built is not sturdy. I want to save some money to repair your father's south resting place. Is the living more important than the dead? The sharp-voiced woman interrupted ZHUL's lamentations. SHNGJN. What is there to discuss with an old hag? If she refuses, we will find our own way. I refuse to believe that in such a small place, we cannot find a hidden stash. No, you cannot do this. The atmosphere was chaotic. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and X-Su-H strode in with a serious expression, first taking the little Bowsy from ZHUL's hands. Upon seeing her, the child's bright eyes sparkled, and he broke into a joyful smile, easing her worries. Don't be afraid, Dodo. She gently patted the child's back. The little Bowsy nestled closer to her, then pointed at ZHUL who, twisting his small body in a bid to have X-Su-ZH assist. X-Su-ZH comfortingly patted her son's back and addressed the unfamiliar man and woman. Who are you? Coming here to bully an elderly woman living alone? I should be asking you who you are. The woman with the sharp voice placed her hands on her hips, pointing at X-Su-ZH and unleashing a torrent of insults. My husband is this old hag's legitimate son. Who do you think you're to meddle in our family's affairs? Oh, a legitimate son, you say? At first glance, I mistook you for a bandit. X-Su-ZH replied coldly. However, regardless of familial ties, there is no justification for barging in and demanding money. Why not sit down and discuss matters calmly? Is it proper for a son and daughter-in-law to lay hands on an elderly person? Little girl, what is it to you? Hurry up and leave. Stop meddling in our family's business. If you don't leave, I'll make you. The woman, clearly a shrew, began to hurl filthy insults and lunge for X-Su-ZH's hair, disregarding the child in her arms. X-Su-ZH had never encountered such a woman before. Without uttering a word, she rolled up her sleeves to retaliate. Had she known sooner, she would have settled Dodo first. With no way to escape, she turned her back and raised her arm to protect the little Bowsy. To her surprise, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, the woman howled like a wolf. X-Su-ZH turned to see Lu Dlo. His face darkened, gripping the woman's wrist and flinging her aside, causing her to crash to the ground. Yelping in pain. Who do you think you are? SHNGJN. Help me up. Oh, my poor backside. Serves you right for bullying Teacher X. Fu DSHO and his companions arrived shortly thereafter. Lin Gu-Ding, carrying 2 baskets of fruit, panted as he caught up. What happened, Sway Sway? I heard the commotion from afar. Are you and Dodo all right? We're fine. X-Su-ZH quickly reassured her uncle. Uncle, what brings you here? Lin Gu-Ding had come to deliver fruit, parking at the street corner since the alley was too narrow for the vehicle. Upon hearing the quarrel emanating from ZHUL's home, how could he not hurry? Unfortunately, he lacked the vigor of the younger generation, especially Lu Dlo, who seemed to fly to the scene. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, his niece might have been harmed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he set down the baskets and confronted the couple. What are you doing, bullying my niece? What else would we be doing? I overheard at the door. It seems they came demanding money, and when they didn't get it, they took their anger out on Teacher X. Do they think a woman with a child is easy to intimidate? Fu DSHO remarked coolly. Normally, he wouldn't bother with such matters. After all, who dictates that one must intervene in every injustice witnessed? But today was different. He had rented a fishing boat from the Lin family and had shared a meal with them. Considering the good hospitality he received, it felt somewhat disloyal to ignore misfortune befalling those who had treated him kindly. Moreover, X-Suh was the object of his friend She-O's affections. He had discerned the sincerity in She-O's feelings. Otherwise, why would he rush over like a fierce tiger upon hearing the ruckus from the Zhu family? The speed of his arrival left them in awe. Now, observing She-O's gaze towards Teacher X, he thought to himself how affectionate it appeared, stirring feelings within him, even prompting thoughts of seeking a partner for himself. Chapter 107. A simple meal. Lu Ch11 shot him a glance, signaling him to refrain from rambling. Then turned to Zhul, who with a serious expression. Who are these two? Should I call the police? Call the police? Zhul, who was taken aback. Her own son and daughter-in-law were making a scene at home, and she was to call the police? What nonsense! The woman on the floor sprang up, disregarding the pain in her backside, and began cursing her mother-in-law. You old hag, do you wish for me to be arrested? Dream on. She then turned to Lin Gudiying. This brother, we didn't bully your niece. My wife just has a loud voice. It sounds like an argument from afar, but it's really nothing. The woman's demeanor shifted quicker than the weather. Right? We're leaving now. SHNGJN. Aren't we? The man, meekly following his wife, made to depart. Zhul, whose face fell in sorrow. She opened her mouth but could not utter a word. This son had been raised in vain. Wiping her tears, she approached X-Suh. Teacher X, I'm truly sorry for almost getting you and Dodo hurt. As she spoke, the tears that had just begun to dry flowed anew. X-Suh sighed. Auntie, you cannot blame yourself. You are also a victim. I understand your concern and affection for Dodo. Despite her words, anxiety lingered in her heart. What if Zhul, whose son and daughter-in-law returned to cause trouble while she was at work? Zhul, who seemed to sense X-Suh's worries. Wiping her tears, she assured, Don't worry, I'll change the lock soon. Even if my second son has a key, he won't be able to get in. For now, it seemed there was no other choice. After helping to tidy the disarrayed room, X-Suh finally emerged from the Zhu household. Little Baozi was thoroughly entertained, playing joyfully with Wang Yuz and others. He was being tossed high in the air by Fzh Ying, and instead of fearing the height, he clamored for more, howling for another turn. X-Suh found herself exasperated. Yet, seeing Lu Ch11 nearby providing protection, her heart felt considerably more at ease. Going out to fish. Su Suizhu recalled last year's incident when Fu Daxiao was so seasick yet still dared to come. Indeed, after taking the seasickness medication, he managed not to vomit. But he was far from the vigorous state he imagined. The bountiful catch was primarily thanks to Lu Qishao and Wang Yoji. Fu Xingyang felt fine in the cabin. But once he stepped onto the deck, he began to feel dizzy. Ultimately, he opted to lie still in the cabin until they reached the shore. Therefore, today's harvest was largely unrelated to him. As he arrived with gifts in hand, Su Suizhu could not show no appreciation. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, so she decided to invite them to share a simple meal before they departed. Fu Xingyang's party had come for leisure, planning to stay overnight in the county town, with accommodations already booked, so they were not in a hurry. Seeing the little Baozi, who was chubby and adorable, laughing and playing in the main room, they were not concerned about what to eat for dinner. Since we are already acquainted, please make yourselves at home. Let's have a cup of tea and some biscuits to tide us over, she said. Su Suizhu prepared several cups of tea and placed a plate of her homemade egg pancakes on the table, inviting everyone to sit down. Noticing Fu Xingyang and the others still playing with the little Baozi, she smiled and said, I appreciate you all keeping him entertained. If he starts yawning, please let me know. He is likely ready for a nap. Wang Yoji stood up and asked Su, shall I cook a couple of dishes? No, that won't do. Su Su Du Hu Di Den De Ge Lin. It wouldn't be right to have our guests cook. I have tasted Boss Wang's culinary skills, and they are superb. This time, allow me to showcase my own. All right then, Wang Yoji chuckled. If you need help, just let me know. We are familiar enough now to drop the formalities. As Wang Yoji entered the main room, Su Suizhu took out her cooking device. Although she considered her cooking skills satisfactory, she could not compete with the speed of the cooking device. It would be unacceptable to leave the guests waiting idly at the table. With the wood stove lit and the gas stove also ignited, she began to prepare fishball soup, seizing the rare opportunity to host a meal for Chef Wang. She was determined to put forth her utmost effort. A shadow appeared at the kitchen door. Su Suizhu initially assumed it was Wang Yoji and was about to tell him he need not assist, but upon looking up, she realized it was Lu Dalao. For some reason, her ears felt warm. Is there anything I can help with? Lu Dalao asked without hesitation, rolling up his shirt sleeves. As you can see, my kitchen is small. It would be a bit cramped for two. I am quite familiar with the kitchenware, so let me take over. Su Suiju blocked the cooking device beside the gas stove and said, if you truly wish to help, perhaps you could keep an eye on Dodo. I will certainly keep a close watch, he replied. Why don't you step outside? Su Suiju glanced at him. She had initially wanted to discuss the follow-up to Lu Haiyan's case, but seeing the evident wariness and tension in her eyes, Lu Qishao chuckled lightly and said, all right, just call me if you need anything. Finally, having successfully ushered this imposing figure into the main room, Su Suiju wiped the sweat from her brow. Perhaps it was because the father and son had yet to recognize each other, and little Baozi bore the Su surname, which caused her heart to flutter slightly. She chastised herself internally for being so foolish. What is there to feel anxious about? The recognition has not occurred yet, and without a conclusion, it is only natural to feel unsettled. After all, it is not unreasonable for him to bear the Su surname. If he had the ability, he could also father a child, ensuring there would be no competition for affection. After venting her frustrations, she steadied her mind and began to prepare dinner. She used the cooking device to steam fish, prepare spicy prawns, whip up shrimp scrambled eggs, bake salted flour snails, and make pepper salt prawns, all while continuously tossing together cold dishes with readily available ingredients. Sweet garlic jellyfish, cold kelp strips, drunken live shrimp, and fish tofu mixed with celery. Despite her reluctance, Su Suiju took out the salmon to prepare a sashimi plate. As the hot dishes emerged one after another, she finalized the steamed egg for Dodo and then mixed eggs, flour, mushrooms, and oysters to fry an oyster pancake before finally starting the rice. Meal is served, Su Suiju announced as she opened the kitchen door, carrying a plate of cold dishes. She saw her foolish son clinging to Lu Dalao's arm, drooling and bouncing on a man's knee. Instantly, she felt overwhelmed. Dodo, aren't you sleepy? Mommy will hold you for dinner, and after you eat, you can take a nice nap, all right? No, but the uncles are having dinner, and our dear one must also eat well. Still no. Lu Qishao caught Su Suju's exasperated expression and could not help but chuckle, effortlessly lifting the bouncing little boy from his knee. Are you tired from jumping? Shall we eat first? After we finish, then we can play, all right? Dodo nodded in agreement. Su Suiju thought, you little rascal. How aggravating. What was even more infuriating was that Lu Dalao shot her a smug glance, brazenly challenging her. Fu Zhengyang, astonished, exclaimed, Xiao Gu, your face is undeniably handsome. But when did you become so good with children? I remember, every child in the courtyard was terrified of you. Lu Qishao ignored him, inwardly scoffing. Can those children from the courtyard compare to my son? Fu Zhengyang rubbed his chin and continued fearlessly. This little one seems to have taken a liking to you, jumping into your arms and refusing to come down. Truly, the smaller the person, the bolder the heart. I admire that. He further praised Su Suiju. It seems you have not done too badly. Your Xiaoge is completely smitten. Enough of this nonsense. Haven't you seen the dishes? Why aren't you helping? Lu Qishao kicked him lightly, fearing that if he continued, the child's mother might become displeased. Fu Xingyang. Lu Qixiao's face darkened as he spoke sternly. At your age, do you not understand the basic etiquette of visiting someone's home? The room fell silent instantly, and the curly-haired youths exchanged worried glances, noting the serious expressions mirrored on both Fu Xingyang's and Lu Qixiao's faces. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Lu Qixiao looked down at the little Baozi, who had just been contemplating how to console a crying child. This made things much easier. The first curly-haired youth could not contain his laughter. PFF, Fugu, the little one is mimicking Xiao Gu scolding you. Fu Xingyang, holding 2 plates of dishes, felt utterly defeated. Realizing he had misspoken, he turned to Su Suiju to apologize. I'm sorry. I tend to speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart, Teacher Su. Su Suiju forced a smile, turning to pick up the little Baozi, only to find her foolish son clinging tightly to Lu Dalao as clothing, refusing to let go, clearly expecting to be fed. Wang Yoji, seeing this, attempted to lighten the mood. It seems Dodo enjoys lively gatherings. I can hold him for a while. Mr. Lu, please eat first. It's fine. I can eat while holding him, Lu Qishao replied as he looked down at the little one, who was smiling brightly at him, making gestures for him to start eating. The expressions of the two, one large and one small, were surprisingly harmonious. Su Suiju rubbed her forehead, utterly embarrassed by her son's antics. You all enjoy the dishes. I will go fetch the rice. Let me do it, Fu Jingyang said eagerly, wanting to make amends for his earlier rudeness. Su Suizhu quickly stopped him. You are the guest. It wouldn't be right for you to serve the rice. Enjoy your meal. The rice will be ready shortly. Do you know how to open the lid on the cooking device? Young man, the fresh and delectable dishes had everyone unable to stop eating. Wang Yoji savored a piece of salmon sashimi, his eyes lighting up with astonishment. Sister, did you really buy salmon at the seafood market here? I didn't buy it. We caught it yesterday at sea, Su Suizhu replied with a smile. We hooked a large salmon, and jokingly I asked if there were more nearby, because salmon tend to swim in schools. My uncle cast a net, and to our surprise, we were lucky enough to catch a big bluefin. That's why we hurriedly brought it to you. The curly-haired youth, unafraid to reveal the truth, chimed in, Fu Gu. It seems you weren't the one fishing. You've been lying in the cabin since we boarded. Exactly. You said you were feeling seasick the moment you stepped out. Shunzi added. After lamenting, he realized that the curly-haired youth and Shunzi were not paying him any heed. They were simply enjoying the feast. Hey. Can you not eat so voraciously? Leave me a piece. With that, he joined the fray, fighting for food with his chopsticks. Chapter 109. The little bun who hinders progress. This dish is absolutely delightful. Fu Jingyang exclaimed repeatedly. Teacher Su, with such exceptional culinary skills, why did you choose to teach instead? In my opinion, you could easily find a position as a head chef in a reputable restaurant and earn much more than as an educator. Those chefs at Yi Restaurant, aside from their beautiful plating, their dishes hardly surpass these in taste. Su Suizhu smiled modestly. You flatter me. I do not possess a wide repertoire of dishes, nor are my methods complex. It is either steamed or braised. The key to pleasing your palate lies primarily in the freshness of the ingredients. Indeed, Lu Qishao chimed in. Living near the sea is such a blessing. I regret having missed out on so many culinary delights over the years. He playfully kicked Fu Zhengyang under the table. Who do you think you are, calling yourself old man? Haha, I was merely jesting, Fu Zhengyang replied, bowing slightly. Before Brother Xiao, I would never presume to call myself that. I must come to the seaside more often, he continued. Observing the bewildered expressions on Shunzi and the others, he felt compelled to express his frustration. Why are you all looking at me like that? Fine. I won't go sea fishing anymore. I'll just fish from the shore instead. The main thing is to enjoy the seafood. By the way, Teacher Su, how is the real estate market in Yupu County? I might as well buy a piece of land in your town and develop a property called Platinum Coast. What do you think? Brother Fu, you must be joking. The curly-haired young man exclaimed, nearly choking on his soup. What about our freight station? Am I the sort to joke? Fu Jingyang retorted. Although it is indeed an idea that came to me suddenly. Do you not find it brilliant? The freight station sounds so mundane. No wonder it has seen little progress. Platinum Coast sounds cultured and refined. What do you think, Brother Xiao? Lu Qishao felt a headache coming on from Fu's impulsive notion, while Su Suizhu was left astonished. The Platinum Coast property does exist, but that is a matter for 10 years hence, is it not? Though there have been instances where properties sell out immediately upon launch, the circumstances differ by year, making comparisons futile. Classics cannot be replicated. It was indeed surprising that such a grand and successful development was merely the product of this seemingly unreliable young man's whim. Come here, Dodo. It's time for your milk-steamed egg, Su Suizhu called, bringing over the warmed baby food. She clapped her hands and opened her arms to her son. Under normal circumstances, the little bun would have rushed into her embrace with a beaming smile. But today, he smiled and remained perched on Lu Qishao's lap, his fingers in his mouth, gazing at everyone with wide eyes. Child, you are truly putting your mother in a predicament, she thought. This is the formidable Lu Qishao, known for his decisiveness and strategic mind. I can tell from the incident with Lu Haiyan that I am no match for him. She was still pondering how, as long as they did not undergo a paternity test, there would be no conclusive proof, and she could continue to be the sole guardian of the little bun. Yet, the little one seemed to defy expectations. Could it be that he had already recognized Lu Qishao as his father? How shocking. Let him sit. I can feed him just the same, Lu Qishao stated. In the midst of her thoughts, Su Suizhu felt a wave of embarrassment as she noticed his outstretched hand, momentarily caught off guard. Fu Jingyang and the others wore equally astonished expressions. My goodness, did Brother Xiao take a transformation pill before leaving home today? Not only is he allowing this tiny child to climb onto his lap without annoyance, but he is also actively requesting to feed him. She remembered her cousin's wedding, where her cousin's 3.5-year-old son had fearlessly clung to Lu Qixiao's leg, begging for a ride. How had Lu Qixiao reacted then? It seemed he had effortlessly lifted the child with one hand and tossed him to her cousin, leaving the little one in tears. Never had she anticipated witnessing such a gentle and kind side of Lu Qixiao today. It was indeed a moment to cherish. Aside from Wang Youji, an outsider unfamiliar with Lu Qixiao's character, only the innocent little bun seemed to notice Lu Qixiao reaching for the bowl of milk-steamed egg, smiling broadly in delight. Dodo is hungry. Lu Qixiao scooped a spoonful of egg custard and brought it to the little one's mouth. He eagerly devoured it, smacking his lips in approval, urging him to feed him faster. Thus Lu Qixiao fed, and the little bun ate, and before long, the small bowl of milk-steamed egg was empty. Dodo wants more. There's none left. Lu Qixiao revealed the empty bowl. Yum, not full. Fu Xingyang and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. After a moment, they resumed their meal, pondering how they could even question Lu Qixiao's patience. Perhaps he truly cared for the little bun and was unbothered by the fact that the girl was unmarried and had a child. In this regard, they felt they could never measure up to Lu Qixiao. First, they lacked such magnanimity. Seeing the child inevitably reminded them of the child's mother's past. It was impossible to feel entirely unperturbed. Second, their own mothers would likely be the first to object. Thinking of the latter, Fu Xingyang ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. During the spring festival, Lu's mother had visited their home and, smiling, had inquired whether Lu Qixiao had found a suitable girl in the provincial capital. It was truly painful. The memory alone was enough to remind him to tread carefully. Thus, Lu's mother had drawn no conclusions from him, unaware that Lu Qixiao had indeed found someone special, and that person had a child. The more he pondered, the more he felt his situation was precarious. If Lu's mother discovered his deception, his own would undoubtedly side with her in reprimanding him. It seemed imperative to acquire a piece of land in Shaoan town and explore new business opportunities, to avoid being caught in the middle and facing the wrath of both parties. Chapter 110. The boss is well prepared, feeling satisfied and drowsy. The little bun instinctively nestled into someone's arms, as if searching for something. Su Suizhu felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment and cursed the little rascal inwardly. Fortunately, Lu Qixiao remained blissfully unaware. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite awkward. Dodo is sleepy. I will take him to bed. You all take your time eating, Su Suizhu said gently, cradling her son in her arms. As she made contact, she inadvertently brushed against Lu Qixiao's hand, a fleeting scent of pine wafting to her nose. An aroma unique to men. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she hurriedly withdrew from the scene. Lu Qixiao lingered momentarily, recalling the smooth, delicate touch from that night, glancing up to see her departing before lowering his gaze to conceal the smile that lingered in his eyes. With such evidence at hand, how long could she hope to evade the truth? Have you arrived? Did you see Suizhu and Dodo? Are they well? Su Xuan inquired as she served the man his meal, sitting down to eat. They seem to be doing well, but the family caring for Dodo appears to be a bit troublesome. Lin Guodong recounted what he had witnessed. Su Xuan, worried about the little one, suddenly had a realization. You let Suizhu, a young woman, host a table full of male guests? She nearly dropped her chopsticks in her alarm. Why are you so carefree? Although Suizhu has a child, she is still unmarried. What will the neighbors think if they see this? Gossip will surely spread. Lin Guodong was taken aback by her reprimand. As a man, he had not considered such implications at the time. I didn't think of all that. Had I anticipated it, I would not have allowed my niece to host dinner. He defended himself. It's those gossiping women who have turned a good atmosphere into a toxic one. True. If you had been more thoughtful, you might not have ended things with your first partner. Xiao, we are of a certain age. Why bring up old grievances? I will bring it up if I wish. Fine. If you want to discuss it, go ahead. What could he do? He might as well bury himself in his meal. After dinner, Wang Youji was the first to speak up. Xiaosu, it's getting late. You've worked hard all day. You should rest early. We must take our leave now. Fu Xingyang slapped his forehead, exclaiming, yes, it's time to leave. He then mentioned a need to relieve himself, pulling Wang Youji along to serve as a guide. Wang Youji retorted, I'm not familiar with this place either. Fu Xingyang tugged him towards the exit, stating, no matter how unfamiliar you are, it's still better than my blindness in the dark. Fu Xingyang discreetly signaled to Wan Mao and Shunzi, urging them to be smart and leave quickly, while secretly giving Lu Dalao a thumbs up for encouragement. Lu Qixiao raised an eyebrow and, after they departed, glanced at Su Suizhu with a cryptic smile, asking, "They cleared the scene for us. Do you have anything to say?" Su Suizhu replied, "No, thank you." He chuckled lightly. "Is that so? I actually have something to say." Upon seeing his meaningful smile, Su Suizhu felt an overwhelming urge to flee, as if a door latch had been pulled. "I heard from your uncle that Dodo has been registered," she said, her heart silently reaching out. "Uncle, you put me in a bind." Maintaining her composure, she added, "Oh, he is already half a year old. We can't keep delaying his registration." Lu Dalao nodded in agreement. Just as Su Suizhu thought he was done speaking, he continued, "The name you chose is quite nice. Lu Jiayu? Oh no, it's Su Jiayu. What the heck? You can't toy with me like this." Su Suizhu closed her eyes in frustration and glared at him, saying, "What are you trying to imply? When we registered, I had no idea you even existed." Moreover, Su Suizhu bit her lip. It's not easy to change the household registration. She thought to herself, "You better not entertain the notion of transferring Dodo under your name. Indeed, it isn't simple. However, I've consulted the household registration office, and with a paternity test, the transfer can be done at any time," Lu Dalao stated calmly. Su Suizhu ground her teeth. "Dodo is so small. Can you really bear to draw blood from him?" Lu Dalao raised an eyebrow. "Who said a paternity test must involve blood? In later years, there are indeed alternatives such as nail samples and hair follicles, but as far as she understood, blood was the only method available at this time." Hearing her mumble, Lu Qixiao chuckled, wagering that if he hadn't brought it up, she would have continued to act oblivious. "Just give me the little one's nails. The county hospital may not be able to do it, but that doesn't mean other hospitals can't." Thus, Su Suizhu gazed at him with a hint of melancholy as she quietly trimmed a bit of nail from her sleeping little bun, seemingly well-versed in this routine, even pulling a pair of rubber gloves from her pocket. "You are indeed well prepared," she thought to herself with a smirk. He even suggested she take her time to consider. It turns out that was just for show. "Should we consider changing the household registration?" Lu Dalao suddenly inquired. Su Suizhu had been contemplating this while cooking. Initially, her sister-in-law helped find Granny Li Hua, as she was the only one in the family without complications. Now, with her son and daughter-in-law causing trouble, it was uncertain if this would be the last time. But who could she find in the meantime? If she changed the locks, her son and daughter-in-law wouldn't be able to get in, and she would have to continue caring for them. Su Suizhu reflected, stating, "In this town, those who aren't working usually have to take care of their children, or they are engaged in home-based work. It's not very peaceful with so many comings and goings." Lu Dalao shrugged, offering no comment. After sealing the trimmed nails in a bag and tucking it into his pocket, he stood up, saying, "I will keep you updated." Su Suizhu responded, "Actually, I don't want to. By the way, there is one more thing." As Lu Dalao reached the courtyard door, he recalled an important matter he hadn't mentioned. Lowering his gaze to admire her lovely features, he continued, "The matter concerning Lu Haiyan has been thoroughly investigated. The thug Chen Yawai, who accepted money to help her, has been apprehended, and it has led to another case." Fearing exposure, they went to the extreme of assaulting Fong Qin, the front desk attendant at Hongqing Hotel, and threatened her to alter the check-in list from that night. "This is why it took so long to find you, causing both of you so much suffering." With multiple charges against her, Lu Haiyan will face severe punishment. Su Suizhu was taken aback. Lu Haiyan not only plotted against the original owner, but also colluded with street thugs at the hotel front desk to cover her crimes. Was she even human? Not punishing her would be a show of mercy. Fortunately, the villains were caught. Lu Haiyan, reaping what she sowed, was not worthy of sympathy, while the only one to feel sorry for was the hotel front desk attendant. Having been photographed and subsequently blackmailed, she must have endured considerable torment. Yet, Lu Qixiao shook his head, saying, "You may pity her plight, but she may not agree. The person who insulted her has been captured." Yet she knelt down to plead for him. "What?" Su Suizhu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Why? Shouldn't she hate him?" Ironically, at the prime of her youth, she was forced to become the lover of the thug Chen Yawai. If it were her, she might have wished to kill him. Yet, she pleaded for him? Was she out her mind? Had she developed feelings from being abused? Su Suizhu found it utterly incredulous. "Everyone has different thoughts and ways of living," Lu Qixiao said, concerned she might overthink it. "In any case, don't carry this matter as a burden. It is resolved, and there is no need for further contemplation." She responded softly. Though she acknowledged his words, it was impossible not to feel guilty. At that moment, the distant sound of Wang Yoji approached. I told you there's a latrine nearby. If nothing else, the wall's base will do for a quick relief. Why walk so far in the dark? Someone must have stepped in dog droppings. Who is the unfortunate soul that has encountered such luck? Lu Qishao casually closed the courtyard door behind her, saying, We're leaving. You should rest early. Thank you, she replied through the door panel. Su Suizhu pretended not to hear and swiftly secured the latch. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Fu Dasha dragged Wang Yoji to the riverbank to wash his shoes. The surroundings fell silent once more. With no one to disturb them, Lu Qishao leaned against the door and softly called, Su Suizhu? He knew she hadn't left, surely. She could hear him. Su Laosher, Mama Dole, what are you doing? Su Suizhu felt her ears flush at his call. The test results hadn't even come in yet. Yet he dared to call out. No, even if Dodo truly was his son, had she permitted him to call like that? He laughed, hiding from me? What is there to hide? Su Suizhu stammered. There's nothing to hide. Then why the rush to secure the door? Am I going to eat you? Pretending not to hear, Lu Qishao couldn't help but chuckle, then asked, once the results are in, what do you plan to do? What could she possibly plan? Would she even have the liberty to decide? Su Suizhu felt a surge of irritation as she ran her fingers through her hair. She couldn't even voice her concerns to her aunt, let alone face others. After creating a persona of a scoundrel of a man, here she was left to deal with the aftermath. Sigh, how about I make a suggestion? Go ahead, she replied quickly. How about we put me on a trial period? Whenever the trial period ends, you can promote me. Promote? Su Suizhu asked, bewildered. Lu Qixiao's lips curled into a captivating smile. Of course, I mean as the child's father. If you believe my performance during the trial is satisfactory and I am fit to be the child's mother's partner, I would be more than willing. Get lost. Suddenly realized she had been verbally taken advantage of. Lu Qixiao suppressed his laughter and looked up at the sky, suddenly appreciating the beauty of the moonlight tonight. Siayi. Siayi. He ignored the call and turned to walk towards the parking area, saying, I'm off to another place. Fu Dashao touched his head, pondering whether things hadn't gone well since Lu Qixiao seemed so indifferent. Alas, it felt like a waste. First, he had the misfortune of stepping in dog feces. Then he dragged Wang Yoji to the riverbank under the pretense of washing shoes, nearly falling into the water in the dark. And what was the result? He could only watch his old friend, who had been single for years, pursue a woman, feeling quite anxious for him. Xiaoge, where are you going so late? He hurriedly followed. As for Baozi, he seemed to be doing well, thriving as usual. His mother, who had nearly given birth alongside him, couldn't bear to be apart from him even for a night. The thought of the identification results revealing that his guardianship was no longer solely hers made her heart ache. Yet denying it felt wrong. Both she and he were victims in this matter. Each time she observed their interactions, she couldn't help but think that her son's childhood would be far happier with a father present rather than just a mother. This realization made her reluctant to hinder their reunion. Thus, she found herself entangled in this dilemma day after day. Who knew he would drop a bombshell on her today? What had he said? To give him a probationary period. And if he passed, he would be both Baozi's father and her partner. Covering her face with the blanket, she pondered whether to agree to his proposal. Should she trust him? This was a mess. The chaotic thoughts in her mind transformed from whether to allow the father-son reunion to whether to accept his suggestion, a tangled web of emotions. In contrast to Su Suizhu's turmoil, Baozi was blissfully content. Ever since that incident, the little fellow seemed to have unlocked a new world. His fair little face now bore a new expression. Whenever he was displeased, he would wrinkle his small nose and furrow his brows, which was quite comical. At first, Su Suizhu hadn't paid attention, but after hearing him a few times, it suddenly dawned on her. Was he imitating Lu Dalao? She couldn't help but feel speechless. Dodo, must you learn this? That expression doesn't suit our adorable Dodo at all. She sighed, feeling the bittersweet pangs of motherhood as her little one began to assert his independence. After that day, Su Suizhu consulted Zhou Lihua, hoping she could come over to help care for Dodo. Living alone, Zhou Lihua found no difference in where she took Baozi, so she readily agreed. This arrangement eased Su Suizhu's worries considerably. In truth, Zhou Lihua was more concerned about her daughter-in-law continuing to stir trouble. Heartbroken by her son's behavior that day, she spent the night reflecting and came to the conclusion that raising this son had been in vain. Given his current state, where he could barely support himself, how could she expect him to take care of her in the future? Perhaps it was better to focus on raising her grandson and repairing her late husband's grave. When she could no longer move, she would sell the house and move to a nursing home. What she didn't know was that it wasn't her son that his wife no longer wanted to see. Rather, she was too afraid to come back for the time being. After that uproar, that night, Zhou Xingjun, her son, had gotten up to use the restroom and, in a daze, was ambushed with a sack at the wall's edge, receiving a warning not to cause trouble in Xiantown again, especially not to approach Su Laoshi and her child. He was told that whichever hand touched them would be broken. Zhou Xingjun was so frightened that he lost all sleepiness, collapsing at the wall, unable to get up, and wetting himself in fear. Shen Suilian scolded, "What a lunatic. Isn't your mother's money your money too? Just don't go. I just want to relieve myself," and got warned. It must have been those people from the afternoon. They look like trouble. This time they just scared me with a sack, but next time they might really break my arm. Isn't it just $30? Just $30? That is $30 every month, right? You're her only son. Isn't it your right to get it? Though she said this, Shen Suilian was also frightened. If they had caught her man with a sack this time, would she be next? She grumbled, all right, when the old lady kicks the bucket, the money will be ours." Yet, tempted by that $30, she couldn't resist and came back secretly without her husband. To her surprise, the Zhou family's gate was tightly shut, and after calling out for a while, no one responded. Thinking the old lady was purposely hiding, she was furious and pounded on the gate, cursing, "You old hag. You think you're so tough now that you have someone backing you? Don't come to bother us anymore. Just forget about Xingjun as your son. My son is no longer your grandson. Go live by your dead husband's grave." Upon hearing this, Su Suizhu tried to offer some words of comfort. Before she knew it, April was halfway through. In just a couple of days, it would be the semi-finals of the English competition, and Su Suizhu was to lead a team to the provincial capital. After work that day, she saw Zhou Lihua off and placed Baozi in the stroller, tidying up her luggage while entertaining him. She advised her not to spoil Baozi, though she knew she often did. As she packed Baozi's clothes and toys, she reassured her aunt, "Don't worry it. If the competition is nearby, whether I go or not doesn't matter. The school sent me to supervise as they can't let the students go alone. It would be quite dull waiting alone while they compete, but with Dodo around, it'll feel more fulfilling." Despite saying that, she still felt uneasy about taking such a young child on a long journey alone. The fishery had become a personal venture, and even the couple found it challenging, let alone leaving Lin Guodong alone to manage everything. "Aunt, don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. If worst comes to worst, I can ask Editor Wu and Professor Xiao for assistance. Just be careful. While you're out, don't be too frugal with food and lodging," Su Shiyuan said, pulling out a thick envelope from her inner pocket and handing it to her niece. "What is this?" Su Suizhu asked, puzzled as she opened it to find a thick stack of cash, utterly confused. "Aunt, why are you giving me so much money?" In that moment, her aunt resembled a wealthy tycoon throwing money around, saying, "Take it and spend it well." However, Su Suizhu couldn't help but think she didn't look like someone in need of funds. Well, her bank account was indeed empty. But didn't she still have the rental income from the shop? "Aunt, let me explain. The silence at the fish farm isn't due to a lack of funds. I'm currently asking someone about quality mother pearl seedlings. The flat on the island isn't ready yet, and the time for mass breeding the pearl shell seedlings won't come until late April or early May, so there's no rush." Late April to early May? That is soon. "Keep this money. Your uncle and I don't need it right now." Su Shiyuan laughed and patted Su Suizhu's hand. Hearing this, Su Suizhu quickly replied, "I'll handle the boat replacement. I have a classmate working at the shipyard. I'll find a chance to ask her about it." Buying a boat is just like buying a car. It can't be done carelessly. She had already drawn a Sea Blue Star fishing vessel from the system, which was currently resting in her package space. Along with it, she had also drawn a submarine and a maritime rescue device. To accommodate them, she had even spent 40 points to expand her package space. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sufficient. Su Shiyuan nodded in agreement. "All right, then ask your classmate for the current market rates. Once we have enough, we'll upgrade to a larger one." She insisted on giving her niece the envelope of money, reminding her to keep it safe. "You can save it in the bank if you don't need it. Just keep some small change in your wallet. And the bulk should be sewn into your underwear for safekeeping, so thieves won't notice." Su Shiyuan advised her carefully. "I know, Aunt," Su Suizhu replied. She had a method even safer than sewing it into her clothes. Her system package space could hold valuable items, making it impossible for thieves to touch. Chapter 113. Dodo is also my son unexpectedly. The thief overlooked the money in her pocket and instead fixated on the precious Dodo from her family. As the train had yet to arrive at the station, Su Sueju instructed the two students to secure their luggage first to avoid chaos when the crowd surged. Since boarding the train, Xiao Baozi had been eagerly looking around, excitedly engaging with Chen Wenjun and Tian Xiaoxue, refusing to sleep no matter how they tried to soothe him. However, as it approached the time to disembark, he drowsily leaned against her shoulder, succumbing to slumber. Su Laoshi, let me carry Dodo, Chen Wenjun offered, adjusting his backpack. It's all right, you two take care of yourselves. Wenjun, please help me with one bag, and Xiaoxue, could you hold Dodo as quilt? The three of them, teacher and students alike, emerged from the train station, drenched in sweat. After inquiring twice with the station staff, they finally discerned the way to Shanglin Zhongxue, which was not only remote but also situated far away, with its platform in a corner. Fortunately, just as they reached the platform, the 158 tram ambled into view. Oddly enough, while the platform had initially been sparsely populated, a multitude of people suddenly appeared as the tram approached. Where had they been waiting? Go ahead, Su Sueju urged, noticing the pushing from behind. With one arm cradling her son and the other protecting her students, she carefully guided them onto the tram. After Tian Xiaoxue and Chen Wenjun boarded, she grasped the door handle, bracing herself to step aboard. Suddenly, her left elbow was jostled by someone. Whether it struck a pressure point, she felt a sudden weakness, and just as she was about to switch arms to hold her son, a shadow rushed at her. And in an instant, Xiao Baozi was gone. Someone has taken my child, Su Sueju exclaimed in panic, turning to leap off the tram. However, she was momentarily obstructed by the throng behind her, wasting precious seconds before she finally broke free and sprinted after the short man who had snatched her child. Su Laosi, this won't he do? Chen Wenjun shouted, shedding his backpack and luggage, tossing them to Tian Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, keep an eye on the bags. I'm going after him. Then run quickly. Tian Xiaoxue gasped, catching the backpack, feeling an urgency that propelled her to don the bag on her arm and clutching a travel bag. She dashed to the train station to report the incident. As Su Sueju pursued, she regretted not having heeded her aunt's advice to leave Xiao Baozi at home. Simultaneously, she lamented not having thought of acquiring a weapon to chase down the assailant. The haunting news reports of children abducted by traffickers, either sold or mutilated to beg, pierced her heart with unbearable anguish. Dodo, Dodo, save my child. He has been taken by traffickers. A few compassionate passers-by, upon hearing her cries, began to pursue. Yet, the short man seemed well acquainted with the area, swiftly disappearing into a nearby alley. The alley was convoluted, making it easy to evade pursuit. Ahead lay a bridge, at the foot of which was a bustling marketplace. If he blended into the crowd, finding him would prove nearly impossible. Dodo, Dodo. Su Sueju's cries were filled with desperation. Make a U-turn. Lu Qixiao, who had been resting in the passenger seat, suddenly straightened up, took hold of the steering wheel, and executed a U-turn, accelerating toward the alley entrance. What is happening? Lu, the driver, was startled. Lu Qixiao narrowed his eyes, fixating on the shadow that vanished into the alley. His gaze flicked to the rear-view mirror, catching sight of the distressed woman in pursuit. His expression hardened. Ignoring Lu's question, he urged him to accelerate. Faster. Yes. Lu dared not ask further, following his command to speed toward the alley. The sound of screeching brakes piercing the air. Before the car had come to a complete stop, Lu Qixiao flung open the door and leapt out, leaving behind the instruction. You go get her, brother. The one to retrieve is Madame Lu, your mother. I'm just a driver and don't even know her. Yet Lu's protests fell on deaf ears as Lu Qixiao used the height of the street trees to scale the alley wall, quickly reaching the rooftops. From this vantage point, he soon spotted his target. With a few agile leaps, he intercepted the short man before he could reach the bridge, apprehending him deftly and securely, catching Xiao Baozi, who was about to be tossed aside. Xiao Baozi landed in Lu Qixiao's embrace, his dazed expression bringing him joy. Lu Qixiao's heart, which had been racing, finally settled, and he smiled as he playfully pinched the little one's nose. You seem quite pleased, but your mother is likely on the verge of tears. Mama, Mama. The oblivious Xiao Baozi blinked his large eyes, beginning to search for his mother. Dodo, Dodo. Su Sueju's voice, hoarse from crying, drew near. Su Laoshi, over here. Right here. Chun Wen-jun and several concerned bystanders had arrived before her. Witnessing the short man writhing on the ground, clutching his wrist in pain, unable to contain their anger, they kicked him a few times, shouting, "That's what you get for kidnapping a child. How could you do such a thing?" Su Suizhu, arriving just after, immediately spotted Lu Qishao cradling her son, who was clapping his hands and calling out to her. Relief flooded her heart, and she felt as if her strength had been drained. Leaning against the wall to steady herself, Lu Qishao approached with Xiao Baozi in his arms. "Mama, Mama." Upon hearing her son's joyous calls, Su Suizhu's tears spilled over, and she enveloped Dodo in her arms, leaning against the wall as she sobbed, "You little rascal, why are you smiling? You scared Mama to death. Do you know that?" Her tearful lament echoed memories of a beautiful evening, stirring emotions within Lu Qishao. Cursing under his breath, he realized now was not the time for such thoughts. If asked what terrified him most at the age of 26, it would undoubtedly be a woman's tears. For those unimportant, he could easily turn and walk away, but this woman, being the mother of his child and someone with whom he shared intimacy, made it impossible to abandon her in such a state. If he did, he could forget about a warm family life during the upcoming new year. Yet, allowing her to continue weeping would likely prove unbearable for him as well. Chapter 114. An unexpected encounter with a mother-in-law. "Stop crying," Lu Qishao said helplessly, wishing to wipe her tears away directly. After a moment's thought, he mentioned Xiao Baozi. "If you keep crying, the little one will join you." Su Suizhu instinctively looked up, meeting her son's bewildered gaze, his lips quivering, clearly on the verge of tears. Quickly, she sniffed and stifled her sobs, kissing her son. "Don't cry. Mama isn't crying anymore, and Dodo won't cry either." Having calmed Xiao Baozi, she turned solemnly to Lu Qishao. "I cannot thank you enough for today. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I truly don't know. Dodo is also my son," Lu Qishao interjected, his tone irritated. Su Suizhu paused, her thoughts gradually aligning. "Oh, that outcome, do you wish to see it?" He raised an eyebrow, smirking as he touched the pocket of his jacket. This expression seemed to confirm that Dodo was undoubtedly his son. Su Suizhu felt a weight lift from her heart, yet remained suspended in uncertainty. Lu Qishao's gaze lingered on her tear-swollen eyes for a fleeting moment. Then he dismissed the thought. Now was not the time for such discussions. Just then, Chun Wen-jun approached, asking, "Su Laosher, this man refuses to admit his guilt. Should we take him directly to the police station?" "The police are here," a bystander called out. As expected, the officer responsible for that area hurried over. Su Laosher. "Dodo, are you all right?" Tian Xiaoxue, who had followed closely behind, was out of breath. "Xiaoxue, did you call the police?" Chun Wen-jun gave her a thumbs up, then suddenly noticed her empty hands. "Where are the bags I asked you to watch?" Tian Xiaoxue gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from her brow. Don't rush. I've left my luggage at the police station. I'll retrieve it shortly." The officer swiftly handcuffed the man curled up on the ground and yanked him up by his collar. "Get up. Behave yourself. How dare you kidnap a child? Are you not aware that this is a crime?" The short man opened his mouth as if to retort, but after a moment's pause, he sullenly shut it and was dragged away by the officer to the police station. Su Suizhu was certain she would accompany them to give her statement. She suspected the man had accomplices. At the moment the child was taken, it was evident that several individuals had intentionally pushed and obstructed her. Before departing, she bowed deeply to the kind-hearted bystanders. Thank you all for your righteous assistance. It's nothing really. Anyone would be anxious in a situation like this. Besides, we didn't do much to help. It's this young man who is truly brave. Without him, this situation could have been far more troublesome." The onlookers expressed their admiration before dispersing. Lu Qishao flashed his credentials to the officer and inquired about the responsible officer, Officer Du. Upon recognizing a familiar face from the higher-ups, the officer took the case more seriously. "Rest assured, the trafficker has harmed many innocent families and children, and they will surely face severe punishment. However, whether there are accomplices, whether this is an individual act or a collaborative crime, and the whereabouts of any potential accomplices require further investigation." After giving her statement and exiting the police station, Su Suizhu cradled Dodo in her arms, still somewhat dazed. She turned to the stern man beside her, her eyes slightly puffy from crying, glistening with unshed tears. The words she almost uttered were caught in her throat under his heavy gaze. Lu Qishao inferred her intentions. It was likely just more words of gratitude, which left a lump in his heart. Yet, when he met her eyes, nearly swollen like a walnut, he sighed inwardly, realizing he owed her a debt. Indeed, he owed her. Without that debt, how could there be such entanglements between them? Without those entanglements, the little one would not exist. With that thought, his expression softened. As long as the little one is safe, there is nothing more to say. It's getting late. Where are you headed? If you're not in a hurry, I can take you out for a meal first. Just then, he remembered that his car had been taken by Xiao Lu to the train station, and he was unsure whether it had successfully picked someone up. As if summoned, Xiao Lu drove up, rolling down the window with barely contained excitement. Boss, I heard you did a good deed. You even caught a trafficker? Impressive. Lu Qixiao raised an eyebrow. The back window slowly lowered to reveal the face of a well-maintained middle-aged woman, though her expression was one of grievance. You rascal. After I went through all the trouble to convince your father to come all the way here to see you, you don't even come to pick me up near the train station. Do you not care about your mother? Mom, Lu Qixiao called out helplessly. Don't call me Mom. I'm angry. All right, Mrs. Lu, he acquiesced. Mrs. Lu choked on her words, unwilling to engage with her unfilial son. Her gaze shifted to Su Suizhu beside her, and she thought to herself, this girl is quite remarkable. She exudes a refined aura and remains unperturbed in close proximity to my troublesome son, which indicates something, doesn't it? My son has taken a liking to her. As for the child in Su Suizhu's arms, Mrs. Lu instinctively assumed it was a relative's child. Lu Qixiao paid no mind to his mother's occasional distractions and gestured for Su Suizhu and her student to get in the car. Let us go. It's late. Shall we grab a bite together? Su Suizhu shook her head. Let us skip it today. We have a competition tomorrow. We need to settle in at the guest house first. Then I'll take you there. Get in the car. Lu Qixiao opened his arms invitingly, and the little one giggled, leaping into his embrace, much to Mrs. Lu's astonishment, who scrutinized the child closely, finding them increasingly familiar. Could it be? She beckoned Xiao Lu over and asked in a hushed, conspiratorial tone. Are you certain this girl is not my son's girlfriend? In truth, she was more eager to know if the child in her son's arms was her grandchild. Xiao Lu, initially confident about his boss's single status, hesitated. Although he is strikingly handsome, he can be quite poison-tongued when provoked. Many of the female soldiers from the arch troop have pursued him, yet not one has returned unscathed. Either they were scolded to tears or frightened by his intimidating demeanor. However, right now, I'm unsure. In the vehicle assigned by the unit, the cabin was higher than a typical sedan, and despite being a bit cramped, for people could fit in the back seat. Mom, you sit in front. With one hand holding Dodo, he opened the trunk for Chun, Wenjun to place their luggage inside, then took the lead in sitting in the back. The little one in his arms ensured that the child's mother would follow suit. What else could Su Suizhu do but comply? Soon, two students squeezed in as well. Boss, your jacket. Xiao Lu turned back to hand in the military coat he had previously removed. Only then did Su Suizhu notice that Lu Qixiao was clad in a military green short-sleeve shirt. It was early April, and although the weather was warming, he still wore a thin shirt, and as the evening breeze picked up, it was rather chilly. She felt a twinge of guilt and said, I'm sorry for making you cold. Quickly put this on. Lu Qixiao said nothing, quickly donning the jacket. Dodo nestled in Su Suizhu's arms, curiously tilting his head as he watched Lu Qixiao get dressed. Mrs. Lu, who had been indignantly condemning the trafficker's vile actions, caught sight of the little one's adorable expression in the rearview mirror and instantly brightened. Oh dear, how cute. How old is he? Seeing that he could very well be her grandchild made her fondness grow. Her heart nearly burst with joy. Today's ordeal had yet to settle, and now, with Grandma Bowsy showing up, it felt all too overwhelming. She wanted to escape the car for a moment to catch her breath. Glancing at the imposing figure beside her, she sighed inwardly. There was no escaping the truth. She hoped he wouldn't choose this moment to reveal the truth to her mother. That would be far too sudden. What a well-cared-for child. He looks about a year old, so well-behaved and quiet. Setting aside her thoughts of her grandchild, Mrs. Lu had always loved children, a fact well known throughout the entire compound. Unfortunately, the Lu family had followed a lineage of only one child per generation, leading to a sparse family tree. In her husband's generation, they could have had more children, but after giving birth to their youngest son, tumultuous times struck. She had not recovered well from childbirth and suffered lasting health issues, making further pregnancies nearly impossible. Originally, her two sons were 6 years apart. with the elder being steady and the younger clever, making for a lively household. Regrettably, 6 years ago, her eldest son, barely a year into his marriage, was gravely injured on a mission and has remained in a coma in a nursing home ever since. The elder daughter-in-law could not bear the heartache and remarried within 6 months. The younger son then seemed to transform. At times, he would be as cold as ice, while at others, he was hot-tempered and impulsive, abandoning his childhood dream of becoming a surgeon to heed his family's military legacy, volunteering for special forces, and spending the past 6 years engulfed in missions. What's to replace is the military. It is a gathering of rugged men. How endearing and innocent the younger son was in his childhood. Now he is hardened and stoic, resembling a military ruffian. Whenever Mrs. Liu reflected on these matters, her heart ached. If only her eldest son had not encountered misfortune, she would have surely been able to hold her grandchildren and bask in their joy. Alas, she pressed her lips together, swallowing the bitterness rising in her throat. The younger son has always been resolute and independent-minded, even as he reached the age suitable for marriage. When the family endeavored to introduce him to potential partners, he remained steadfast in his disinterest, refusing to attend arranged meetings. Eventually, seizing the opportunity presented by a job transfer, he slipped away to a distant province. How could she possibly find peace of mind? "Mom, the car is cramped. Please don't hold on to me." She immediately turned to adopt a more benevolent expression, extending her hand to gently coax the little one. "Is your name Dodo? What an adorable nickname. Come, give Grandma a hug, shall we?" In the embrace of Su Suizhu, who found herself empty-handed, she recalled how she had previously praised the little bun, who had refused to be held even by strangers during their first encounter. What had changed? Why was he now breaking that pattern one after another? Despite their blood relation, this was still their first meeting. Mrs. Liu, having successfully embraced the little bun, cherished the moment and could not resist planting a kiss on the child's cheek. "Oh, how delightful! Son, hurry up and give me another grandchild," Mrs. Liu exclaimed, her words carrying a deeper meaning. The elder Liu, unfazed, replied, "I already have one. Don't you see him in your arms?" Su Suizhu felt a flush of embarrassment as she averted her gaze from her own son. Upon arriving at the guest house near Xianglin Middle School, the group disembarked. Mrs. Liu reluctantly returned the little bun to her. Su Suizhu took the child, instinctively glancing at the elder Liu, who was also watching her. Their eyes met momentarily before she quickly looked away. Given that he had graciously brought them here today, it would be remiss not to express her gratitude. After a moment's thought, she leaned slightly towards the car window as she exited. "Thank you very much for today. May I trouble you for your address? I would love to send you some seafood another day." Lu Qixiao raised an eyebrow at her, remaining silent. Using formalities now? Is she trying to distance herself? He mused. Had he already struck out before the assessment period had even begun? Yet Mrs. Liu cheerfully interjected, "Seafood sounds wonderful. Everyone in our family enjoys it. Of course, I'll provide you with the address. Xiao Lu, please take note." Xiao Lu, glancing at the elder Liu for approval, received no objection, which was tantamount to agreement. He promptly retrieved paper and pen to write down the address. Mrs. Liu snatched it from him and placed it in Su Suizhu's arms, beaming, "You young people should keep in touch more often." As they watched the pair enter the guest house, Lu Qixiao instructed Xiao Lu to drive. Just as Xiao Lu pressed the accelerator, Mrs. Liu could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Son, be honest. Was that my grandson?" Xiao Lu slammed on the brakes. "I'm so sorry, madam. I got too excited." Mrs. Liu rubbed her bruised elbow, casting him a disapproving glance. "I wasn't asking you. Just drive properly." "Yes." Xiao Lu straightened his back, shutting his ears to the conversation, fearing another sudden stop could end his driving career. Lu Qixiao frowned, surprised that his mother had deduced the truth so quickly. Yet, he reasoned, it wasn't his fault she had figured it out. It was merely her own deduction and had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he cooperatively asked, "What makes you say that? He looks just like me. It's unreasonable to think he isn't my grandson. What s with that expression? Is he or isn't he?" Lu Qixiao rested his hands behind his head, languidly leaning back in the seat, closing his eyes to savor the lingering fragrance of her presence. Mrs. Liu was in a state of agitation, wishing she could pry open her son's skull to uncover the answers within. "It's exactly as you think," the elder Liu mumbled. "Ha ha, well done." So, with the answer she sought finally revealed, Mrs. Liu burst into joyous laughter. Her precious, plump little grandson was indeed hers. The Liu family would have descendants. After a moment, she suddenly halted her laughter, a puzzled expression crossing her face. But does the girl not know? She knows, the elder Liu replied, sitting up straight and beckoning his mother closer. The two leaned in, heads touching. What is the matter, son? Mrs. Liu inquired in a hushed tone. I have a grandson. Yet you haven't even secured a daughter-in-law? Isn't that a bit pathetic? Liu Qishao sighed. It's precisely because of your grandson that complications have arisen. No matter how I pursue her, the mother believes I am only interested in the child, and she feels like an accessory. It leaves me feeling constrained and unsure of how to proceed. I promised to give her time to consider, and until then, I cannot speak up. Liu Qishao shrugged, his expression one of resignation. Mrs. Liu, exasperated, retorted, then why beckon me if you weren't planning to share the truth? I'm not, Liu Qishao replied, humbly seeking advice. I want to know if you had any good ideas to make her less resistant to me. You've come to the right person. Mrs. Liu puffed out her chest, taking the opportunity to boast about how she had successfully won over the elder Liu in her youth. Can you get to the point? Liu Qishao interjected, rubbing his temples. He obediently leaned in to listen as Mrs. Liu whispered her thoughts to him, then earnestly patted his shoulder. Son, your success in helping my chubby grandson recognize his lineage depends entirely on your next actions. Time waits for no one, so don't make me wait too long. The elder Liu, feeling exasperated, suddenly recalled something, turning to ask his son, so, the trafficker you helped catch earlier, was he actually after my grandson? The elder Liu nodded. He then repeatedly cautioned, keep a close eye on this case. There may be other accomplices. We cannot allow them to escape. How dare they target my grandson? They are truly seeking trouble. I am aware, Liu Qishao replied. Mrs. Liu, still feeling uneasy, instructed Xiao Liu to detour to the police station, as she wished to personally ensure everything was in order. Receiving a knowing glance from the elder Liu in the rearview mirror, Xiao Liu quickly turned the vehicle toward the police station. Inside, he was mentally exclaiming, oh my, the boss has a partner now. Why has he never mentioned it before? None of the brothers have spoken of it either, but this is real, and that partner has given him a chubby baby. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Oh my, the long single boss finally has a wife. My own springtime must be just around the corner. Su Suizhu remained unaware that, after just one encounter, the identity of the little bun had already been correctly guessed by his grandmother. After settling the students in the guest house, she took them next door to a small eatery, ordering 3 bowls of wonton noodles for dinner. It was almost 8 o'clock by the time they finished eating. Due to Do's presence, Su Suizhu feared disrupting Tian Xiaoshui's sleep and affecting the competition, so she opted for 3 single rooms. However, the rooms were adjacent, allowing for easy communication. I'm still a bit shaky, Tian Xiaoxue admitted, patting her chest. Seeing Do being taken away by a trafficker while teacher Su chased after him nearly made my heart stop. Indeed, Chun Wenjun echoed, filled with lingering fear. Teacher Su sacrificed so much for us, repeatedly giving up her rest days. If we had lost Do, I would carry that guilt for life. Thank goodness nothing happened. Tian Xiaoxue sighed, releasing a breath of relief. Let us do our best tomorrow. Yes, let us. The thin walls of the guest house meant that although the students' encouragement was not entirely clear, Su Suizhu could still hear it, bringing a smile to her face. Glancing at her already slumbering son, she bent down to plant a gentle kiss on his cherubic cheek. The harrowing events of the day still left her feeling unsettled. They had been fortunate to cross paths with Liu Qishao, but not every fortunate encounter would present itself so conveniently. She felt it necessary to procure a few discreet, yet effective items for her safety. Logging into the system, she noted her remaining 155 points. After exploring the variety of self-defense tools available in the system's warehouse, she immediately rolled up her sleeves to make her selections. Spending 100 points, she opted for subtle yet effective items, such as a watch-embedded tranquilizer dart, long-range smoke capsules, and close-range anti-malicious light magnetic discs. With ease, she filled 6 slots of her prize card. Subsequently, she spent 40 points to draw twice. Ding! Congratulations on winning the Starry Universe brand's essential travel companion, the Enchanting Waterball Watch. Your package has been prepared for collection. Also, congratulations on winning the close-range malicious light defense magnetic disc, designed for the elderly and children, which is also ready for pickup. The intricate prefixes are irrelevant. Simply know that one is a versatile self-defense tool. while the other serves as protection for vulnerable groups such as the elderly and children. Fortune seems to favor you, as one of the items is perfectly suited for the little one. Su Suizhu placed the close-range malicious light defense magnetic disc into the accompanying mini pouch and hung it around the little one's neck. The magnetic disc possesses sensitivity. When an assailant's malice surpasses a preset threshold, it emits light, rendering the assailant powerless. The enchanting waterball watch is even more straightforward. Upon sensing danger, pressing a button releases a mist of water balls that can incapacitate the assailant to varying degrees within seconds. Su Suizhu adorned her wrist with the watch, adjusting it to the trendy style of the era. She kept it close, ensuring that no one would suspect its hidden purpose unless the occasion arose for its use. Chapter 117. A beautiful misunderstanding having settled the concern, she kissed her son on the forehead and fell into a deep slumber. That night was fraught with nightmares, waking and sleeping several times. Consequently, the next morning, upon gazing into the mirror, she discovered that her once walnut-shaped eyes had transformed into panda eyes. In a hurry, she applied herbal nourishment and massaged it in multiple times, followed by a layer of foundation that matched her skin tone, making her appear somewhat refreshed. After breakfast, Su Suizhu escorted 2 students to the entrance of Xiangli Middle School. "Dodo, let's cheer for your elder siblings together." "Yay!" exclaimed the little one, clapping his hands and jumping with joy. Su Suizhu nearly lost her grip on him. "My dear child, it's time to lose some weight. If you gain any more, I want to be able to carry you." The little fellow thought she was playing and laughed heartily. "Teacher Su, we will do our best." Chen Wenjun and Tian Xiaoxua touched Dodo's hand for good luck and waved goodbye as they entered the school gate. Watching them stride confidently toward the competition venue, Su Suizhu then took her son and headed to a nearby post office to call Editor Wu. Editor Wu was already aware of her ordeal from the previous afternoon and was distressed about being unable to reach her. As soon as the call connected, a barrage of words ensued. "Boss Wang called my home early this morning, asking if I knew you were in the provincial city. I mentioned that you had mentioned students reaching the semifinals, but didn't specify the date. He scolded me without restraint. If it weren't for the phone line, I would have received a mouthful of his saliva. I later learned that you, too, nearly encountered trouble yesterday. Is Dodo beside you? Oh dear. Did a bad person scare you? Our Dodo is so well behaved. I was just waiting for your call. You don't need to come over. Just wait for me at the guest house. I'll borrow the director's car to get there quickly. I'll treat you to lunch, and you must not refuse. You've submitted so many drafts. Our director wanted to treat you to a meal. All right, let us chat when we meet." Feeling somewhat bored, she took out a rattle to amuse her son. However, the little one showed no interest in the rattle, shaking it a little before tossing it beneath the bed. "Don't want to play with the rattle? How about we build blocks instead? Let us open the music box and listen to some music while we play with blocks. Shall we?" With no other options, Su Suizhu resorted to this. The music began, and the blocks were laid out. The blocks, crafted by Lin Jianbing from finely processed materials, included various shapes: squares, rectangles, cylinders, crescent moons, and arch bridges, each laid out on the bed for the little one to play freely. Su Suizhu sat on the edge of the bed, protecting Dodo's back to prevent him from toppling off. Yet, the impatient little boy quickly grew bored of the blocks and turned around, extending his little arms, demanding to be held. When she didn't comply, he whined playfully. Once held, he still seemed unsatisfied, leaning forward and urging her to go to the door. "Dodo wants to play outside? Can we wait a bit longer? Grandma Wu hasn't arrived yet. We'll leave as soon as she does." "No, I want to find Uncle." Dodo insisted. "Be good. Play with the blocks a little longer. Or should I sing you a song?" The mother and son were speaking past each other. After a prolonged discussion, Su Suizhu conceded. "All right, let us go outside." The tiny child was stubborn, and she found it impossible to persuade him otherwise. Su Suizhu, with her handbag in tow and carrying Dodo, stepped out of the guest house. Checking the time, she noted that Editor Wu should be arriving soon, so she decided to wait outside in the sun. Sure enough, in just a few minutes, Editor Wu arrived, hurriedly opening the door as soon as the car stopped. "Oh, Dodo, you look so handsome today. Like a little gentleman stepping out of an oil painting. Simply adorable." Su Suizhu had dressed Dodo in dark green corduroy overalls paired with a light yellow knit sweater adorned with suns and animals, making him look exceptionally cute and innocent. However, Dodo did not seem pleased. "What is wrong, dear? Were you scared yesterday? Come here. Let Grandma Wu hold you for a bit." Dodo tilted his head and scrutinized her for a while. Though he allowed her to hold him, he wrinkled his little nose, still looking rather unhappy. What's the matter with the little one? Editor Wu, after entertaining him for a while, grew concerned and asked Su Suizhu, could he have been so frightened that he lost his spirit? Should we call someone? Su Suizhu was equally puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. He seemed fine before. Dodo interrupted her. Editor Wu spontaneously interpreted this as a sign to buy something, cheerfully stating to Su Suizhu, let us go. Get in the car. I'll take you both to buy some snacks. How much longer until the competition ends? Su Suizhu glanced at her watch. At least another hour. That's enough time. Let us go. Are you excited to go out and play? Su Suizhu teased, poking his little nose. The two continued their charming misunderstanding. Editor Wu brought them to a department store in the city center, eagerly purchasing a plethora of baby items for Dodo, including steaming egg cakes, exclusive nutritious rice paste that couldn't be found elsewhere, as well as a plastic toy gun and large puzzles. When Su Suizhu offered to pay, she adamantly refused, instead admonishing Su Suizhu, saying these gifts were for Dodo. If you pay, then our friendship ends here, and you shouldn't send seafood anymore in the future. Su Suizhu could only laugh helplessly and accept the gifts. Oddly enough, despite receiving so many presents, Dodo merely glanced at them, and then turned his head to look elsewhere, seemingly in search of something. Editor Wu felt disheartened. Sweetheart, do you not like these little toys? They may be a bit rough around the edges, not as exquisite as those sold in overseas Chinese stores. But Grandma Wu currently lacks foreign exchange vouchers, so I can only do my best. Su Suizhu quickly reassured her, please don't think that way. He.S. just a little child who doesn't understand. Perhaps he.S. merely curious and not yet at the age where he loves to play with toys. Suddenly, Dodo became animated, wriggling his little body and pointing with his finger at the bustling crowd, signaling Su Suizhu to follow him. Weighing only 15 to 16 pounds, he was quite a handful, and Su Suizhu struggled to keep up with his energy. Chapter 118, Whatever You Wish. Oh dear, there are so many people. Let us not squeeze through, all right? We still have to pick up your elder siblings. We can't delay any longer. Su Suizhu, struggling to hold Dodo, patiently coaxed him. Dodo protested, his dark eyes fixed intently ahead, bouncing in Su Suizhu's arms. Editor Wu glanced at her watch, and, noting that there was still time, said, if Dodo wants to go, let us take a look. Perhaps he spotted something intriguing. Rationality told Su Suizhu not to indulge him too much, lest he become spoiled. However, her reason faltered against the adorable appeal of Dodo's pleading gaze. The three of them squeezed through the crowd, discovering that they had arrived at a snack counter set up by Chiao's bakery. Recently, several new types of pastries were introduced, instantly captivating numerous patrons in the store, forming an extensive queue. The little one, however, seemed oblivious, leaning forward to survey the surroundings. Meandering to the end of the line, with a swift motion, she accurately grasped the hair of the person ahead. Oh, it was Dodo. Mrs. Lu felt a pang at her scalp and instinctively turned her head, only to find Su Suizhu and her daughter, which made her smile involuntarily. Su Suizhu was taken aback, not expecting her son to extend his little hand to tug at someone's hair, as he had never done so before. She felt a wave of embarrassment and hurriedly offered her apologies. It's nothing. The little rascal has a feeble grip. It won't hurt, she said. Though this was merely a courteous remark, as her scalp did indeed throb subtly. Yet, upon seeing her beloved grandson, her joy eclipsed the discomfort, and she would gladly endure several tugs, even the loss of a few strands of hair. Did you come alone, Mrs. Lu? Allow me to assist you, Su Suizhu offered. Noticing that Mrs. Lu's hands were laden with packages and that she also intended to queue for a stack of pastries from Chiao's bakery, concerned she might struggle, she entrusted Dodo to Chief Editor Wu and stepped forward to help. With her hands now free, she naturally wished to embrace her grandson. Does Dodo still recognize Grandma? May I hold him for a moment? Mrs. Lu clapped her hands, playfully coaxing the little bun. She could not suppress her annoyance at her son's ineptitude. How could someone so grown up be so incapable of pursuing a partner? He possessed neither the skill nor the determination of his father in his youth, forcing her to feign politeness even with her own grandson, unable to express her affection freely. It was quite frustrating. Lu Qixiao extended one hand to receive the little bun, raising an eyebrow as a fleeting smile danced at his eyes. Feeling sleepy? He inquired. She replied. He gently patted her back, encouraging her to sleep. After a morning filled with excitement, the little bun surprisingly dozed off on his shoulder almost instantly. Su Suizhu felt an odd sense of being abandoned by the little one. Lu Qishao slightly shifted his body, not offering her the child but instead asking, "How did you arrive?" Chief Editor Wu, sensing the subtle tension between them, quickly interjected, "I drove here." Lu Qishao nodded, "I'll take you out." As Mrs. Lu noticed their intention to leave, she urgently gestured, "At least stay for a meal. Let me hold my grandson for a while." Lu Qishao subtly shook his head. Mrs. Lu felt disheartened, watching her chubby grandson being carried away by her son, silently chastising him for his inadequacy. When Chief Editor Wu went to fetch the car, Lu Qishao gazed down at her still swollen dark circles, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Clearly, she had not slept well the previous night, and he knew the reason without needing to ask. Switching the child to the other arm, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolding it for her to see. He hoped to soon claim his rightful role in protecting her and their son. Su Suizhu glanced down at it. Indeed, in the section detailing the assessment results, it was clearly stated that the probability of parent-child relationship was calculated to be 999,999, confirming that he was undoubtedly the father of the little bun. She tucked the paper away, moistening her lips, unsure of what to say. Was it truly forbidden during the observation period to disclose to anyone other than the two of them that the little one was her son? He seemed eager to announce it to the world. Very well, the esteemed Lu resignedly returned the little bun to her, playfully pinching her cheek before parting, hoping that Su would soon grant him a title. The two parties diverged at the entrance of the department store. "Son, how did it go?" Lu Qishao placed the purchased bags and baskets into the trunk before getting into the car, only to hear his mother impatiently inquire, "Did the method I taught you work?" "Not yet. I'll find an opportunity to test it," he sighed. Mrs. Lu lamented, "You two are so calm. It's making me anxious. I truly wish I could step in on your behalf." My dear grandson, observing her son driving with an air of nonchalance, unaffected by the situation, only intensified her urge to sigh. "Yesterday, I asked the young, and he said you two have known each other for a while and even dined together." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qishao erupted in a fit of coughing.